Chapter 1. A New Game. As I open my eyes, a singular thought pierced through my mind. I am a citizen of the motherland. Indeed, I am that extraordinary mini-citizen, fond of maternal milk and capable of unleashing the crescent moon strike. Yet, I was acutely aware that this was merely a dream, however, that hardly mattered who would refuse such an opportunity. Since it transpired within the realm of dreams, no accountability was required, so I resolved to savor every fleeting moment. However, just as I prepared to indulge in the superhuman abilities I associated with my ancestor, a shadowy figure hurtled toward me with alarming speed. In an instant, that figure struck my face with a powerful punch. The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed in my mind. Strangely enough, despite experiencing this in the first-person perspective of a dream, my senses felt all-encompassing. I distinctly perceived my demise, followed by a sensation of ascending, rising until I found myself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Within a modest wooden cabin on a farm, the anguished groans of a woman resonated. "Focus on your breathing, just a bit longer, it's almost time." The midwife encouraged the woman writhing in agony upon the bed. No, the woman felt her suffering reach a breaking point, unsure if other women experienced childbirth in a similar manner. She sensed she was not exerting herself, or perhaps she was incapable of doing so, with no rhythm to her breathing. Instead, it felt as though the child within her was striving to break free. It was so wet and slippery, almost sticky. The scent was vaguely familiar. What was it? Upon regaining consciousness, I felt as if I had been swallowed whole. Perhaps my assailant had offered my body as sustenance to a whale. It seems I found the exit. I can sense the light. I must summon more strength. But why do I hear the woman's wails? That is quite normal. Pain has always permeated every corner of the world. Wait, it seems I've been lifted. What is happening? Ouch. My head aches a bit. I need to rest for a moment. Look, our child is so adorable. Early in the morning, a robust man carefully tended to his precious infant before presenting him to his still weak wife, beaming with delight. "My little ancestor, you've exhausted me." The woman gazed at the strong child in her arms and asked, "Are you starving, dear baby? What is this? Such a voluptuous and beautiful bosom." The infant, with large, bright eyes, surveyed his surroundings, eventually captivated by a pair of towering peaks, succumbing to the instinct of a newborn. Typically, being reborn with new parents can be somewhat awkward and distressing. Yet for me, it was entirely different, for I had never experienced such love. You understand correctly, I was a child raised in an orphanage. Unfortunately, this orphan had never been adopted, and as the years passed, the hope of being adopted dwindled, as most who sought to adopt preferred younger children, believing they were easier to nurture. Thus, this orphan became the last child chosen, devoid of family or friends, watching as the lights of the orphanage dimmed, until one day, an inexplicable urge compelled him to escape, leading him to wander the world, plagued by restless nights and vivid dreams, with the last being to become a citizen of the motherland whose head was crushed. Now, this child has a new life and a new name, bestowed upon him by a young couple in a remote village, Yanzu. Time flew by, and the once crying infant had matured into a tall and upright youth, distinguishable from his parents. He possessed dark golden hair and eyes as clear as indigo gemstones. Unlike his peers, who remained round and cherubic, he had developed a chiseled and rugged visage at an early age, complemented by a muscular physique and near-perfect body proportions. "Honestly, I'm a bit concerned about his health," the woman remarked, watching Yanzu drinking deeply from a water bucket by the well, the cool water cascading down his jaw, tracing the contours of his striking muscles. "Isn't that a good thing? Look at our son, he's so capable." The man responded proudly. The woman handed her husband a towel to wipe the sweat and said, "No, what I mean is, don't you think Yanzu seems overly mature for his age? I'm not just referring to his physique." I understand," the man replied, gazing in the direction of Yanzu's return. "Last time I wrestled him, he lost, but I sensed he was holding back. Can you believe how young he is? He never plays with other children, he's always diligently helping us. I feel that his responsible demeanor conceals a heart that understands the world's complexity. Ish has never quarreled or fought with other kids. I certainly wasn't half as sensible at his age. Perhaps it is divine favor upon us," the woman mused, watching Yanzu approach, thus ceasing the discussion. The couple's conversation was overheard by Yanzu, who had not intended to eavesdrop. "No, mother, it is indeed divine favor upon me," Yanzu thought to himself. The mere possession of a new life filled him with gratitude. But what truly sparked this realization was his growing awareness that he seemed to inherit the powers of that citizen of the motherland, a fact that became increasingly evident each time he gazed into the mirror and noticed his resemblance to that golden-haired foreigner. "Oh, this is so heavy. Mom, you must reward me with a massage afterward." Yanzu jested, setting down the 2 buckets of water and feigning a pained expression as he rubbed his shoulders. "Come here and wipe your sweat. It's almost time for dinner." The woman gently and attentively wiped his brow, watching as his expression shifted from discomfort to serene contentment. Yanzu relished these moments, growing under the tender care of his mother and the laughter of his father. If given a choice, he would not exchange his current life for anything. It felt as though an unfillable void had finally been satisfied. He found himself wanting to thank the one who had dealt him that fatal blow. Now, Yanzu was in the bathroom, scrubbing his back alongside his father. "Hey, Yanzu, your mother and I both think you should make some friends," the man said, patting Yanzu's back with a towel. Yanzu looked up at the ceiling and sighed. "Don't say that, Dad. Our village is so small, who can I find? Just yesterday, those kids were chased by a dog for riding a pig. Do you want your son to be that foolish? Your mother might feel reassured if it were true, but Yanzu, that's not what I meant." Yanzu wrung out the towel and began scrubbing his father's back, asking, "Then what is your wise counsel?" The man turned around and placed a hand on Yanzu's head, saying, "Look around, who can compare to my son? Yanzu, if you don't marry 10 wives, it will be a disservice to your extraordinary talents." "Huh?" Yanzu laughed at this. "Are you talking about yourself? You'd better be careful not to let Mom hear you." "Indeed, that was once my dream," the man replied proudly. "To be honest, I came close to fulfilling that dream, but as you know, I met your mother and gave it up. However, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew, Yanzu, you would surely inherit my legacy. Indeed, there's a saying, blue is derived from indigo." Yanzu mused, not opposing his father's suggestion. As a superhuman, he possessed monstrous physical capabilities, yet he also discovered that his primal desires had grown exceedingly strong. Heaven knows how he had navigated the years since his rebirth. His thoughts had not been renewed like his body. "I had intended to wait until you were a bit older to discuss this," the man said, turning his gaze down to Yanzu. "But it seems that is unnecessary. My son is indeed gifted." Yanzu glanced around, having strived to portray himself as a normal, obedient child. Finally, his father's words felt like a pardon, and he anticipated the moment he could seek a partner. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own physicality. Thus, the question arose, where could he find a woman who resonated with him? Yanzu's home was situated in a picturesque village by the mountains and water, where few young women resided. The village could not retain the restless youth they sought their dreams in the outside world. Yanzu was an exception. Having liberated himself from his past, he genuinely enjoyed the time spent with his parents. For now, he had no thoughts of leaving this humble abode, and the villagers were equally astonished by the presence of such a handsome youth. Observing the little girl frolicking in the distance, chasing butterflies across the verdant lawn, Yanzu let out a sigh through his nostrils, contemplating that girls undergo remarkable transformations as they mature. Perhaps in a couple of years, they would embody a more alluring charm. "Hey, Azu, lend me a hand and help me get this onto my shoulder," called out an elder from the same village, who was struggling with a wooden beam. With a gentle nudge from his foot, Yanzu helped the old man hoist the timber. "Thank you." The elder regarded Yanzu with a look of admiration, exclaiming, "What an impressive young man you are. It's a pity my child is a boy otherwise. I would have certainly wished for you to become my son-in-law. What a shame indeed. Perhaps you should try for another." Yanzu replied with a smile, relishing the appreciation and recognition he received. "Then I shall take your words to heart," the elder said, departing with the wood. Yanzu glanced at the sun, hoisted the timber resting at his feet, and prepared to head home, when suddenly he heard some peculiar sounds. As a superhuman endowed with extraordinary sensory abilities, Yanzu possessed an acute perception. He could distinctly hear a person's heartbeat, and at this moment, he discerned a faint cry for help emanating from several kilometers away. A girl's desperate plea? Ignoring it was not an option. Yanzu directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, his keen eyes piercing through countless obstacles until he finally located the distressed individual. "What is this? A cosplay? An orc?" Yanzu observed the girl sprinting for her life, adorned with a pair of soft, fluffy ears atop her head, while a bushy tail swayed enticingly behind her. Beside her was a boy, equally exquisite in appearance and equally fleeing. What an extraordinary encounter. Had he stumbled upon the right person at the right time? Just after discussing such matters with his father, he now found himself in the presence of this unique girl, strikingly beautiful, with a physique that promised allure, yet exuding an air of youthful innocence. "You are fortunate, lost little lambs," Yanzu remarked, setting the timber down from his shoulder. He bent slightly at the hips and propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, launching himself like a missile. The gust of air generated by his explosive departure caused the surrounding flora to bend, as if bowing to welcome a new sovereign. Chapter 2. Until we meet again. Do you know what I cherish most? In midair, a gaunt man clad in an unusual robe, flames flickering from his hands, gazed at the pair of siblings tightly embracing amidst the inferno, a smile stretching from his lips to his ears. I revel in the sight of my prey cornered, their expressions of panic and helplessness, and their final, desperate pleas. I'll look at you too. I can feel the thrill coursing through my veins. Brother, don't worry about me, you must escape. Hulaina implored, her eyes locked on the moon blade gripped tightly by Xiaoyu. The crackling of burning trees filled the scorching air, but Xiaoyu's gaze remained as cold as frost. Unfortunately, such frigidness could not extinguish the flames encircling them. If I abandon you here, how am I to survive? Xiaoyu declared, positioning himself protectively in front of Hulaina. In truth, he lacked the strength to move an inch if death were imminent. He would choose to face it before her. Xiaoyu felt a warm sensation on his wrist and looked down to find Hulaina grasping it firmly, her eyes shimmering with a blend of laughter and tears. I understand now, Hulaina said, a wave of calm washing over her as her earlier fear dissipated. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Life or death was inconsequential, for she was with her brother. What is that expression? The flame-wielding man appeared and sensed the tranquility exhibited by Xiaoyu, and Hulaina thwarted his enjoyment of tormenting his prey. With his anger, 8 soul rings materialized behind him. Meanwhile, from a shadowy corner, a voice, tinged with tension, spoke, "My lord." Another voice, older and raspy yet composed, replied, "No rush. Let us observe a while longer." "But my lord, what if?" "I am here, there is no what if." The man referred to as my lord maintained an unflappable demeanor, even as the gaunt figure unleashed 2 fiery serpents toward Hulaina and Xiaoyu. "I wish to see what kind of seed merits the personal attention of the Pope, prompting me to venture to this remote location." Then he beheld it. He saw Hulaina radiating a pink luminescence, and in response, the moon blade in Xiaoyu's grasp emanated a palpable chill. When these 2 forces collided, the pink luminescence transformed into a vast expanse of crimson mist that spread outward. The 2 figures in the shadows inhaled sharply. "My lord." "Ah, I see, how intriguing." The gaunt man controlling the fire snakes widened his eyes, a frenzied and grotesque expression replacing his initial demeanor, masking the fear that surged within him. "I knew it," the gaunt man cried, his hands forming seals as the fire snakes plunged into the crimson mist. Before he could investigate further, a piercing bird call echoed from the forest, and a golden eagle surged forth, its wings slicing through the air like blades. The gaunt man, unwilling to underestimate the situation, steadied himself to engage. Meanwhile, entwined in the mist, Hulaina and Xiaoyu had resolved to face their demise together when a colossal black hand erupted from the ground, effortlessly dispersing the 2 fiery serpents. Hulaina and Xiaoyu opened their eyes to see a tall, slender figure emerging from the red haze. The figure brushed aside the mist with his palm and, in a gravelly voice, praised, "Remarkable, it can even affect my perception and judgment." Approaching Hulaina and Xiaoyu, the figure allowed them to discern his features only as a shadowy silhouette, rendering his visage indistinct. "Who are you?" Xiaoyu sensed the terrifying power emanating from the man, though he remained as tranquil as a still pond. "Spirit Hall, Gui Mei," the man replied succinctly. Then, he raised his hand, preparing to cradle Xiaoyu and Hulaina with a shadowy grasp, reassuring them, "Do not be afraid, I will take you to safety." "The Spirit Hall," Xiaoyu and Hulaina exclaimed in unison, their eyes meeting with a spark of excitement, their relief palpable in the moment of unexpected survival. "Lord Daira, we leave this to you," Gui Mei stated without looking back. Behind him, Lord Daira had firmly subdued his opponent, while Gui Mei's soul ring shimmered, transforming the ground beneath his feet into a pool of black, stagnant water. With a mere thought, he could plunge Xiaoyu and Hulaina into this dark abyss for a long-distance teleportation. However, in the next moment, Gui Mei furrowed his brow as he glanced toward a thicket, where a ghostly hand suddenly shot upwards, yet grasped nothing. Another expert? Gui Mei thought, shielding Xiaoyu and Hulaina behind him while searching for the lurking presence he had sensed. Though Lord Daira was already formidable, Gui Mei chose to remain. Ready to assist, it would be absurd to lose a soul Douluo on a mere mission. At an astonishing speed, the figure he had locked onto managed to evade his soul power's confinement. If this individual was not a Title Douluo, he was likely a gifted agile attack-type soul master or possessed a soul bone capable of altering the tide of battle. Gui Mei contemplated, as his soul rings rose one after another around him, fully prepared for combat. Why hide in the shadows? If you dare to come, then reveal yourself. A circle of ghostly hands, emanating a chilling aura, materialized behind Gui Mei, all aimed at a towering tree. Behind that tree, Yanzu adjusted his rapid breathing, striving to calm his racing heart. The situation had indeed taken him by surprise. During the time he evaded his parents' gaze, Yanzu had been experimenting with the abilities that had inexplicably manifested within him, and each confirmation filled him with elation. He truly possessed all the powers of his ancestors. With monstrous strength and stamina, superhuman vision and hearing, a resilient and powerful physique, and an unstable control over heat rays, Yanzu reveled in his newfound abilities while harboring some concerns. Naturally, he had not disclosed this information to anyone, striving to play the part of an exemplary son. Though he sometimes appeared overly mature for his age, it was not a significant issue. His primary worry revolved around the world that could produce a being like him. Residing in an exceedingly remote village, nearly cut off from the outside world, Yanzu, as a dutiful child, had never had the opportunity to explore beyond its confines. His parents were exceedingly simple folk, leaving him with little understanding of the broader world. Initially, he had only glimpsed fleeing youths, but on his way, he encountered 3 others. Confirming that he was not alone in his peculiarity, there were many others like him. One was a Voldemort-like mage whose palm emitted flames. Another resembled a middle-aged man possessed by a golden eagle, and the last exuded an ominous aura that made one question his humanity. Likewise, Yanzu's speed of flight was terrifying. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself closer in the blink of an eye. Rationality urged him to maintain distance. For while he believed himself to be extraordinarily gifted with the powers of his ancestors, he had never applied these abilities in combat. It seemed wiser to observe from afar and seek information outside the village. Yet, driven by an insatiable curiosity, he drew nearer, remaining cautious, but ultimately caught the attention of the ghostly figure. Wow, this is getting surreal, Yanzu thought to himself, realizing that his powers and those of these individuals did not align. What on earth was going on? Yanzu swallowed hard, his reflexes alerting him to an approaching presence. With a slight sidelong glance, he noticed countless shadowy hands creeping towards him from the ground. Stop! Yanzu raised his hands and cautiously stepped out from behind the great tree, addressing the somewhat ethereal figure of a man cloaked in darkness before him. I mean, no offense, please show mercy. The specter had already pinpointed his adversary's location. As a Title Douluo, he felt little trepidation. However, upon realizing that the figure emerging from behind the tree was a mere young country boy, his expression softened gradually, only to narrow slightly in contemplation. Yanzu was able to perceive the subtle changes in the man's expression. Such a gaze signified doubt, mirroring Yanzu's own inner turmoil at that moment. Could it be a facade? Well, let us put it to the test. The ghostly figure mused internally, raising a finger and then gently pressing it downward. Yanzu felt a sudden jolt, a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. He realized this was due to his heightened reflexes. The man before him was launching an attack. Huh? The man's narrowed eyes widened slightly, as his soul power pressure descended upon the boy. The latter evaded the probing strike with astonishing speed. Yet, what intrigued the man the most was that throughout this encounter, he sensed not a hint of soul power emanating from the boy. No fluctuations of soul power, no soul rings, no soul skills. Was this youth evading with sheer physical prowess? Yanzu noticed the vigilance in the boy's eyes, prompting the man to ease the tension. He extended a large black hand from beneath him, enveloping the injured Hulaina and Xiaoyu to shield them from further harm. He then descended to the ground and approached Yanzu, inquiring, "Little ghost, what is your intention here in the affairs of the spirit hall?" Yanzu inhaled sharply, the man's voice raspy and piercing, akin to tiny needles scraping against his bones. "Just passing by. We shall meet again," he managed, feeling a lingering unease. Since the man had spoken, it was prudent to sever ties and retreat. Curiosity had indeed led him into peril. Such a splendid rebirth did not warrant a senseless entanglement that could lead to his demise. Suddenly, the man moved with a flicker, blocking Yanzu's path, causing him to almost instinctively throw a punch in response. "Is there something else, uncle?" Yanzu forced a smile. Seeing the boy's face etched with caution, the man sighed, aware that his appearance and aura, due to his martial spirit, were indeed foreboding, leading others to perceive him as a malevolent figure. "Relax, little ghost," he urged. Yanzu mechanically nodded, thinking, how could I possibly relax? Don't you ever look in the mirror? The closer you get, the more unsettling you appear. The man cast a glance at Lord Yara, who was nearing the conclusion of her battle, then inquired, "What is your name?" Yanzu paused before replying, "I am called Shanji." The man nodded knowingly. recognizing the simplicity of a rural child's name. "Child, have you heard of the Spirit Hall?" he asked, crossing his arms to appear less threatening. "No," Yinzu replied candidly. "Perhaps I have? It sounds somewhat familiar." "Well, we shall meet again," the man remarked, observing Lord Yara as she crushed the defeated opponent's head. Soon after, Yinzu witnessed the man's form dissipate like smoke. A gust swept through, leaving the forest in an eerie silence. Upon turning, he found nothing but remnants of battle surrounding him. With a sigh of relief, Yinzu exhaled the breath he had been holding and collapsed onto the ground, massaging his temples. Everything had transpired too abruptly and peculiarly. Initially, he had merely aimed to enact a heroic rescue and test his own abilities, never anticipating the emergence of such a formidable creature. The balance of power was yet to be determined, and he had indeed been startled by the encounter. Yinzu looked up at the sky. The sun had already set, and the horizon was ablaze with vibrant clouds. What an extraordinary world it is. The Spirit Hall? What on earth is that? And one more thing, that girl is truly beautiful. Chapter 3. A visitor from afar, Your Holiness, the Pope. In the Grand Hall, Gui Mei and Lord Allah bowed before Bibi Dong, who was seated regally on her throne. At that moment, Bibi Dong had her legs crossed, one hand resting on the armrest, supporting her exquisitely delicate face. Upon hearing their voices, she slowly opened her enchanting eyes. Gui Mei nodded towards Lord Allah, who understood and reported, "Your Holiness, the chief of the sins has been dealt with, and the heirs of the two great families have been brought back for your consideration. Awaiting your summons." Bibi Dong merely acknowledged with a soft voice, and then turned to Gui Mei. "You've seen the individuals. What are your thoughts?" Gui Mei replied, "They are remarkable talents. Perhaps due to their kinship and constant companionship, they seem to have already mastered the martial soul fusion technique. Given their soul power reserves and age, they are truly prodigious." Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You both have worked hard. You may withdraw now. I shall summon them tomorrow. In the meantime, ensure they are comforted." Gui Mei and Lord Allah took their leave, but as Lord Allah noticed Gui Mei's reluctance to depart, he wisely excused himself first. "Gui Mei, is there anything else?" Bibi Dong inquired upon noticing his hesitation. Gui Mei responded, "Your Holiness, during my journey, I encountered a particularly special child." "A child?" Bibi Dong's interest piqued. It was no small feat to elicit such a description from a Title Douluo. This was a high compliment, especially as Bibi Dong knew Gui Mei had already met Hulina and Xiaoyu. Gui Mei understood Bibi Dong's fervor for martial soul research. His return with Hulina and Xiaoyu was largely driven by this interest, prompting the Spirit Hall to pay attention to individuals with unique martial souls, hoping to please their esteemed Pope. Noticing Bibi Dong's eagerness to listen, Gui Mei continued, "To be frank, upon sensing his presence, I thought I had encountered a formidable opponent." "Oh?" Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. "So he was able to conceal himself right under your nose?" If he had remained calm, indeed, he could have. However, he was not composed enough, and I managed to draw him out. If he does not possess any special skills for disguise, he appears to be around 10 years old. Bibi Dong asked, "Around 10? Did you not casually test his innate soul power? What is special about his martial soul?" Gui Mei, somewhat teasingly, replied, "I attempted once. He evaded my soul power infusion." Is this how it was?" Bibi Dong lifted a slender finger, gesturing downwards. Gui Mei stood firm, allowing the overwhelming soul power to envelop him without flinching, continuing, "Indeed, I am uncertain what method the boy employed, but based on my observations, he evaded it purely through speed, just like this." With that, Gui Mei swiftly moved, escaping Bibi Dong's soul power's grasp. "I suspect he possesses exceptionally keen perception and physical strength, enabling him to achieve this. If this supposition holds true, I must admit, I feel somewhat ashamed." Gui Mei's wry smile made his face appear even more forlorn. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, "Anything is possible." Seeing Bibi Dong smile, Gui Mei realized he had made a significant contribution and continued, "The child seemed to have been startled. He was on a mission at the time. To avoid complications, I did not forcibly bring him back. There were no missionaries in the nearby village, so it would be prudent for Your Holiness to decide on sending someone to preach there, allowing the children to awaken their martial souls. This way, the child can gain a fundamental understanding of the Spirit Hall. I believe this approach would be gentler for a rural child." "You are thoughtful." Bibi Dong was pleased with Gui Mei's suggestion, as he had contributed a seemingly excellent specimen for her research. Furthermore, she was eager to personally unveil this gift, and compared to the already familiar Hulina and Xiaoyu, She found herself far more intrigued by the boy Gue Mei mentioned. Perhaps it was the allure of the unknown at play. Azu, what is wrong today? You barely ate? It's nothing, mother. I'm just lost in thought. I haven't finished yet. I'll wash the dishes later, Yinzu replied, somewhat distracted. Hiki, you probably think Yinzu is daydreaming. His father remarked nonchalantly as he finished his meal and prepared to head out for work. In truth, his father's speculation was not entirely unfounded. That day, Yinzu had wandered in the forest for quite some time, ensuring the two peculiar beings had departed before hastily returning home. After organizing the information in his mind and adjusting his mindset, Yinzu prepared to rest, yet sleep eluded him. The image of that girl kept surfacing. If such extraordinary beings existed, then perhaps that girl was not merely playing a cosplay game. Were those fluffy ears atop her head and the bushy tail at her rear genuine? The thought exhilarated him further. She was indeed a remarkable girl. Precisely what Yinzu yearned for at that moment. Those three peculiar beings had ruined this encounter. Yinzu sighed, shaking his head. Was there any chance he could meet her again? The possibility seemed exceedingly slim, as in his memory, this idyllic rural paradise rarely witnessed anything noteworthy. Yesterday was one such event. Yet, upon reflection, Yinzu felt he should not be so despondent. It was rather embarrassing to be so captivated by a fleeting glimpse of a girl. Given his extraordinary abilities, he believed he could have any woman he desired in the future. But that would only be possible once he matured enough for his parents to trust him to venture out on his own. That said, his yearning for that girl surged uncontrollably, reminiscent of spring shoots breaking through the earth. Additionally, due to his past as a true vagabond, every copper coin in his pocket had to be spent wisely. The pressures of life had forced him, like a sage, to remain untouched by the opposite sex, resulting in an unremarkable passage through his adolescence. His chopsticks paused mid-bite, and he fell into a stupor once more. Is this child all right? Yinzu's mother inquired, wiping the dining table while glancing at her son, who resembled a statue. At that moment, Yinzu's father rushed in, seemingly in a hurry, dropping the farming tools from his shoulders, rummaging through their belongings and exclaiming, "Dear, hurry and fetch the jars and pots from the house. Quickly." Yinzu's mother inquired with curiosity, "What are you carrying the backpack for?" There was no time for an explanation. Yinzu's father tugged at the still-dazed Yinzu, saying, "Stop daydreaming, you little rascal. Quickly lend a hand, strap on your backpack, grab the basket, and come with me." What is happening? Yinzu snapped back to reality, questioning as he complied with his father's request to don the backpack. Father Yinzu joyfully exclaimed, "Hee, a windfall from the heavens has arrived. Someone has come to our village to spread their teachings, and they are currently distributing supplies at the village entrance. Rice, flour, and an abundance of provisions." Spreading teachings? Yinzu blinked in surprise, pondering to himself. In his naive understanding, most so-called missionaries were mere charlatans, feasting on the spoils while the masses toiled for crumbs. Could there truly be such a fortunate event? For the villagers, whose sustenance hinged upon food, such a heavenly boon was irresistible. Regardless of age or stature, everyone in the village, young and old alike, lined up orderly with their containers to collect the supplies. Given the promise of ample provisions from the missionaries, the atmosphere remained harmonious and jubilant, devoid of any chaos. Seizing the moment amidst the throng, the missionaries began to disseminate their doctrines. All eyes were fixated on the cart brimming with goods. In this secluded corner of the world, the villagers harbored few pretensions, their sole concern being the fulfillment of their basic needs for nourishment and warmth. Yinzu listened intently, for the arrival of these individuals was precisely to his advantage. Perhaps he could glean insights about the outside world by endearing himself to these missionaries, and who knows, he might even harness their influence to accompany them on their travels across the globe. Yinzu was acutely aware that his family's financial circumstances were rather limited, rendering any aspirations for distant journeys unattainable. Conversely, as the male heir of the household, it was his duty to contribute to the family's sustenance. The terms light doctrine, angel, and divine resonated in Yinzu's ears, though somewhat juvenile in essence, they conveyed an overall sense of optimism, which he did not reject. Until that one term emerged, Martial Soul Hall. Yinzu's subconscious utterance interrupted the missionary's discourse, drawing the attention of the crowd towards this somewhat impetuous boy. "We shall meet again." The words of the peculiar man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghost, echoed in Yinzu's mind once more, sending a shiver down his spine. For heaven's sake, this is genuinely unsettling. Indeed, it was the Hall of Spirits, the sacred abode of the Lord of Light and the angelic God, situated in the City of Spirits. The young man responsible for the preaching approached Yinzu, wearing a smile that radiated warmth and cheerfulness. As he drew nearer, he touched Yinzu's wrist. However, due to the presence of his fellow villagers, Yinzu refrained from responding, for there was little to respond to. It appeared as though the man was merely feeling his bones. He then nodded with a smile and stated, "Age poses no issue." "My good sir, what do you mean by saying my son is fine?" Yinzu's father inquired with great concern. The missionary raised his voice, addressing the crowd. "Esteemed villagers, I come on behalf of the Hall of Spirits, which has specifically dispatched several gentlemen to awaken the spirits of the local children. Once the supplies are distributed, you may organize the children to come here for their awakening. Those with exceptional aptitude will receive support from the Hall of Spirits, enabling them to attend designated academies free of charge and become soul masters." At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Is this truly a remarkable occurrence? Yinzu pondered as he observed their reaction. Yet, contemplating further, he questioned, "Spirits? Academies? Soul masters?" His expression grew increasingly intricate, grappling with the realization of the peculiar world he had been reborn into. The amalgamation of these terms invoked an inexplicable intensity within him. What was this sensation? Nevertheless, seeking a silver lining, Yinzu concluded that understanding the world through these missionaries was indeed prudent. From their demeanor, it appeared that no malice was afoot. The ghostly figure from yesterday had not truly harmed him, though he had taken away that girl and boy. Having mentioned their eventual reunion, would he indeed encounter them once more? Did this imply that he could possibly see the girl again? Yet, why had he taken them away? Faced with an array of enigmas and lacking further information to sustain his contemplation, the missionary, after delivering his announcement, turned to Yinzu's father and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask if there is a child in your village named Shanji?" "Shanji? No. Which unfortunate child bears such a name?" Yinzu's father expressed his bewilderment. "Oh, I see." The missionary then sought counsel from some of the elder villagers. "They are truly searching for me," Yinzu mused as he observed the missionaries' actions. Uncertain of their intentions, as he filled the baskets and burdens with rice and flour on the journey home, Yinzu asked, "Father, what exactly are spirits and soul rings? Why have I never heard you mention them before?" In Yinzu's memory, his father was quite loquacious, adept with words, yet this time he seemed to have suffered a verbal malfunction, stammering in silence. Noticing this, Yinzu perceived his father's expression. They returned home laden with goods, but his father's face bore none of the anticipated joy. Instead, there was a sense of unease and discomfort in his gaze. "I am sorry, Azu." "Huh?" Upon hearing his father's words, Yinzu felt perplexed, questioning the suddenness of such a statement. Yan's father arrived beneath a grand tree, setting down his burdens and taking a seat to rest, seemingly prepared to impart some words of wisdom to Yan. "Frankly, I never anticipated that the martial soul hall would venture this far, nor did I consider that you would have the chance to awaken a martial soul," he said, his expression tinged with remorse. "As for me, your father, I must confess that I am a man of little talent, with a rather ordinary martial soul. Your mother and I, how should I put it? We escaped from the town, seeking refuge in this remote little village, where we settled down to lead a simple life. In truth, if the world were devoid of martial souls and soul masters, it might be far better for us." Upon hearing his father's words, Yinzu began to grasp his meaning. In essence, his parents had fled the complexities of the bustling town due to their lack of talent, seeking a stable life in this quiet place. The reason they had never mentioned terms such as martial soul or soul master was likely because the memories associated with them were not pleasant. Concurrently, he felt that his own lack of talent would not produce any extraordinary martial soul prodigy. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Yinzu's father gazed at the distant spirit hall team, a look of relief crossing his face as he spoke. "This way, your talents will not be squandered, Azu. You are so exceptional, you must be able to awaken a commendable martial soul, surely destined for greater achievements than I. Therefore, Azu, once we have set down our belongings, you should approach that esteemed individual to assist you in awakening your martial soul." Awaken a martial soul? Yinzu gazed at the contingent from the spirit hall, noting that many villagers had already gathered with their children in anticipation. Regardless of the circumstances, this represented a significant opportunity. Although his father had not fared well on the path of soul masters, he still held a deep admiration for this journey and seemed to harbor great trust in the spirit hall. Thus, if Yinzu were to express his desire to accompany the spirit hall's team on their expedition, his parents would undoubtedly grant their approval, marking a splendid beginning. Upon returning home, Yinzu's mother beamed at the sight of her son and husband carrying an abundance of supplies, her joy evident as she hurriedly poured them a bowl of water. Yanzu's father waved his hand and declared, "No time to waste. I must quickly take Yanzu to awaken his martial soul. We cannot let this opportunity slip away." With that, he took Yanzu by the hand and headed outside, leaving Yanzu's mother alone in the room, holding 2 bowls of water, murmuring, "Awakening the martial soul? Yes, indeed. Hurry, Yanzu, line up." Yanzu's father pushed him to the front of the queue. This day was far from ordinary for the village, as nearly 99% of the villagers had gathered here. Fortunately, the village was small, and the line was not long. There were only about 20 children of the appropriate age, all patiently queuing to heed the guidance of the preacher. Due to his remarkable height, Yanzu could clearly see what was happening at the front of the line and heard the villagers around him occasionally murmur in disapproval. He felt a twinge of nervousness and a flicker of anticipation. The report from the testing personnel declared, "Martial soul, scythe, innate soul power, level 2. The preacher responsible for recording sighed and shook his head, but then smiled helplessly, thinking that while there was little future in this, at least it was usable, far better than the previous few who manifested mere weeds or straw. Next, the preacher called out, reflecting on why his group was there in the first place to find a child named Shanji. However, after inquiring for a while, he found no trace of such a child. Could he have come to the wrong place? That seemed unlikely, as there were no other villages nearby. As he pondered this, the preacher's gaze swept over the line again. Among the disheveled rural children, one child stood out at the end of the queue, perhaps due to his rapid development. The preacher had been astonished when he felt the boy's bone age earlier. If there was anyone worthy of attention, it was certainly him. Just then, the preacher felt a sudden chill run down his spine, and his heart began to race inexplicably. What was happening? He swallowed hard. He had merely made eye contact with the youth, yet it left him feeling oddly frightened. Perhaps he was merely exhausted. That had to be it. Meanwhile, Yanzu was also apprehensive. Why was this person staring at him so intently? Did they truly have plans for him? He decided to dismiss such thoughts. One cannot escape their fate. At last, it was Yanzu's turn. Even though it was daylight, he felt as if he were illuminated by a spotlight amidst the darkness. With all eyes upon him, for the personnel of the Martial Soul Hall, finding the boy tasked by their superiors was their primary objective, while for the villagers, Yanzu was the most outstanding youth in the village. "Feel my soul power. Do not resist," the tester instructed, placing a hand on Yanzu's shoulder. Yanzu felt a slight prickling sensation followed by a warm current flowing into his body. The preacher clenched his fist over his mouth, his index finger resting on his chin as he observed closely. When he noticed a faint, ethereal glow emanating from Yanzu's body, his eyes widened in astonishment. The tester also sensed something unusual and turned to look at the preacher, who nodded in agreement, seemingly confirming his inner suspicions. Meanwhile, the villagers, who were watching Yanzu, began to whisper among themselves, as they had not seen this young man manifest any martial soul. Yanzu's father furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of preemptive guilt. If his son, so talented, could not awaken a decent martial soul, it would be a terrible shame. However, the quality of a martial soul was fundamentally tied to genetics. "Please wait a moment, fellow villagers," the preacher called to calm the murmurs, glancing at Yanzu before gathering his colleagues for discussion. "It appears to resemble a primary martial soul. I think so too, but I cannot discern which part it belongs to. Perhaps the quality is too low, or the innate soul power is insufficient, rendering its traits indistinct. But we haven't tested his innate soul power yet. Never mind. We need not dwell on this. The individual we were instructed to find has not yet appeared, so it would be best to take all the children back. Let the higher-ups decide their fates. This will suffice for our report." Having reached a decision, the preacher approached the villagers, signaling for silence. At that moment, Yanzu returned to his father's side, noticing the latter's bitter expression. Yanzu merely smiled slightly. Once the villagers quieted down, the preacher announced their decision, which essentially stated that all the children in the village would have the opportunity to accompany the group to Martial Soul City for study and training, with all expenses covered by the Martial Soul Hall. Furthermore, they would be assigned positions in the Martial Soul Hall according to their individual development. Upon hearing this, the village erupted in excitement. What did this mean? Not only would their children have the chance to receive an education, but they could also train as soul masters and secure employment in the Martial Soul Hall, all expenses paid. Yanzu raised an eyebrow in astonishment, wondering if such good fortune truly existed. Could this be a ruse to deceive simple folk and abduct their children? Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. Considering the accompanying Martial Soul Hall soldiers and the esteemed soul masters, they had no need for any such charade. Is it for all the children? Yin Zhu's father inquired, having not witnessed his son awaken any martial soul, thus worrying that Yin Zhu might be excluded. The preacher smiled reassuringly. Yes, all children can join, if anyone is concerned. They may accompany their children to Martial Soul City, where the angel of God will protect you. With that, the task was deemed complete. They would leave 2 individuals behind to continue searching, and even if the children they brought back did not include the individual sought by their superiors, they would not face repercussions. The preacher thought this as he urged the villagers to return home and prepare for the following day. They would embark on their journey back to Martial Soul City. Upon returning home, Yin Zhu and his father were greeted with a sumptuous dinner and the warm glow of candlelight. At the dinner table, Yin Zhu's father recounted the day's events to Yin Zhu's mother and joyfully declared his full support for Yin Zhu to join the expedition to Martial Soul City for study and training. Everything unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. When Yin Zhu shifted his gaze from his father's delighted face to his mother, he was taken aback by her expression of shock. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him, constricting his chest. He perceived the hesitation and helplessness in his mother's eyes, as well as the tears welling up. Ahem. Yin Zhu's father cleared his throat and raised his glass. Regardless, let us toast to this momentous occasion. After dinner, Yin Zhu had anticipated that his parents would inundate him with advice, but instead, his father simply advised him to retire early, explaining that they would set off with the adults from the Martial Soul Hall the next day and needed to be well-rested to make a good impression. Yin Zhu obediently returned to his room and closed the door, leaning against it. For a while after he had shut the door, the living room was enveloped in silence, which was eventually pierced by the cautious sobs of his mother. I do not wish for him to venture to Soul Master City, nor do I desire for him to become a Soul Master. Zhu, I understand, Yin Zhu's father replied in a calm tone. And then Yin Zhu heard the sound of fabric rustling as they embraced each other. Yin Zhu's father gently consoled his weeping wife, murmuring, I understand. Do you believe that I care about the Spirit Hall? Or that I am concerned about whether Yin Zhu can become a Soul Master? My dear, I am not troubled by that at all. What matters to me is our togetherness. However, I do not wish our selfishness to overshadow Azu's future. I know you comprehend this truth as well. I understand, yet I cannot help but feel sorrowful, nor can I suppress my tears. What am I to do? He is my son. Yin Zhu's father replied, but he is also a man. What about him? If he were to voice such selfish sentiments, would he truly relish that sort of existence? Hearing his wife's rhetorical question, Yin Zhu's father smiled helplessly and said, My dear, we must learn to accept reality. Azu has grown. You know this. You cannot have overlooked how he has been often lost in thought and lacking vitality lately. It is time. Therefore, let us cease attempting to convince ourselves with falsehoods. For Azu's sake, let us make a small sacrifice, shall we? All right, I understand. Yin Zhu's mother wiped her tears and then smiled. This small sacrifice is indeed worthwhile, is it not? Indeed, Yin Zhu softly responded from his bed. Chapter 5. A troubled future that night. Yin Zhu remained sleepless, with only a faint sadness over parting from his parents accompanying him. He was also attuned to the movements of the group from the Spirit Hall. During the day, Yin Zhu had overheard the missionaries engaged in hushed discussions, confirming that they were indeed in search of him. Their words lacked malice, and come nightfall, their conversation strayed little from the matter of his existence, focusing instead on logistical planning, revealing that the Spirit City seemed a distant and remote place. The following morning, Yin Zhu's father rapped harshly on his bedroom door. Get up. You little rascal. Hurry up. From today onward, you are no longer a child. Yin Zhu lay in bed with his eyes wide open, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he sprang up like a carp leaping from the water and opened the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yin Zhu's father entered the room, cradling a large package in his arms. He sat down beside the bed and began to unpack. Here, take a look. Fresh clothes, jerky, provisions, and some pocket money. Spend it wisely. Though, truth be told, it won't amount to much. Oh, and at the very bottom, there is a little dress. You might find it useful for your date. Yin Zhu gazed at his father, who was bowing his head in explanation. This man was both meticulous and careless, confident yet somewhat embarrassed. The expenses for the journey will be covered by the Spirit Hall. Father, you should save the money to buy new clothes for mother, Yin Zhu said as he settled on the edge of the bed. After a moment of silence, the man lifted his gaze to meet his son's, speaking earnestly. Azu, what others possess belongs to them. I shall not preach grand philosophies, but if one day they decide to withhold their generosity, would you then kneel and plead for it? True possession lies in what you earn for yourself. Yin Zhu gently patted his father's shoulder and reassured. Oh, father, do not worry. With my strength, I could survive even in the most desolate wilderness. If push comes to shove, I might even find a wealthy lady to support me. It wouldn't be a significant issue. Observing Yin Zhu's carefree demeanor, the man felt considerably relieved and replied, "Very well. Let us agree on this. You must take good care of yourself and not cause your mother any distress. She is my beloved. And if you dare to make her sad, I shall have no choice but to deal with you." Wow, that seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Nevertheless, I promise you. This is a man's vow. Yin Zhu and his father exchanged a fist bump, their laughter filling the air and warming the heart of the woman who was busy in the kitchen. "Oh, by the way, there is one more important matter," the man said, his expression turning serious. Upon witnessing his father's demeanor, Yin Zhu straightened himself, adopting a posture of attentive reverence. "Azu, in pursuit of a better world, it is imperative that you disseminate our exceptional lineage as widely as possible." Yin Zhu took a deep breath, leaning slightly backward as he gazed into his father's affirming eyes. A surge of confidence and passion threatened to overflow from his chest. Truly, his father was remarkable. Indeed, it was an extraordinary endeavor. Yin Zhu stood at attention, his gaze resolute as he declared, "I assure you, I will accomplish my mission." After having breakfast, the moment of parting arrived. With his father's carefully packed satchel slung over his shoulder, he stood at the door and, as usual, said, "Dad, Mom, I am leaving now." Father Yin Zhu responded with a radiant smile, while his typically reticent mother hurried over, enveloping her son in a tight embrace, her words unspoken as tears streamed down her cheeks. The warmth and softness of his mother's embrace filled Yin Zhu with a salty, bittersweet sensation in his throat. He recalled the words he had overheard that morning, when his mother had told his father, "You go prepare his belongings. I fear I might break down and cause distress to Azu." Yet now, she wept uncontrollably, her thoughts in disarray. She longed to communicate meaningfully with her son, but words eluded her. Ultimately, she managed to utter, "If anything happens, just run. Run back home." Yin Zhu nodded, then awkwardly pecked his mother on the forehead, saying, "Mother, I promise you, I will take good care of myself and visit you often. I assure you, your son is quite capable." I know, the woman replied, yet she held on to Yin Zhu tightly. Eventually, a missionary approached, reminding Yin Zhu that the convoy was about to depart. To avoid any embarrassment in front of outsiders, Yin Zhu's father helped calm his mother's emotions. The two embraced and waved farewell to their son. After boarding the carriage, Yin Zhu still leaned out of the window, waving goodbye to his parents until the bumpy country road obscured his view, compelling him to retreat inside. The procession was quite grand, besides the children. Many adults wishing to relocate to Wuhan City also joined the group. Each carriage was accompanied by a missionary, who not only alleviated the concerns of others, but also bore the responsibility of spreading the teachings of light, preparing the children and villagers for their smooth transition into Wuhan City. The itinerary was meticulously arranged, with the carriages traveling almost nonstop day and night. The missionaries conducted rigorous lessons, with assessments on the same day as the teachings. They showed no impatience with those who struggled, insisting on teaching until comprehension was achieved. On this day, after concluding the lessons, the missionary closed the book and allowed all the children to disembark for some fresh air. Prior to this, Yin Zhu noticed a soldier receiving orders to ride ahead, leaving the convoy. According to the missionaries, they were to rest and resupply in Nodding City, hence sending someone ahead to communicate with the local branch of the Wuhan Palace. Are we finally entering the city? Yin Zhu sighed in relief. These past days had been stifling, quite different from his initial expectations. Don't wander too far, the missionary smiled at the children scattering across the grass, then turned to see Yin Zhu, who was taking deep breaths with arms wide open. "Yin Zhu, come here for a moment." Hearing his name, Yin Zhu turned to see the missionary beckoning him. "Teacher, is there something you need?" he inquired as he approached. "I haven't tested your innate soul power yet. Now that I have the opportunity, follow me," the missionary said, leading Yin Zhu to the carriage, where several other missionaries seemed eager to witness this moment. "Actually, I am quite curious as well," Yin Zhu thought to himself as he boarded the carriage. As before, he placed his hand on the crystal ball used for testing soul power. The missionaries focused intently on the crystal. The level of innate soul power directly determined a soul master's potential. Previously, they had noted the indistinct characteristics of Yin Zhu's martial soul, presuming it to be of lower quality. Now, they awaited the revelation of his innate soul power. They all stared at the crystal ball, which remained unresponsive for quite some time. After a while, "Did you acquire a defective one?" One missionary remarked to another. No. The second missionary picked up the crystal ball, feeling his soul power drawn into it, causing the crystal to emit a faint glow and change color. It is level 0. The missionary stated, placing the crystal ball down and gently patting Yen Zhu's head as if to console him. Now, go outside and relax, child. Forget about this matter. Under the protection of the God of Angels, you still have a bright future ahead. Yen Zhu nodded and departed from the carriage. The calm demeanor he exhibited left the missionaries somewhat astonished. After all, for a child, being explicitly informed of one's inadequacies by an authority figure can be quite a blow. Yet, this young boy's tranquility seemed almost excessive. Thus, it was not merely that the characteristics of his innate martial spirit were not pronounced, but rather that he might not possess a martial spirit at all. One of the missionaries articulated this perspective, and the others merely acquiesced in silence, their attention toward the youth having reached a temporary conclusion. To them, the current Yen Zhu had become merely a component of their mission. Yen Zhu paid little heed to the matter at hand, recognizing that his own abilities were still not fully mastered. Thus, he regarded the chaotic affairs of the Soul Masters with indifference, believing that what is destined to happen will occur, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. As the soldiers dispatched returned on horseback, the group continued their journey, and soon Yen Zhu beheld the resting place of Nodding City. Su Yintao, the steward of the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall, had long awaited their arrival. With such a large entourage entering the city, it would have been cumbersome without prior arrangements. Hence, Su Yintao had already communicated with the city guards and was prepared to welcome them. After the customary greetings, Su Yintao led the group towards the branch hall for lodging. Along the way, noticing that many of the companions were farmers, their wives, and village children, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and inquired, "Might I ask what your intentions are in bringing so many elderly and frail individuals?" The missionary replied, "We were instructed to search for a prodigy in a certain location, but alas, we were unsuccessful and could only bring them back to await further instructions." Oh. Su Yintao's interest was piqued at this revelation. For the main hall to be so concerned, it must be someone extraordinary indeed. Have these children awakened their martial souls? The missionary nodded and presented a recorded ledger for Su Yintao to peruse. Upon examining the ledger, Su Yintao fell silent. It contained nothing but the most ordinary martial souls, and none possessed any innate soul power worth exploring. It seemed that his colleagues had come up empty-handed. Given that the higher-ups placed such significance on this matter, it was improbable that these were the individuals they sought, and bringing them back would likely lead to disappointment. Closing the ledger, Su Yintao remarked, "There is no need for further instructions. I will arrange for assistance from our branch upon my return and will do my utmost to help." Yen Zhu, who had been listening attentively to the conversation, felt a sense of pride, realizing that he had indeed captured the attention of someone of prominence, whose standing within the Spirit Hall appeared to be considerable. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the Spirit Hall's branch building, Yen Zhu's admiration for the organization deepened. From the teachings he had absorbed, the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly a righteous establishment, and to be part of such a platform, he believed, would ensure that he would not fare poorly, even without innate talent in this world. As Yen Zhu continued to listen to the discourse among Su Yintao and others, he noticed an increasing number of people lining the streets, and suddenly, their voices ceased, causing the procession to halt. On the spacious road, two carriages converged. One belonged to the Spirit Hall, the very one Yen Zhu was part of, while the other drew the attention of passers-by. Leading this second entourage were two knights clad in shimmering gold and silver armor, followed closely by two white horses bearing young boys, both adorned in luxurious golden attire, distinguished by one wearing a golden crown, suggesting a status slightly above that of his companion. Behind them trailed several carriages and additional knights. Surely they do not expect us to kneel? Yen Zhu mused upon witnessing the approaching procession, recognizing it as that of royal nobility. Nonetheless, he was more curious about the role the Spirit Hall played in this world, as he observed the procession showing no intention of yielding the path. Despite the road being ample, the party that could march forward with heads held high clearly possessed greater power and prestige. Su Yintao glanced at the nearby missionaries, who remained indifferent, prompting him to inwardly sigh. They hailed from Spirit City and could see nothing beyond the angelic god and the Pope. Dismissing the authority of foreign powers as inconsequential, it seemed he would have to take the initiative to address this situation. With this in mind, Su Yintao stepped forward and greeted the two young royals, saying, "I am Su Yintao, steward of the Nodding City branch of the Spirit Hall. It is an honor to meet your highness, the Crown Prince, and Prince Xuefeng. The Crown Prince? The Prince? Yin Zhu reevaluated Nodding City, pondering whether it was truly a place where one could encounter such royalty. He observed that the Prince Xuefeng did not even deign to acknowledge Su Yuntao, engaged instead in grooming his nails, while the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe appeared accustomed to his brother's antics, merely nodding at Su Yuntao before turning his attention to the procession behind him. Just as he prepared to speak, a middle-aged man emerged from the carriage behind him, his expression one of visible ire. Seeing this, Su Yuntao quickly bowed, stating, "I pay my respects to Prince Xuexing," pointing an accusing finger at the Spirit Hall soldiers. Prince Xuexing declared, "His Majesty permits you to educate the populace within my Tiando territory, but he did not grant permission for you to disrespect the royal family. The church? Humph. Look at you, armed to the teeth. Do you mean to rebel?" Hearing Prince Xuexing's rebuke, Su Yuntao privately lamented. While his group enjoyed some degree of immunity, they were still within Tiando territory, under someone else's roof. And Prince Xuexing had always been at odds with the Spirit Hall. What terrible luck indeed. Noting Su Yuntao's anxious glance, the missionaries had no desire to provoke further trouble and promptly commanded their men to clear the way. Yet, in their hearts, they shared a collective disdain, firmly believing that one day, the flames of the angelic god would engulf the palaces of the empire, and her blade would sever the privileges of the nobility. For now, however, they recognized that discretion was the better part of valor. Oh, they are yielding? Yin Zhu found the situation amusing, pondering how the branch had established itself within the city, yet maintained such a strained relationship. Although the Spirit Hall was currently giving way, the royal family appeared rather foolish in this exchange. Or perhaps it was that the Spirit Hall was simply too powerful. Prince Xuexing, seemingly in lighter spirits, inquired, "What is the purpose of your entourage? Who are the individuals in those carriages?" Su Yuntao respectfully replied, "Your Highness, this pertains to internal church matters and cannot be disclosed." "Is that so?" Su Yuntao's refusal only served to further incite Prince Xuexing's anger, who waved his hand, commanding the knights at the rear of the procession to advance. Without granting Su Yuntao a second opportunity to respond, Prince Xuexing ordered, "Search them." Su Yuntao furrowed his brow slightly, gesturing for his companions to remain non-resistant. Surrendering to the situation, the group moved forward, using their pikes to lift the curtains of the carriages, revealing a number of bewildered children huddled with their protective parents. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback, perplexed about the Spirit Hall's intentions. Initially, Prince Xuexing had merely sought to vex the Spirit Hall. But upon seeing the ordinary impoverished citizens within the carriage, he scratched his brow in confusion. What is the meaning of this? Su Yuntao explained, "These are my church's followers, here on a pilgrimage." At this, Prince Xuexing's mind raced with realizations, and he scoffed. "I have previously heard reports of citizens fleeing abroad. At the time, I wondered why there were refugees when there was no war, only to later discover that these individuals were flocking to Spirit City. This complicates matters considerably." Su Yuntao remained silent, fully aware of Prince Xuexing's insinuation. For Spirit City, these individuals represented followers, while for the empire, they symbolized labor and productivity. If Prince Xuexing were to accuse Spirit City of plundering the populace of Tiando, it would indeed be a challenging situation to navigate. As the atmosphere grew tense, Xue Qinghe, seated atop his horse, let out a sigh. As the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, he was required to periodically tour various regions of the empire, not only to oversee the affairs of the nobility, but also to garner the goodwill of the populace. What was initially perceived as a mere routine task has unexpectedly escalated into a significant issue, as the discord between Tiando and the Spirit Hall has begun to manifest. "Your Highness need not be so enraged. The Spirit Hall's missionary activities were sanctioned by His Majesty, and the people's pilgrimage is not necessarily a calamity," Xue Qinghe calmly advised, emphasizing the need to avert conflict between Tiando and the Spirit Hall at this stage. Hearing Xue Qinghe's conciliatory remarks, Prince Xuexing scoffed and pointed at the children and villagers in the carriage, inquiring, "So, will these individuals henceforth be affiliated with the Spirit Hall or remain subjects of Tiando?" Su Yuntao quickly interjected with a smile, "Naturally, they are citizens of the empire." To this, Xuexing nodded and declared, "In that case, I shall take these people." The moment those words left his lips, Su Yuntao sensed the unease among his colleagues behind him. Although the individuals in the carriage appeared unremarkable, they represented the completion of their assigned tasks. This Prince Xuexing clearly intended to assert dominance over the Spirit Hall in front of everyone. Realizing this, the missionaries gritted their teeth, exhaling deeply to regain their composure. Observing their resolve, Su Yuntao understood that further persuasion was unnecessary, promptly stating to Prince Shuexing, "Everything is at your highness's discretion." Huh. Yanzu, witnessing this scene, pondered. What happened to our intended journey to Spirit City? Their capitulation means our course must shift as well. What use does Prince Shuexing have for us commoners? It seems we are to be treated as mere refuse in this endeavor against the Spirit Hall. Why does the future suddenly appear so bleak? Seeing the Spirit Hall's representatives too intimidated to oppose him, a subtle smirk played at the corners of Prince Shuexing's mouth. Yet, he was quickly reminded of the powerful Spirit Hall leader, Salus, whose influence was rising within the royal court, and his smile promptly faded. He thought to himself, just wait. As long as I am alive, this empire shall not falter. Chapter 6. The Crown Prince's Attendant, my lord. How shall we handle these individuals? A knight inquired after the Spirit Hall's forces reluctantly retreated. Having exhaled a sigh of relief and feeling no interest in these rural folk, Prince Shuexing replied indifferently. Dispose of them where needed. No further consultation is required. Yes. The knight turned to make arrangements, but was halted by Prince Shuexing, who cautioned, wait, before that. Interrogate them thoroughly. What if they are spies colluding with the enemy? Looking at the cowering old and young in the carriage, the knight thought, what could there possibly be to interrogate? A squad of cavalry disembarked the individuals from the carriage and escorted them to a nearby outpost, where they conducted a brief interrogation before assigning them to labor duties. The able-bodied were conscripted into local public works, while the children were to be sent to the royal villa in Notting City to serve as servants. What shall we do with him? The soldier responsible for registration asked when it was Yanzu's turn. A knight approached, scrutinized Yanzu, and then glanced at the roster. His eyes widening as he pointed at Yanzu. How old is this kid? The soldier waved dismissively. He claims to be this age, and we have no bone readers here. The knight, upon hearing this, turned to Yanzu. Hey, do you find this amusing? Brother, I truly am this age. Yanzu replied helplessly, if you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. Seeing Yanzu's assertion, the knight turned to the already categorized villagers, asking, is what he says true? After receiving confirmation, the knight regarded Yanzu thoughtfully and inquired, have you ever tested your innate soul power? Level 0, Yanzu replied candidly. What? The knight was taken aback. Despite his unassuming appearance, this youth did not seem ordinary. If his innate soul power were adequate, he might be considered for inclusion in their ranks. The military did not demand exceptional martial spirits or extraordinary talent, only that one's soul power could sustain a formation. However, a level 0 innate soul power was utterly hopeless. He looks decent enough. Send him to the royal villa, the knight instructed before departing. Come, follow them, the soldier urged Yanzu. What the heck? Yanzu observed as the children were forcibly separated from their parents, recalling his own parting from his family. He thought, everyone was joyous upon departure. Yet here we are faced with heart-wrenching separation. Stop crying. You're being too loud. A soldier reprimanded one of the children on their way to the royal villa. Are you daring to glare at me? The soldier turned to find Yanzu looking at him sideways and immediately drew his whip, preparing to teach these villagers a lesson. Come on. Yanzu, initially intending to avoid conflict, could not tolerate the oppressive environment of the imperial system, where the soldier's behavior was excessively domineering. Seeing Yanzu not only unafraid but also daring to retort, the soldier raised his whip to strike. Stop! A commanding voice halted the soldier, and the crowd turned to see the approaching figure, prompting the soldiers to kneel in reverence. Is it him? Yanzu recognized the voice as that of Prince Shuexing, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, whom he had encountered earlier on the main road. This was the royal villa in Notting City, where princes and princesses resided. After a day of inspections, Shuexing was returning to rest when he stumbled upon the soldier about to lash out at the commoners. He immediately intervened. Shuexing approached, and from the carriage behind him, a golden-haired girl with a bob cut peeked out curiously. What happened? Shuexing inquired, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Your Highness, these are servants being sent to the royal villa. The soldier downplayed the incident, avoiding the gravity of his actions. Oh. Shuexing glanced at the children and remarked, these appear to be the ones from the Spirit Hall earlier today? Indeed, the soldier confirmed. Shuexing continued. I recall there were some adults. Why are only these children remaining? In response to your Highness, we have assigned the adult population to labor duties. The soldier hoped Shuexing had forgotten his previous conduct and felt relieved. Shuexing observed the tear-stained faces of the children and sighed deeply. Extending 2 fingers and gesturing upwards. Huh? Just before Xue Qinghe completed this action, Yanzu felt a prickling sensation on his skin and a rush of cold sweat. His body instinctively warned him of impending danger. He then witnessed a surge of energy extending from Xue Qinghe's fingertips, swiftly striking the soldier's chin like a soft whip. The soldier let out a pained scream, propelled backward. Despite the agony causing him to wail, he quickly rose to kneel before Xue Qinghe, clutching his chin and begging for mercy. That looked rather painful, Yanzu thought, glancing at the soldier's chin, which showed no severe injury. Is this what soul power is capable of? Yanzu observed Xue Qinghe, who stood impassively with his hands clasped behind his back. He addressed the soldier, a minor lesson. Let this be a warning. The soldier stifled his pain, ceasing his cries, and glanced at Yanzu and the others. Xue Qinghe then stated, I will handle this. You may leave. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers swiftly organized their ranks and exited in an orderly fashion, leaving behind a cluster of children huddled together. Gazing at Xue Qinghe gestured to the side, and a servant approached, ready to heed his instructions. Place them within the city, ensuring they are well cared for. I shall make further arrangements, Xue Qinghe declared before turning to Yanzu and saying, Come with me. Yanzu cast a glance at the children being taken away by Xue Qinghe's attendants, feeling a twinge of unease. Although the disparity in their intellect had led him to seldom engage and play with them during their time in the village, they were nonetheless his fellow villagers. As the eldest among them, Yanzu felt a sense of duty to protect these children from his hometown. Perhaps sensing Yanzu's apprehension, Xue Qinghe chuckled softly, assuring him, Do not worry, they will be well cared for, I promise you. Perhaps due to Xue Qinghe's earlier reprimand of the soldiers, Yanzu's impression of him was not entirely unfavorable, leading him to follow behind. Brother, wait for me. A young maiden leaped down from the carriage at the rear and hurried to catch up, linking her arm with Xue Qinghe's. With a fond touch to her head, Xue Qinghe said, You should return to your room and rest for a while. I have matters to attend to. Xue pouted in reluctance, I'm not tired. After finally escaping the imperial city where no one watches over me, brother, play with me for a bit. Do not make a fuss. There are indeed official matters today, and you mustn't wander off alone. This place is not like the capital, Xue Qinghe replied, deflecting her request. What if I want to play? I can't just look for Xuebong, can I? Xue Ku retorted, pulling away from Xue Qinghe's arm. With a helpless smile, Xue Qinghe responded, That would be unnecessary. How about this? I will make time for you tomorrow afternoon. For now, grant me a moment of peace. Upon hearing this, Xue Ku's heart swelled with triumph as she clung to Xue Qinghe's arm, shaking it playfully. I knew you were the best brother. I'm off to rest now. Sitting in a carriage all day has exhausted me. Once Xue Ku was sent away, Xue Qinghe turned to find Yanzu gazing at Xue Ku's departing figure. A hint of disdain flickering in his heart. He cleared his throat and inquired, Are you aware of the penalties for desecrating the dignity of the imperial family? Caught in the act by Xue Qinghe, Yanzu offered an awkward smile and replied, Is appreciating beauty considered a crime? Xue Qinghe had no intention of elaborating further. Xue Ku, being the princess of the Tiando Empire, had been raised and privileged from a young age. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her demeanor was also exceptionally refined. It was entirely natural for a country boy to be captivated by her. Yanzu followed Xue Qinghe into his residence and took a seat, glancing around. Although it was the abode of a prince, the decor was remarkably simple, with only a subtle, enchanting fragrance in the air that was quite refreshing. Subsequently, I will pose questions to you, and you shall respond accordingly. Any inquiries I have will be met with ample time for your explanation. Xue Qinghe poured himself a cup of tea and inquired, What is the relationship between your group and the spirit hall? Yanzu gazed at the tea in Xue Qinghe's cup and poured himself a cup as well. After taking a sip, he noticed Xue Qinghe looking at him with a peculiar expression and chuckled, Apologies, I'm a bit parched. You mentioned relationships? Nothing has transpired yet. Xue Qinghe twirled his teacup and inquired, Then why are they escorting you? Don't claim it's a pilgrimage. I know it's not that straightforward. Yanzu, intrigued by Xue Qinghe's assertion, asked, Why do you say that? Xue Qinghe replied nonchalantly, I have stated that you should first answer my questions, and I will grant you time later. Yanzu, feeling no need to conceal the truth, responded candidly, They are merely taking us for training, that's all. Training? Just you? Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow. It was well known that the spirit hall sought out extraordinary talents. Yet had he misjudged those individuals before? Your words are somewhat hurtful. Yanzu retorted, You may say that about them, but at least I am quite the handsome one. Am I not? Oh, who claims that? Xue Qinghe then noticed that this youth possessed light golden hair, blue eyes, and striking features, resembling gold enshrouded in filth, with a bit of grooming. He could indeed be presentable. My parents say so, Yinzu bantered back. Pity the hearts of parents, Xueqing has scoffed, then continued. The Spirit Hall missionaries escorting you are clad in the attire of the Spirit Hall headquarters, indicating that your journey is not a pilgrimage to the branch in Nodding City, but rather to the Spirit Hall itself. The Spirit City welcomes all believers of the Angel God. Yet for the headquarters to send individuals across nearly the entire continent to escort you, you lot certainly carry significant weight. Life is unpredictable, I have not lied. Yinzu reclined back, adopting a demeanor of surrender. Xueqing added, while I am not fond of my royal uncle's methods, should you truly be spies stationed in Heaven Do, it would pose a considerable problem. Yinzu hastily remarked, no? How could an honest person like me possibly be a spy? Besides, I have already told you everything I know. How can I persuade you further? You need not persuade me, I possess my own judgment, Xueqing replied. I have dispatched someone to the Spirit Hall for an investigation. Once we compare testimonies from both sides, the truth will naturally emerge. Until then, you should remain here quietly. Remain here? In this place? Yinzu inquired. Your Highness, do you not think it rather excessive to transform a free citizen into a slave without cause? A free citizen, Xueqing echoed, his tone cold. Do you believe that being born in this empire grants one the right to speak of freedom? Is it any wonder that some choose to flee to Spirit City? Yinzu replied without hesitation. What surprised Yinzu was that Xueqing, the crown prince of the empire, did not react with anger. Instead, he sighed and remarked, this, indeed, is the fundamental reason for the rapid rise of the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall can maintain its status while the two great empires remain stagnant, a significant upheaval is imminent. Yinzu observed that Xueqing spoke as if he were orchestrating a grand strategy. However, one must remember that you are the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, not the Pope of the Spirit Hall. What, pray tell, do you have to be so proud of? Are you truly aware of your position? Unperturbed by Yinzu's puzzled gaze, Xueqing snapped his fingers, summoning a servant from outside. He instructed, take him downstairs to wash up and change into fresh attire. He shall serve as my attendant for the time being. Once the situation is clarified, I will grant you your freedom. Until then, do not attempt any tricks. Remember whose service you are in. With that, Xueqing waved his sleeve and departed the room, leaving Yinzu and the servant in a silent stare-off. Meanwhile, in a conference room of the Spirit Hall's branch in Nodding City, several missionaries from the main hall were reporting to a burly middle-aged man. His coarse appearance resembled that of rough-hewn stone, adorned with peculiar protrusions. After listening to their accounts, he scratched his ear and said, so, you have come here on the Pope's orders to seek talented individuals, and yet you return empty-handed, only to encounter the ill-fated Prince Xueqing? The missionaries, filled with shame, replied, indeed, we hope the elder will show leniency towards us. The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Such matters, you may report back yourselves. The Pope will not vent his ire upon you for this mishap, and I have no time to plead your case at the main hall. One missionary chimed in, Elder, are you not here to assess our situation? If there is anything we can assist with, please let us know, so we may atone for our misdeeds. No more chatter. I have my own tasks. You are not to disclose any information about my whereabouts. Understood? With that, the middle-aged man exited the conference room, leaving the missionaries to sigh in dismay. In the garden, Xueqing, manipulating a chess piece, inquired from the shadows, have you gathered all the necessary intelligence, Uncle C.I.? The concealed middle-aged man responded discreetly to Xueqing's question. Oh, so it is indeed a search for individuals from the main hall. Xueqing has set down his piece, observing Yinzu, who had finished bathing and donned the attire of a servant. I wonder what sort of person could command such attention from that woman. If the opportunity arises, Uncle C.I., please keep an eye on this matter. As you wish. There is another matter, those sent to the Labor Department, as well as those residing in my villa. Arrange for their return to the main hall at your convenience. And him? Him? Xueqing regarded Yinzu, who was also stealing glances at him. Let him remain. There are peculiarities about this fellow that I wish to understand. Chapter 7. It was him on the second day of my arrival at the royal villa in Nodding City. Xueqing instructed me to behave and avoid causing trouble. In truth, he need not have bothered. The accommodations were splendid, and I occasionally caught glimpses of noble ladies, reminiscent of the enchanting Princess Xueku, bringing a delightful reprieve. Life here was indeed comfortable. Who knows, perhaps a wealthy lady might take a fancy to me. Once Xueqing grants me my freedom, I could embark on a journey to Spirit City. After all, I possess the ability to fly, no matter how distant Spirit City may be. It would not take long to reach. I also contemplated escaping outright, but I did not wish to provoke Xue Qinghe. As the crown prince, uncovering my background would be a trivial task for him. I wished to spare my parents any worry. I could hardly bear to imagine their distress if I drew trouble so soon after my departure. Moreover, I sought information about this world from Xue Qinghe. I was certain I had heard of spirit masters in my past life, yet perhaps due to my reincarnation, those memories had become hazy. Compared to other nobles, Xue Qinghe was quite affable, and I perceived him as a valuable ally. As a prince, he was destined to become emperor. Forming a close friendship with him could lead to boundless opportunities. However, Xue Qinghe was not present at the royal villa. He had kept his promise and took time to accompany Princess Xueku on excursions, revealing his evident affection for her. As Yanzu leisurely spent his days in Nodding City, far away in Spirit City, Gui Mei received a letter that caused him to frown repeatedly. "What troubles you, old ghost?" Zhu Douluo Yuguan inquired, sensing the displeasure emanating from Gui Mei. "Nothing of importance," Gui Mei waved dismissively. "These incompetent fools cannot even manage such trivial matters." Yuguan examined the letter, shaking his head. "Encountering Prince Xue Xing, they cannot be blamed. I have stumbled before him myself." Gui Mei felt a surge of determination. Dark mist coalesced beneath him as he declared, "Very well, I shall go personally. It appears they have not sought the right person." Watching Gui Mei vanish into the black mist, Yuguan sighed. Having recently retrieved the siblings Xieyu and Hulaina, he now found himself running errands for a mere country lad, all in an effort to curry favor with the Pope. As evening fell, Yanzu reclined in a rocking chair within the courtyard, observing the servants bustling about. Those not summoned by various lords were managed by the villa's overseer, while Yanzu, bound to Xue Qinghe, was spared from such menial labor. Just as he contemplated the fate of these servants, a familiar aura captured his attention. No, two auras. Yanzu rose from his chair, gazing towards the horizon. Entering through the main gate with Xue Qinghe, he had long been aware of Xueke's laughter. But in the distance, he spotted a black figure hovering in the sky, the same ominous entity he had encountered that night. At that moment, Gui Mei hovered above the royal villa, awaiting the summons of the young master. "Young master, the old ghost has arrived," a voice whispered in Xue Qinghe's ear. "Old ghost? What brings him here?" Xue Qinghe inquired, a flicker of inexplicable hope stirring within him. Perhaps it was related to the earlier incident. Understanding the young master's unspoken desires, Xi Xuan knew that apart from himself and Shilong, the only constant in Xue Qinghe's life had been the insipid court intrigues. Even if he did not voice it, he yearned for a semblance of affirmation and care from that woman, perhaps explaining his indulgent affection for Xueku. "Once I return to my chamber, have him come to see me," Xue Qinghe instructed, parting ways with Xueku, only to encounter Yanzu, who was gazing skyward. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, glancing up as well. Could it be that this fellow had sensed Gui Mei's arrival? Clearing his throat, Xue Qinghe greeted, "Good afternoon." Yanzu responded in kind. "That blanket is for my personal use." Xue Qinghe shot a glance at the crumpled blanket draped over Yanzu's chair and scolded, "Dispose of that blanket and procure a new one for me." Surely that is unnecessary. I can clean it for you," Yanzu suggested. But as he noticed the expressionless gaze of Xue Qinghe, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. He promptly fell silent, extending his hand towards Xue Qinghe. "What do you mean?" Xue Qinghe inquired. "Money? One cannot procure goods without it. Besides, it is for your own use. It cannot cost too much." Xue Qinghe tossed his purse to Yanzu and waved his hand as he headed towards his room. Feeling the weight of the purse in his hand, Yanzu hurriedly exited the royal villa. Being cooped up inside had suffocated him, and now, at last, he had the chance to venture out. Having also acquired a sum of money from Xue Qinghe, the generosity of a prince is indeed remarkable. Upon reaching the entrance, Yanzu opened the purse, revealing a trove of gleaming gold coins. He couldn't help but lean in closer, his heart racing with delight. What a delightful fragrance! It was the same scent that lingered in his room. What could it be? A perfume, or perhaps incense? Just as this question crossed his mind, he shook his head to clear his thoughts. Wait, he was a man. Why was he concerned about another man's scent? How revolting. As Yanzu pondered how to squander this newfound wealth, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation behind him. Turning around, he noticed the ghostly figure that had been lingering above had now materialized within the royal villa. What could this mean? Focusing intently, Yanzu observed the interior of the villa, initially suspecting that the spirit hall had come to seek revenge on the imperial prince for some prior insult. However, He was astonished to see the specter standing in Snow Chingha's room, paying respects to her. The ensuing conversation left Yinzu even more bewildered. "Greetings, young master." The ghostly figure addressed reverently. "Young master? What do you mean?" Yinzu thought he possessed absolute confidence in his eyesight and hearing. Previously, this ghost had claimed to be from the spirit hall, and now it referred to Snow Chingha as young master. Was he a spy for the spirit hall in the Heaven Do Empire? Or could it be that the prince of the Heaven Do Empire was, in fact, the young master of the spirit hall? Realizing he might have stumbled upon something significant, Yinzu abandoned his plans for spending and leaned against the villa's entrance, eavesdropping on their exchange. "What brings you here, elder ghost?" Snow Chingha asked coolly. She was not particularly fond of encounters with the ghost, as it was a confidant of Bibi Dong and, due to its spiritual essence, clashed with her own, making her feel uneasy. The ghost replied, "I had previously dispatched someone to search for a young man. As you are aware, I have come personally for this matter. I initially intended only to pay my respects, but unexpectedly." "Unexpectedly what?" Snow Chingha inquired. The ghost continued, "I was surprised to find that the young man I was searching for is right here within the royal villa." "Ah, so it's him?" Snow Chingha paused, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Could he truly be worthy of such effort? "I have reviewed the roster and recall that he possesses zero innate soul power. Essentially, he is a waste. Is that so?" The ghost seemed taken aback. "How did he manage to attract your attention then?" Snow Chingha pressed. The ghost recounted their previous encounter with Yinzu, causing Snow Chingha to frown frequently. "So, he is concealing his strength? Could he possibly be an ancient spirit in disguise? I remember reading that some individuals can possess a discrepancy between their appearance and age due to their martial spirits." The ghost interjected, "Speculating at this point is futile. I wish to bring him back to the headquarters." Snow Chingha scoffed. "You seem quite invested in this, certainly to curry favor with the pontiff, am I right?" The ghost, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her bluntness, refrained from mentioning Bibi Dong. "The pontiff is the foremost expert in the study of martial spirits. Her keen eye will not overlook any talent, nor will anyone be able to conceal anything from her." "Enough of this nonsense," Snow Chingha replied, displaying impatience. "Let me be clear, you cannot take him today. I have my reasons for keeping him." The ghost was momentarily at a loss for words. "What is the issue?" Snow Chingha asked. "If he is truly hiding his strength as you say, then he must have reached the level of a soul Douluo. Keeping someone like him close could pose a risk to you, young master. Do you think that Xue Xue and Shilong are mere bystanders?" Snow Chingha retorted, "Besides, a mere soul Douluo is hardly a concern for me." The ghost cautiously remarked, "I just wonder what purpose you have in keeping him. This way, I can provide a satisfactory answer to the pontiff upon my return. Should she inquire, simply tell her it is because I wish to." Snow Chingha concluded, folding her arms and closing her eyes, signaling that the conversation was over. The ghost, realizing there was no arguing with her, felt helpless. As he descended into the inky mist below, he mused, "Before returning, perhaps I should have a word with that young man." He soared into the sky and spotted Yinzu standing at the entrance of the villa. "I told you we would meet again," he said, landing and patting Yinzu on the shoulder. "What now?" Yinzu turned to face the ghost, still unnerving even in daylight. "Should I commend you for keeping your word? My people sought you out. Why conceal your identity? Why use a pseudonym?" The ghost inquired. Yinzu spread his hands and said, "Brother, could you perhaps consider my perspective? In such circumstances, I would certainly be contemplating how to extricate myself from your grasp." "Well, what about now?" The ghostly figure observed Yinzu's calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this encounter, and began to sense that Yinzu was concealing his true capabilities, pondering to himself, "This fellow, I regard him as a talent. Yet he perceives me as a mere pawn to be toyed with. I am no longer as fearful." Yinzu replied, "Ultimately, what terrifies me most is the unknown. Now that I possess a fundamental understanding of the spirit hall, I find myself less intimidated by you." The ghostly figure nodded and remarked, "It seems those missionaries have imparted some knowledge to you. So, what are your thoughts now? Are you considering joining the spirit hall and pledging your loyalty to His Holiness the Pope?" "I am currently constrained and unable to move freely. Shouldn't my allegiance lie with the angelic god?" Yinzu countered, "There is little distinction. As long as you have the intent, you will not remain here indefinitely." "Of that I am certain," the ghostly figure stated. "Now, for the final question. Are you indeed concealing your strength? Are you, in fact, a Title Douluo who has lived for a considerable time? I fail to comprehend your words. To be honest, I have only recently come to understand the concept of spirit masters," Yinzu replied. The ghostly figure narrowed his eyes. There is no need for pretense. There are but a handful of Title Douluo, and our circle is not extensive. Let us speak candidly. There is no need for subterfuge. To join the spirit hall and bask in the protection of the angelic god is far superior to withering away in silence. Enjoying what protection from the angelic god? What does that even mean? Yinzu exclaimed, bewildered and astonished. Is the spirit hall such an organization? Is that why you all joined? The ghostly figure observed Yinzu's increasingly dubious expression and questioned, what are you insinuating? Ah, no matter. Just grant me a moment. I recently left my village and have not been exposed to the world. Allow me some time to acclimate, if you will. Yinzu intended to placate the ghostly figure for the time being. The ghostly figure sighed and replied, do as you wish. I cannot forcibly take you away. However, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Do not overestimate your own cleverness. The power of the spirit hall far exceeds your imagination. If you are one of us, I urge you to join the spirit hall. If you are merely an unusual individual, then, my dear child, trust me, the spirit hall is still your best sanctuary. With that, the ghostly figure melted into the black mist beneath him. Yinzu prodded the ground where the figure had vanished, contemplating. Is this what they call a soul skill? Quite intriguing. Yinzu turned around to glance at Xue Qinghe, who had opened the door wide after seeing off the specter. Several servants were carrying hot water inside, filling the bathtub to the brim. There was a hot spring bath in the courtyard. Why didn't he go there? Recalling the disdainful look Xue Qinghe had given him earlier, Yinzu realized that this fellow had an obsession with cleanliness. Once the hot water was ready, Xue Qinghe raised a hand to set up a soul power barrier. As Yinzu witnessed Xue Qinghe undressing, he decided to leave and indulge in some city pleasures to avoid any unwanted attention. At that moment, as he turned, he caught a glimpse of Xue Qinghe bathed in a faint golden glow, which halted his steps. She appeared as if coated in a layer of golden beeswax, which began to melt away. Beneath it, he beheld her hair, now even more radiant in gold and cascading down to her waist. Her shoulders and neck appeared more delicate. And as her garments fell away, the nearly flawless curves of her waist and hips left Yinzu parched with desire. He was entranced, even murmuring aloud, turn around. Turn around. A passing servant turned to see a man who resembled a ravenous specter talking to himself, and after muttering a curse, quickly covered his mouth and departed. Unfortunately, Xue Qinghe did not turn, and Yinzu watched as she stepped into the bath. Her tall stature, elongated legs, and waist-length golden hair, alongside her perfect silhouette, captivated him as he focused on that most crucial area, repeatedly confirming the absence of any divine sort. That was not a man's body. It was indisputably not. Regrettably, he could not discern her face, nor her hissing breath. Yinzu picked up the pouch belonging to Xue Qinghe, holding it to his mouth and nose, inhaling deeply the refreshing fragrance within. Please forgive me for my previous disrespect. Chapter 9. I believe in you. As he wandered the bustling streets, Yinzu felt a palpable sense of restlessness, a feeling ignited by the recent vision of Xue Qinghe bathing. A thought flickered through his mind. Surely, there must be establishments here of a more sensual nature? As this notion emerged, two voices concurrently echoed within his consciousness. One voice urgently exclaimed, "Quick, find me a woman. Your manhood is suffering." "You fool," retorted the second voice. "How can you still engage in such trivial pursuits after being reborn? A lifetime of mediocrity awaits you." Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. Yinzu resolved that he could not afford to be so reckless on his first encounter. Though a man's first experience may hold little value, having encountered both the little fox and Xue Qinghe, he found himself unable to resort to such establishments for resolution. He pondered whether Xue Qinghe would grant him his freedom. If she released him early, he would act as though he had seen nothing, making his way directly to the Wuhuan Hall to join the ranks of the angel god, striving to reach his zenith alongside the little fox. Should she choose not to release him, he would have no choice but to confront the situation. The image of her voluptuous figure lingered in his mind, as she was not only the young master of the Wuhuan Hall, but also the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, making it imperative to seize the opportunity. "Father, I shall not disappoint you." The echo of his father's admonition resonated within him as he made this silent vow. After meandering through Nanning City, indulging in food, drink, and purchasing various items, Yinzu returned to his residence, only to find Xue Qinghe had shut herself away. Thus, he retreated to his own chamber. The following morning, a knock at his door heralded a summons from Xue Qinghe. "Sit. I have questions for you." Upon entering, Xue Qinghe got straight to the point. "What is your soul power level?" "I am a waste with a congenital soul power of 0, Yinzu admitted candidly, recalling her previous assessment of him. You are quite straightforward, Xueqinghe remarked, scrutinizing him. However, I have a question. If you truly are a waste, how did you perceive my actions earlier? What do you mean? I didn't understand, Yinzu replied, recalling the moment when Xueqinghe had unleashed a soul power whip against a soldier. In the next instant, Xueqinghe replicated that very action, this time targeting Yinzu. Recognizing her intent, Yinzu instinctively attempted to evade, but suddenly changed his mind, bracing himself to absorb the strike, collapsing to the ground thereafter. Pathetic acting, Xueqinghe scoffed. Stop pretending and get up. You've seen through me, I concede. Yinzu said as he sprang to his feet, meeting her gaze. Why did you not dodge? Xueqinghe inquired, noticing his lack of any visible reaction. Because I wasn't afraid, Yinzu replied. Why not afraid? Not afraid is simply not afraid, he stated, a hint of pride in his tone. So, are you declaring your hand? Xueqinghe continued. Just as before, you anticipated my attack. I found it strange then, and later, when a Title Douluo visited. I suspect you sensed his presence as well. I am curious. What else do you know? Yinzu discerned a subtle threat lurking in Xueqinghe's eyes at that moment. He pondered that she likely had no intention of leaving him a way out today. It would be better to confront her honestly. After all, he was the young master of the Spirit Hall, and if he pledged his genuine allegiance, she had no reason to harm him. Of course, he could never mention the incident of peeking at her while she bathed. I also know that you are the young master of the Spirit Hall. The moment those words escaped his lips, Yinzu noticed Xueqinghe's heartbeat quicken dramatically, her complexion paling considerably, her gaze fixated intently upon him. Do you realize that such a statement could cost you your life? Xueqinghe's voice trembled, for everything she had painstakingly built during her youth could not afford any misstep. The stakes were far too high. At that instant, should she send out a signal, her hidden guardian would swiftly eliminate Yinzu without hesitation. No, I do not know. Yinzu replied, maintaining eye contact with Xueqinghe. From what I understand, the Spirit Hall is the sanctuary of the angel god, who dispels darkness and rescues the suffering. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, you have no justification for taking the life of an innocent. Or do you intend to betray your deity? After delivering this statement, Yinzu perceived that although her gaze remained sharp, her heartbeat had notably calmed. It seemed that his earlier words had indeed struck a significant chord within her. Indeed, if you are truly, as you claim, an innocent, then I shall not harm you. Xueqinghe's tone softened, and she poured a cup of tea for Yinzu, gesturing for him to sit and converse. This gesture took Yinzu by surprise. Now, tell me, who are you truly, and what is your purpose? Convince me not to eliminate you. Xueqinghe took a sip of her tea. I am merely a child from a poor rural family, Yinzu declared earnestly. I harbor no ulterior motives. If I must have any, it is for world peace and a life filled with many wives and concubines. These two aspirations appeared to be vastly divergent in scope, Xueqinghe mused, before continuing. This does not explain your capabilities. You can anticipate my attacks and detect the lurking Title Douluo. Such abilities are not typical of an ordinary individual. I am being forthright with you, so do not conceal anything further. Forthright? Yinzu thought silently, as she still spoke to him behind a faade. True openness, in his view, would involve two individuals stripped bare, bathing together in a hot spring, cleansing one another in sincerity. It is merely due to my exceptional talent. Yinzu responded candidly. To put it simply, I possess great strength, resilience, and keen senses. Are you satisfied now? You are quite modest in your choice of words. Xueqinghe had chuckled unexpectedly. Accomplishing such feats requires more than just good hearing and sight. But that is indeed the case. Yinzu, having grown weary of answering questions, seized the opportunity to inquire. So, what exactly is the nature of soul masters and soul power? Xueqinghe paused for a moment, ensuring Yinzu was not jesting. Before replying, soul power is a unique form of energy that can awaken latent potential within living beings, and a soul master is one who wields this energy. Possessing powers that surpass ordinary humans, soul masters hold an esteemed status in this world. You have garnered attention because the specter was drawn to your uniqueness, believing you possess the potential to become a soul master. What does innate soul power mean? The missionary who tested me said I have an innate soul power of level 0. Yinzu, noticing Xueqinghe's willingness to explain, pressed on. What do you think is most important for a cultivator? Xueqinghe tapped her fingers on the table. First is aptitude, second is time. Aptitude determines your efficiency in progressing, while the time you possess dictates how far you can ultimately go. Innate soul power directly influences both of these factors. The higher your innate soul power, The more efficiently you can convert energy from the external world, thus shortening the time required to elevate your soul power level. Do you understand? Understood, Yanzu replied, gazing at Xueqinghe, then asked, and what about you? What is your innate soul power? After a brief hesitation, Xueqinghe answered, level 20. Oh, Yanzu nodded. That is indeed quite a difference. It's equivalent to 20 of me. Incorrect, Xueqinghe stated flatly, devoid of expression. There is no basis for comparison, as 0 multiplied by any number remains 0. Yanzu chuckled lightly and remarked, all right, I understand that I am deemed useless. There is no need for further emphasis. Xueqinghe also let out a soft laugh, thinking to herself, it seems he is unaware of the significance of possessing innate soul power at level 20. Yanzu observed Xueqinghe lost in thought, and with a helpless sigh, he remarked, you still do not believe me, do you? No, I have decided to trust you. Xueqinghe replied. Chapter 10, The Resurgence of Memory. Are you serious? Yanzu was taken aback by Xueqinghe's sudden trust. Xueqinghe responded thoughtfully. Time is on our side. You cannot possibly lie for eternity. What do you mean? Yanzu inquired, from your words. Are you implying that you intend to provide for me for a lifetime? Xueqinghe pondered for a moment and said, I had promised to grant you your freedom, but I must go back on my word. You have come to know things that you absolutely should not, so I cannot allow you to leave. However, as you mentioned, I will not resort to taking your life, thus I present you with 2 choices. Yanzu remarked, in times like these, there is typically only one option available. Xueqinghe responded, first, I will find you a place to reside peacefully for the remainder of your days, and I shall cater to your reasonable needs. However, you cannot leave until I have accomplished my endeavors. So it's effectively house arrest, Yanzu interjected. Peacefully living out my days. Please, I am still quite young. This is hardly the time for such an existence. Xueqinghe smiled and replied, thus, there exists a second option. Pledge your allegiance to me, Yanzu. Become my right hand, partake in my pursuits. Even if others deem you a waste with innate soul power at 0, I shall endeavor to unearth your potential. Given your awareness of my identity, you can surely fathom the information and resources at my disposal, which assures you that my words are not hollow. It was as if one was handed a pillow when feeling drowsy. Observing the earnestness in Xueqinghe's gaze, Yanzu felt a flicker of amusement within, though he maintained an expression of arduous deliberation. Noting this, Xueqinghe resolved to sweeten the deal for Yanzu, saying, if you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. I shall assist you. For instance, what about your parents? What do you mean by that? Perhaps Xueqinghe's tone lacked sufficient gentleness. As Yanzu's expression darkened upon hearing this, are you threatening me? I assure you, everything is negotiable, but if you intend to leverage my parents against me, you are gravely mistaken. Ah, how quick you are to panic, Xueqinghe replied with a slight smile, having not anticipated such a strong reaction from Yanzu. I see you are quite the devoted son. I have heard that your family shares a strong bond. Did I misjudge? Yanzu noticed a fleeting glance of melancholy and envy in Xueqinghe's eyes, momentarily taken aback. I have no intention of using your family as leverage, Xueqinghe continued. I merely believe it would be better for them to relocate to Spirit Soul City. Why? My hometown is a veritable paradise, Yanzu responded. Settling in Spirit Soul City has unforeseen advantages, which you shall come to understand if you pledge your loyalty to me, Xueqinghe stated. So, what say you? Can you reveal your choice? My time is running short. I am not fond of being coerced into making decisions, Yanzu replied. But I harbor no desire to become your adversary, nor do I wish to be placed under house arrest. Furthermore, I acknowledge the angel god. So I shall endeavor to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Xueqinghe leaned forward, observing Yanzu. You, with limited abilities yet a rather considerable temperament, are rather proud. I accept your cooperation. Henceforth, you shall be mine. And you, likewise, Yanzu thought, envisioning the face that had yet to turn towards him, contemplating that in time. Xueqinghe would also belong to him. Xueqinghe clapped his hands, and from the shadows of the room emerged a towering figure. Yanzu had already perceived the presence of this grotesquely unattractive middle-aged man, initially mistaking him for some bizarre creature, only to realize he was indeed human. Allow me to introduce you. This is Ci Xue, a Title Douluo, known by the title of Title Porcupine, Xueqinghe introduced. Title Douluo? Yanzu scrutinized Ci Xue once more, finding the title fitting. Yes, Xueqinghe nodded. I neglected to mention that Title Douluo represents the pinnacle of soul master cultivation. Those who reach this level can select their own title, and Ci Xue's martial spirit is the porcupine. Ci Xue regarded Yanzu with a distinctly unfriendly expression. Just as Yanzu prepared to greet his new colleague, Ci Shui spoke first, affirming his lack of amiability. I had previously suggested to the young master that I should handle you directly, but she has her own convictions, which is why you are still alive. Henceforth, you must serve the young master diligently. Should you fail to do so, I will ensure your existence is more unbearable than death. Yin Zhu gazed at the spiny figure before him, pondering that they were all mere grasshoppers on the same string, all under the dominion of Shui Qinghe. Why were they pretending? One ought to express gratitude for the prince's persistence, for it was his steadfastness that granted them life. As Yin Zhu spoke, he mimicked the defiant demeanor of the spiny creature, raising his head high, knowing full well he could not provoke any harm upon himself. What did you say? The spiny creature, feeling insulted, made its spikes more pronounced, retorting angrily. Do you wish to test my capabilities, young one? Shui Qinghe could not suppress a laugh at Yin Zhu's audacity. Such bravado in addressing the spiny creature was indeed remarkable. Oh, I am so scared, Yin Zhu jested, circling behind Shui Qinghe. You ought to remember your place. The prince is present, and she shall take charge here. What authority do you claim? Enough, enough, Shui Qinghe interjected. You should temper your tone. Uncle Ci is a Title Douluo and an elder of the Spirit Hall. Show some respect for your seniors. And Uncle Ci. Do not stoop to his level. Understood. Uncle Ci replied with a respectful nod before vanishing into the shadows once more. A Title Douluo, indeed? Yin Zhu reflected as he observed the now-hidden Uncle Ci, contemplating whether this was truly one of the most formidable soul masters in existence. The heir of the Spirit Hall certainly carried an air of authority. Do you still wish to keep your hands? Upon hearing Shui Qinghe's disdainful remark, Yin Zhu withdrew his hand from her shoulders, grinning mischievously. It is all his fault for looking so fearsome. Then, he caught a cold snort from the corner where Uncle Ci lurked. If you are afraid, do not provoke him. Should Uncle Ci decide to poison you in secret, I shall not intervene, Shui Qinghe warned, attempting to frighten Yin Zhu. With you by my side, I am unafraid. After all, I am your subordinate, Yin Zhu replied, infused with a hint of flattery. Shui Qinghe felt a shiver run down her spine and waved her hand dismissively. All right, enough. Be gone. Take this with you. Should anything arise, I will summon you. Yin Zhu reached out to take the object thrown by Shui Qinghe and inquired, what is this? It is a soul guide device, capable of transmitting sound, Shui Qinghe elucidated. As Yin Zhu donned his attire, he remarked, it resembles a little genius's smartwatch. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned back to inquire. So may I step outside? Yes, Shui Qinghe replied, engrossed in her work, her head not lifting from the documents. Has the confinement been lifted? Yin Zhu thought to himself, feeling a rush of exhilaration. He contemplated asking Shui Qinghe when she might be free to discuss matters of cultivation, yet noticing her deep concentration, he refrained from disturbing her. Never mind, he mused, in my presence, she has no secrets. It dawned on him how fortunate he was to possess such an ability. Were his own life subject to other scrutiny, it would indeed be quite terrifying. Although the outcome deviated from his expectations, it could be deemed an entry into the Spirit Hall. He wondered about the little fox he had previously encountered. Was it merely a fleeting encounter, a brush with fate? Regardless, he decided to let things unfold naturally, especially since the young master appeared rather appealing. After departing from the royal villa, Yin Zhu made his way to the Nodding City Soul Arena. He had taken note of this place during his previous outing to purchase a blanket for Shui Qinghe, a venue reminiscent of a gladiatorial arena where he could directly gauge the combat prowess of those soul masters, thereby assessing his own capabilities. With ample funds remaining from the money obtained from Shui Qinghe, Yin Zhu felt unrestrained in his spending. After witnessing several soul battles, he found himself feeling quite deceived, reflecting on how his earlier caution seemed somewhat ludicrous. The soul masters idolized in the arena, such as the soul sect teams he was currently observing, were heralded by the announcer's booming voice. Yet, from Yin Zhu's perspective, the strongest among them would likely struggle to withstand even a serious punch from him. Their movements were sluggish, their destructive power feeble. He believed he could effortlessly tear through an entire team of soul masters. As the novelty of the battles wore off, Yin Zhu began chatting with the spectators nearby. The world is never short of those eager to assume the role of a teacher. Despite their lack of formidable strength, the audience possessed considerable knowledge. And Yin Zhu indeed gleaned some ambiguous information. Upon exiting the arena, Yin Zhu glanced back toward the royal villa, observing Shui Qinghe meditating on her bed. He hesitated to disturb her, despite his desire for a deeper conversation, recognizing the need for subtlety at that moment. Perhaps I should visit the so-called soul-hunting forest? It would be interesting to see these so-called soul beasts. After inquiring with a passerby for directions to the soul-hunting forest, Yin Zhu ventured forth alone, only to be halted at the entrance by a guard. The guard extended his hand toward Yin Zhu. "What hand?" Yin Zhu asked. At that moment, a stern voice called from behind him. "Without a hand issued by the Empire or the Spirit Hall, entry to the soul-hunting forest is prohibited." Turning around, he saw a scruffy middle-aged man clad in a black-gray robe, leading a boy toward him. The man then produced a token and handed it to the guard. The guard accepted the token, casting a respectful glance at the middle-aged man before stepping aside. The man glanced sideways at Yin Zhu, noting his youth and solitary presence, yet recognizing the fine fabric of his clothing, indicative of someone attempting to prove themselves to their family. He advised, "You should return and find an adult to accompany you, child. The soul beasts within, though not particularly ancient, are not something you can handle alone." With that, the middle-aged man turned to the boy beside him, saying, "Let us go." Xiao-san. Yin Zhu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the name Xiao-san. What a curious situation. Was there truly someone who would bestow such a moniker upon him? This mockery of another's name was evidently quite impolite. He noticed the boy shoot him a cold glance before following the middle-aged man. Yin Zhu surveyed the forest, noting the myriad of peculiar flora and fauna within. However, he did not discern any presence that exuded a palpable danger. He turned to the guard and inquired, "Is it truly impossible without a hand order?" The guard remained impassive, responding with a curt, "Indeed, it is." Yin Zhu then produced several gold soul coins. The guard's eyebrows twitched slightly. "What about this?" Yin Zhu continued, presenting more gold soul coins. The guard's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Surely this will suffice?" Yin Zhu produced yet more gold soul coins, contemplating that if the guard persisted in his obstinacy, he could simply find a corner to fly into. The guard, now beaming with delight, accepted the coins and announced, "Young master, please proceed inside." Not long after Yin Zhu entered the soul-hunting forest, the first unfortunate soul beast appeared. A wolf launched an assault on him, but as it leaped towards him, Yin Zhu extended a hand and grasped its neck, gently twisting it to conclude its brief existence as a soul beast. Subsequently, just as Yin Zhu had heard from passers-by, a surge of soul power emanated from the beast's lifeless body, coalescing in the air to form a luminous yellow soul ring. Yin Zhu gazed at the soul ring, extending his hand to touch it. Suddenly, the soul ring surged directly into his body, the sensation akin to slurping jelly, swiftly and effortlessly assimilating. Yin Zhu felt a warm current coursing through him. Apart from an exquisite sense of comfort, there was no other sensation. Was this what it meant to absorb? He recalled the words of a passerby, who had spoken of absorbing a soul ring as an excruciating passage through life and death. Yet, the act seemed as simple as indulging in jelly, even more pleasurable than a dream's embrace. "Let us try again," Yin Zhu thought as he traversed the forest, slaying foes along the way. As he absorbed more soul rings, he sensed subtle changes within his body, each facet of his abilities enhancing incrementally. The earlier preacher had mentioned that his martial soul might be a manifestation of his true self. Therefore, according to this world's logic, was his martial soul simply this superhuman physique? The ease with which he absorbed the soul rings was likely due to his body's extraordinary resilience. He now felt his strength burgeoning. However, the cost was that he might not acquire the soul skills they spoke of. Oh well, it mattered little. Even Saitama lacked ostentatious abilities. Just as Yin Zhu was poised to continue his journey of enhancement, he heard footsteps. There was the middle-aged man he had encountered earlier, now hurriedly leading his small companion, Sengsingwan, who was leaping swiftly. Hot on their heels was a venomous snake, relentless in its pursuit. Observing the spectacle, Yin Zhu's lips twitched in disbelief. Seriously? This is all you've got? He had initially assumed the guard's fierce demeanor signified a formidable power, yet here were these two, fleeing in terror from a mere snake. Alas, it was inevitable. After all, I am a disciple of the angelic deity. With a slight push, Yin Zhu propelled himself forward, swiftly passing the duo. As he landed, he had already seized the snake by its vital point. The serpent writhed desperately, coiling around his arm, its cold, slick skin evoking a deep aversion in Yin Zhu. With a surge of strength, he ended the creature's life, absorbing the soul energy that had yet to coalesce into a ring before it vanished into his being. Turning his gaze back to the pair, the larger figure lay sprawled on the ground, having been knocked down by the gust of wind from Yin Zhu's passage, while the smaller one crouched cautiously, clutching an unknown object, his expression wary as he eyed Yin Zhu. "What are you glaring at? I just saved your lives." Can't you see that? The look in the boy's eyes irked Yin Zhu, as if he were plotting something sinister against them. The words of Yin Zhu seemed to strike a nerve in the young man, his eyes glinting with malice as he coldly retorted, "Who do you think you are?" Yin Zhu had intended to say something further, but upon noticing the youth's tender age and the middle-aged man beside him, who appeared to be slightly injured, he waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I shan't hold this against you. Having such a teacher has already earned you the punishment you deserve." The middle-aged man struggled to rise, acutely aware that Yin Zhu's previous remarks were a veiled jab at his own inadequacies. He had initially wished to express his gratitude, but after hearing Yin Zhu's words, he could not bring himself to do so, merely stating, "Xiao San, let us go." "Yes, teacher." Xiao San supported the middle-aged man as they were about to depart, when Yin Zhu called out to them, "Wait, I have a question." As he observed the duo, memories began to stir within him, becoming increasingly familiar. "What is your name?" he inquired. Xiao San did not turn around, but twisted his neck slightly to reveal half of his face as he replied, "Tang San." The moment the name Tang San resonated in Yin Zhu's mind, it was as though the lock on his memories had been turned, and everything fell into place. So, it is Tang San. No wonder this world feels so familiar. Chapter 11. Private Lessons. Yin Zhu had a modest understanding of Douluo continent, primarily based on the captivating portrayals of various female characters in 3D adaptations, such as Zhu Zhuqing, Bibi Dong, and Qianren Xue. Speaking of Qianren Xue, she seemed to be the current incarnation of Xue Qinghe. As for why Tang Sen left a deep impression on him, it was due to his relentless portrayal as a victim in these narratives, embodying a sense of powerless fury that was quite satisfying. Or perhaps he was a crucial element of the plot. They have returned. All has returned. Yin Zhu felt exhilarated by the resurgence of his memories, pondering the reasons behind this revival. The appearance of Tang San was a catalyst, and the absorption of soul power likely played a role as well. Indeed, he had come at the right time. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was late and time to return. Today, he had calculated his timing precisely. For with Qianren Xue's character and habits, her activities should follow a routine. If his calculations were correct, he should be able to encounter her during her bath. Previously, the overwhelming visuals had briefly short-circuited his mind, leading him to forget that although Qianren Xue hadn't turned around, he could have adjusted his position. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Filled with anticipation, Yin Zhu returned to the royal residence, only to find Xue Qinghe still meditating indoors. He thought to himself, "Did I misjudge her? Perhaps she is not as compulsive as I assumed." If it were Xue Qinghe, Yin Zhu felt no particular interest. Just as he prepared to take a bath and change his clothes, he noticed a gentle radiance emanating from Xue Qinghe, her expression akin to someone who had finally found relief after holding in a long-suffered urge, a look of utter contentment washing over her. "Young master, you have reached a bottleneck," whispered a voice from the corner. "It is time to arrange a soul hunt for you." Xue Qinghe slowly opened her eyes and sighed deeply, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, yet she felt an exhilarating sense of release within. Nodding, she said, "Let us resolve this matter in the next couple of days. We must return to the palace soon. I will go back tonight to summon the old serpent. Tomorrow, we shall conduct the soul hunt for the young master." "Go ahead," Xue Qinghe replied. After she spoke, Yin Zhu felt a reaction from the bracelet on his wrist, as Xue Qinghe's voice penetrated his mind, commanding, "Come to my chamber. I have matters to discuss with you." Yin Zhu knocked on the door of Xue Qinghe and subsequently entered. "Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to hunt souls." As Xue Qinghe wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead with a handkerchief, he remarked, "Both Zibei and Shilong will be accompanying me. I sincerely hope you can join us as well." Yin Zhu remarked, "Should I first extend my congratulations to you?" Xue Qinghe, unfazed, replied, "It is merely an advancement to Soul Saint. What is there to celebrate?" I suppose this is a given for you." Yin Zhu mused to himself about the woman's lofty pride. Xue Qinghe continued, "I have stated that I shall do my utmost to unearth your potential. I shall take your previous words as truth. Hence my decision to have you accompany me is intended to expedite your understanding of the world of soul masters. Moreover, you likely remain unfamiliar with the method of condensing soul power, correct?" "Indeed," he acknowledged. Xue Qinghe instructed, "Then let me teach you this first. Sit down." "Very well." Yin Zhu complied, moving forward. "What do you think you are doing?" Xue Qinghe scolded. "You told me to sit." Yin Zhu protested, feeling aggrieved. "Did I permit you to sit on the bed?" She retorted. "Then shall I sit on the floor?" Yin Zhu asked, receiving a tacit approval from Xue Qinghe's gaze. The cold ground sent shivers down his spine, and he thought to himself, how infuriating. Sooner or later, I shall see you lying on the bed calling me father. Unaware of Yan Zu's wicked thoughts, Xueqinghe earnestly instructed, now, follow my guidance closely. The essence of cultivating soul power is encapsulated in one word, stillness. You must cast aside all distractions, merging with the universe and its myriad entities, immersing yourself fully, and then you will perceive a warm current coursing through you. That is the soul power, liberated by nature. Upon finishing, Xueqinghe noticed Yan Zu staring at her and inquired, what are you looking at? At you. Yan Zu replied frankly, did you not hear what I said? Close your eyes. Otherwise, how can you calm your mind? Everything within your line of sight will impede your cultivation, Xueqinghe admonished tersely. Yan Zu obediently closed his eyes. Yet the fragrant aroma emanating from Xueqinghe continually permeated his senses. With his eyes shut, he was spared the sight of Xueqinghe's visage, however. The moment he closed them, the image that haunted his mind was that of Qian Rinxue's bare back, leading to an influx of distracting thoughts. Sitting cross-legged, Yan Zu's unusual reaction did not go unnoticed by Xueqinghe, who, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, I instructed you to cast aside distractions. What occupies your mind? I am not thinking of anything, Yan Zu replied, his tone betraying his unease. Is that so? Then what is this? Qian Rinxue launched a pin, striking Yan Zu's vulnerability with unerring precision. Yan Zu, momentarily caught off guard by his own indiscretion, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, he feigned composure, declaring, this is the short sword of a brave warrior. Oh, is that so? Xueqinghe rolled her eyes and remarked, then when you accompany me to hunt souls tomorrow, I hope you can wield your short sword to vanquish those soul beasts. Can you manage that? Yan Zu blinked innocently and inquired, can those soul beasts transform? For instance, could they change their form with a mere turn? If so, I could manage that as well. Silence. Xueqinghe could scarcely endure such frivolity and replied, I shall only explain this once, so pay close attention. Sensing the gravity in Xueqinghe's demeanor, Yan Zu felt a pang of guilt. She was so earnest in her instruction, yet his thoughts were consumed by her figure, truly beastly of him. After adjusting his trajectory, Yan Zu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, let us begin. Noticing his newfound seriousness, Xueqinghe continued, when you can perceive that soul energy, envision every pore in your body inhaling and exhaling, absorbing the soul energy within you, and then condensing it. This relies on your own comprehension. Those with a higher innate soul power level will find it easier. Personally, I refer to this ability as soul perception. Yan Zu attentively absorbed the teachings of Xueqinghe, soon discovering that the surrounding soul power not only became perceivable, but also vividly visible. It manifested as various hues, akin to wisps of smoke. With a focused thought, Yan Zu summoned the soul power, which swiftly coalesced around him into a vortex and then surged forcefully into his body. Xueqinghe widened her eyes. As a bearer of a divine martial soul with innate soul power at level 20, she could almost instinctively gauge the concentration of soul power in her surroundings without entering a meditative state. Thus, when she sensed a rapid decline in the surrounding soul power's density, disbelief filled her gaze as it fell upon Yan Zu. Could it be that the crystal used for his initial soul power assessment was a defective one? Or had she stumbled upon an extraordinary anomaly? Regardless of the outcome, both possibilities seemed rather promising, Xueqinghe mused, a slight smile gracing her lips. Chapter 12. The Maiden in the Lake. It truly feels delightful. Yan Zu diligently practiced his soul power according to Qian Rinxue's teachings, feeling as though every cell in his body was expanding and contracting to its utmost limit, releasing a delightful tingling sensation throughout. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already deep into the night, and he discovered Qian Rinxue leisurely savoring her tea. How do you feel? She inquired, setting her teacup down as she noticed Yan Zu had returned from his meditation. Had she been quietly watching over him the entire time? Though her demeanor was not one of gentle warmth, her actions were undeniably reassuring. Have you become daft? She asked, noticing Yan Zu's dazed expression. No, I feel quite comfortable, he replied, shaking off his reverie. Good, Qian Rinxue continued. The benefits of soul power cultivation extend far beyond mere comfort. Since you have entered this realm, you must practice diligently. Tomorrow, join me and the others in hunting souls and witness my absorption of soul rings. This experience will be invaluable for you. Understood, Yan Zu said, stretching his limbs. Shall I return to my room then? What else would you do? Qian Rinxue remarked, glancing at the starry sky outside. Indeed, she had no intention of bathing tonight. After stepping outside, Yinzu observed Qian Rinxue preparing for bed and felt a pang of regret. It was indeed not a good habit to sleep without washing off the sweat, young master. The following morning, Yinzu sensed the return of Zixue, accompanied by another slender man. Together, they resembled the number 10 as they landed and stood side by side. You must be weary from the journey. Take a moment to rest. They received a message from Qian Rinxue. Zixue led Xilong to rest while Yinzu, unable to sleep, rose early to await Qian Rinxue's call. This time, Qian Rinxue was undoubtedly hunting soul beasts of the 10,000-year caliber, destined for the Star Do Forest. Previously encountered soul beasts outside Nodding City had merely been a century old, lacking any challenge. In contrast, the Star Do Forest was teeming with ferocious creatures, including the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull, both formidable guardians of 10,000 years. Furthermore, the Silver Dragon King, a manifestation of the dragon god, lay dormant in the depths of the Lake of Life, making it an ideal test of their strength. Before long, Qian Rinxue summoned Yinzu to her side. Upon meeting, she briefly introduced Xilong and sternly instructed Yinzu to remain closely with the trio throughout the mission, after which they set off for their destination, the Star Do Forest. Golden light enveloped Qian Rinxue, and in an instant, her appearance transformed, no longer resembling Shui Qinghe. Initially, Yinzu thought she was revealing her true form, eager to witness her beauty, but she had merely utilized a soul bone skill to alter her appearance for convenience. Xilong manifested his martial spirit, and together with Shui Qinghe, they vanished into the sky. Yinzu intended to fly as well, but noticed Zixue, perched atop his balloon-like spiky porcupine, winking at him and gesturing for him to join. Doesn't that mount hurt your backside? Yinzu inquired, watching Zixue comfortably seated. Are you coming or not? Zixue replied, taking a swig of his drink, his tone impatient. Yinzu, with a cheerful grin, settled down and said, No worries. Who told you I have such a resilient disposition? I shall grant you this favor. Ci Shui nearly choked on his drink. He had intended to tease this Na'vi young man, but before he could caution Yinzu about the perilous spikes protruding sharply, Yinzu had already leapt up and plopped down. What is wrong with me? Yinzu inquired. Do you not feel an itch all over, your limbs tightening, and difficulty in breathing? Ci Shui swiftly asked, for after all, Yinzu belonged to the esteemed Qian Rinxue, and it was rumored that he had only just embarked on the path of a soul master. He feared that his poison could swiftly bring about Yinzu's demise. Yinzu gazed towards the horizon and mused, Must I truly possess it? If it holds great significance for you, I could perform a semblance. Yet the young master has already vanished into the ether. Upon hearing this, Ci Shui summoned his martial spirit to soar towards the sky, initiating a pursuit of Xilong. During the chase, Ci Shui turned his gaze forward and remarked, You, my friend, are no ordinary individual, are you? What is your true intention in approaching the young master? Yinzu rolled his eyes in response and retorted, First and foremost, I am indeed no common person, yet I am not the legendary Title Douluo you envision. Secondly, was it not you who detained me against my will? How has this transformed into my pursuing the young master? Ci Shui, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, The young master finds himself in a foreign land, where danger lurks at every turn. I have dealt with countless spies sent by various other princes and nobles. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from playing with fire. Yinzu reclined on the great porcupine, feeling as though he were rolling on a bed of nails. However, it did not affect him in the slightest. Gazing at the expansive sky, he remarked, Uncle, cease your worries. I shall prove it to you. Seeing Yinzu forcibly terminate the topic, Ci Shui felt that further entanglement would make him appear weak. Since Yinzu asserted he would provide proof, they would wait and see. The Star Do Great Forest, vast in its expanse, spanned the two great empires of Heaven Do and Star Luo. Upon arrival, Yinzu looked down from above and could not help but silently marvel. The bizarre shapes and forms were far more enchanting than any zoo. His excitement for the novel species compelled him to leap eagerly from the porcupine. Hey, you rascal! Ci Shui exclaimed in astonishment, hastily summoning his martial soul to catch Yinzu, only to witness him land gracefully on the ground. The dust stirred up caused Qian Rinxue, standing nearby, to wave her hand dismissively. From this, it appears you are indeed as resilient as you claim, she remarked, secretly astonished that Yinzu had survived the descent from such a height, which was no less than 20 meters. Many ordinary soul masters would have struggled to withstand such a fall. Beside them, Xilong crossed his arms and leaned forward to glance at Yinzu's legs, saying, Kid, are your knees made of iron? I have many ironclad parts. Yanzu chuckled in response. Disgusting, Qian Rinxue coldly commented, leading the way forward. With Shilong closely following and Yanzu bringing up the rear, while Ci Shui took charge of protecting their flank. Why am I not allowed to walk in front? Yanzu inquired. Yet, Qian Rinxue offered no reply. Shilong explained, the young master can sense the soul beasts that are most compatible with her. And with both me and the old porcupine around, there shall be no danger. Oh, Yanzu nodded, then expanded his field of vision. Speaking of soul beasts, he had already identified several formidable creatures that caught his eye. Had he not been required to follow the group, he would have eagerly tested his skills against them. By the way, where is the Silver Dragon King located? The Lake of Life? Yanzu turned his gaze further afield. After a thorough search, he indeed discovered a mist-laden lake. He wished to peer into the depths of the Lake of Life. However, due to the angle, it was challenging to do so, and he would need to ascend into the air. Meanwhile, deep within the core area of the Douluo Great Forest, a massive dragon egg lay quietly. If Yanzu were to soar into the sky at that moment, he would behold a young girl curled up within the egg, who, sensing the prying gaze, abruptly opened her eyes. The dragon egg emanated waves of soul power. The surge of soul power incited a furious response from the Titan giant ape strolling along the lake's edge, who thumped its chest angrily before leaping away from the core area. Simultaneously, a gigantic bull's head emerged from the surface of the Lake of Life, its eyes glowing with a fierce azure light, and its fiery breath expressing its displeasure. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue, walking at the front of the group, halted and inquired, "Do you sense something? Are you referring to an earthquake?" Yanzu asked. Shilong swiftly summoned his martial soul, brandishing his serpent spear protectively behind Qian Rinxue, stating, "The Douluo Great Forest has never experienced an earthquake." Chapter 13. Rare Creatures. Yanzu was certainly aware of the origin of the earthquake. Had he not mastered the control of his senses, his eardrums would have shattered long ago. In the early days of his life, his acute hearing and vision nearly drove him to the brink of madness. His world was an incessant cacophony, and his sight was a jumbled chaos, with images overlapping to such an extent that he would often collide with trees while walking. However, after years of adjustment, he had managed to find balance, enabling him to clearly see a Titan giant ape bounding toward him. Initially, Yanzu thought the creature was merely frolicking, but soon realized its intent was unmistakably directed at him. Is it really necessary to commence with such a grand display? He pondered, recalling that in the original narrative, the spirit masters Gui Mei and Yuguan could only use their spirit fusion abilities to temporarily hold off the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python. The two Title Douluos beside him, Qi Shui and Shilong, while also powerful, were certainly not on par with those two. It seemed this encounter would be exhilarating. "Old porcupine, you know what to do, right?" Shilong said, his gaze fixed ahead. No need for idle chatter. Qi Shui took a swig of alcohol and summoned his spirit's true form, ready to respond or assist Qian Rinxue in retreating at a moment's notice. "Young master, it appears to be a Titan giant ape," Shilong concluded after a brief moment. "Titan giant ape?" Qian Rinxue arched an eyebrow. "That seems unlikely. It shouldn't be in the core area. Could it be that your presence attracted it?" Shilong shook his head. "It is probably just acting out. The motivations of beasts are often quite simple." "Is it possible to hunt it?" Qian Rinxue asked casually. Shilong exchanged a knowing smile with Qi Shui. "I fear that may not be feasible." Qian Rinxue chuckled at her own thoughts, shrugging in disappointment. "Then let us avoid its wrath." With that, the group turned to evade the path of the Titan giant ape, but soon, Shilong at the rear sensed something amiss. "No, young master. It seems the beast is indeed coming for us," he exclaimed. At that moment, Qi Shui summoned his spirit, and Yanzu noticed a brilliant golden light emanating from Qian Rinxue. In that critical moment, she reverted to her true appearance. Otherwise, she would be unable to harness her full strength. This transformation allowed Yanzu a rare close-up glimpse of the beauty that had haunted his restless nights. The moment Yanzu had to scrutinize her was fleeting, yet it was sufficient. In contrast to her previous guise as a youthful fox, Qian Rinxue appeared to be in her early 20s, her skin as flawless as snow. Her straight nose and slightly delicate phoenix eyes lent her striking beauty an air of majesty. The first impression she conveyed was not of vibrant allure, but of noble dignity, untouchable and sacred. Yet, at that moment, Yanzu was indeed transgressing. Qian Rinxue paid no heed to Yanzu's unabashed gaze. Throughout the years, she had presented herself as Shui Qinghe, yet she possessed an unwavering confidence in her appearance. Captivating a lad of merely a decade or so was hardly an extraordinary feat. Yin Zhu beheld a cascade of golden hair flowing before him, as Qian Rinxiu turned and grasped the nape of his neck, lifting him into the sky to witness the unfolding battle. Hee. A gentle breeze caressed them mid-air, the fragrant essence of Qian Rinxiu enveloping Yin Zhu's senses. How lofty! Feigning trepidation, Yin Zhu embraced her waist tightly, burying his head in her bosom and inhaling deeply twice. The serious Qian Rinxiu, preoccupied with her observations, was startled by the boy's antics, causing her to shudder slightly. She raised her hand and playfully tapped his head, admonishing, "Behave yourself. Do you dare me to drop you?" What transpired? Having indulged to his heart's content, Yin Zhu lifted his head, only to find he could not see Qian Rinxiu's visage, prompting him to chuckle without further thought. The situation appeared dire. Look, that Titan Qian Rinxiu about to elucidate the battlefield to Yin Zhu, yet she felt an unusual flutter within her chest, her heart racing. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Keep your hands to yourself, and do not fidget. I will hold you securely." All right, Yin Zhu acquiesced. As he noticed Shilong and Ci Shui being pursued relentlessly by the Titan giant ape, now soaring towards them. "Young master," Shilong and Ci Shui panted. Addressing Qian Rinxiu, "Uncle Ci, are you injured?" Qian Rinxiu furrowed her brow. Ci Shui spat, "This beast is indeed formidable. A mere brush with it inflicts harm. Yet it is nothing grave." The group glanced below, witnessing the Titan giant ape leaping atop a high hill, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Yin Zhu carefully observed the so-called 10,000-year spirit beast. Its entire body was cloaked in a deep black fur that shimmered with a faint radiance, and it stood on 4 limbs, its shoulders approximately 9 meters off the ground. It bore a striking resemblance to both an ape and a gorilla, its body entirely dark except for a pair of lantern-sized eyes that gleamed with the luster of yellow crystals. In addition to its massive size, every part of its physique was adorned with granite-like, robust muscles, protruding like small hills. Seeing the Titan giant ape provocatively challenging their group, Shilong expressed his confusion, questioning the creature's motives. What is wrong with this beast? Is it seeking death? A 10,000-year spirit beast is a rare encounter indeed. Given this, should we inform the young master? He glanced at Qian Rinxiu. Qian Rinxiu, stroking her chin as if resolute, replied, "Very well, let it be so." With her affirmation, Zi Shui transmitted a message to the spirit hall via the soul-guiding device. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, inquired upon the arrival of the demon bear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo. Demon bear Douluo reported, "Your Holiness, we have received a message from Zi Shui requesting our assistance in the Douluo forest." The Douluo forest? Assistance? Bibi Dong pondered, realizing that it seemed she had made a breakthrough. However, with both Zi Shui and Shilong by her side, acquiring a mere 10,000-year spirit ring should be effortless. Why then request help from the Elder Hall? Could it be that she intends to confront the 10,000-year spirit beast? Given the formidable nature of her divine angelic martial spirit and its unique purification ability, absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring should pose no challenge for her. Yet encountering such a creature is indeed a stroke of fortune. Yu Guan, Gue Mei, Bibi Dong called, and the 2 individuals who had been waiting at her side stepped forward. "Your subordinates are at your service. You 2 shall replace the demon bear and ghost leopard on this mission," Bibi Dong commanded with an impassive demeanor. Indeed, they are still mother and daughter, thought the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo. Although Yu Guan and Gue Mei's strength was not significantly superior, their renowned martial spirit fusion technique suggested that the Pope still held affection for the young master. Gue Mei proceeded to follow orders, while Yu Guan discreetly cast a glance at Bibi Dong, seemingly awaiting further instructions, but received none. Bibi Dong merely waved her hand, signaling them to depart. "Old ghost, this mission is undoubtedly to hunt the 10,000-year spirit beast," Yu Guan remarked to Gue Mei on their journey. "It is also possible that they may encounter a formidable adversary." Gue Mei replied nonchalantly, "Impossible. Who would dare challenge the young master?" Yu Guan insisted. Gue Mei chuckled lightly, while none in Tiendo would. Do not forget that half of the Douluo forest lies within the Douluo Empire. Encounters with their people are not out of the question. Indeed, that is a possibility. What do you think is the reason the Pope sent us in place of the demon bear and ghost leopard? It seems to be the most suitable choice, Gue Mei suggested. Even against a 10,000-year spirit beast, our martial spirit fusion skills coupled with Shilong and Zishue's own skills, should be sufficient to severely wound it. The demon bear and ghost leopard, despite their might, cannot surpass the advantages we bring. Yuguan toyed with his hair, commenting, I believe it would be better if the Pope were to grow closer to the young master. Thanks to Gue Mei's long-range teleportation ability, the two swiftly arrived at the Douluo forest, pinpointing the presence of Qian Rinxue and her companions. Did you arrive by ox cart? Zishue exclaimed, interrupting Gue Mei and Yu Guan's arrival. Disregarding Zishue's jest, Gue Mei and Yu Guan bowed respectfully to Qian Rinxue, greeting her. Seeing the two, Qian Rinxue inquired, Why are you two here? Yu Guan responded, We come at the behest of the Pope. Her command? Yes, it is indeed the best choice for you to come, Qian Rinxue thought. A peculiar emotion swelling within her as she turned to observe the Titan giant ape below, which was still glaring menacingly. Is that truly the Titan giant ape? Yu Guan marveled at the dark mass beneath them. Gue Mei, however, was drawn to Yanzu, who was closely positioned next to Qian Rinxue, and expressed her curiosity. What are you doing here? Yanzu chuckled. Well, people strive for higher grounds. Gue Mei turned to the Titan giant ape, noticing its apparent fury and fearless demeanor, and questioned, Is it not retreating? Shilong brandished his snake spear, enough of speculating on this beast's motives. Since the two of you are here, let us seize the moment and subdue it without delay. Moonguan stepped forward, summoning his martial soul, and warned Shilong and Zishui behind him, Old fellows, keep up. This is a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. I do not wish to soil my hair. Oh, are you coming? Yanzu observed as Moonguan and Gue Mei activated their respective soul rings, which ascended and intertwined, creating a visible pulse that rippled through the air, distorting the surrounding space. The Titan giant ape seemed to react to this disturbance. Undeterred by the skills being unleashed, it propelled itself forward like a cannonball towards Gue Mei and Moonguan, the gust of wind causing Moonguan's hair to whip wildly. Yet, it was a moment too late. The pulse had already taken effect, forcing the colossal creature to hover midair. This was the most formidable control skill beneath the divine level, the dual pole stasis field. Chapter 14, Rare Beasts, Part 2, What a Ferocious Creature. Moonguan cursed, gritting his teeth. Although the Titan giant ape had been restrained by their martial soul fusion technique, it resisted fiercely, exerting immense pressure on both Gue Mei and Moonguan. Meanwhile, Zishui and Shilong ascended to a diagonal position above the Titan giant ape, their soul rings intertwining. The spearhead of Shilong's snake spear expanded tremendously, morphing into an ugly porcupine head, oozing venom. Tenfold rock porcupine spear. Together, Shilong and Zishui hurled their martial soul fusion technique from above like a meteor descending upon the Titan giant ape. Everyone knew of the Titan giant ape's formidable physical prowess, yet the unadulterated assault launched by two Title Douluos was not to be underestimated. Even if this strike did not slay the Titan giant ape, wounding it would suffice for the four Title Douluos to chase it down like a kite, ensuring its capture. Moonguan and Gue Mei felt the wind pressure above them and thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although they had only restrained the Titan giant ape for a brief moment, it had indeed exhausted them significantly. Just as everyone believed victory was at hand, Qian Rinxue noticed Yanzu's head turn slightly in her embrace. She looked down to find him gazing towards another side of the battlefield. In an instant, Qian Rinxue caught a glimpse of a beam of azure flame shooting from that direction towards Moonguan and Gue Mei, who were maintaining the dual poles stasis field. Old ghost, Moonguan exclaimed, and in a flash, Gue Mei's soul ring shimmered, enveloping them both in a cloud of black mist and transporting them elsewhere to evade the azure flame, though Moonguan's flowing hair was singed significantly. With their movement, the dual pole's stasis field dissipated, allowing the Titan giant ape to regain its mobility. The tenfold rock porcupine spear missed its head and struck its robust shoulder instead. The Titan giant ape let out a mournful howl as it plummeted, stirring up a cloud of dust in the Douluo forest. However, no one had the leisure to concern themselves with its fate. All eyes were drawn to another looming creature. With the head of a bull and the body of a snake, it exhaled azure flames, emanating a pressure far exceeding that of the Titan giant ape. If the Titan giant ape had posed a challenge to the four Title Douluos, this creature instilled a palpable dread in everyone present. Do you know what I desire most at this moment? Yanzu mused inwardly as he beheld the Tianqing Niumang. Would it be possible to procure 2 Pokemon Pokeballs? I would love to capture these 2 behemoths, releasing them at will. How amusing it would be to wield Pokeballs capable of intimidating 4 Title Douluos. Young master. The 4 Title Douluos swiftly returned to protect Qianrenxue. It is indeed the Tianqing Niu Meng, she observed, gazing at the massive bullhead nearby. This situation is unusual. We must not linger here and should retreat at once. Moon Guan, one hand brushing through his singed hair, glared at the Tianqing Niu Meng with indignation. Young master. Such a divine opportunity cannot be forsaken. Gui Mei concurred, indeed. These are 200,000-year soul beasts. Not only does the young master require a soul ring, but even if it were not necessary, severely injuring and capturing it would yield great benefits for future endeavors. Qianrenxue hesitated, her instincts warning her that the current circumstances were far from normal, potentially heralding uncontrollable events. Nonetheless, the allure of the 200,000-year soul beast was undeniable. There were few Title Douluos with such soul rings on the main path. And having invested so much time undercover within the Tindo Empire, failing to seize this opportunity would be a disservice to her innate talents. Have you ever heard the saying, heaven's gifts, if not taken, lead to misfortune? Moon Guan felt an intense desire to convince Qianrenxue to issue the command. This sentiment undoubtedly struck a chord. Perhaps Qianrenxue herself could not resist the temptation of the 100,000-year soul rings. Now at level 70. If she could capture these 200,000-year soul beasts, she would have the chance to possess 3 soul rings of over 100,000 years. For the restoration of the angel god's glory, it was an obligation she could not ignore. Lock onto their aura, engage them, and await reinforcements. Qianrenxue gritted her teeth, her gaze sharpening as she commanded. With Qianrenxue's order, Moon Guan felt elated. Turning to the Tianqing Niu Meng, you foolish bull. You have crossed paths with the wrong individuals today. Beside them, Gui Mei had already sent word back to the spirit hall. At that moment, Bibi Dong was resting with her eyes closed, propped up by one hand. Upon receiving Gui Mei's message, her heart stirred. 200,000-year soul beasts? Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with greed. Previously, when she learned of Qianrenxue's intent to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, she had felt a twinge of interest. However, it was not her place to encroach upon Qianrenxue's prey, for she believed that in Qianrenxue resided the future of the angel god, everything she held dear. But now, the situation had changed. With 200,000-year soul beasts, it was entirely feasible for each of them to claim one. In that case, she could finally complete the last soul ring for her second martial soul, thus qualifying her for ascension to a higher realm. If she could secure this soul ring, Bibi Dong was confident she could subdue Qian Douluo entirely. Presenting myself before your holiness, she addressed as 2 elders followed her lead. Come with me. Understood. The bear spirit Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo did not question the purpose of their journey. They simply obeyed the Pope's command. A moment later, a poised and dignified woman entered the hall, bowing to Bibi Dong. What are your holiness's instructions? Bibi Dong replied, Ling Yuan, I must depart for a while. During my absence, you shall oversee matters here. Ling Yuan Douluo bowed in acknowledgement, and Bibi Dong swiftly departed with the bear spirit Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo, heading straight for the Stardow forest. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue glanced at Yinzu, who was still clinging to her waist, and said, I will escort you to the forest's periphery. You must wait here for our return. A great battle is about to unfold. Before Yinzu could respond, Qianrenxue unfurled her wings and soared towards the outskirts. Wait, I want to watch the excitement. Yinzu shouted against the wind. Preserve your little life first. Qianrenxue spoke with an authoritative tone, dismissing the situation. It matters not. It merely distances us slightly. Yinzu observed the individuals who had already engaged with the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, pondering to himself. It seems that the lives of the Ming Air Ming are forfeit today. Such rare creatures, to lose them would indeed be a lamentable fate. The titan giant ape is one thing, but that bull-headed azure bull python is truly a masterpiece. However, he could not fathom why they had suddenly appeared in this location. He recalled that these 2 had been dispatched to Tangsan during Xiaowu's sacrifice. What could this mean? Moreover, their intentions appeared unmistakably directed towards his group. Which was most perplexing? In the air, Qianrenxue heard Shilong's call from behind. She slightly turned to evade the azure bull python's breath attack. This beast. A surge of alarm coursed through Qianrenxue as she realized that the azure bull python was pursuing her. Of course, its speed could never match the swiftness of her wings, yet such behavior was utterly bewildering. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she lowered her head, addressing Yinzu. Could it be that they are targeting you? Is that even a possibility? I am not acquainted with them. Yinzu responded, genuinely perplexed. Fear not. I shall ascertain this, Qian Rinxue assured him. With that, she ceased her flight and propelled Yanzu away with a single palm strike, subsequently observing the movements of the azure bull python. Indeed, upon seeing Yanzu veer in another direction, the python altered its course in pursuit. Why is this happening? A flicker of confusion crossed Qian Rinxue's eyes as she swiftly flew towards Yanzu, retrieving him midair and halting their ascent. What is it about you that draws its attention? Her expression turned grave. Yanzu helplessly remarked, I truly do not know. Is being handsome truly my fault? Do not speak with such flippancy. I am not jesting, Qian Rinxue retorted. At this rate, it may even pursue us to the outskirts, endangering other soul master teams, which would be disastrous. Then let us ascend, Yanzu proposed, for the sky blue bull python was most suited to an aquatic environment, though it towered upright. It could not soar. Humans, surrender your lives. A thunderous roar echoed through the Douluo forest, startling everyone. The sky blue bull python, standing tall, was addressing Qian Rinxue, a spirit beast with a consciousness developed over 100,000 years. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinxue's resolve intensified. Thus, Yanzu had become a valuable bait. She was not afraid of failing to vanquish the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape. Her concern lay in these two creatures retreating into the depths of the forest, making them impossible to find. However, it now appeared a near certainty. I have a question. Why are you so concerned for him? Qian Rinxue said, pulling Yanzu forward. You only need to surrender your life. The sky blue bull python showed no desire to converse, launching an attack with its breath. Yet, unfortunately, Qian Rinxue could fly, and she flew swiftly. Yuguan and Guei rushed over for protection. Despite knowing Qian Rinxue would not be harmed, they dared not be complacent. Old Ghost, His Holiness the Pope, has arrived, Yuguan stated as he gazed into the distance. Humph, it is time to conclude this farce. Prepare to unleash our full might, Guei declared. After delaying for so long, they were finally at the moment of the hunt. Not far away, Bibidong, rushing at full speed, spotted the bull's head suspended in midair and felt a surge of joy. It was indeed the sky blue bull python, likely the most formidable prey in the Douluo forest, perfectly suited for the final soul ring of her second martial spirit. His Holiness the Pope, the demon bear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo exchanged tentative glances with Bibidong. A charming smile graced Bibidong's lips as she said, let us act. Chapter 15, Rare Animals, Part 3, Reinforcements had arrived. 6 Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall gathered to challenge the 2 soul beast overlords within the Douluo forest. They took turns utilizing long-range attack soul skills to restrain and deplete the beast's energy. Despite the formidable physique of the soul beasts, they struggled against the relentless bombardment from the Title Douluo, sustaining injuries that marred their once magnificent forms. In terms of teamwork, there was simply no comparison between the soul beasts and humans. The 6 Title Douluo worked seamlessly together, expertly managing their soul power consumption, while the Titan Great Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python were left to defend passively, continuously exposed to their opponent's vulnerabilities. Bibidong observed coldly, waiting for her subordinates to exhaust the soul beasts before she would employ her 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation, to end the battle. This skill could bypass physical defenses, reducing energy defenses by 50%. Once it struck, the wounds would spread endlessly, leaving only soul power to fend off the injuries until exhaustion set in. For soul beasts, this move was a certain death sentence. Yet Bibidong pondered why these 2 giants did not flee. A 100,000-year-old soul beast possessed considerable intelligence. They should comprehend that fighting to the death was a losing battle, and the wisest choice would be to use all their strength to escape. When faced with adversity, soul beasts typically fled at the first opportunity. What were they clinging to? What warranted the sacrifice of over 100,000 years of cultivation? Yuguan, I understand your anger, but do not be careless. Conserve some soul power. That beast's desperate strike is no jest, Guei cautioned, observing Yuguan, who had nearly been struck by the sky blue bull python in his fervor to attack. I did not anticipate they could unleash domain skills. I nearly fell for it. Yuguan gasped. Bibidong, witnessing the 2 colossal beasts grow more tenacious in battle, realized the confrontation would stalemate for a time and shifted her gaze towards Qian Rinxue, who was also watching. She has blossomed into a beautiful young lady. This was the first thought that arose in Bibidong's mind. But it was swiftly followed by the sight of the golden wings behind Qian Rinxue, causing her stomach to churn and her brow to furrow slightly. Qian Rinxue sensed Bibidong's gaze. When she turned to face her, she met Bibidong's frowning, disdainful expression, which chilled her heart momentarily, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Neither spoke the first word. Then, Bibi Dong noticed that Qian Rinxue was holding a young man, who was staring intently at her. After regaining his memories, Yin Zhu discovered something more captivating than the two soul beasts he had encountered. He had longed to meet the legendary beauty of the continent, Bibi Dong. Now, she stood before him, seemingly suspended in midair, as if she were a work of art for his gaze to behold. Unlike the tall and elegant Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong possessed a perfectly proportioned figure, with curves that flowed harmoniously. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall against the night sky, shimmering with a deep purple hue, while her eyes, profound as the ocean, hinted at the secrets she had concealed. Her visage, distinct from Qian Rinxue's noble and aloof appearance, bore a delicate beauty. With skin as fair as jade and a flawless complexion that revealed almost no imperfections, Yin Zhu swallowed hard, his hand instinctively tightening, only to be interrupted by the hissing sound emanating from Qian Rinxue, who was glaring at him intently. Yin Zhu realized that he had inadvertently hurt Qian Rinxue, and quickly loosened his grip. That being said, Qian Rinxue's physique was indeed remarkably resilient. "You must be the child that Gue Mei mentioned." Bibi Dong initiated the conversation. Pondering internally, wasn't it said to be a child? He appears to be of considerable age, or perhaps he has simply matured exceptionally well. "Nice to meet you. Please take care of me." Yin Zhu extended a hand towards Bibi Dong. Observing this, Bibi Dong let out a soft chuckle, subsequently displaying the grace and accessibility befitting her status as the Pope. She elegantly raised her delicate hand, clasping the young man's hand, and then infused a trace of soul power into his being. Here we go again. Yin Zhu discerned Bibi Dong's intentions. She was probing his strength. However, it was futile, as the composition of his body transcended the theoretical frameworks of this world. Bibi Dong felt her soul power sink like a stone into the abyss, receiving no response whatsoever. Intrigued, she mused, "This fellow is indeed peculiar. No wonder Gue Mei holds him in such high regard. Two beasts, yet they can still serve you." Qian Rinxue's words were sharp as daggers. Perhaps she was unaware of it herself, but both Yin Zhu and Bibi Dong could discern the underlying resentment in her tone. Yes, she was complaining, or perhaps she was merely being petulant. Bibi Dong understood why Qian Rinxue had detained Yin Zhu. She was not lacking in manpower. With just a thought, the spirit hall would provide all necessary support. Qian Rinxue's retention of Yin Zhu was simply an attempt to capture her attention. Yet, Bibi Dong could not help but scoff inwardly. "The moment I see your golden hair and that pair of dazzling wings, I feel revolted. Your very existence incessantly stirs those dark memories within me." In Bibi Dong's heart, the hatred stemming from the memories of imprisonment and humiliation far outweighed the love she, as a mother, ought to possess. Thus, Qian Rinxue's grievances failed to stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. Caught between these two women, Yin Zhu sensed the delicate tension in the air. Here, an opportunity presented itself, and he found himself in need of it. Bibi Dong articulated her purpose for being there. It was not merely to see her, but rather to claim the 10,000-year soul ring. Naturally, as the Pope, she would not expend her energy on trivial matters. Qian Rinxue's tone grew even colder, sending a shiver down Yin Zhu's spine. Subsequently, both Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue ceased their meaningless dialogue, turning their focus to the battlefield. Under the coordinated efforts of 6 Title Douluos, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape began to show signs of fatigue. Yueguan cast a glance at Bibi Dong, signaling that it was time to enter the harvesting phase. "The sky blue bull python is mine," Qian Rinxue declared, having understood Yueguan's silent cue. Bibi Dong looked into Qian Rinxue's eyes, and, raising a hand in a gesture of concession, indicated her willingness to yield. Qian Rinxue felt as though her punch had landed on cotton, her frustration intensifying. After placing Yin Zhu safely at a distance, she soared into the sky to join the fray. It might not be so simple. Yin Zhu thought as he observed Qian Rinxue engaging the sky blue bull python. He heard a sound, the rush of air from something speeding toward them, its target equally clear. Now is the time. Qian Rinxue seized upon an opening, her blazing divine sword aimed directly at the creature's throat. A disorienting sound reverberated through the air as Qian Rinxue witnessed her divine sword being engulfed by an unexpected wave of darkness. This darkness swelled violently, sending a shockwave that repelled the 6 Title Douluos and Qian Rinxue alike, silencing the battlefield momentarily. Bibi Dong, who had been observing casually, suddenly felt a sense of impending danger. Her gaze fixed intently on the dark mass, bracing herself. From the heart of the darkness, a man emerged, clad in an elaborate black robe adorned with crimson threads. His hair, as dark as ink, danced in the wind, leaving behind a multitude of shadows, while his visage bore the sharpness of a sculpted blade. Upon his arrival, the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape, as if deflated, ceased their fury and retreated quietly behind him. "Prepare to perish," the man uttered calmly. And in that instant, time seemed to freeze. His words echoed in their minds as he waved a hand, unleashing a torrent of enormous black dragon claws toward them. With no intention of resistance, the overwhelming instinct to flee flooded the minds of nearly all the Title Douluos, with the exception of Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu. Bibi Dong discerned the man's formidable strength, while Qian Rengshu, unfazed, charged forward, unafraid of the man's darkness. However, her bravery nearly proved fatal. As Bibi Dong realized that had she hesitated even a moment longer, the outcome could have been dire. The sky erupted with a booming explosion as Bibi Dong soared forward, deflecting the onslaught. "This is bad," Qian Rengshu exclaimed, quickly glancing at the ground. The man had not overlooked a single detail. His soul skill had even locked onto Yanzu, who had been hidden away. "Me too," Yanzu thought, initially planning a heroic rescue, but now realizing the threat loomed large. He tensed every muscle in his body. Bibi Dong, aware of a missed attack, found herself constrained by the limitations of her divine trial, her strength severely diminished. The man's might far exceeded her expectations. Merely blocking the assault had taken all her effort, and even if she wished to rectify the situation, it was too late. "Curse it!" Qian Rengshu sped towards Yanzu, berating herself for bringing him along. She could not bear the thought of someone losing their life due to her arrogance, and despite the futility, she pressed on. The dragon claw, enshrouded in black mist, ravaged through the forest, an unstoppable force that completely engulfed Yanzu. Upon landing, Qian Rengshu was met with a sound that turned her stomach. She could hardly believe her eyes. Yanzu stood there, waving away the air around him, miraculously unharmed despite his tattered clothing, which barely clung to him. "Why does this thing smell so foul?" Yanzu remarked disdainfully. "Are you all right?" Qian Rengshu stammered, still reeling from shock. She sensed that the previous blow could have obliterated even a Title Douluo. "Honestly, I feel splendid," Yanzu replied, a laugh escaping him as he gazed at Qian Rengshu, who remained perplexed by his amusement. Yanzu recognized the man before him. He was the captain of the security team in the Stardow Forest, the gatekeeper of the Silver Dragon King, Emperor Tian, an entity infinitely close to divinity. Yanzu had already felt the man's attack, akin to being brushed by a powerful electric fan, nothing more. Thus, he had concluded that in this world, nothing could pose a threat to him. It seemed that he was the true rarity. Chapter 16, Aftermath of Calamity. With arms crossed, Emperor Tian regarded Bibi Dong before him, a curious expression gracing his features. "A woman capable of withstanding my strike? The ominous aura you emanated just now, if I am not mistaken, it originates from the city of slaughter. You are the divine child?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's heart quivered. He could discern that she was undergoing the divine trial, indicating that he had glimpsed that realm, albeit without truly grasping it. "If I am correct, you are the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian?" The spirit hall possessed an extensive collection of knowledge, and Bibi Dong had perused countless tomes over the years, her breadth of understanding immeasurable. In her recollection, only Emperor Tian could achieve such feats, yet she had not anticipated that he still existed in this world. Emperor Tian coldly regarded his palm and stated, "Since you know who I am, why not swiftly end your own life? It would save me considerable effort." Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, felt dark green patterns surface upon her fair skin as the 9 soul rings of her primary martial spirit manifested. Likewise, she replied with cold indifference, "In the end, you are merely a beast that is cultivated for a longer time. What? Do you wish to contest with me?" Seeing Bibi Dong's stance, Emperor Tian snapped his fingers, and the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python behind him let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the entire Stardow forest erupted. Countless soul beasts rushing forth to join the cacophony, many soaring into the sky above, circling around the onlookers. The majority were soul beasts of 1,000 years or more, some even possessing predatory relationships with each other. However, at Emperor Tian's command, they united as one. Qian Rengshu found herself compelled to retreat with Yanzu to the skies, relieved to see him unharmed. The expressions of the Title Douluos, as well as Bibi Dong and Emperor Tian, were all tinged with astonishment. Yet this was not the time for concern over him. Yuguan transmitted a message to Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, should a battle commence, merely give the order, and we shall not hesitate to lay down our lives. However, if anything were to happen to the young master..." At this point, Yuguan fell silent, for should Qian Rinxue encounter even the slightest mishap, they would return to find themselves ground to dust by Qian Douluo and buried in the hall of Douluo, and Bibi Dong would not escape unscathed either. Though her pride forbade Bibi Dong from bowing to Emperor Tian, she did not wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this assembly of beasts. Moreover, Yu Guan was correct. Surrounded by such a vast horde of soul beasts, coupled with 200,000-year soul beasts and an entity nearing godhood, even she could not guarantee her escape. Should Emperor Tian desire their annihilation, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to survive. Your courtesy shall be noted by the spirit hall, Bibi Dong declared, raising her hand to signal a retreat. I did not say you could leave. Each word from Emperor Tian struck the hearts of the onlookers like a hammer. Oh, Bibi Dong retorted. Are you intending to lead your beast clan into war against my human race today? At this juncture, Bibi Dong's ire flared. To her, yielding and departing was a tremendous humiliation. However, Emperor Tian appeared relentless. Despite their current disadvantage, with a mere command, the spirit hall would unleash its full might. With Qian Rinxue present, even the angelic followers led by Qian Douluo would arrive momentarily. The upheaval within the Douluo forest would surely attract the attention of various sects and principalities. When that time came, it would not just be Emperor Tian. The entire Douluo forest could be razed to the ground. No, that is unrelated, Emperor Tian exhaled. You must all remain here today, forever. Hunting and being hunted, such has always been the nature of the relationship between humans and beasts. Qian Rinxue stated, once the equilibrium is shattered, it will spell disaster. Do you wish for this calamity to descend prematurely? I have said, it is unrelated to any of that. A liquid-like darkness began to envelop Emperor Tian, his murderous intent surging. You must die today. It is as simple as that. Truly incomprehensible. Anger surged within Qian Rinxue, but she quickly contemplated something. Gripping Yin Zhu as she addressed Emperor Tian, is it because of him? Emperor Tian hesitated momentarily, not for the sake of explaining himself to Qian Rinxue, but out of genuine curiosity. I shall allow you to live a while longer. I have some questions to pose. How did you survive my grasp just now? Yin Zhu shrugged his shoulders and remarked, did you not just let out a fart? Do you really expect a mere fart to be capable of killing someone? Tian raised an eyebrow and replied, indeed, your human race is capable of producing the most peculiar beings. With that, Tian raised his hand. Just as he did, Bibi Dong sensed his intent and issued a command to the others. Tear open a gap and break through. The impending battle was palpable. As the dark energy emanating from Tian's palm targeted Yin Zhu, who was in Qian Rinxue's grasp, Bibi Dong unleashed a torrent of soul power to intercept, while Qian Rinxue attempted to advance, only to be glared back by Bibi Dong. Regaining her composure, Qian Rinxue followed the path forged by the Title Douluos, simultaneously sending a distress signal to the Wuhuan Hall. In a fleeting moment of distraction for Bibi Dong, an immense pressure descended upon her. As Tian pointed a single finger skyward, above him, a void materialized, and from this emptiness, a colossal black sword emerged. With another downward gesture, Tian unleashed 3 massive crescent blade waves, encompassing Bibi Dong and all those behind her. Bibi Dong, caught off guard, concentrated all her soul power to a single point and aimed her staff forward, attempting to shatter the 3 blade waves. She succeeded in breaking the first, but as the second approached, her staff shattered into pieces. A violent tremor coursed through her body, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whether her secrets were discovered or her relationship with Qian Douluo irreparably damaged, Bibi Dong had no time for such thoughts. If she did not lift the restrictions of the divine trial, she would be obliterated by Tian's soul skill. Just as she prepared to gamble everything, a searing sensation radiated from her shoulder, followed by powerful arms enveloping her. Yin Zhu, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, having lost sight of him while desperately breaking through with 6 Title Douluos. When she turned back, she saw Bibi Dong, blood streaming from her mouth, and behind her, Yin Zhu. He could fly? What was he doing? What was that red beam of light? Countless questions flooded Qian Rinxue's mind. Young master, Xixue and Xilong, who had been attentively watching Qian Rinxue, rushed to support her as they noticed her momentary daze. They could not afford to worry about anyone else. Qian Rinxue was someone they had both watched grow up. As her bodyguards, any harm that befell her would surely incur the wrath of Qian Douluo. Gui Mei, what are you doing? Xixue roared. For Title Douluos, breaking through the beast tide was not a formidable task. However, the previously rested Tianqing Nyoma and Titan Great Ape had regrouped, turning the tables against the humans with the assistance of countless soul beasts. Gui Mei, now is your chance. The bear spirit Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo fought fiercely to clear a path for Gue Mei, allowing him to seize the fleeting opportunity to activate his teleportation soul skill. A cloud of black mist enveloped Qian Rinxue, and as she was drawn into it, Gue Mei swiftly transported her to the Stardo forest. The remaining Title Douluos, free from concerns, unleashed their ultimate moves to escape. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong looked up to see Yan Zhu's chin. The young man was holding her tightly, and whether by intent or accident, one of his arms was not around her shoulder, but rather beneath her armpit, seemingly grasping. It felt as though he were caressing. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such thoughts. Even if it were deliberate, she decided to forgive him for now. Then, she glanced at Tian, who was struck by a red beam emanating from the boy's eyes. The beam pierced through Tian's remaining blade waves with such force that he appeared unable to react, being thrown back as the beam extended, seemingly splitting the sky itself. Stop! Stop! Yan Zhu freed his hand from Bibidong's legs and rubbed his temples, repeatedly closing and opening his eyes until he regained his composure. This is precisely why I dislike using this technique, he mused, as the feeling of energy pouring forth was exhilarating to the point of addiction. As he observed the smoke rising from Tian's distant fall, Yan Zhu paid little heed to his condition and instead focused on Bibi Dong, who had closed her eyes, blood trickling from her lips, and lay limply in his arms. Overwhelmed with satisfaction, he glanced around and noted that the soul beasts had scattered after Tian's defeat. Qian Rinxue and the other Title Douluos had successfully escaped, leaving only himself and Bibi Dong behind. Bibi Dong in a state of battle damage. What an unexpected turn. Just as Yan Zhu indulged in his thoughts, the beauty in his arms spoke. Have you had your fill? Bibi Dong's voice was inscrutable. Not yet, Yan Zhu replied honestly, applying another firm squeeze. Bibi Dong seemed to react, but then she shuddered and coughed violently, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing the scene, Yan Zhu dared not offend her further. He swiftly descended to the ground, gently laying her down beneath a grand tree, allowing her to lean against its sturdy trunk. He tenderly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and inquired, "How do you feel?" Bibi Dong offered no reply. She had not anticipated that the strike from Emperor Tian would inflict such grievous harm upon her. It felt as though her veins were on the verge of rupture, and an alien energy surged through her body, wreaking havoc and causing her immense suffering, rendering her incapable of speech. All she desired was to lie still and recuperate. Hey? Yan Zhu leaned in closer, lightly caressing her face. She was truly exquisite. Being in such proximity to Bibi Dong sparked an uncontrollable thought within his mind, leading him to press his lips against hers. Bibi Dong's body responded slightly, but she lacked the strength to resist. This minimal reaction only fueled Yan Zhu's desire further. He grasped her delicate face, coaxing her lips apart, and then indulged in the sweetness of her fragrant, yet tinged with a hint of metallic tang, lips and tongue. Suddenly, Yan Zhu bared his teeth and attempted to rise, his face betraying a look of supplication, for Bibi Dong had fiercely clamped down on his tongues, as if intent on severing it completely. Chapter 17. The Dragon King sighs first. Tend to your wounds. I shall keep watch over you. Yan Zhu managed to extricate his tongue, and, observing the agitated Bibi Dong, whose chest heaved as if she might cough up blood, he spoke softly. Bibi Dong's lips quivered. What did you say? Yan Zhu leaned in closer. Step back. Bibi Dong sighed heavily. Move back a bit. I can hardly breathe. Would you like me to massage your back? I have heard that it can help ease the breath, Yan Zhu thought to himself, yet he refrained from voicing such words, for Bibi Dong was gravely injured, and her emotions were in turmoil. Bibi Dong's striking beauty, coupled with her gentle demeanor, almost led Yan Zhu to forget how perilous this deranged woman truly was. The folly of infatuation can indeed lead to dire consequences. Yan Zhu retreated slightly and sat down, wary of Bibi Dong noticing anything amiss. Adopting a kneeling posture to face her, Bibi Dong seized the opportunity to recuperate, benefiting from the abundant soul power that permeated the Stardo forest, allowing her to recover swiftly. Gradually, Yan Zhu observed that Bibi Dong's complexion had improved significantly, becoming increasingly delicate, rosy, and radiant. Bibi Dong opened her eyes and scanned her surroundings with vigilance. Rest assured, he has not come, Yan Zhu reassured, sensing her anxiety. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Yan Zhu, choosing to temporarily overlook his earlier transgression. You seem to possess quite a few extraordinary abilities. The power of Emperor Tian approaches the divine level, and yet, that beam of light you unleashed was capable of injuring him. Truly astonishing. One cannot generalize the physical attributes of individuals, Yin Zhu replied nonchalantly. Bibi Dong continued, indeed, your body exhibits remarkable density and incredible resilience. I dare say no ordinary weapon could inflict wounds upon you. The reason Bibi Dong was aware of this was that she had genuinely intended to sever Yin Zhu's tongue earlier. His affront and her sense of helplessness had resurrected painful memories, but she had failed to carry out her intention. When they shared a kiss, Yin Zhu's tongue felt no different from that of an ordinary person. Yet, when she bit down with all her strength, she found she could not penetrate his flesh. Most importantly, he had survived the initial strike from Emperor Tian, a move that even Title Douluos would avoid. In fact, Bibi Dong's conjecture was somewhat conservative. Yin Zhu mused internally that swords and blades were trivial matters to him. Out of curiosity during his childhood, he had once placed his hand in fire, enduring the heat for nearly an hour without feeling discomfort. Had he not feared his parents' discovery, he could have endured even longer. Yet, what intrigues me is that all of this seems unrelated to soul power, Bibi Dong remarked, her interest piqued. One cannot say it is entirely disconnected, Yin Zhu responded. These abilities are innate to me. However, I have recently discovered that cultivating soul power allows me to progress further. Bibi Dong's mind began to entertain the notion of recruiting him. She straightened herself, attempting to exude greater authority. Goe Mei has investigated your background. You are of impeccable origin, yet possess exceptional talent. I admire you greatly. If you can temper your disposition and become more composed and mature, I believe your future holds boundless potential. Yin Zhu reflected on her cunning nature. He had initially pondered how to confront Bibi Dong, especially after his earlier impulsive actions driven by hormones. However, her willingness to overlook his misstep suggested that she was merely feigning forgiveness, perhaps intending to recruit him as a pawn in her scheme for revenge. Yet, Yin Zhu was willing to play that role. In kissing her, she had taken on a profound significance for him. How about assisting me in the Hall of the Pope? Bibi Dong emphasized the words assist me, as if she had discerned the youthful intentions of Yin Zhu, deliberately attempting to manipulate him. However, I am already in service to the angel god, am I not? Yin Zhu countered, unwilling to abandon Qian Rinxue so hastily and become merely a pawn in Bibi Dong's game. If he aided her, there would be no turning back. Conversely, assisting Qian Rinxue would allow him to manage whatever schemes Bibi Dong might concoct in the future. Now, Yin Zhu possessed the confidence to save this woman. In a world where strength reigns supreme, matters can be both complicated and refreshingly simple. Meanwhile, after Goe Mei led Qian Rinxue out of the Douluo forest, the other Title Douluos managed to break free in succession, with the bear Douluo suffering the most severe injuries. Yet fortunately, no casualties occurred. What of Bibi Dong and Yin Zhu? Qian Rinxue inquired anxiously, her eyes ablaze with fury as she gazed toward the Douluo forest. Shuer, are you unharmed? A gentle yet commanding male voice resonated above the crowd. The elders of the Spirit Hall bowed in unison, greeting, we pay our respects to the grand offering. Without a large army or companions, upon receiving Qian Rinxue's distress signal, the Spirit Hall made no grand gestures. Only Qian Douluo arrived alone. Nevertheless, to everyone present, that was sufficient. Seeing Qian Douluo's arrival, Qian Rinxue immediately composed herself and replied, I am well. The elders have protected me admirably. However, grandfather, Bibi Dong and one of my subordinates remain trapped in the Douluo forest. Sighing, Qian Douluo cast a glance at the bowing elders and let out a long breath. The sigh struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer, leaving them feeling hot in the ears. As if Qian Douluo's lament was a reproach directed at their incompetence. Grandfather, the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, suddenly appeared. Causing the situation to spiral out of control, Qian Rinxue explained, sensing the elders' discomfort and attempting to defend them. To their surprise, Qian Douluo was not as furious as they had anticipated. On the contrary, he believed that Qian Rinxue experiencing such a situation was not entirely negative, as long as she remained unharmed. Approaching her, he tenderly brushed her hair and said, return now, I shall handle the rest. With that, Qian Douluo transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished toward the Douluo forest. Emperor Tian, Qian Douluo mused as he searched above the forest. Feeling a tingle of excitement at the thought of confronting a soul beast nearing the divine level. Someone is approaching. Yin Zhu shifted the topic, addressing Bibi Dong. It is he, Bibi Dong replied, gazing skyward. Allow me to introduce you. The one who approaches is the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. Do not speak. Understand? May I inquire why? Yin Zhu asked, but received a negative response from her expression. How disgraceful, Bibi Dong. Tian Douluo appeared above them, looking down imperiously. Bibi Dong forced herself to stand, feigning nonchalance. Thank you for your assistance, grand offering. Tian Douluo regarded Bibi Dong with narrowed eyes, flooded with speculation. He suspected she was deliberately preserving her strength, seeking to exploit this opportunity to eliminate Qian Renxue. Such a notion was audacious yet not impossible, potentially yielding immense benefits for her. In that scenario, the lineage of the Angel clan would be severed, requiring him to seek out a new successor. Granting her decades of development time, ample opportunity for her to pursue her revenge against the Angel clan. Tian Douluo had uncovered Bibi Dong's secret, yet it was too late. Everything was left to fate. The arrival and fall of gods were beyond the control of mere mortals. Indeed, as one of the pinnacle figures in the world of soul masters, Tian Douluo was, in comparison to those chosen by the divine, merely a mortal. As the Pope, do not engage in reckless risks. The Hall of the Pope requires your stewardship, Tian Douluo warned cryptically. The grand offering speaks true. I shall proceed with caution. Bibi Dong skillfully responded. Afterward, Tian Douluo lost interest in further conversation with her, recognizing that this de facto daughter-in-law would not regard him favorably. You are the subordinate she spoke of, correct? Tian Douluo directed his gaze toward Yen Zhu, thinking to himself how reckless Qian Renxue had been to associate with such individuals. Yen Zhu nodded slightly. Bibi Dong had instructed him not to speak, and he adhered to her request. How did you manage to escape? Tian Douluo was eager to learn the answer. In his perspective, despite Bibi Dong's formidable strength, repelling Di Tian within the Star Do forest seemed utterly impossible. Furthermore, Di Tian had no reason to refrain from exterminating them. Yet, against all odds, they were both alive and well. It was evident that they must possess some hidden cards to secure their survival. Bibi Dong took the conversation forward, indicating her reluctance to elaborate further while subtly suggesting to Tian Douluo that he ought to comprehend the implications. I see, Tian Douluo replied nonchalantly, harboring no suspicions. If it were Bibi Dong, he had full faith in her capabilities. Subsequently, Tian Douluo vanished from sight, and Yen Zhu observed him heading toward the heart of the Star Do forest, perhaps seeking a confrontation with Di Tian. However, Di Tian was nowhere to be found, as he had already submerged into the Lake of Life, utilizing its waters to mend his wounds. Are you injured? The dragon egg at the bottom of the Lake of Life emitted a wave of sound, addressing Di Tian. Opening his eyes, filled with remorse, Di Tian replied, My incompetence has disturbed my master. Let me assess your injuries. As the words were spoken, a stream of silvery soul power surged from the dragon egg, enveloping Di Tian, causing his previously vanished arms to regenerate anew. Di Tian continued, I deserve punishment for failing to eliminate all the intruders and burdening my master with my healing. Do not blame yourself. Blame that infinitely greedy human, came the response. After restoring Di Tian's injuries, the soul power returned to the dragon egg, and she fell back into slumber. Di Tian curled up into a ball, recuperating. He had never anticipated encountering such an individual, a seemingly inexperienced youth who instilled within him a sense of existential threat. Initially, it had been the Silver Dragon King who sensed someone was spying on her. She was oblivious to how this individual achieved such stealth and was keen to keep her recuperation a secret from the human realm, prompting her subordinates to pursue the intruder. Humans truly embody endless possibilities, the Silver Dragon King mused with a sigh. Chapter 18. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, let us part ways here. Yen Zhu gazed at the approaching figures of Gui Mei and Yu Guan, who had come to assist Bai Dong. Do you truly wish for me to return? Bai Dong inquired once more. Yen Zhu chuckled. Your repeated invitations have truly touched me, yet I prefer to see things through to their conclusion. If you wish, the doors of the Papal Palace shall always remain open for you. For Yen Zhu, who had managed to repel the Emperor of Heaven, Bibi Dong granted some leeway. I do not desire the doors of the Papal Palace. I long for your embrace. Yen Zhu took a moment to admire Bibi Dong's exquisite form before soaring towards Nodding City. Your Holiness, Yu Guan and Gui Mei approached Bibi Dong, and upon seeing her unharmed, they both bowed respectfully. Bibi Dong watched Yen Zhu as he diminished into a mere speck in her line of sight, until he vanished entirely. Return, she said softly. Gui Mei remarked, Your Holiness, I never imagined he possessed such capabilities. Capabilities? Humph, he possesses not only skill, but also audacity, Bibi Dong mused internally, memories of previous encounters flooding her mind. She flicked her tongue and closed her eyes, attempting to forget Yin Zhu's earlier infuriating behavior, yet it lingered stubbornly. Regardless, he deserves some credit. Bibi Dong refrained from blaming Gui Mei for his oversight, and the three of them proceeded directly to the spirit hall. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a shimmering portal suddenly flashed, and a tall, broad-shouldered, yet somewhat gaunt middle-aged man appeared. "Bon uncle, you have returned. What news?" Ning Fengji, who had been resting in a chair with his eyes closed, inquired eagerly. "The situation is neither overly grave nor trivial." Bon Douluo Gu Rong replied calmly, taking a seat and sipping tea. "It is not significant because the actions of the spirit hall do not involve us or any other forces, at least on the surface. It appears they are merely hunting souls." "Souls? What kind of soul hunting necessitates such formidable manpower?" Ning Fengji questioned, intrigued. 10,000-year soul beasts, Gu Rong responded, sipping his tea. "Two of them." The ever-silent sword Douluo and Xin raised an eyebrow slightly. "Two 10,000-year soul beasts?" Ning Fengji exclaimed in shock. "Does that not imply that the spirit hall may soon gain two more Title Douluo? Moreover, those capable of enduring 10,000-year spirit rings must be." Gu Rong shook his head, "Not necessarily. Based on the information we have gathered and my observations at the time, they seem to be hunting souls for the young master of the spirit hall, who possesses a six-winged angel spirit." "A young woman?" Chen Xian opened his eyes, annoyance flickering in his starry gaze. "While others' young masters are hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, our Rongrong is preparing to frolic in some backwater with a bunch of insignificant entities." Ning Fengji smiled apologetically. "Sir uncle, are you still upset about that? You can't possibly link the two." Gu Rong shook his head. "How old is our Rongrong? Such comparisons are inappropriate. For soul masters, time is of the essence. Old bone, you should know this well. Moreover, we are all too aware of Rongrong's innate talent. She is merely indulging in laziness and play, and her current achievements do not match her potential." Chen Xian's tone remained unyielding despite Ning Fengji's attempts at placation. "And you still plan to send her to such a place? If she compares herself to those country bumpkins, she may become even more arrogant." Ning Fengji felt a headache coming on and chose not to provoke Chen Xian further. Instead, he continued to inquire, "Bon uncle, what happened next?" Gu Rong continued, "Then, the Emperor of Heaven appeared and was subsequently driven away. However, the spirit hall did not gain any advantage and retreated in a similarly disheveled state. Thus, the farce came to an end." "The Emperor of Heaven?" Ning Fengji and Chen Xian exclaimed in unison, with Chen Xian losing his usual composure. "Are you referring to the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King?" Gu Rong nodded. "Indeed. The oppressive aura was unmistakable. I nearly revealed myself." Chen Xian's brow furrowed. "So you mean to say that the Emperor of Heaven was driven away, and among those dispatched by the spirit hall was Qian Daolu? That fellow is still alive?" Gu Rong confirmed. "Qian Daolu is indeed alive, but you need not worry about him. He arrived later. By the time he came, I had already returned." As I felt I could not conceal myself from his gaze. However, it was not he who drove away the Emperor of Heaven. Another expert? Ning Fengji's curiosity grew. If it were not for Gu Rong speaking, he would have thought the tale absurd. Who else could possibly drive away the legendary Emperor of Heaven? Aside from Tang Chun and Qian Daolu, known as the Twin Peaks of Douluo, Gu Rong relished the tension and curiosity in Chen Xian and Ning Fengji's expressions, recalling that his own reaction had been even more exaggerated. "It was a mere child," he said nonchalantly. Ning Fengji and Chen Xian fell into a contemplative silence for a while. Chen Xian sighed. "Old bone, your demeanor is ill-suited for jest. You lack the talent for it." "I reiterate, I am not joking," Gu Rong insisted, pointing to his own eyes. At that moment, Bibi Dong was on the brink of being slain by the Emperor of Heaven. "That would have been preferable," Ning Fengji commented. Yet at that moment, a ragged youth flew in from behind, his eyes emanating a crimson glow, forcefully neutralizing the Emperor of Heaven's attack and severely wounding him, causing the Spirit Hall's members to retreat entirely. That is the essence of the matter. Gu Rong concluded his narrative, while Ning Fengji and Chen Xian gazed at him in disbelief, as if he were speaking a foreign language. "Give me a moment to process this," Ning Fengji said, returning to his seat, only to rise again, restless. Chen Xian shot Gu Rong a sidelong glance. "You are more ruthless than I, concocting such a tale to provoke Fengji. I will say this one last time," Gu Rong warned, crushing the cup in his hand. "I am not joking." Chen Xian silently stood and departed the hall. Ning Fengji paced back and forth, finally speaking. "So, who exactly is this youth? How many more hidden cards does the Spirit Hall possess? How can they find such individuals while we cannot? Of course, Bone Uncle, I mean no offense. You and Sword Uncle are unparalleled. I am referring to Rongrong's generation. I understand, Gu Rong replied. It seems that even those from the Spirit Hall are unaware of the youth's true strength. It appears he acted out of necessity. Fingji, if you are interested, I can investigate further. If we could sway him to our side, it would bring peace of mind to Rongrong's generation. Ning Fengji clapped his hands. But do not act hastily. Gu Rong departed without delay, opening the portal. He turned back. Fengji, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. But I share the same stance as Sword Elder when it comes to sending Rongrong to that so-called academy. Having said that, Gu Rong stepped through the portal, leaving Ning Fengji to sigh in contemplation. He had his own plans. The Snowstar Prince seemed intent on drawing him in, having suggested an engagement between Xuebang and Rongrong. Setting aside the Snowstar's overly ambitious motives, Ning Fengji held no regard for Xuebang's character or abilities. After much contemplation, he deemed it better for Rongrong to attend Shrek Academy, both to temper her spirit and to distance her from the entanglements of royalty. Why do you sigh again, father? A charming girl clad in a verdant jumpsuit leaped into Ning Fengji's embrace. He remained silent, raising his hand to tenderly caress Ning Rongrong's hair, his heart a tumult of emotions. He cherished her deeply, yet feared that without proper forging, she would lack refinement. He wished to cultivate her resilience while dreading the pain and losses she might endure, all while remaining vigilant against unforeseen pitfalls. Being a father to such a daughter was indeed a formidable challenge. The girl playfully twirled Ning Fengji's hair and inquired, "Father, it seemed you were just discussing me? I believe I overheard something about sending me to Shrek." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji posed a question. Rongrong, if one day you were to venture out alone into the world, would you dare to do so? Ning Rongrong, with her hands on her hips and chin held high, replied, "What is there to fear? But that is a matter for several years hence." Ning Fengji then drew Ning Rongrong closer, choosing silence. For he too ought to cherish each fleeting moment they had together. Do you still remember to return? As Yanzu stepped into the royal garden, he immediately heard the voice of Xue Qinghe, who had now transformed into the crown prince of Tiando, engrossed in a game of chess in the courtyard. The remark was such that even a dog, having lost its way, would know to return home. What? Are you a dog? I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. Do you find this amusing? Clearly possessing immense power, yet you feign ignorance, delighting in mocking us here. Upon hearing Qian Rinshue's words, Yinzu suddenly burst into laughter, pondering to himself whether she was unaware that her manner of speaking always carried a hint of coquettishness. Chapter 19. Loyalty to you, I have promised to collaborate with you. And you have also assured me that you would assist in uncovering my potential, Yinzu remarked calmly. I believe it is essential for both of us to see this through to the end. Assist you? Are you serious? Qian Rinshue retorted coldly. When you speak of seeing things through, are you attempting to persuade me, or merely convincing yourself? Do you truly believe you require my assistance in your current state? Yinzu remarked, regardless of your belief, the knowledge you imparted to me previously has proven to be immensely beneficial, thus we can still achieve greatness together. Qian Rinshue turned her face slightly, observing Yinzu's earnest demeanor, and sighed. Such knowledge can be readily taught by any Soul Master Academy. With your prowess, you could easily showcase your abilities and have kings and sects vying for your attention. Why bother pretending here? Rest assured, Yinzu replied with a smile. Your skepticism stems from concern. I must first apologize for concealing so much from you. Each of you has inquired about my intentions. In truth, I possess none. Then why act in this manner? Qian Rinshue questioned. Why choose to remain by my side? Why endure treatment akin to that of Prince Xuesheng? I have no ulterior motives. Nor do I harbor dreams, Yinzu stated. Yet I am committed to safeguarding the dreams of others. Those I hold dear, my parents. Aspire to lead a simple and tranquil life in our hometown, supporting one another. For their sake, I am willing to make concessions when necessary, as it bears little impact on me. As for my desire to stay by your side, I must ask you in return, do you not possess confidence in the future of the angel god? This inquiry bore gravity. Qian Rinshue steadied her expression, asserting, light shall undoubtedly descend upon the entire continent. I am unwavering in this belief. If that is the case, why do you question me? Yinzu countered. Why can I not be the one eager to follow this splendid vision? For a moment, Qian Rinshue was left speechless, pausing before she responded. It is simply hard to believe that you genuinely wish to follow me for the future of the angel god. Otherwise, what would be my motivation? Yinzu inquired. Indeed. It is crucial that you assist me in having children. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. You once mentioned your faith in the people you employ. Yanzu broke the quietude. Ultimately, as if persuading herself, Qianrenxue asked, "How are you? You are not injured, are you?" Upon hearing this, Yanzhu smiled and said, "Very well. Shall I strip down for you to examine me?" Qianrenxue then stood up, as if concluding a significant matter, appearing lighthearted and carefree. It was a pity, however, that he had to disguise himself as Xue Qinghe. Yanzhu gazed at Qianrenshue's retreating figure, expressing his regret. The following morning, Xue Qinghe and his companions were set to embark on their journey back to Tiando City. Xueku insisted on sharing the same carriage with Xue Qinghe, but was gently persuaded to return, prompting Yanzhu to board the carriage and await orders. He was taken aback by this unexpected favor. Once aboard, Yanzhu turned to Xue Qinghe and remarked, "Time is of the essence, especially upon our return to the imperial capital, where we shall be even busier. Thus, I would like to take this opportunity to inquire about certain matters. I am sure you have many questions for me as well. Feel free to ask." Yanzhu reclined, gazing at the ceiling of the carriage. "What abilities do you possess? Please elaborate," Xue Qinghe inquired. "Since you have pledged to serve me, it is only prudent for me to understand your skills, enabling me to make more informed arrangements." Yanzhu contemplated for a moment and remarked, "In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable about me. My physical form is indeed formidable, as you have observed. So, did you truly withstand that attack?" Xue Qinghe gasped. "Aside from that," Yanzhu continued, pointing to his eyes with 2 fingers, "my eyes can emit heat rays, and my senses are quite acute. That's really all there is to it." "You do resemble a powerful assault-type soul master," Xue Qinghe noted. "Most assault-type soul masters' soul skills merely enhance their offensive and defensive capabilities. In that regard, you could be likened to a level 99 soul master. If you say so, then it must be true. Do you have any questions for me?" Xue Qinghe inquired. "None." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Once we return to Tiando, my time will be limited. Are you sure you have no questions?" Speaking of which, Yanzhu rose. "What plans do you have for me upon our arrival in Tiando?" Xue Qinghe replied, "Initially, when I was unaware of your true strength, I had hoped you would attend the Tiando Royal Academy. The rationale being twofold. First, you would gain access to the finest educational resources. Second, I wish for you to forge connections there." Yanzhu, Xue Qinghe continued, "To achieve certain ambitions, one need only secure the allegiance of a few pivotal individuals. This is the advantage of a top-down revolution. It spares unnecessary sacrifices." "I understand. You have already secured the most critical position. So your current task is to win over others?" Yanzhu discerned Xue Qinghe's intentions. She had ascended to the status of Tiando's crown prince, and the Tiando Empire was effectively within her grasp. She merely needed to continue gathering allies and eliminate those who would never compromise. "Although you are exceptional, you are still quite young, are you not?" Xue Qinghe's gaze toward Yanzhu was complex as she remarked, "I do not wish for you to be stained with too much blood. I want you to know that I do not see you merely as an instrument of slaughter. Therefore, I hope you can enjoy your youth at the Tiando Royal Academy while assisting me with several tasks." "Please, go on." Yanzhu listened intently. "Are you familiar with the 3 upper sects?" Xue Qinghe asked, referring to the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The Haotian sect has long since retreated from the world, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan dominates the Jiolong mountain range. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is entwined with the fate of Tiando. Its current leader, Ning Fengji, manages the Tiando treasury and holds the position of national master. "So, the latter 2 are the most powerful sects today?" Yanzhu inquired. "Precisely. Currently, the 2 young masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Tianhing and Yu Tianxing, are studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. The young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong, is still quite young. But I will persuade Ning Fengji to send her to the Tiando Royal Academy as well," Xue Qinghe articulated. "The future and authority of these sects ultimately rest in the hands of these young masters. Securing their loyalty would ensure control over both sects, thus averting bloodshed." "You mean to have me win them over?" Yanzhu grasped Xue Qinghe's intentions. Her approach was undoubtedly distinct from Bibi Dong's, who aimed to dismantle the spirit hall and welcomed enemies. Conversely, Qianrenxue sought to minimize bloodshed and cultivate the goodwill of others. "Would this not make you feel slighted?" Xue Qinghe tentatively inquired. "I mean, given your capabilities, would you not feel I am underutilizing your talents?" Yanzhu shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I find it quite wonderful truly. The Royal Academy of Tiando, bearing your name, I can scarcely imagine how exhilarating that must be. he suddenly drifted into thought, recalling that in his past life, he had never enjoyed the simple pleasures of a typical school experience. After escaping the orphanage, his existence had been a mere succession of wandering, menial labor, and scavenging for scraps. Even when he had gained some strength, he merely engaged in odd jobs, drifting aimlessly through life. If you can perceive it this way, then that is splendid, Xue Qinghe remarked, unable to suppress a smile upon seeing Yan Zhu's untroubled demeanor. This fellow, despite his formidable prowess, still possessed the innocence of youth. If he could find joy in his circumstances, that would be the best outcome. After a brief silence, Xue Qinghe continued, Yan Zhu, there are a few heartfelt words I wish to share with you. Yan Zhu sat upright at this, urging him to speak. Xue Qinghe said, in my view, the most terrifying thing is an uncontrollable power. You possess such strength at a young age, and should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. The angelic deity is a god of salvation, yearning for an era of peace rather than one drenched in bloodshed. You have studied the tenets of the angelic doctrine. These truths should resonate with you. Upon hearing these words, Yan Zhu nodded. He then noticed Xue Qinghe's hand casually resting on her thigh, stirring something within him. He grasped her hand firmly, causing her to flinch slightly, instinctively wanting to withdraw. Yet Yan Zhu held on steadfastly. The back of her hand was met with a powerful sensation. She observed as Yan Zhu pressed a kiss to her hand, following which he declared, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, my angel. An intense warmth surged from her hand to her chest, racing to her head, causing her ears to flush with crimson. This exhilarating sensation lasted only a fleeting moment before a wave of chill swept over her, prompting a shiver and raising goosebumps on her skin. She withdrew her hand, casting Yan Zhu a look filled with ambiguous meaning, uttering, thank you. After a considerable journey, the convoy arrived at the imperial capital of Tiando. Ah, the capital truly is a sight to behold. Yan Zhu raised his gaze. The architecture of Tiando City towered at least twice the height of that in Nodding City, and the throngs of people were astonishing, bustling with life. Take this and go to the Tiando Royal Academy to find Meng Xinji. He will arrange everything for you, Xue Qinghe said, handing Yan Zhu a letter as he disembarked from the carriage. You prepared this letter last night, did you? Yan Zhu inquired as he accepted her handwritten recommendation. It seems you had already anticipated my compliance with your plans. Well, it was just a hunch, and it turned out to be quite accurate, didn't it? Xue Qinghe replied, a hint of pride illuminating her features, her lips curving into an attractive arc. By heavens, her aesthetic is almost bending my perception, Yan Zhu thought, blinking in surprise. Upon my return to Tiando, I shall be quite occupied and unable to attend to you, but should you require anything, do not hesitate to come to the prince's residence. Do you understand? Xue Qinghe instructed. Yan Zhu watched as the carriage entered the imperial palace, vanishing from sight. He then held the recommendation letter and prepared to report to the Douluo Royal Academy. Is this the place? It truly exudes grandeur. Yan Zhu gazed at the entrance of the Douluo Royal Academy, momentarily lost in thought. Ignorant fools, step aside. A cacophony of curses erupted behind Yan Zhu, followed by the sensation of a hand attempting to shove him aside. Gripping that hand firmly, Yan Zhu exerted a slight force, producing a sharp sound akin to a bone snapping. Witnessing his underling being pummeled, Xue, who had previously been surrounded by admirers, focused intently and mused. Is that not the young man who shared a carriage with Xue Qinghe? What brings him here? However, this presented a splendid opportunity to cultivate a reputation. Xue thought, my arrogance will surely reach Xue Qinghe's ears through this fellow. This was, after all, one of the tasks entrusted to him by Xue Qing. Furthermore, regardless of that, Xue desired to have his subordinates teach this country bumpkin a lesson. Who does he think he is, laying hands on one of my men? You, go. Xue signaled to one of his companions with a glance. Oh, Yan Zhu perceived the unfolding situation and thought, am I to engage in a brawl before even stepping foot onto campus? Is this a scene from a passionate school drama? How did Yuanji earn respect back then? If memory serves, he decisively thrashed the local leaders first. But that fellow was a prince, wasn't he? Never mind that. I am still a crown prince myself. With this in mind, Yan Zhu surged forward, sending his assailants sprawling with two swift slaps, charging directly at Xue. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Xue's expression shifted dramatically at the sight of Yan Zhu advancing, retreating in haste, while the two female students in his arms gasped in shock and scurried away. I am a royal. Before Xue could finish his proclamation, Yan Zhu seized him by the collar, and with a fist the size of a cooking pot, delivered a blow directly to his already contorted face. The anguished cries attracted a throng of onlookers, particularly as they realized it was the Prince Shuebing who was being beaten. TSK, Tisk observing the battered figure of Shuebing, a violet-haired maiden with enchanting eyes leaned against a tall, imposing man and remarked, "Who is this audacious young man? How dare he strike Shuebing so mercilessly?" The man holding her mused aloud. His attire suggests he might be a royal attendant. Yet, he pondered, it's curious. This fellow seems to have not even utilized his soul power. Although Shuebing is not particularly formidable, he is certainly not powerless. Why then is he being so thoroughly trounced? Chapter 20. The entrance into the Royal Combat Academy. Stop. A sharp command pierced the air as a wiry, gray-bearded man appeared behind Yinzu. Upon hearing the words, Yinzu turned his head and beheld an individual clad in a black long robe, adorned with golden embroidery, which unmistakably signified his exalted status within the academy. Elder Ming. Save me. The avalanche, grasped firmly by Yinzu, muttered weakly, his swollen face rendering his speech quite ludicrous. Still not stopping? Ming Shinji, witnessing Yinzu's indifference, grew irate. His soul energy surged slightly, sending the onlooking students reeling back several feet. Naturally, this tactic bore no effect on Yinzu. Ming Shinji found the situation peculiar and promptly shifted the topic, inquiring, "Which class are you from? I do not recall such a student in our academy." Elder Ming? Are you the esteemed instructor Ming Shinji? Yinzu loosened his grip, causing the avalanche to crumple to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. The sycophants, who had previously dared not approach, rushed forward to assist him. What is this? Ming Shinji observed the envelope Yinzu extended. Upon noticing the royal seal embossed in wax, his frown softened, albeit reluctantly. He said to Yinzu, "You may follow me." The avalanche, witnessing Ming Shinji's inaction, lay on the ground grumbling, yet it proved futile. His habitual tyranny at school was well known among the teachers, who understood his true nature. Given his unique status, they could only turn a blind eye to his misdeeds, unable to punish him and offering no assistance. Upon arriving at the office, Ming Shinji opened the envelope, revealing a recommendation letter from Shueqinghe. The language employed was as consistently humble as ever, yet the request was somewhat peculiar. Shueqinghe desired the academy to provide Yinzu with the finest educational resources, which was entirely reasonable, yet he added a rather cryptic note, stating that matters he did not wish to discuss should not be further probed. How can a teacher impart knowledge without understanding a student's circumstances? Ming Shinji scrutinized Yinzu once more, noting his robust physique, reminiscent of a powerful attack-type soul master. You are Yinzu, correct? Ming Shinji inquired, placing the letter away. I am uncertain what exceptional qualities you possess that have drawn the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince. Since you are here at his behest, the Academy shall undoubtedly support your journey to becoming an exceptional soul master. Thank you, Yinzu replied with a courteous nod. Well, you do not appear to be a troublemaker. It must have been Avalanche who provoked you, Ming Shinji mused to himself. He began, however, dear child, our academy hosts over 500 students, all of whom are noble heirs of the empire and principalities. It is wise to tread carefully here. The teachers do not oppose private duels, yet they prefer to avoid situations becoming excessively unruly. Your attire resembles that of a royal attendant. Are you not aware that the individual you just struck was the Crown Prince of Tiendo, Avalanche? Of course, Yinzu replied nonchalantly. And then? Very well. He is indeed a troublemaker. Ming Shinji wiped his brow. But do you comprehend that insulting the royal family is a grave offense? Your previous statement was sufficient to warrant the gallows. Enough of that. Let us discuss your studies. Besides class-based education, the academy assigns each student a mentor, who will oversee approximately 7 to 10 students. By the way, what is your martial spirit? What is your soul power level? My martial spirit? I possess a corporeal martial spirit. It is all-encompassing. As for my soul power level, it is likely at its maximum. Yinzu had replied as sincerely as possible. Yet Dream Machine felt that he was merely toying with him. Was this what the letter meant by advising him not to ask if he did not wish to speak? Very well, I shall refrain from inquiring further, Dream Machine pondered. If he is unwilling to disclose even the information regarding his martial soul and soul power, then how can I assign him a mentor tailored to his needs? So be it. With a hint of frustration, Dream Machine declared, you will attend classes in the heavenly class from now on. As for a mentor, I shall not assign one to you. Choose for yourself. With that, he tossed the list of mentors before Yinzu. Yinzu casually glanced over it. Qingming, it seems that Yu Tianheng is under his guidance, right? I must not forget what Qian Rinxue instructed. Let it be him, Yanzu stated, pointing decisively. Dream Machine was about to ascertain the unfortunate fellow's identity. But upon seeing Qin Ming's name, he hesitated and said, "How about we choose another?" "No changing. You said I could select." Yanzu firmly refused. Dream Machine sighed inwardly. Recognizing that Qin Ming currently led the Imperial Fight Team 1, which included the likes of Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, and the Shijia brothers, all exceptional talents of the Imperial Fight, it would be rather awkward to insert a connection into his team without cause. Surely, Qin Ming would come to complain, and it would tarnish his own reputation. "Ah, Dream, as the head of the academy, you must keep your word. Do you lack the resolve for this?" Yanzu urged. The remark pricked Dream Machine's fragile pride, prompting him to assert, "I am a man of my word. Henceforth, your mentor shall be Qin Ming. Sit tight for a moment while I summon him." After a brief interval, Qin Ming entered the office. Upon spotting Yanzu seated, he instantly grasped the situation and greeted him with a smile. "You certainly made quite an impression today, Qin Ming. From this point forward, he is under your tutelage," Dream Machine stated, handing over the recommendation letter from Xue Qinghe. Qin Ming took the letter, reviewed it, and noticing that Dream Machine had no intention of elaborating further, nodded and replied, "All right, leave it to me. After all, being young, he would take on the arduous tasks himself." With a sigh, Qin Ming thought about the responsibilities of leading the Imperial Fight Team while also managing a connection. It was indeed a challenging predicament. "You must be Yanzu, correct? Follow me. I will show you to your dormitory," Qin Ming instructed. Yanzu accompanied Qin Ming to collect their uniforms and badges, registered for accommodation, and then strolled around the academy, marking the end of the day. As they parted ways, Qin Ming said to Yanzu, "From now on, I shall be your mentor. Besides attending classes daily, feel free to approach me directly for any matters. I will mostly be at the Royal Combat Team training camp." Okay, Yanzu replied. After bidding farewell to Qin Ming, he reclined on his bed. The dormitory at the Royal Combat Academy offered the option of single occupancy, a truly extravagant luxury. He had already encountered Yu Tianheng, but who was the other? Ning Rongrong, right? However, considering his previous encounter with Tang San, Ning Rongrong still seemed rather small. Qian Renxue had mentioned that she would persuade Ning Fengji to send Ning Rongrong to the Royal Combat Academy, but it was likely to be unsuccessful. Otherwise, there would be no so-called Shrek 7 monsters. Never mind, he thought. Let me first enjoy the scenery. Yanzu sprang up like a carp, breaking the surface of the water, and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to unveil the gateway to paradise. Opposite the window lay the girls' dormitory, and Yanzu's unique perspective allowed him to glimpse the youthful forms of hundreds of noble female students. They were separated by the small compartments of the dormitory building, displayed like channels, a feast for the eyes. Some were bathing, others practicing yoga, while still others engaged in activities appropriate for that time of day. Yanzu drew the curtains and tossed restlessly on the bed, unable to find sleep, his heart seething with indignation. This truly felt like torture. "Qian Renxue, once this matter is settled, you must bear me 10 children." Chapter 21. Enrollment in the Imperial Combat Academy, Part 2. Boss, he has arrived. In the Imperial Combat Training Camp, Yufeng exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Tianheng, who lowered his legs from the chair and turned to the entrance. He never expected to have him placed directly here. Dugu Yin leaned her head on Yu Tianheng's shoulder and remarked. Yu Tianheng snorted, seemingly unimpressed by the new recruit. However, this sentiment was understandable. Last night, Qin Ming had approached him, requesting that he take on the role of captain in the Imperial Combat Team and properly mentor the newcomer. When Yu Tianheng inquired about Qin Ming's specific instructions, Qin Ming, with a hint of resignation, revealed that Yanzu was favored by the Crown Prince. "I care not whose favor he enjoys. Once here, he must abide by our rules," Yu Tianheng declared, rising to remove his coat, tossing it onto the chair. "Which one is Yu Tianheng?" Yanzu entered the training camp, unfastening the buttons of his uniform, and boldly inquired without even glancing up. Yu Tianheng had intended to assert dominance over this privileged newcomer. However, to his astonishment, Yanzu displayed such audacity. He snapped his fingers and declared, "I am he." "What of it? Are you prepared for your welcoming ceremony?" As he spoke, Yu Tianheng raised his thumb and pointed towards the arena, the meaning unmistakable. "Oh, looks like there's a show to watch." Yufeng pulled out a snack, settling down. The brothers Osro and Shijia, who had been sparring, gathered around. "It is what it is. This is the rule of our Imperial combat," Osro remarked leisurely. "Have you forgotten? When you first arrived, the boss gave you quite the beating." "That was you." Yufeng retorted dismissively, "I can fly. So I didn't suffer as you did. How many rounds do you think he can last? Osro inquired. Surprisingly, he managed to beat Avalanche without retaliation yesterday. He shouldn't be completely useless, Yufeng replied earnestly. At that moment, Yanzu and Yu Tianheng faced each other in the arena. Are you ready? Yu Tianheng had planned to give the newcomer a stern lecture, but unexpectedly, Yanzu spoke first. Perhaps you are a bit too arrogant? Yu Tianheng noted Yanzu's serious demeanor, amused internally. Could this newcomer be attempting to challenge the position of team leader on his very first day? Get ready, Yanzu said coolly. Immediately, Yu Tianheng felt a powerful gust of wind rush towards him, followed by a tremendous impact against his abdomen, forcing the air from his lungs and leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. The ceiling whirled past his vision before he heard a dull thud as consciousness slipped away. Boss. In an instant, as the members of the Imperial combat team prepared to wager on how long the newcomer could endure, they watched in shock as their towering leader flew past them, landing heavily on the ground, eyes wide open, motionless. At first, they were stunned. But soon Osro and Yufeng rushed over, while Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling stood by, bewildered. Unlike those who had been placing bets, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling witnessed the entire event unfold. Yu Tianheng had even summoned his martial spirit before the newcomer was upon him, moving with a speed akin to a flash, landing a simple yet devastating punch to Yu Tianheng's abdomen, sending him flying from the arena, unconscious. I'll return when you wake, Yanzu proclaimed as he jumped down from the platform, not bothering to look back. Wait, Dugu Yin called after him, fury in her voice. You dare harm Tianheng? I want to let you off easily. With that, she unveiled her martial spirit. Lingling, don't just stand there, Yufeng shouted. Yi Lingling snapped back to reality and unleashed her martial spirit, the nine-heart begonia, to heal Yu Tianheng's injuries. Yin, hold on. Regaining consciousness, Yu Tianheng saw Dugu Yin glowing with a purple soul ring and quickly called out to her. Oh. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's voice, Yanzu turned around. Noticing Yi Lingling cradling the begonia, he thought to himself, almost forgetting her presence, truly a miraculous recovery. Tianheng, how do you feel? Dugu Yin asked, rushing to support him. I'm fine, thank you, Lingling, Yu Tianheng replied, casting a complex glance at Yanzu. In truth, he had held back, Yu Tianheng mused, feeling as if that punch could have pierced his very being. What a monster! What is his martial spirit? You have one, Yu Tianheng said, pressing his hand to his chest, struggling to speak to Yanzu. I, Yu Tianheng, am not a man who cannot accept defeat. By our rules, you are now the leader of the Imperial combat team. No, Yanzu waved his hand dismissively. I did not come here to hear your surrender. It is irrelevant. The leader should be the strongest among us. Yu Tianheng averted his gaze. I said, I'm not here to hear your surrender, Yanzu asserted. On the contrary, I want you to become a man who never accepts defeat. What do you mean? Yu Tianheng asked. No one in the Imperial Combat Academy can rival you, correct? If this continues, even with your exceptional talent, it may be difficult for you to advance further, Yanzu replied, finding a spot to sit and properly adjusting his uniform. That is why I am here, to apply some pressure on you as the captain of the Imperial Combat Team. So, be grateful and strive to surpass me. When you feel capable of challenging me, come find me. I will be right here. Yu Tianheng gazed at the seemingly invincible Yanzu. Suddenly realizing something, he inquired. Were you sent by my grandfather? No. Yanzu shook his head. I'm a regular student who gained admission to the Imperial Combat Academy through connections. Then why? Because I hold you in high regard, Yanzu stated. After all, I am now a part of the Imperial Combat Team, and I cannot abide having a captain who is a waste of potential. So, strive to earn my recognition, Captain. The exchange left the members of the Imperial Combat Team in stunned silence, wondering what Yanzu's true intentions were. He had decisively defeated Yu Tianheng, yet declared he had no desire for leadership, only wishing for Yu Tianheng to grow stronger and gain his acknowledgement. Then I shall not hold back, Yu Tianheng stated, extricating himself from the support of Yufeng and Dugu Yin, extending his hand to Yanzu. As captain of the Imperial Combat Team, I welcome your addition. Cough. Yu Tianheng coughed forcefully, and the others behind him, including Yufeng and Osro, hurried to express their welcome. Yanzu cast a glance over the crowd and inquired, Do you not have a younger brother named Yu Tianxin? Where is he? He has transferred, Yu Tianheng replied. He received an invitation to Thunder Academy and intends to compete with me in the Soul Master competition. If I recall correctly, Teacher Qinming mentioned that you are called Yanzu, is that right? Yufeng attempted to engage in conversation. Just call me Azu, Yanzu replied, feeling that he had perhaps been too imposing, seemingly intimidating them, which was not his intention, for he had no desire to isolate himself. Azu, what is your martial soul? Yu Tianheng asked bluntly. What level of soul power do you possess? Though I may be somewhat proud, I am certainly no fool. Yet I cannot withstand even a single punch from you. I possess a body martial soul. My martial soul is my very being, Yanzu stated, opting not to elaborate on his abilities further. Your entire body? Yes, indeed. What is your soul power level? When your strength reaches a certain threshold, you will come to know. Very well, I shall strive towards that. Prepare to be left searching for your teeth after I defeat you. Many years later, Yu Tianheng would reminisce about that extraordinary afternoon, had it not been for the motivation instilled by that young man. He might have spent his entire life without the recognition of the blood jade crown, ultimately achieving the radiant sacred dragon martial soul. Cheers. In the tavern, Qin Ming led the toast for Yanzu's induction into the royal combat team. Initially, Qin Ming had worried that Yanzu would struggle to integrate into his group of students, all of whom were the most outstanding talents at the Royal Combat Academy, each possessing lofty aspirations. Yu Tianheng, in particular, was fiercely competitive and only respected strength. However, upon arriving at the Royal Combat Training Camp, Qin Ming discovered that Yanzu had already mingled well with the others, and Yu Tianheng's attitude toward him was quite favorable, suggesting that his earlier words had borne fruit. Observing Yu Tianheng, usually so proud and arrogant, willing to heed his advice and mature, brought Qin Ming great satisfaction. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Yanzu reported his mundane daily activities to Qian Ruxue. Although she had not requested such a report, he felt compelled to do so. Qian Ruxue chuckled softly as she listened. You seem to be in good spirits today. Ning Fengji, noticing the inexplicable laughter from Shui Qinghe, remarked. But if you continue to be distracted, you will lose this game. Unfazed, Shui Qinghe added a piece to the board, saying, by mastering the crucial moves, one can possess the ability to turn the tide. Teacher, Rongrong should be nearing the age for enrollment, correct? Ning Fengji contemplated while observing the chessboard. She is rather lazy and playful. Let her be. Teacher, do not waver in your decisions, Shui Qinghe teased. What? Are you also interested in Rongrong? Ning Fengji inquired with a hint of resignation. Your Highness, if you could elevate your soul power, I would gladly entrust Rongrong to you. However, I fear you might find it difficult to balance your focus on state affairs. Shui Qinghe understood that Ning Fengji was not joking and was aware of the circumstances surrounding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Soul power levels were something he could easily manipulate, yet he had no intention of marrying Ning Rongrong. Thus, he thought it prudent to proceed differently. What the teacher is concerned about, the student is also aware of, Shui Qinghe stated. I have recently taken in a new individual. I wonder if the teacher would be interested to meet him. Perhaps he could change your mind. Oh, it seems you hold this person in high regard, Ning Fengji said, intrigued by Shui Qinghe's words. How should I put it? He is quite unique, and undoubtedly to your taste, Shui Qinghe replied. If the teacher is interested, I can arrange a meeting at a convenient time. What do you think? Ning Fengji placed his piece on the board with a smile, replying. Then I shall await with great anticipation. Chapter 22. 9 Heart Begonia. The day following the dispatch of the letter, Yanzu received a reply from Qian Ruxue, filled with heartfelt sentiments, and she had even enclosed a sum of money for him. Yanzu surmised that this act of kindness stemmed largely from her concern. The letter concluded with the words, if possible, please find some time. I have someone I would like to introduce to you. Who could it be? Yanzu pondered briefly before taking the money Qian Ruxue had sent and composing a letter of his own to send back home, informing them of his fortunate circumstances. Having gained the favor of the Crown Prince, and that he was now living at the Royal Combat Academy, everything was well. After completing these tasks, Yanzu arrived at the Royal Combat Training Camp. In recent days, Yu Tianheng had persistently challenged him. But upon realizing that he could not force Yanzu to use a second move, he ceased his reckless attacks and began to focus on his own cultivation, allowing Yanzu some respite. Azu, come over here, Qin Ming called to him just as Yanzu was about to attempt a conversation with Yu Lingling. What is it? Yanzu inquired. I have heard about your situation with Tianheng. I apologize for my previous rigid impressions. I thought, it's quite all right, that is not your fault. There are some things I indeed failed to clarify, Yanzu thought to himself, realizing that it was difficult to articulate his circumstances. It is like this. Qin Ming continued, turning to Yi Lingling. Lingling informed me yesterday that she has broken through to level 30. In a few days, I will take everyone to hunt for her soul. Be sure to keep your schedule open. What I truly want to convey is Azu. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Regardless, I am your teacher, The recommendation letter from the Crown Prince indicated this. Should you choose not to speak of it, we shall refrain from prying, but I still wish to be of help. I am almost moved to tears by your kindness. But let us maintain the status quo. This is where I feel most at ease, Yinzu replied, seemingly disheartened by his student's lack of dependence on him. Qin Ming felt a pang of disappointment, yet Yinzu was preoccupied with more pressing matters. During his time back home, there had been no suitable young ladies. But now at the Royal Combat Academy, not only were there many beautiful flowers, but each was also of noble birth, possessing extraordinary grace and beauty. Moreover, Yinzu noticed that the men and women of Douluo continent appeared to mature rapidly. For instance, Yu Tianheng's girlfriend, Dugu Yin, was extraordinarily alluring, with a figure that was nothing short of stunning. Each time Yinzu beheld her slender waist, he could not help but wonder what it would feel like to hold such a figure in his arms. However, there were vast forests ahead, and one need not be fixated on a single blossom, especially since that particular bloom was already claimed. Though it might seem more thrilling, it was entirely unnecessary. Congratulations! Yinzu congratulated Yu Lingling upon learning of her breakthrough from Qin Ming. Yu Lingling inquired, her tone indifferent. What are you congratulating me for? Should I set my sights on a new goal? Observing Yu Lingling's frosty demeanor, Yinzu reflected, for compared to Dugu Yin beside her, Yu Lingling was neither as striking nor as captivating. In terms of mere appearance, many in the academy surpassed her, and her personality was rather reserved and aloof. Yet perhaps that was precisely her charm. Yinzu felt increasingly drawn to her, wishing to draw closer. In this academy, Yu Lingling possessed a unique aura. What was it? Yinzu could not quite articulate. Are you referring to the breakthrough? Thank you. Yu Lingling nodded at Yinzu. You seem rather composed, he remarked, somewhat impressed by her calm disposition. Yu Lingling shook her head and replied, not really. I simply have no expectations. Ah, indeed, Yinzu comprehended Yu Lingling's meaning. The nine-hearts sea butterfly, as a martial soul, possesses but a singular soul skill, which is healing. However, its healing efficacy is unparalleled, and its utilization of soul power is exceptionally high. Thus, among auxiliary martial souls, it ranks just beneath the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda. The notion of lacking anticipation stems from the inability to acquire new soul skills, does it not? Upon reflecting on this, a sense of disappointment does arise. The thrill of breaking through to obtain a new soul skill is akin to the excitement of a lottery win, yet she shall never experience such a sensation. And you? What is your level? Yu Lingling inquired. Are you interested in this? Yinzu was somewhat taken aback by Yu Lingling's initiation of the conversation. Everyone is quite curious. After all, we have yet to witness you wield your soul skills, Yu Lingling remarked. Well, there shall be opportunities for that. Yinzu was about to inquire about the type of soul beast Yu Lingling desired when he suddenly recalled his recent excursion to the Douluo forest with Qianrenxue. He hesitated, contemplating whether to join Qin Ming and the others. After all, he had recently bested Dian, a character who hardly seemed magnanimous. It would not be surprising if he were to follow closely behind with his subordinates right after Yinzu entered the Douluo forest. While Yinzu himself bore no fear, he worried about inadvertently dragging them into trouble. It should be soon, Yu Lingling remarked, gazing at Yinzu. Teacher Qin Ming stated that once we all reach level 30, he would take us on a journey across the continent to enhance our skills through practical experience. Oh, are you the last to reach level 30? Yinzu inquired. Yu Lingling shook her head and replied, no. It is Yufeng who is yet to break through to level 30. By the way, are you free tonight? Yinzu asked. What is it? Yu Lingling countered. Yinzu remarked, feeling a touch of boredom lately, that he wished to venture out, inquiring if she could serve as his guide. Yu Lingling, gazing into Yinzu's eyes, leaned in slightly and tilted her head, teasingly asking, do you wish to sleep with me? Startled by her audacious words, Yinzu felt the weight of the surrounding gazes upon them. Must you speak with such stark contrast? He murmured softly. Is it not so? Yu Lingling retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Certainly not. Yinzu vehemently denied. At least for this evening, he had no such intentions. Deceiver, Yu Lingling expressed her distrust. Oh, why would you entertain such a notion? Have I ever done anything to make you feel repulsed? Yinzu questioned, perplexed. Yu Lingling replied languidly, no. But the way you stole glances at me and Sister Yin was akin to a famished ghost. Impressive, you actually caught me, Yinzu admitted, acknowledging his secretive glances. But I assure you, I had no such thoughts tonight. Pointing her slender finger at the tip of Yinzu's nose, Yu Lingling declared, you are not the first to wish to take me out. Have you truly considered this? Intrigued by the conversation, Yinzu asked, "What? Do you have AIDS? What is that?" This time, it was Yi Lingling's turn to be curious. "It's nothing," Yinzu replied with a shake of his head. "So, I need to consider carefully what? I mean, even if what you say is true, if I wish to pursue you, there is nothing wrong with that, right? We are both still so young. Isn't it wonderful to enjoy beautiful moments together?" Yi Lingling responded nonchalantly. "I do not wish to invest my energy in a relationship that bears no fruit." "Hey, wait a minute. Are you categorizing me as one of those who indulge and abandon?" Yinzu exclaimed. "And how old are you? How can you speak so calmly about such matters?" He was somewhat taken aback by Yi Lingling's maturity. In contrast to her thoughts, her physical development seemed to lag. "The issue does not lie here," Yi Lingling remarked, raising an eyebrow in a specific direction. Yinzu gazed in the direction where Asro was engaged in a friendly spar with the Shurjiao brothers. "What is it?" Yinzu questioned, perplexed by Yi Lingling's words. "Asro pursued me as well," Yi Lingling replied, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes. "Did he toy with you?" Yinzu inquired. "No," Yi Lingling quickly shook her head. "I was quite happy during that time. However, after learning certain things, we parted ways." "What things? Was it because he is impotent?" "Impotent? What does that even mean?" "Never mind. Please continue," he urged. Yi Lingling continued. "Are you familiar with the concept of twin martial souls?" "Of course, but what does that have to do with anything?" "The existence of twin martial souls is exceedingly rare, especially when both inherited souls are of exceptional quality. The probability is nearly zero." She looked at Asro on the arena, stating, "Asro's inherited martial soul is the ghost leopard, while mine is the nine-heart begonia. So what?" Yinzu still did not grasp the connection to their breakup. "If we were to unite, my martial soul would take precedence over his in terms of inheritance," Yi Lingling explained. This conclusion was drawn by the elders of his family. As the eldest son of the Ghost Leopard clan, his marital matters hold significant importance for his family. "Impressive. That can be a reason for a breakup?" Yinzu exclaimed, clapping his hands in astonishment. "Fortunately, neither of us was deeply involved at that time, so we parted amicably," Yi Lingling added. "Thus, I advise you to refrain from engaging in actions that may trouble us both." "No," Yinzu declared with pride. "First, I am not encumbered by any chaotic family. Second, I do not care about martial soul inheritance. What matters to me is the person, not the martial soul. That is of great significance to me," Yi Lingling responded earnestly. "The nine-heart begonia lineage is singular, and I cannot allow it to cease with me. What is so difficult about it? We could simply have multiple children." Yinzu inadvertently raised his voice, causing the previously bustling training camp to fall into stunned silence. Yi Lingling's fair skin flushed a deep crimson as she playfully struck Yinzu and dashed out. "Azu, when a girl runs, it means you should chase after her," Yu Tianheng remarked, patting Yinzu on the shoulder. "Remarkable, and here we are, already planning for children?" Yu Feng chimed in with a jest. "Never mind. I'll catch up first," Yinzu resolved, following in Yi Lingling's footsteps until he arrived at a quaint tavern. "What are you doing here?" Yi Lingling shot a glance at Yinzu beside her, muttering. "You ran to prompt me to chase you, did you not?" Yinzu retorted, observing Yi Lingling sitting idly without ordering anything. "Would you like a drink?" Chapter 23. Specific issues. It became evident that as the sole member of the royal combat team with a girlfriend, Yu Tianheng's advice was indeed worth heeding. Upon catching up, Yinzu noticed that Yu Lingling's demeanor had softened considerably. Naturally, discussing heartfelt matters should take place in a private setting, and the ambience of this tavern was quite pleasant. Yi Lingling ordered only a glass of juice, slowly stirring it with a glass straw. "Don't you have anything else to do?" Yi Lingling inquired, glancing at Yinzu beside her. "You are absolutely correct," Yinzu replied, taking a sip of juice. "Do as you wish," Yi Lingling replied languidly, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Upon hearing his words, Yinzu chuckled lightly. "Is it up to me? You mentioned it." Before Yi Lingling could comprehend the meaning behind Yinzu's statement, he swiftly pecked her cheek with lightning speed. Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback. Raising her hand to rub her now flushed cheek, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. Upon witnessing the scene, Yinzu was immediately flustered. How could this girl, who had spoken so boldly before, suddenly be on the verge of tears? "You think you can bully me just because I have no one to rely on?" Yi Lingling's voice trembled slightly as she turned her head to the side. "Oh dear, how did we arrive at this point? I didn't mean to upset you. I was wrong. Please don't cry." Despite Yinzu's ambitions of having numerous wives, he was ill-equipped to handle women, as this required a certain level of experience. At that moment, he finally understood why Yi Lingling had always evoked a sense of closeness within him. She was alone, a solitary soul who had wandered aimlessly before arriving at the Royal Academy. It was hard to imagine the trials she had faced, which lent her words a unique resonance. Her distinctiveness lay in this aspect. Unlike the noble young ladies born into prestigious families at the academy, Yi Lingling carried an air of the streets. I was once a wanderer too, Yinzu mused internally, realizing that this shared sense of hardship was the source of their connection. I can be your support, if you would allow it. He reached out, grasping her delicate hand. Yi Lingling withdrew her hand, saying, find someone else to toy with. I lack the spirit to engage with you. I am not jesting. I speak with sincerity, Yinzu insisted. You do not truly like me. You merely seek a companion for amusement and intimacy. Her tone dripped with disdain, as if she had already discerned Yinzu's true intentions. Must you insist on making the atmosphere so charged? Yinzu felt that their conversation was advancing too swiftly. He decided to slow the pace, suggesting, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Let us finish our drinks, take a leisurely stroll through the town, and then return to the dormitory. What do you think? Yi Lingling remained non-committal, and Yinzu resigned himself to the moment, sitting silently as they awaited the passage of time. When the performance concluded, Yi Lingling stood to leave, saying, let us go. As they exited the tavern, Yinzu noticed a troop of soldiers, clad in armor and wielding long spears, approaching. Is there trouble afoot? No, they are coming for me, he realized, spotting the leisurely figure of Prince Avalanche. Ah, at last, I found you off campus, Prince Avalanche exclaimed, clapping his hands together. You've caused quite the ruckus, Yi Lingling quietly remarked to Yinzu. Isn't that Lingling? Prince Avalanche's face lit up upon seeing her. Lingling, why didn't you come to my family's ball the last time I invited you? Prince Avalanche, I am Yi Lingling, she replied. Why so formal? He said, reaching out to place a hand on her shoulder. Yi Lingling instinctively recoiled, colliding with Yinzu's chest. He, in turn, enveloped her in his embrace. The expression on Prince Avalanche's face froze, quickly morphing into a contorted grimace. Rather than feigning arrogance, it seemed that Prince Avalanche was simply being true to himself. Lingling, bloodshed is imminent. It would be wise for you to distance yourself from this matter and return to the academy, he advised with a smile. Leaning closer to Yinzu's chest, Yi Lingling whispered, I will keep him occupied. You should hurry back to the academy. Once there, he won't be able to harm you. Upon hearing these words, Yinzu tightened his embrace around Yi Lingling and smiled gently, saying, indeed, but it is unnecessary. I have promised to be your support, and my words are not mere platitudes. Enraged by the indifference of the two, Xuepeng seethed with humiliation and barked at the soldiers he commanded. What are you waiting for? Take that brat down on the spot. At his command, the soldiers thrust their long spears forward, channeling their soul power to sharpen the tips as they advanced towards Yinzu. Faced with a well-trained army capable of executing formations, even a soul sage or a soul Douluo would find themselves in dire straits, particularly when outnumbered. Indeed, the adage many ants can kill an elephant holds true in the Douluo continent. Xuepeng, leveraging his status, had secretly summoned these soldiers from Prince Xuesheng to exact his vengeance. Don't escalate this. You must return, Yi Lingling urged. Sensing the lethal intent of the spears and feeling anxious as she pinched Yinzu's chest. A single punch can avert 100. Evasion is futile. Yinzu held Yi Lingling tightly, unwilling to relinquish her from his embrace after finally drawing her close. He even felt grateful for the assistance provided by Xuepeng. Should you seek death, do not involve me, Yi Lingling thought, observing Yinzu's reckless bravado. Even as a subordinate of the prince, assaulting a royal is a capital offense. How can one be so oblivious? The soldiers, unwilling to defy Xuepeng's orders, launched their attack on Yinzu. As the long spears closed in, Yi Lingling shut her eyes tightly, pressing her forehead against Yinzu's chest, shrinking into a ball of fear. Yinzu held the girl in his arms, charging forward with unrestrained ferocity, forcefully pushing aside the soldiers in his path, and headed straight for Xuepeng. Xuepeng felt a sudden constriction in his chest, a sweetness at the back of his throat, as the world spun around him, and the next moment, he found himself beneath Yinzu's foot. Dare to move again, and I shall crush him instantly. Yinzu glared at those who sought to intervene. Do you dare to challenge me? I'm a prince of the empire. Xuepeng struggled beneath Yinzu, commanding his followers, get him. There will be heavy rewards. Why inquire about my courage? Yinzu regarded the struggling prince with cold indifference, slowly increasing the pressure of his foot. Xuepeng felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. His limbs grew uncontrollable, flailing in desperation. His face flushed from the strain, his eyes bulging as if they might burst forth. Yi Lingling observed the scene, suddenly realizing how terrifying the boy, who had earlier pursued her with such shamelessness, truly was. Azu, stop! A commanding voice rang out. Yanzu's lips curled into a faint smile, inwardly reflecting, at last. You have found your voice. Had you remained silent, I would have indeed crushed him. Yanzu ceased his pressure and turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where he beheld Xue Qinghe standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Brother, save me. The avalanche, overwhelmed by despair and the terror of death, implored Xue Qinghe for assistance. Xue Qinghe glanced at the avalanche, then at Yanzu, signaling him to ease his hold. He intends to kill me, Yanzu replied indifferently. He shall harbor no such thoughts again, Xue Qinghe asserted, turning his attention back to the avalanche. Is that not so? The avalanche nodded hastily in agreement. Yanzu lifted his leg and sent the avalanche back beneath the soldier's feet. He then sensed the tremors coursing through Yu Lingling's body in his embrace. Do not be afraid. Yanzu chuckled softly to her. He had reverted to his previous rogue demeanor, as Yu Lingling noted internally. Xue Qinghe, observing Yanzu's antics, rolled his eyes and remarked, It seems you thrive in the academy. Do you recall what I asked you to do? Your Highness. Yu Lingling extricated herself from Yanzu's hold and curtsied to Xue Qinghe before hastily departing the scene, her instincts urging her to leave. As for why she managed to break free from Yanzu's embrace, it was primarily due to his inexplicable unease upon encountering Qian Ruxue. Is this how you deceive someone? Xue Qinghe inquired, watching Yu Lingling rush away. Isn't this what you meant by gathering talent from across the realm? Yanzu replied with a grin. Xue Qinghe retorted, Is this truly your method of persuasion? Why not pursue Yu Tianheng instead? Specific issues require specific analyses, Yanzu countered with a playful tone. Enough of your frivolity. Follow me. I have someone I wish to introduce you to, Xue Qinghe declared, taking the lead. Yanzu turned around and gestured towards the avalanche with his finger, indicating that he should be more mindful, before following in the footsteps of Xue Qinghe. Chapter 24, Complicated Situations, Part 1. Yanzu followed Xue Qinghe to an elegantly antiquated tea house, ascending 3 flights to enter a private room. Upon stepping inside, Yanzu immediately sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Raising his eyes, he discerned that the scrutinizing stare belonged to a tall man standing there, alongside whom sat a remarkably handsome young gentleman, leisurely savoring his tea. This refined individual was none other than Ning Fengji, the very youth I mentioned earlier, whispered Gu Rong to Ning Fengji. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was taken aback, his brows slightly furrowing as he glanced at Yanzu, who stood behind Xue Qinghe. Something felt amiss. Ning Fengji cast another glance at Gu Rong, as if silently inquiring, Are you certain? Gu Rong, equally astonished, pondered the boy's allegiance. Having previously mingled with the spirit hall, he now appeared to be affiliated with Xue Qinghe. Whose side was he truly on? A plethora of conjectures flooded Ning Fengji's mind, altering the way he regarded Xue Qinghe. Yet he managed to suppress his curiosity, adopting his usual approachable demeanor. Allow me to make an introduction, Xue Qinghe interjected between the two. This is my mentor, the national master of the Tiando Empire and the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongzhu. Oh, so this is Ning Fengji, Yanzu thought, observing the dashing figure of Ning Fengji, remarking inwardly on his commendable lineage. And the gentleman beside him must be Gu Rong, the Bon Douluo? Your Highness, is this the young man you mentioned to me a few days ago? Ning Fengji remained seated, scrutinizing Yanzu, though the boy possessed commendable looks and an upright stature. Had it not been for Gu Rong's prior warning, who would have suspected that this youth was capable of facing Di Tian in direct combat? Xue Qinghe continued the introduction. This is Yanzu, whom I recruited during my inspection in Notting City. He is currently training at the Royal Combat Academy, and his strength is no less than that of a 5-ringed Soul King. Indeed, the Crown Prince is unaware of his true capabilities? Ning Fengji mused upon hearing Xue Qinghe's assertion regarding Yanzu's prowess, feeling the situation grow increasingly complex. His interest in Yanzu deepened. Such formidable strength at such a tender age raised questions about Yanzu's origins. I wonder from whom he has inherited his abilities, Ning Fengji thought, intending to probe Yanzu for more information. I have no mentor, I am self-taught. My martial soul is innate, present throughout my being, of indeterminate rank, growing stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Yanzu nonchalantly seated himself and began sampling the fruit platter. his demeanor becoming increasingly audacious since his encounter with Di Tian in the Douluo forest. Xue Qinghe cast a sidelong glance at Yanzu, his eyes seeming to convey the message. What are you doing? Ha ha, such a unique character, Ning Fengji chuckled. The crown prince holds you in high regard. You must possess extraordinary qualities. In a few days, it will be my daughter's birthday. Would you care to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I will arrange for our sect to honor you and offer you guidance. Xue Qinghe took the lead in the conversation, adding, to receive instruction from the Sword Douluo and Xin is indeed a privilege. My mentor holds him in high esteem. Rest assured, I will certainly accompany him there. Ning Fengji had anticipated this meeting with great eagerness, believing Xue Qinghe intended to present him with a young hero of exceptional talent, someone capable of surpassing both Chun Xin and Gu Rong. While the outcome was indeed as he expected, it left him rather startled. Thus, the meeting was brief. They agreed to gather at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for Ning Rongrong's birthday celebration and exchanged a few casual remarks before parting ways. Could you not adopt a more amiable demeanor? On their way back to the academy, Xue Qinghe lamented to Yanzu. Was my demeanor inappropriate? Yanzu replied, oblivious to the concern. Xue Qinghe sighed. He is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, overseeing the treasury of the Tiando Empire, possessing nearly half of the world's wealth. Yes, and he plays a pivotal role in our grand plan. I'm aware, Yanzu interjected. Should I call him back? Perhaps to grovel at his feet? Xue Qinghe halted, glaring at Yanzu. How ungrateful. Do you think I introduced you to him for what purpose? Yanzu stretched his arms towards the heavens and proclaimed, of course, it is for a brighter tomorrow. Do not jest. I speak earnestly. Xue Qinghe replied with gravity. Ning Fengji has no sons, only one daughter, Ning Rongrong. She is yet to be wed. If I were to speak on your behalf, given your esteemed prowess, the likelihood of Ning Fengji bestowing Ning Rongrong upon you is significantly high. Thus, I implore you to exercise some discretion in his presence. Yanzu nearly choked on the juice in his hand, waving at Xue Qinghe. Wait a moment. Ning Rongrong? May I inquire, how old is she now? Xue Qinghe thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied, approximately. Not very old, in any case. Yanzu looked at Xue Qinghe with a face of disbelief and said, what are you thinking? Are you asking me to bring back a daughter? Confused, Xue Qinghe gazed at Yanzu as if he were observing a different species and replied, the matter of marriage is best settled sooner rather than later. There are those who are betrothed even before birth. What does this even mean? Moreover, are you not rather advanced in age? Yanzu straightened his waist and remarked, of course. Would you like to give it a try? Xue Qinghe retaliated with a forceful kick, yet Yanzu remained unfazed, while he himself felt a tingling in his toes, silently pondering whether this was the prowess of a top-tier warrior, able to cultivate even the most vulnerable weaknesses into an impenetrable fortitude. Once more, with vigor, Yanzu quirked an eyebrow at Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe rolled his eyes and replied, in any case, Ning Fengji understands my intentions and grants me this favor. In a few days, we shall visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to celebrate Ning Rongrong's birthday. I wish for the Sword Douluo and Xin to instruct you, as I am curious about your capabilities. Therefore, do perform well and prepare some gifts to win Ning Rongrong's favor. Of course, do not overexert yourself and create any disturbances. Isn't your plan asking too much of me? Yanzu spread his hands in exasperation. Must I even stake my lifelong affairs on this? Xue Qinghe snorted disdainfully. Though Ning Rongrong is young, she is undeniably a beauty. Do not take advantage and then act coy. Moreover, it is merely an engagement. It does not imply that you must share a chamber with her. What are you thinking? I am assisting you in resolving a significant aspect of your life, saving you from frivolous pursuits. It would suffice if you refrained from arguing with me rather than kneeling in gratitude. Unjust. I have only made an attempt to pursue you, Lingling. It is far too premature to label me as a flirt. Yanzu protested, displeased with Xue Qinghe's premature judgment. In truth, what truly troubled Qianrenxue was the way Yanzu had gazed at Bibi Dong in the Douluo forest, leading her to perceive him as a consummate lecher. This was the definition she had formed of him through various subtleties, and it had deeply ingrained itself in her mind. The hour is late. I must take my leave. I shall return in a few days to escort you to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Do pay heed and cease your frivolous demeanor, Xue Qinghe instructed Yanzu earnestly. Yanzu raised his hands high and then bowed deeply at 120 degrees in reverence, exclaiming, all right then, thank you for your grace. As he observed the departing figure of Xue Qinghe, Yanzu scratched his cheek, pondering the peculiar situation of being betrothed by Qianrenxue. It was quite a matter. wasn't it? However, considering someone like Ning Rongrong, who was a pure and affluent beauty, it didn't seem too troublesome. Albeit it might take some effort to nurture such a relationship. Humming a tune, Yanzu spotted Yi Lingling at the school gate. Waiting for me? He asked, somewhat flattered. No, it's late. I'm just feeding mosquitoes, she replied, scratching the red spots on her arm. After returning to the academy, she had intended to share this encounter with Qin Ming or Dream God Machine, yet she hesitated, fearing that her concern might disturb them unnecessarily. Especially since Xue Qinghe was already present, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Nonetheless, she felt a lingering worry, so after dinner, she wandered around the school gate. Relieved to see Yanzu return safely. Let me walk you back to your dormitory, Yanzu offered, reaching for Yi Lingling's hand. Who wants to hold hands with you? Shameless. Yi Lingling withdrew her hand but still walked alongside him, not shying away. The evening breeze was cool, the fragrance of the young girl lingered in the air, creating a delightful ambience. Upon reaching the dormitory, Yanzu said to Yi Lingling, I told you I would be your support, and I mean it. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek me out. After all, I have plenty of free time. Yi Lingling felt a bit flustered, unsure of what to say. Just as she opened her mouth, Yanzu swiftly cupped her face in his hands and kissed her directly. The passionate kiss was intoxicating, and Yanzu did not want to miss any opportunity. Yi Lingling felt her mind go blank, as if her heart was being grasped tightly, rendering her breathless. Good night, Yanzu whispered in her ear before departing gracefully, leaving her standing alone in the wind, her fingers brushing her lips as if her very soul had been lost. Chapter 25, Complicated Circumstances 2, Something felt amiss. Ning Fingji leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, while Gu Rong sat beside him in silence. Is he an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall? An infiltrator positioned beside the Crown Prince, waiting for the right moment? Or perhaps he was dispatched by the prince to win over the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji speculated. After all, the Spirit Hall's relationship with the Heavendo Empire is rather ambiguous. If he could sow discord within the Spirit Hall's ranks, that would be advantageous. It's also possible that he belongs to neither faction, with both the prince and the Spirit Hall vying for his allegiance. Judging by how the prince introduced him to me, this may be his method of recruiting talent. Is it conceivable that the prince has struck some sort of agreement with the Spirit Hall? Hence this youth named Yanzu is equally amenable to both sides? Gu Rong proposed. Could he be a contender capable of rivaling the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King? How tempting, Ning Fengji sighed, contemplating whether joining the fray would lead to self-destruction. After a brief silence, Ning Fengji resolved, everything in this world has a price. As long as the right bid is made, nothing is unattainable. Regardless, we should wait for Old Sword to test his depth before proceeding, Gu Rong suggested. Ning Fengji nodded, closing his eyes as he pondered how to offer a price that would satisfy this young man. Wealth? Power? Or perhaps soul bones? Naturally, the best way to bind a powerful ally is through marriage. If he truly possesses the qualifications, finalizing Rongrong's future would not be a bad idea. Meanwhile, Yanzu realized that his bold courtship had borne fruit. Since that night, although Yi Lingling continued to act as if nothing had transpired, her responses to Yanzu's attempts at conversation had grown warmer, no longer icy as before. While she still shot him glares whenever he attempted to be playful, Yanzu could hear the rapid beating of her heart, and her resistance only fueled his excitement. The members of the Royal Fight Academy observed this development with amusement, collectively viewing them as a couple, and this atmosphere slowly caused Yi Lingling to lose track of her own feelings. Azu, will you spar with me later? I had an epiphany yesterday, Yu Tianheng said at the dining table. No, I'm busy. I'm going shopping for some things, Yanzu replied, while his hand discreetly reached under the table to grasp Yi Lingling's hand. She suppressed her reaction, quietly drinking her soup. Hearing this, Yu Tianheng glanced at Yi Lingling and remarked, all right, prioritizing romance over friendship, huh? A brother must understand his place. Du Guyan covered her mouth, teasing, I'm just afraid Azu doesn't know his boundaries. 2 people go out shopping, and 3 come back. This comment elicited laughter from everyone, while Yi Lingling buried her face deeper, nearly disappearing into her bowl. Qin Ming also chuckled helplessly before clearing his throat seriously. Azu, be cautious. We still need you to help Lingling hunt souls tomorrow. After dinner, Yanzu insisted on taking Yi Lingling out of the Royal Fight Academy and into the city of Heavendo. How do you manage to be stronger than Tianheng while doing nothing all day? Yi Lingling inquired, gazing at the night scene with disinterest. Well, one cannot generalize when it comes to people's physiques, Can they? Yin Zhu replied, walking into a clothing store and admiring a beautiful lady's court outfit inside. What do you think? Do you like it? Yi Lingling glanced at it and replied, I don't lack clothes. How can one ever have too many? Yin Zhu insisted, attempting to pull her inside. Yi Lingling retreated slightly, saying, It's quite expensive here. Yin Zhu firmly led her inside, stating, If it pleases you, it is worth any amount. At this moment, Yi Lingling had yet to join the royal combat team in participating in the various soul-fighting arenas. She had been specially admitted to the Royal Combat Academy due to her exceptional talent and martial spirit. With the Academy's scholarship and the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, her needs for food and clothing were effortlessly met. However, she lacked the means for extravagance, especially since her relationship with Yin Zhu remained in an ambiguous state. Her heart hesitated to accept his generous offerings. Have you truly saved up such a sum? Yi Lingling inquired. Yin Zhu chuckled. No worries, His Highness will cover the expenses. I plan to accompany him the day after tomorrow, and I came out today to procure some items. I don't need it. Yi Lingling firmly declined Yin Zhu's kind offer once more. Is it embarrassing to be seen with me? Yin Zhu, disheartened by Yi Lingling's continual rejections, lamented. This tactic of retreating to advance indeed proved effective. Upon witnessing Yin Zhu's sorrowful demeanor, Yi Lingling's heart softened, and she quickly responded, How could that be? That's not the case at all. Yin Zhu, secretly delighted by her words, thought to himself, So she acknowledges that she is with me? But this garment is truly expensive. Zhu, you needn't go to such lengths, Yi Lingling insisted earnestly, feeling averse to accepting unearned gifts, and the exorbitant price of the clothing was indeed a reality. Money is abundant in this world. Yin Zhu naturally grasped Yi Lingling's hand, declaring, While money holds significance, it is not rare. However, you and I are irreplaceable in this world. Only a fool would cling to wealth rather than cherish you. Unbeknownst to Yi Lingling, she no longer resisted Yin Zhu's touch and was entirely unaware that she had been persuaded by him. All she felt was a warmth spreading through her cheeks and heart. When Yin Zhu draped the garment over her shoulders and leaned in, his lips brushing against her cheek, she felt an overwhelming urge to lean into him. Do you like it? Yin Zhu asked, embracing her from behind as she tried on the new outfit, resting his chin on her shoulder. Yi Lingling blushed, lightly nodding in response. Thank you. What is there to thank? Yin Zhu caressed the fabric of the new attire, stating, You know, dressing well and eating properly has always been important to me. I feel the same. Yi Lingling's eyes glistened with unshed tears, not due to the garment's lavishness, but because it had been a long time since anyone had cared about her well-being. Wearing warm clothes and eating on time, those are things only close relatives would remember and remind you about. Shall we buy some more things? Yin Zhu suggested, feeling an overwhelming closeness to Yi Lingling and yearning for a change of scenery. Moreover, he couldn't forget the matter at hand. He needed to procure a gift for Ning Rongrong. The question was, what kind of present would be worthy of the eldest daughter of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School? Her family managed the imperial treasury. What could he possibly do to please her? What are you thinking? Yi Lingling asked when she noticed Yin Zhu lost in thought. I was considering whether we should skip returning to the dormitory tonight. Yin Zhu ventured further. Not a chance. Yi Lingling turned her face away, adding, If we did that, they would surely mock us again tomorrow. I like this we you mentioned, Yin Zhu said with a grin, causing Yi Lingling to feel utterly embarrassed. Although Yi Lingling had lowered her emotional defenses, that night, Yin Zhu did not achieve the intimate milestone he had hoped for. They returned to the dormitory after a sweet and innocent shopping trip. Before they left, Yin Zhu envisioned countless scenarios, rehearsing in his mind, determined to seize the moment. Yet he found that when a girl truly leaned on him, his desires were curbed. He wished to honor her in every way. In return for Yin Zhu's steadfastness, Yi Lingling seemed to grow more considerate. When they parted ways, they shared a tender embrace in a small grove, allowing him to indulge in a sweet moment. Yin Zhu could only think, even the smallest gestures are endearing. Despite not spending the night together, the following day, they faced the teasing of the Huangdo team. Indeed, those who revel in gossip and amusement care little for the truth. In an atmosphere filled with merriment, the Huangdo group arrived at their destination, the Star Do Forest. Will there be danger? Yin Zhu glanced into the depths of the forest, its vastness exceeding his vision. Then, he looked at Yi Lingling and the other members of the Huangdo team, silently warning, Tian, I advise you to refrain from causing trouble, for this time. I will not hold back. Chapter 26, A Precious Gift. Let us rest and kindle a fire here, Qin Ming suggested after a long day of travel. selecting a relatively open space for warmth. Lingling, what kind of soul ring do you desire? Yin Zhu inquired, handing her a piece of roasted meat. Yi Lingling received it with a smile, replying, silly, can one simply wish for a soul ring? Qin Ming added. Lingling is not picky about soul rings since she won't acquire new soul skills. As long as the age meets her limits, it suffices. Yu Feng flew up to a tree to survey the surroundings, remarking, 1,000-year soul beasts are hard to find. We may have to linger in this forest for a few days. Thank you all for your efforts. No need for that. Lingling, I mean no complaints. Yu Feng reassured her. You should put in more effort, especially since you have yet to reach level 30. Breakthrough soon so that teacher Qin Ming can take us on a world tour. Yu Tianhing encouraged. Qin Ming stated. Practical experience is the best training and prepares us for the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. If we can all reach 4-ring strength in these years, aiming for the top 3 is certainly achievable. Hearing the mention of the top 3, Yu Tianheng glanced at Yin Zhu, contemplating. If Yin Zhu remains with the Huangdou team, perhaps they could aim even higher. You're daydreaming again, Yi Lingling teased, waving her hand in front of Yin Zhu. Stop that. I'm not daydreaming. I'm searching. Yin Zhu brushed her hand aside. Searching for what? Qin Ming asked. I have no intention of staying here for 2 or 3 days, Yin Zhu declared, rising. Found it. Huh. The others were puzzled by Yin Zhu's words. And before they could inquire further, a swift sound echoed, and Yin Zhu vanished from sight. What speed? Osro exclaimed. As a speed-type soul master, he was unparalleled in the Huangdou Academy, yet Yin Zhu's current speed surpassed even that of their family's current head. Qin Ming was equally astonished. He knew Yin Zhu was strong, but he hadn't anticipated his prowess to be at such a level. If this were the case, not only would the top 3 in the Soul Master competition be within reach, but even the championship could be easily grasped. While the group remained in stunned silence, Yin Zhu made a quick turn and reappeared before them, this time holding a soul beast. The creature resembled a giant lizard, exceeding 3 meters in length, adorned with a colorful crown along its back, its colors shifting continuously, barely clinging to life. What do you think of this? Yin Zhu presented the soul beast, asking. How did you manage that? Qin Ming, astonished upon closer inspection, hurriedly inquired. Yin Zhu simply stated, locate it, aim for it, seize it, and that's all there is to it. Qin Ming was at a loss for words. Yin Zhu's actions had transcended his comprehension. He could only respond with what he was certain of. This was not feasible. It was a soul beast of millennial caliber, possessing capabilities of camouflage and illusion, which should yield remarkably potent soul skills. Alas, it was unsuitable for Lingling, as her body could currently endure only a soul ring of 1,000 years. I see. Yin Zhu seemed unconcerned, tightening his grip around the beast's neck, bringing its struggles to an end. Dark soul energy began to seep from the giant lizard, flowing directly into Yin Zhu's body. Refreshing. Yin Zhu exhaled deeply, feeling as though he were floating in ecstasy. What have you done? Qin Ming gazed at the scene before him, suddenly feeling dizzy. Was there something fundamentally flawed in all that he had studied and researched over the years? Had he fallen too far behind? I've dispatched it and absorbed its soul ring. Yin Zhu replied nonchalantly. Having captured it, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Have you broken through? Why didn't you mention it? Qin Ming pressed further, feeling considerably challenged as a mentor by Yin Zhu's display. Though Yu Tianheng and the others were equally astonished by Yin Zhu's actions, their limited experience led them to ponder silently. Could it be that by absorbing a millennial soul ring, Yin Zhu had already attained a strength exceeding 5 rings? Yin Zhu discarded the fated giant lizard from his hand and clenched his fist, declaring, what I must say is that my ability to absorb soul rings seems to be unrestricted by rank. In other words, I can absorb them at will. Noticing the eager expressions on the faces of those around him, Yin Zhu raised his hand to signal them to hold their questions. Let us save our inquiries for the journey back. For now, I am assisting Ling Ling in hunting souls. As his words resonated, Yin Zhu vanished from sight, only to return moments later with a rather unfortunate soul beast in his grasp. Indeed, it was a uniquely exhilarating experience to hunt for souls. Qin Ming pressed his palm against his forehead. Hunting souls was originally part of their curriculum, yet with Yin Zhu's intervention, he found himself at a loss for words. Is this one suitable? Yin Zhu inquired, seemingly indifferent to the astonishment of the onlookers. Regardless, we should first address Ling Ling's soul ring. Qin Ming composed himself and scrutinized the new soul beast Yin Zhu had procured. Its age is quite significant. It could work, but there are inherent risks. He turned to Yi Ling Ling and remarked, "Were it anyone else, I would recommend absorption, yet for Ling Ling, the risk is unwarranted, making it unsuitable." Part of Qin Ming's reluctance stemmed from a desire to protect Yi Ling Ling from danger, while another part was his curiosity about Yin Zhu's claim regarding the unrestricted absorption of soul rings. Then, the anticipated scene unfolded. After Qin Ming's negative response, Yin Zhu, as before, ended the life of the soul beast in his possession and absorbed its soul ring. Terrifying. This was the singular thought that echoed in Qin Ming's mind. The limitations of a soul master are dictated by their soul rings. A soul master who reaches the rank of Title Douluo can possess 9 soul rings, and the quality of these rings directly influences the strength and capacity of their soul power. Yet here was Yin Zhu, capable of absorbing soul rings without restriction, implying, from a soul master's perspective, he possessed no upper limits. Wait, Yin Zhu left behind these 2 words, and moments later, he returned with another soul beast, this time having finally secured a suitable one. Ling Ling, you may absorb the soul ring now. We shall protect you, Qin Ming announced. Under the envious gazes of the onlookers, Yi Ling Ling commenced her absorption of the soul ring. For the majority of soul masters, hunting souls often hinged on luck. Occasionally, when fortune was lacking, they had to settle for lesser options to avoid hindering their cultivation progress. For instance, Qin Ming himself had a soul ring that was supposed to be of 10,000-year age, but had to settle for a 1,000-year one due to unfortunate circumstances, significantly diminishing his potential. Consequently, when faced with soul saints possessing optimal soul ring configurations, Qin Ming always felt inadequate. The notion of Yin Zhu effortlessly capturing soul beasts as if he were selecting produce was utterly surreal, something unheard of and unimaginable. The absorption of the soul ring proceeded remarkably smoothly, and upon its conclusion, Yi Ling Ling expressed her gratitude to those who had safeguarded her. Subsequently, Yin Zhu urged the group to depart from the Star Do forest promptly. On the return journey, a myriad of emotions swirled within the hearts of these proud individuals. Shock, curiosity, disappointment, envy, each sentiment intertwining in a complex tapestry. "Zhu, you worked hard today," Yi Ling Ling murmured softly. "Then perhaps you ought to reward me?" A mischievous smile flickered at the corner of Yin Zhu's eye. Yi Ling Ling feigned annoyance, retorting, "Is there nothing else you can say?" "Well, who could resist being genuine?" Yin Zhu replied candidly. "How did you manage to capture those soul beasts so effortlessly?" Yi Ling Ling began to inquire about the question that intrigued them all. Yin Zhu pointed at his own eyes and said, "These eyes of mine can perceive almost everything I wish to see. Once I have pinpointed their locations, I simply rush in and seize them. It is that straightforward. In the face of absolute speed and strength, they have little chance to resist. Monsters are truly advantageous." Yu Feng sighed to the heavens, remarking, "Slaying a 10,000-year soul beast feels as effortless as killing a chicken." "Of course, Zhu, when I speak of monsters, I am paying you a compliment." Yin Zhu glanced at the others, who seemed profoundly shaken by his performance, remaining largely silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the Royal Combat Academy, the group prepared to part ways. Yin Zhu called out to Du Gu Yin, inquiring, "Sister Yin, your grandfather is the poisoned Douluo Du Gu Bo, correct?" Du Gu Yin replied, "Yes, what of it? Would it be convenient for you to tell me where he is?" "I have a matter to discuss," Yin Zhu stated. Du Gu Yin exchanged glances with Yu Tianheng before responding to Yin Zhu. "You wish to find him?" "My grandfather has a rather volatile temperament. I cannot allow you to meet him alone." "Rest assured, I will handle it with discretion," Yin Zhu insisted, a hint of urgency in his tone. Initially, Du Gu Yin had considered escorting Yin Zhu herself, but his night had fallen. She feared it would appear inappropriate for them to be alone together. Moreover, having witnessed Yin Zhu's formidable strength earlier, her worries diminished. She ultimately disclosed the location where Du Gu Bo was currently residing. Under normal circumstances, he should be there, but if not, "I can take you tomorrow," she concluded. "Very well, thank you, Sister Yin," Yin Zhu expressed, eager to depart. "Hey, what do you need him for?" Yi Ling Ling inquired, grasping Yin Zhu's arm. "Don't ask. I promised to bring you something wonderful upon my return," Yin Zhu replied. Then, before the group, he leaned in and shared a deep kiss with Yi Ling Ling, a gesture he had grown more adept at since starting his relationship. Yin Zhu can fly?" The others watched in astonishment as Yin Zhu vanished into the night sky. Reflecting on certain aspects of the Douluo continent, Yin Zhu contemplated the most precious gift for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Perhaps at this point, Ning Rongrong did not yet comprehend its value, but Ning Fingji would undoubtedly recognize its worth. At present, Yanzu hastened towards Douluo's abode, preparing to negotiate terms with the venerable poison Douluo in pursuit of items that could alter the fate of soul masters across the continent. Of course, even without such divine treasures, Yanzu's unrivaled prowess would compel Ningfengji to extend an invitation, yet Yanzu had grander aspirations. Without the aid of these treasures, some individuals would not be able to accompany him to the end. Chapter 27, Precious Gifts, Part 2. Who goes there? In the darkness, Douluo, in meditation, opened his eyes and turned towards the balcony. Do not be alarmed, uncle. Yanzu slowly opened the balcony door, entering as he spoke. I am a classmate of Yen, here to discuss a matter with you. Yen? Douluo scrutinized Yanzu's chiseled features illuminated by moonlight, remaining on guard. Though the youth appeared young, his ability to close the distance in an instant was not to be underestimated. Uncle, though this may seem abrupt, I shall be brief, Yanzu said, wishing to avoid wasting time. I am to meet some friends tomorrow and require certain gifts. I have heard you possess a medicinal garden, hence my visit to request some herbs. Douluo narrowed his eyes. Young one, do you believe you are speaking to whom? Let us not be so unfriendly. I have already addressed you as uncle, Yanzu replied, taking a seat. Since I have come to request your assistance, I assure you it will not be in vain. If you help me this time, I shall return the favor when you are in need. Surely, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Help me? Douluo seemed offended, his tone growing harsh. You speak boastfully, on account of Yen. Be gone. With that, Douluo closed his eyes, dismissing him. Out of respect for Yen, I approached you amicably, wishing to avoid conflict. Yanzu stepped forward. I will repeat myself. Take me to your medicinal garden, provide me with what I seek, and I shall owe you a favor. Impudent! Douluo roared in fury, flicking his finger as a dark green beam of soul power shot directly towards Yanzu's forehead. Yanzu slightly tilted his head, effortlessly evading the attack, then suddenly propelled himself forward with a forceful step. Douluo, proud of his title as Douluo, remained seated imperiously, exuding a formidable aura of soul power. Though he acknowledged that the young man before him possessed some skill, he believed it was not yet necessary to expend significant effort. However, Douluo would soon pay the price for his arrogance. Yanzu effortlessly breached his protective soul power, extending a single hand to seize the throat of his opponent. The swiftness of his strike left Douluo utterly unable to evade, and in a moment of sheer panic, Douluo's body exuded a dark green soul power, enveloping his skin. How about it? Yanzu inquired, gripping Douluo's neck and lifting him effortlessly. Shall you reconsider my proposal? You are on the brink of death, yet remain oblivious to your plight. As Douluo felt his soul power creeping up Yanzu's body, he cursed, Save your breath. Poison is of no effect on me. Yanzu, understanding Douluo's implication, scoffed dismissively. Douluo, astonished by Yanzu's apparent immunity, contemplated retaliating. However, a chilling sensation surged from his back, a harbinger of death's threat. The youth before him could effortlessly snap his throat with a mere squeeze. How fragile the human form is, thought Yanzu as he regarded Douluo in his grasp. Even having cultivated to the rank of Title Douluos, the resilience of his flesh was scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary person. This fearsome poison Douluo was merely an old man subject to his whims, a truly ironic circumstance. Who are you truly? Douluo, realizing his impotence to resist, began to devise a strategy for delay. Yanzu gently set down Douluo and casually adjusted his collar, saying, Uncle, there is no enmity between us, so there is no need for such anger. I am merely here to conduct a transaction. Why must you keep me at arm's length? Douluo fixed his gaze on Yanzu for a considerable time, before finally exhaling softly and replying, Indeed, you have demonstrated your worth. However, I have a question. If you can clarify my doubts, I shall consent to your request. Yanzu nodded and remarked, I am pressed for time, so it would be best if you kept it brief. Douluo, with a stern expression, replied, I, Douluo, known by the title of Poison, pride myself on being the foremost expert in the use of toxins in this realm. How can you possibly disregard the venom of my Bailan snake? Yanzu responded, I was born with it. Do you believe me? I do not, Douluo replied, his demeanor impassive. But that is the truth, Yanzu retorted, equally expressionless, indicating that he was not jesting. Douluo stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, What is it that you seek in this transaction? Yanzu remarked, Some herbs, to my knowledge, are likely to be found in your possession. It all depends on our respective needs, should there be no conflict with my requirements. I would like you to assist me in my research. Douluo expressed his desires clearly. Yanzu clenched his fist and declared, "This ability of mine is innate. I must forewarn you that even if I cooperate with you wholeheartedly, you may ultimately gain nothing." With that, he turned to leave. Douluo, without any unnecessary words, summoned his martial soul and soared towards the sunset forest, with Yanzu closely trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at their destination. He is indeed able to keep pace, Douluo thought to himself as he observed the young man following him deep into the sunset forest, his admiration for the boy growing ever stronger. Yanzu gazed at the bizarre and peculiar plants and spirit beasts dancing in the forest as the sun set, emitting eerie sounds that sent shivers down his spine. "Stay close. We are almost there," instructed Douluo, leading Yanzu to a location reminiscent of a volcanic crater. Peering down, Yanzu beheld a lake of striking red and white hues, distinctly separated, and at the very bottom of the lake lay two enormous dragon bones. Yanzu closed his eyes, absorbing the abundant soul energy that permeated the environment. Truly, it was a treasure trove of nature. To cultivate here would undoubtedly yield rapid progress. As he observed Yanzu, who could barely contain his excitement, Douluo suddenly chuckled. "Let me make myself clear. This place is rife with venomous plants. If you perish here, it would be your own misfortune. After your demise, I shall thoroughly examine your remains. As long as you are content." Yanzu, lost in the recollections of the original text's descriptions of various celestial herbs, paid no heed to Douluo's teasing. "What herbs do you seek?" Douluo inquired, arms crossed, as they descended into the ice and fired two elemental eye. "Silence, I am contemplating," Yanzu replied, surveying the surroundings filled with exotic flora that dazzled the eyes. Among them lay a meticulously tended medicinal field, a testament to Douluo's handiwork, though the items Yanzu sought were not found there. "Let us tackle the easier ones first," he mused, soon identifying the remarkable Tongtian chrysanthemum, its flamboyant appearance standing out among the myriad flowers. Previously, in the Douluo forest, he had witnessed the martial spirit of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan. Although its form had altered due to the absorption of soul rings, it bore a striking resemblance. Carefully collecting the herb in a pre-prepared container, Yanzu continued his search, while Douluo trailed behind, watching him gather unfamiliar plants. He felt an urge to inquire, but was held back by his pride. "It's a bit difficult to distinguish between the Chihuahua tulip and the 8-petal fairy orchid," Yanzu remarked, gazing at two herbs that closely resembled his memories but remained unidentifiable. He decided to collect them for later examination at the spirit hall. Seeking a professional's insight, "Have you found what you're looking for?" Douluo asked, observing Yanzu's continuous harvest. Although these herbs were not of his cultivation, he felt a pang of sympathy. "This should suffice," Yanzu replied. He had hoped to find the heartbreak red, but, perhaps due to his own oversight, failed to spot any similar specimens. He resigned himself to the herbs he had gathered and prepared to depart. "Before you go, what is your name?" Douluo inquired. "Yanzu. From the heavenly class of the Royal Fighting Academy, a teammate of your granddaughter. Should you need anything, just reach out to me. I'll remember this favor." "I'm in a hurry and must take my leave," Yanzu stated, not waiting for Douluo's response as he swiftly made his way toward the spirit hall. Such a remote place, Yanzu thought, flying at full speed towards Spirit City. Upon arrival, he scanned the 3 grand halls of the spirit hall, but found no sign of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan. "What brings you here at such an ungodly hour?" A shadow emerged from the mist, regarding Yanzu with curiosity. Yanzu, upon seeing the ghostly figure, promptly inquired, "Elder Gue, where is Elder Ju?" The response came, "He has gone on a mission. Why do you seek him?" Just as Yanzu was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Bai Dong standing on the central platform of the papal hall, gazing at him. "Aren't you all asleep?" Yanzu questioned in bewilderment. With a sigh, the ghostly figure replied, "If you have no pressing matters, please refrain from wandering about. Misunderstandings could arise." "It's nothing. I have found a more suitable confidant," Yanzu remarked, dismissing the ghost and soaring towards Bai Dong. "How have you been?" Bai Dong inquired, her customary warm smile gracing her face as she observed Yanzu landing before her. "Have you come to a realization?" "Not quite, but I appreciate your concern. I am doing quite well. How about you?" Yanzu responded, captivated by Bai Dong's visage, which appeared even more enchanting under the moonlight. "That is truly unfortunate," she said, shaking her head. "Now, tell me, what brings you to seek me?" Yanzu chuckled. "Indeed, that is a splendid matter. In this world, the most learned and erudite, with unparalleled insight, is undoubtedly you, dear Pope Sister. No need for flattery. Let us speak plainly." As Bibi Dong began to stride towards her throne, Yanzu followed closely behind. Once Bibi Dong seated herself upon the throne, she noticed Yin Zhu had joined her rather than remaining on the steps below. "Pope sister, what do you see here?" Yin Zhu inquired as he presented a miraculous herb to gauge Bibi Dong's reaction. Initially, she cast a casual glance, but her demeanor swiftly transformed with excitement. "This is the water nymph jade bone. Where did you procure such a treasure?" "You need not concern yourself with that," Yin Zhu replied, offering the water nymph jade bone towards her. "It is for you. It holds no value for me, but for the younger generation. It represents an extraordinary opportunity to alter their fate. Do you not recognize the rarity of this item?" Bibi Dong countered, astonished at his willingness to part with it so readily. "And what of it?" Yin Zhu smiled. "If it were not a remarkable item, I would feel embarrassed to offer it to you." Bibi Dong gazed at the herb in Yin Zhu's hand, stating, "This herb not only fortifies one's foundation but also aids in breaking through bottlenecks, potentially saving years of arduous cultivation. If placed in the hands of a talented youth from a noble family, it could ensure their ascension to the Title Douluo realm. Truly, you are the Pope sister, well-versed and knowledgeable. I have a few more items that require your appraisal," Yin Zhu remarked as he laid out the remaining herbs before her. Faced with such an abundance of rare treasures, even Bibi Dong felt a sense of astonishment, and she meticulously described each item to Yin Zhu. As she concluded her explanations, he placed the water nymph jade bone into her hands. "Take it. Do not feel obliged. It will have its uses," he encouraged. Bibi Dong regarded the herb thoughtfully, contemplating. "This country lad certainly knows how to win a woman's favor. Very well, I have many promising youths in the spirit hall. I shall reward them accordingly with this herb." She accepted the water nymph jade bone without further protest, intending to present it to Hulaina upon her return from soul hunting. "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Bibi Dong asked, noticing Yin Zhu's unwavering gaze upon her after she had secured the herb. "Having accepted my gift, is there no token of appreciation?" Yin Zhu's eyes wandered elsewhere, suggesting perhaps a reward of some kind. Bibi Dong smirked, reclining against her chair, propped up on one arm. "What reward do you desire? Perhaps a passionate kiss before parting ways?" Yin Zhu observed her expression as he made this audacious suggestion. Yet Bibi Dong maintained a facade of polite indifference. "The prayer ceremony is about to commence. I must change and prepare. If you have no other business, you may take your leave," she stated, disregarding his bold request as she stood to depart. Yin Zhu gazed at the graceful silhouette of Bibi Dong, letting out a sigh. Noticing the dawn light breaking on the horizon, he decided it was time to depart and began his journey back to Tiando City. Preparing to celebrate Ning Rongrong's birthday at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School alongside Qianren Shui. Upon returning to his quarters, Yin Zhu refreshed himself with a bath and changed into a clean outfit, tidying up his appearance. When the attendants from the Crown Prince's residence arrived with a message, Yin Zhu made his way to the entrance of the Royal Do Academy, where he found 3 carriages awaiting him. "Come aboard," said Shui Qinghe, lifting the beaded curtain of the carriage window. Once inside, Yin Zhu noticed he was alone with Shui Qinghe and inquired, "Who do the other 2 carriages belong to?" "Surely they aren't the troublesome Shui Xing and Shuebing again? One belongs to my royal sister, while the other is empty, designated for gifts," Shui Qinghe replied, casting a glance at Yin Zhu and smiling. "I must admit, after your little transformation, you appear rather presentable." Yin Zhu chuckled. "Do you wish to share in this remarkable lineage with me?" The smile on Shui Qinghe's face instantly vanished as he deftly shifted the topic. "It appears you have come unprepared with a gift. Fortunately, I have taken the initiative. To be candid, if the relationship were merely that of teacher and student, I would have no confidence in persuading Ning Fingxi. However, if you can secure Ning Rongrong, you will have grasped the very crux of Ning Fingxi. Thus, this time, you must indeed perform admirably." Upon this reflection, one couldn't help but feel sympathy for Ning Rongrong. Yin Zhu offered a wry smile. "She is still just a little one, and yet you have already begun to manipulate her." Raising an eyebrow, Shui Qinghe retorted, "Spare me your useless lamentations. I harbor no guilt unless, of course, you are a scoundrel. Pray tell, are you?" "I could be," Yin Zhu replied. This response elicited a prolonged silence from Qianren Shui, revealing that she was not as untroubled by guilt as she claimed, despite her rationalizations and justifications. "In that case," Shui Qinghe resumed, "if you find this arrangement unsuitable, once I have quelled the tiendo, I shall intervene to dissolve your engagement and provide you with suitable compensation. What say you?" Yin Zhu chuckled. "Have you already begun contemplating the dissolution of your engagement before it has even been finalized? For you, is it not simply within reach?" Shui Qinghe remarked. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, objectively speaking, Yin Zhu could undoubtedly be regarded as a paragon among men. Meanwhile, The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was abuzz with activity. As the institution's esteemed reputation and Ning Fengji's connections attracted numerous guests, some seeking to curry favor and others hoping to facilitate their offspring's acquaintance with Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji found these individuals somewhat irksome, while Ning Rongrong, accustomed to her own whims, was particularly disdainful. "Where are the princes?" Ning Fengji inquired of a nearby attendant while managing the guests. The attendant replied, "According to the latest reports, they should be arriving in less than half an hour." "Have all the arrangements been made?" Ning Fengji asked again. This was the third time he had posed the same question. The attendant responded, "The welcoming personnel, banquet seating, and accommodations for the night have all been meticulously arranged as per your instructions." Ning Fengji nodded and gazed at the long table in the center of the banquet hall. Furrowing his brow, "Where's Rongrong?" I looked away for just a moment, and she has vanished. The attendant whispered a few words into Ning Fengji's ear. With a sigh, Ning Fengji helplessly rose and made his way to a garden within the sect. Upon entering the garden, Ning Fengji navigated familiar paths. And the first sight that met his eyes was Chen Xian, who sat meditating atop an artificial hill. Beneath him lay a pair of delicate crystal high-heeled shoes, one in front of the other. "Sword Uncle, today is Rongrong's birthday." Ning Fengji half approached Chen Xian. Chen Xian remained indifferent, lazily keeping his eyes shut as he asserted, "Then she should be allowed to enjoy her day, should she not?" Ning Fengji bent down to pick up the tiny high-heeled shoes and approached the pond, where Ning Rongrong had hiked her skirt to her thighs, perched on a stone, her small feet playfully splashing in the water as she focused intently on the fish swimming within. "Rongrong," Ning Fengji called out. Ning Rongrong ignored him. "Rongrong," he said, his tone growing more severe. "Oh dear." Ning Rongrong splashed her feet in the water, pulling her ears, and elongated her voice. "I heard you. I heard you." Both ears heard. "Despite it being your birthday and you being the center of attention today, why are you not at the banquet and instead causing mischief here? Look at you. What sort of appearance is this with your dress?" Ning Fengji chided as he lifted Ning Rongrong as though she were a chick. "I simply do not wish to be around those people. They are bothersome and tedious, lacking any amusement." Ning Rongrong pouted, feeling wronged. Looking into her watery eyes, Ning Fengji's heart softened, and he brushed the dust from her dress, saying, "Once a year, grant me this favor. Behave, will you? Among those guests, there are surely some who come with genuine blessings for you. Wouldn't it be disheartening to disregard their goodwill? Don't you agree?" Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. "Just for today," Ning Fengji insisted, locking eyes with her. "Very well," Ning Rongrong conceded reluctantly, following the attendant out of the garden to freshen up and change into another dress. Upon returning to the banquet, she would be inundated with invitations to dance, and more often than not, she found it difficult to refuse. Once Ning Rongrong departed, Chen Xian opened his eyes and asked, "Have Xue Qinghe and the others arrived yet?" Ning Fengji replied, "They should be arriving shortly. I ought to prepare to welcome them." Chen Xian nodded, saying, "You may go, once they arrive. Have that young man accompany them here to see me. I will wait for him." Chapter 29, The Birthday Banquet, Part 2. Let me remind you of one more thing. As Xue Qinghe disembarked from the carriage, he gazed at the imposing gate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "All right, I will be mindful of my conduct to leave a favorable impression on Ning Fengji, correct?" Yanzu also stepped out of the carriage, stretching lazily. "Not quite that." Xue Qinghe clarified, "The conduct is secondary. After all, people tend to be quite forgiving of the personalities of the strong. This time, Ning Fengji will undoubtedly have Chen Xian assess your capabilities. What you must be cautious of is not appearing too weak, yet also not overly strong." "Could you be more specific?" Yanzu inquired. Xue Qinghe elaborated, "If you appear too weak, you will not be more competitive than those scions of noble families. However, if you come across as too powerful, it may arouse Ning Fengji's suspicion. Therefore, all you need to do is compel Chen Xian to take you seriously, which will both showcase your extraordinary talent and allow Ning Fengji and others to retain some sense of security." As Xue Qinghe meticulously conveyed the details to Yanzu, Ning Fengji grew increasingly impatient, his excitement palpable. He was already privy to Yanzu's true strength, and today was the moment he had awaited to witness it firsthand. If this young man proved dependable, Ning Fengji would spare no effort in binding him to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. For the sect, inheritance was paramount above all else. Contemplating this, Ning Fengji glanced at Ning Rongrong, who had now donned a new outfit, complete with an exquisite crown. Her expression one of desolation as she sat there, occasionally pouting her lips. Ning Fengji understood this as a manifestation of her desire to vent her emotions. However, she remained unaware of the intricate dynamics at play. How much better it would be if they could coexist harmoniously, Ning Fengji mused inwardly. At that moment, the sound of a cannon fired, signaling the commencement of the festivities. The doors of the banquet hall swung open, and all present ceased their chatter, instinctively lining up along the red carpet to observe the entrance. The cannon fire was reserved for royal appearances, and as Ning Fengji held the esteemed position of Prince Taisher within the imperial court, all guests understood who was about to arrive. The crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xueqinghe. If one could not win Ning Rongrong's affections, garnering the favor of the crown prince would also be a commendable achievement. The young men and women present were determined to showcase their utmost charm. After 3 cannon blasts, Xueqinghe and Xueke entered the banquet hall hand in hand. Their striking appearances and the grandeur of their royal attire, combined with their innate elegance, rendered them resplendent. Yanzu stood a mere 3 steps away from another man, a position typically indicative of being a trusted confidant to the crown prince. On the other side, Ning Fengji took Ning Rongrong's small hand and approached Xueqinghe. Gu Rong followed closely behind, his eyes seemingly penetrating through Xueqinghe to fixate on Yanzu and an unfamiliar figure that inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. Gu Rong mused internally about this sensation. Despite their familiarity, the public nature of the gathering necessitated some polite exchanges, mostly involving Xueqinghe and Xueku engaging in light-hearted banter to amuse Ning Rongrong, who was diligently responding, feeling as though each second stretched into eternity. In truth, Qianrenxue had indeed worried excessively. Yanzu observed the scene before him, realizing there was hardly an opportunity for him to speak or act. Once both parties were seated and the banquet resumed its normal flow, a sense of relaxation enveloped them. While Xueqinghe and Ning Fengji conversed, Yanzu discreetly scrutinized the petite figure of Ning Rongrong. Honestly, it was difficult to fathom that this girl, standing nearly 1.60 meters tall, was of such a young age, despite her youthful appearance. Yanzu felt her age should be at least double based on her stature alone. He internally likened her to a newly crafted porcelain doll, forming a lasting first impression of Ning Rongrong. Noticing someone gazing at her, Ning Rongrong boldly returned the look and, upon discovering it was the unfamiliar man standing behind Xueqinghe, quickly stuck out her tongue at him. "Where's your gift?" Xueqinghe remarked, having noticed Ning Rongrong's playful gesture, and he cleared his throat to address Yanzu. This inquiry implied that Yanzu had indeed come prepared, piquing Ning Fengji's interest as he too wished to see what birthday present this young man had brought for his precious daughter. "If you had asked me a second later, I would have presented it myself," Yanzu replied, retrieving a jade box from his bosom and extending it towards Ning Rongrong. "Little one, happy birthday." Ning Rongrong, upon seeing the simple jade box and recalling her earlier antics, swiftly accepted it, thanking him with a bright smile. Many in the banquet hall were keeping a keen eye on the proceedings at Ning Fengji's table, eager to seize any opportunity to showcase themselves. When they saw Yanzu, accompanying the crown prince, presenting a gift to Ning Rongrong, a sense of urgency swept through several hearts. They had assumed that the 2 individuals following the crown prince were merely trusted attendants, never anticipating that Xueqinghe's status as a mentor to Ning Fengji was insufficient. He had also drawn Ning Rongrong into the fray, extinguishing any remaining flicker of hope. After all, who would dare to compete with the crown prince? Yanzu felt a sharp, prickling sensation and caught a glimpse of the envy etched on the faces of those around him, secretly amused by the little one's unexpected popularity. "Aren't you curious to see what's inside?" Xueqinghe inquired, noticing that Yanzu had not revealed the item he had prepared for him, but instead produced an unremarkable jade box, which puzzled him. "Indeed, I strongly urge you to open it, right now," Yanzu replied with unshakable confidence. "With both your highness and Yanzu saying so, I too am intrigued." Ning Fengji remarked to Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, do open it." A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Rongrong's face as she joked, "You haven't hidden a toad in there, have you? Just so you know, the last person who did that was thrown off the mountain by Old Bone. Rest assured, it is delectable," Yanzu chuckled. "If it truly is delicious, it may be of some use," Ning Rongrong said, pushing the lid of the jade box upwards. As a narrow gap appeared, she felt a surge of energy, and her hand involuntarily pushed the lid completely open. In an instant, an ethereal fragrance burst forth, enveloping her surroundings with its enchanting aroma. Gu Rong, Ning Fengji, Xueqinghe, and his attendant gasped in astonishment. The captivating scent continued to spread, gradually capturing the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. "What is this?" Ning Fengji stared intently at the contents of the jade box, his mind racing through memories he had temporarily sealed away. However, the sheer volume of those memories rendered him momentarily speechless. Ning Rongrong was utterly entranced by the item within the jade box. In her eyes, the alluring fragrance became vividly tangible, and the celestial herb inside shimmered with a soft golden glow, captivating her gaze. Such rich spiritual energy, and this exquisite scent. Xueqing mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Could it be the Chiluo tulip? Oh. Yanzu relished the astonished expressions of the crowd. Unexpectedly, Qianrenxue named its origin, affirming the prowess of the spirit hall, renowned for its abundant archives and talented individuals. At her age, it was indeed rare for her knowledge to surpass that of Ning Fengji. Xueqing had glanced up, receiving a confirming nod from Yanzu. You managed to acquire this? Xueqing had traced a circle on his chin with his finger, his eyes wide with disbelief. Compared to the gifts he had prepared, this Chiluo tulip was priceless for soul masters, rendering his offerings utterly insignificant. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Ning Rongrong inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Though she did not cast a glance at Yanzu, Ning Fengji understood that from the beginning of the banquet until now, this was likely her only genuine expression of gratitude. Xueqing had thought to himself that the young girl was unaware of the item's true value and was merely captivated by its novelty. With this in mind, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Fengji, who immediately understood. They led the group into a private room. Once inside, everyone took their seats. Xueku and Ning Rongrong closely examined the Chiluo tulip, while Ning Fengji turned to Xueqing and said, Your Highness, I heard you mention the origins of this celestial herb earlier. It is now my turn to learn from you. Xueqing turned to Yanzu, asking, What do you think? Shall I refrain from stealing your thunder and let you explain? Perhaps you should take the lead. Although the item belongs to me, you might have a greater understanding of certain matters, Yanzu replied. Without further ado, Xueqing stated, this item is known as the Chiluo tulip, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of nature, the radiance of the sun and moon, significantly benefiting one's cultivation. I refuse. Ning Rongrong reacted immediately, clutching the jade box tightly at the mention of cultivation. I don't want to consume it. I wish to keep it. No. I want to nurture it. Ning Fengji pondered. However, Rongrong is still quite young, and her cultivation level is not profound. Is there a risk in consuming such a powerful supplement? If she could cultivate it and harvest its benefits later, that would be prudent. Xueqing replied sternly. That is not possible. One cannot be greedy when heaven has bestowed such a gift. To desire more could lead to ruin. Acquiring such a celestial herb is incredibly difficult, and if one is not careful, they may end up with nothing. As for the risks, there is no need for concern. This type of celestial herb primarily serves to reinforce one's foundation. The earlier it is consumed, the greater the benefits. Having said this, Xueqing approached Ning Rongrong, instructing her. This flower must not be swallowed whole. Instead, gently inhale the petals, absorbing the essence slowly into your body. During the process, I will channel my soul power to guide it, ensuring the effects permeate your entire being. You must cooperate well with me. Do you understand? Ning Rongrong sensed the authoritative tone in Xueqing's words and looked pleadingly at Gu Rong, who nodded in agreement. As a Title Douluo, Gu Rong understood the significance of this celestial herb all too well. Must I really consume it? Ning Rongrong gazed longingly at the Chiluo tulip within the jade box. Attempting to charm Xueqing, it is essential, Qianrenxue thought to herself. Without consuming it, how will you comprehend its true value? She was certain that Ning Fengji, once he witnessed the effects of the Chiluo tulip, would undoubtedly seek to recruit Yanzu. Furthermore, if the essence of the Chiluo tulip were not ingested promptly, it would gradually dissipate. Realizing that her coaxing was in vain, Ning Rongrong adopted a serious demeanor. Observing this, Qianrenxue began to guide her in the proper method of consuming the Chiluo tulip while channeling her soul power to assist Ning Rongrong in processing the herb's potency. This was precisely why Yanzu had entrusted the explanation to Xueqing. He understood much of what needed to be said, yet he was uncertain how to perform the procedure. The process continued for quite some time, but Ning Fengji and Gu Rong remained fixated on Ning Rongrong. When Xueqing finally wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled, saying it was complete, both men exhaled in relief. Ning Fengji exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Rong, who understood and grasped Ning Rongrong's wrist. Under Gu Rong's soul power influence, Ning Rongrong released her martial spirit. Fengji, Rongrong's soul power has surged by a full 10 levels. Gu Rong exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. However, what caught his attention was Ning Fengji's expression. which was almost grotesquely ecstatic as he fixated on the 7 treasures glazed tower swirling before Ning Rongrong's chest. Wait. Gu Rong released Ning Rongrong's wrist. Equally astonished was Xueqinghe. She was aware that the Chiluo tulip was a celestial herb, yet she had not anticipated its effects on Ning Rongrong would be so profound. The 9 layers of colorful treasure tower. A divine martial spirit has manifested in my daughter. Ning Fengji fell to his knees, embracing Ning Rongrong in a fit of excitement. Unfortunately, at that moment, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to her father's exhilaration. She despised cultivation and was indifferent to martial spirits. The only joy she felt was the realization that the enchanting fragrance she had inhaled from the Chiluo tulip had not faded but rather transferred to her being. She sensed every pore in her body expanding and contracting, exuding this captivating aroma. Let them revel for a while. Xueqinghe retreated to the side and said to Yanzu, I underestimated you once more. I had no choice. You instructed me to be attentive. Yanzu replied with satisfaction regarding the outcome. It was worth the effort he had invested the previous night, consulting both Douluo and Yueguan. By the way, do you have any more celestial herbs like this? Xueqinghe inquired tentatively. Why? Do you have a daughter you wish to marry to me? Yanzu whispered teasingly. Then let it be, came the reply. Xueqinghe rolled her eyes and remarked, in truth, Yanzu wishes to convey to Qianren Shui that he still possesses something for her. However, Ning Fengji had already regained his composure from his earlier lapse. He rose to his feet, tidied himself up, and instructed Gu Rong to take Ning Rongrong downstairs for training. Observing this, Xueqinghe also dismissed Xueku, leaving only Yanzu, Xueqinghe, and Ning Fengji in the room. First and foremost, allow me to express my gratitude. Thank you, Yanzu, for your generous gift. This favor will forever be etched in the hearts of our 7 treasure glazed tile sect. And thank you as well, Your Highness, for your assistance to Rongrong. After clearing his throat, Ning Fengji continued, I shall refrain from unnecessary words, for we surely have an unspoken understanding. Therefore, I shall ask directly, Yanzu, would you be willing to become the protector of our 7 treasure glazed tile sect, safeguarding Rongrong for all eternity? You are inquiring whether I am willing to marry her, correct? Yanzu translated Ning Fengji's words into more straightforward terms, thinking to himself, of course, why would I refuse a wife that comes without cost? Ning Fengji chuckled. I would love to say that your kindness deserves such a reciprocation, but I must insist that this remains to be deliberated. For I still need to introduce you to someone, one of our current protectors, the sword Douluo Xian. Then let us depart swiftly and return quickly, Xueqinghe said, giving Yanzu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. She felt quite pleased. With matters having reached this stage, the outcome seemed almost certain, and the plan had progressed further. Are you not joining us? Yanzu inquired. I have no interest in witnessing an event devoid of suspense. I prefer to rest for a while, Xueqinghe replied, closing her eyes to recuperate. I greatly admire this aspect of your highness, your calm confidence, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile, leading Yanzu toward the back garden, where Chun Xian awaited, growing increasingly impatient. Chapter 30. He is not human, Yanzu. Do you have your own thoughts on this matter? As they walked along the garden path, Ning Fengji asked without turning back to look at Yanzu. Yanzu, upon hearing this, inquired, what prompts such a sudden question? Ning Fengji replied, Your Highness, it is my hope that you can earn my trust and win Rongrong's affections, thereby enhancing our alliance. Indeed, this matter bears mutual benefits for both parties, and I harbor no objections. But you are about to express a reservation, are you not? Yanzu interjected. Indeed, Ning Fengji paused, plucking a fruit from the overhead rack, a fruit whose name Yanzu could not recall, and gently rolling it in his hand. The only variable lies within you. Our 7 treasure glazed tile sect seeks strength. Yet such pursuit is not without its principles. Rongrong is my daughter. I cannot allow her to become merely a tool for sustaining relationships. For what purpose would be served by our painstaking efforts? Yanzu emulated Ning Fengji, plucking a fruit and placing it directly into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke. You wish to inquire whether I can truly become the guardian of the 7 treasures glazed sect, rather than merely remaining a vassal to the crown prince. Am I correct? Are you urging me to take a side? Ning Fengji raised one hand, manifesting the spirit of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, and remarked, Gem-type martial spirits resonate with the rare resources of nature. Those endowed with such spirits possess an innate ability to appraise treasures, effortlessly acquiring wealth that incites envy in others. However, how does one safeguard such riches? One might argue that this wealth is akin to a curse. Once acquired, one must exert tremendous effort to protect it, for it was never truly yours to begin with. Should you choose not to seize it, others will compel you to do so, driven by their own desires. Is it wise to win hearts with wealth? At times, it may prove effective, yet those drawn together by riches may equally betray one another, and entrusting one's fate to another's hands is far from a judicious choice. Yan Zhu furrowed his brow slightly, for the fruit's taste was indeed rather unpleasant. It was no wonder that Ning Fengji merely toyed with it rather than consuming it. Ning Fengji continued his lengthy discourse. Thus, for the disciples of our seven treasures glazed sect, aside from diligently cultivating to realize their innate talents, the most crucial endeavor is to find their own guardians, establishing an unbreakable bond of trust, reliance, and mutual growth. Rongrong seeks such a person as well, rather than a mere tool who obeys others. The flavor of this fruit leaves much to be desired, Yan Zhu remarked as he swallowed it down. This is a variant of decorative walnut, Ning Fengji observed, glancing at Yan Zhu, who showed no signs of spitting it out. Your teeth seem quite sturdy. You can indeed gnaw through hard shells. Yan Zhu licked his tingling lips and remarked, to put it plainly, this matter was indeed initiated by Shuqinghe. However, it does not imply that I am wholly subservient to her. I possess my own thoughts. What are your thoughts? Do share, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. To adapt and find peace in every situation. That is my philosophy, Yan Zhu stated candidly. Is that all? If you intend to survive on those 4 words, you must possess sufficient strength to back them up. Life inevitably presents moments of helplessness, does it not? Ning Fengji responded thoughtfully. It used to be that way, but not anymore. I shall pursue whatever I desire without the need to heed anyone's commands. Have I made myself clear? Yan Zhu thought to himself, reflecting on the profound helplessness that had defined his previous life, abandoned due to lack of guardianship, compelled to take on menial labor to survive, and countless other tales of struggle that were too numerous to recount. Ning Fengji appeared to have received a satisfactory answer. A glimmer of contentment gracing his smile as he said, You exude confidence in your ability to navigate among the various factions with your strength. I admire such confidence. I am fond of individuals with character, for they do not merely drift along with the tide. They possess a certain stubbornness, a principle of their own. One final question. Do you have feelings for Rongrong? Although she is still young, we can certainly ponder the future. To inquire about feelings at such a juncture seemed rather absurd. We shall simply have to wait and see, Yan Zhu replied. His gaze fixed ahead at a figure poised with bated breath, an individual with white hair, a hint of stubble, yet with remarkably youthful skin, exuding an air of vitality. Indeed, let us wait and see. It is time for me to broaden my horizons. Ning Fengji turned a corner and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Xian, saying, Allow me to witness the surprises that come from the young man whom His Highness holds in such high regard and confidence. As Yan Zhu and Ning Fengji approached, Chen Xian's gaze locked onto Yan Zhu, deeply concerned about the future of the sect and Rongrong. Yet he yearned even more to engage in a spar with this peculiar youth described by Gu Rong. Is this the young man who can stand toe-to-toe with the black-eyed Golden Dragon King? At first glance, he indeed possesses a certain uniqueness, an innate calmness and composure characteristic of the strong, devoid of any pretense. He radiates genuine confidence. Have you clarified everything? Chen Xian inquired. Yan Zhu stepped forward and inquired. So, how do you intend to test me? Do not consider this a trial, for I shall not hold back, Chen Xian declared, summoning his 7 killing sword. The radiant soul rings emitted an overwhelming aura, prompting Ning Fengji to retreat to what he deemed a safe distance. Yet, Yan Zhu thought to himself, I must hold back. I cannot harm Chen Xian. Firstly, this fellow's appearance and demeanor are quite likable to me, and secondly, it would disrupt the harmony. At this moment, Chen Xian had intensified the oppressive atmosphere to its fullest extent. In stark contrast, Yan Zhu remained unperturbed, standing still. He sensed Ning Fengji's peculiar gaze behind him and mused inwardly, Why are you looking at me? I am not summoning any soul rings. True to his word, Chen Xian did not waver even slightly at Yan Zhu's indifference. With a flicker of his soul rings, the tip of the 7 killing sword unleashed a beam of sword light aimed directly at Yan Zhu's brow. As the beam traversed through the air, it swiftly congealed into the form of the 7 killing sword, resembling a crystal entity. With a single hand raised and 2 fingers pinched, Yan Zhu effortlessly caused the crystal 7 killing sword to shatter, its remnants falling to the ground and dissipating into soul power, vanishing into the air. What Gu Rong had said was indeed true. At this moment, Ning Fengji and Chen Xian finally believed Gu Rong's words. Truly an extraordinary individual. Ning Fengji mused as he took a few steps back, realizing that, barring any unforeseen events, this garden was doomed to destruction. That's enough. Chen Xian's elegantly arched brows furrowed, his gaze suddenly transforming into one of piercing intensity. A black soul ring ignited around him, and the soul power emanating from his body ascended alongside the 7 killing sword, wreaking havoc throughout the garden. This was no longer a mere test, Chen Xian thought. There was no need for hesitation. The ability to effortlessly counter his soul technique with one hand spoke volumes. Has Sword Uncle gone mad? Ning Fengji was taken aback by Chen Xian's actions, but soon felt a sense of relief. After all, Chen Xian had always possessed a hint of madness within him. His relentless pursuit of higher realms was as steadfast as granite. It would be wiser for him to keep his distance. One must not appear overly weak, nor excessively strong. The voice of Xueqing he once again echoed in Yanzu's ears. Yet, witnessing the unfolding chaos, Yanzu found himself at a loss for words. What would Xueqing he say when inquiring about the events afterward? I merely deflected a blow, and he suddenly unleashed his full power. How am I to respond? In truth, everything transpired in an instant. As these thoughts flickered through Yanzu's mind, Chen Xian had already soared into the air. The 7 killing sword had expanded several dozen times its original size, and he unleashed 13 strikes in rapid succession. Each wave of sword energy carrying the force to cleave mountains, each seemingly more formidable than the last. I should retreat, Yanzu thought. Unsure if this would allow him to appear somewhat weaker. He had little desire to engage, for he rather enjoyed the attire he wore today, purchased during a shopping trip with Yulingling. Moreover, this garment was not made of any high-tech material, unlike certain pants that could withstand extraterrestrial combat unscathed. The area covered by those 13 strikes was vast, compelling Yanzu to swiftly vacate the battlefield. The once meticulously tended garden was reduced to a graveyard of flowers. Marble dust swirling through the air, resembling a mushroom cloud from a distance. Chen Xian hovered in mid-air, observing the chaos below, and then closed his eyes. Exhaling a soft sigh, he realized he had struck nothing but empty air. His 7 killing sword had encountered neither resistance nor impact. Despite his utmost exertion and speed, lethality, and pressure, his opponent remained unscathed. He had hoped to glean the true strength of the youth through these 13 strikes, only to discover that the boy had merely evaded him, not even activating a soul ring. A wave of humiliation and defeat washed over Chen Xian. Throughout his life, he had faced countless opponents, experiencing significant defeats, but none had shaken him as profoundly as this battle, for he recognized that all his efforts had been utterly meaningless. No matter how powerful an attack, if it failed to land, it bore no significance, rendering him akin to a mere jester. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing Chen Xian back to reality as he sheathed the 7 killing sword and descended to assist the somewhat disheveled Ning Fengji. Sword Uncle, was that a bit excessive? Ning Fengji remarked, gazing at the lingering mist. Chen Xian turned his gaze to another side, where Yanzu leaned against a stone pillar, awaiting the smoke to clear. He is hardly human, Chen Xian remarked with a hint of ambiguity. Chapter 31. A promise. Was the commotion perhaps a tad too grand? Gu Rong, who was safeguarding Ning Rongrong's cultivation within the room, sensed the disturbances emanating from the back mountain, feeling a twinge of concern for Chen Xian and Ning Fengji's predicament. He understood Chen Xian's temperament, even knowing that his adversary was a formidable being capable of contending with the likes of Tang Chen and Di Tian. Chen Xian would still be inclined to measure strength against him. Should the situation escalate beyond repair, it could spell disaster. Despite his concerns, Gu Rong remained seated, guarding Ning Rongrong, for many esteemed guests were present today, and she required a protector. Having wealth is truly wonderful. Blowing up a garden feels akin to setting off fireworks. Yanzu observed, gazing at the scene before him. Is everything all right? Chen Xian inquired, directing his attention toward the distant Yanzu. Leave it to me. Ning Fengji replied, his face pale. Chen Xian cast one last wary glance at Yanzu before departing. He would soon retreat into seclusion for an extended period. For he had gleaned not a shred of advancement from this confrontation. Rather, his mind had been unsettled, proving to be a fruitless endeavor. What do you think? Yanzu approached Ning Fengji as Chen Xian's silhouette faded from view. Please sit. There are some matters I must discuss, Ning Fengji said, seeking refuge on an undisturbed stone bench. Speak freely. Given the circumstances, there is little left to conceal, Yanzu responded with calm assurance. Ning Fengji, what are your thoughts on the spirit hall? Ning Fengji knew that to recruit Yanzu, he must clarify this matter. I hardly give it much thought. Yanzu replied nonchalantly. They haven't disturbed my ancestors' graves, so it doesn't concern me. However, our people have witnessed you collaborating with individuals from the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Yanzu. I understand that with your strength, you can act as you please. Therefore, I implore you. If you have come to our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with a specific agenda, I hope you can be forthright. What others can offer you, we may also provide. And I am willing to offer even more. Ah, are you referring to that incident in the Stardow Forest? Yanzu recalled. Ning Fengji was taken aback by Yanzu's candidness, which made him somewhat anxious. He feared that Yanzu could easily dispose of him. But he had no other choice than to ask the question directly. Indeed, and it made quite a stir, Ning Fengji replied. Now that you mention it. I do recall seeing Douluo there, though I paid little attention at the time, Yanzu chuckled. To be honest, my motives for assisting them were rather simple. I merely found their young master quite appealing, and I wished to pursue her. Ning Fengji's expression grew complex at Yanzu's words. Strangely enough, he sensed that Yanzu was speaking the truth, as there was no reason for him to fabricate such a story. You truly are something. Ning Fengji said with a wry smile. Though it may seem somewhat undignified in your presence, I have no intention of deceiving you. Yanzu replied. That's all right. Azu, your honesty makes you seem all the more genuine. At your age, it's natural to engage in such pursuits. I don't mind. But I cannot guarantee that Rong will feel the same. That will depend on your charm, Ning Fengji chuckled. Of course. You must ensure that she does not feel wronged. All of this is contingent upon your acceptance of me, Yanzu said. I have already accepted you. Ning Fengji affirmed. Otherwise, I would not speak so freely. Azu, when I first learned of your existence, I wondered if this was a gift bestowed upon our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School by the heavens. However, extending a hand towards you is undeniably perilous. For you are immensely powerful and entangled with the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, your Highness has introduced you to me, and I cannot allow this opportunity to slip away. May I interject? Yanzu inquired with curiosity. What are your thoughts on the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing Yanzu's question, Ning Fengji pondered for a moment. Initially, everyone believed that the Spirit Hall would invigorate the Soul Master community, and their performance over the years has indeed supported this belief. But, Yanzu prompted. But their reach has grown increasingly extensive. Ning Fengji displayed a look of helplessness, akin to a frog slowly boiling in warm water. One found it impossible to refuse him. For he bore an exquisite bouquet and spoke with grandiloquent eloquence. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall had a devoted sanctuary that wielded a battle blade in the background. With all eyes observing his gradual ascension, the royal family and various sects endeavored to maintain a balance, yet each fought their own battles. In contrast, the Douluo Empire, with its more concentrated power, managed its affairs far more effectively. Yanzu replied, to speak candidly, there is nothing particularly objectionable about the doctrines of the Spirit Hall. I do not contest this point. Ning Fengji interjected. However, rules are one matter, and their execution is quite another. In my view, the Spirit Hall is not a monolith. The disparity among individuals is indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. Yanzu remarked, perhaps one day we can collaborate with the Wuhuan Hall. I believe it cannot possibly be worse than the Tiando royal family. It seems you harbor quite the opinion about the Tiando royal family, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. I am aware of the incident where you brutally defeated Shuebang at the Royal Academy, but trust me, Yanzu, the Crown Prince is a trustworthy ally. In every regard, he is the most exceptional young man I have encountered. Oh, shouldn't that honor belong to me? Yanzu chuckled. That is why I refer to it in all aspects, Ning Fengji clarified. Were it not for his presence, I would not have chosen to engage in such a profound partnership with the Tiando Empire. The more serious Ning Fengji appeared, the more Yanzu struggled to suppress his laughter. He found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament, should his father-in-law discover that the crown prince he was extolling was. In fact, the young master of the Wuhuan Hall, he could only imagine the look on his face. Perhaps it would be best to remain silent on that matter, lest Ning Fengji suffer a heart attack on the spot. All right, finally, Azu, grant me a promise, a man's promise, Ning Fengji concluded, intending to bring the conversation to a close. How should I articulate this? Yanzu gazed skyward, contemplating for a moment before declaring, regardless of what transpires, I shall exert my utmost effort to protect the legacy of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in Rong. Is that sufficient? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji inhaled deeply, then rose, clasping his hands together as he bowed slightly to Yanzu. Please, no need for such formalities. I should be addressing you as uncle now. Yanzu helped Ning Fengji back to his feet. Do not feel uneasy, You are deserving of it, Ning Fengji responded earnestly. When Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian entered my sect, it was the same. That moment remains etched in our memories. He is truly trying to tug at my heartstrings. Yin Zhu thought to himself, feeling somewhat burdened by his father-in-law's earnestness. We should return. They must be waiting anxiously, Ning Fengji stated, taking Yin Zhu's hand as they walked closely toward the banquet hall. Although Yin Zhu understood that this was Ning Fengji's way of signaling to everyone present that he had chosen him, holding hands with another man felt rather peculiar. Is there anything further you require of me? Yin Zhu inquired, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Let things unfold naturally, Ning Fengji replied. Rong is still young. I initially had other plans for her, but now it seems I should consider the Crown Prince's suggestion. I wish for Rong to enroll in the Royal Academy, and I hope you can foster a good relationship with her. I do not want her to feel that I have sold her off. This is a matter I need not elaborate on, as she is my only daughter, and I often find it difficult to be strict with her, which has led to her being rather spoiled. Not too big, not too small. What does that mean? Yin Zhu queried, puzzled. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow and replied, She is not very big, but her temper is rather fierce. Chapter 32. The journey of training. As Ning Fengji and Yin Zhu entered the banquet hall hand in hand, everyone understood that the matter had been conclusively settled. Although jealousy gnawed at them, they were relieved to have one less worry. Xue Qinghe looked at Yin Zhu with a teasing glint in her eyes and said, Congratulations. Congratulations to my teacher for finding a worthy son-in-law. Congratulations to you, young man. She suddenly faltered, as she struggled to find suitable words to describe Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji chuckled, Your Highness, I owe this all to your matchmaking. Xue Qinghe smiled. Teacher, there is no need for such modesty. I am not entirely selfless. Ning Fengji continued, In light of this, I plan to have Rongrong enroll in the Royal Academy. While Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu are more than capable of teaching, as the heir of our sect, remaining in a comfort zone will not lead to greatness. I have good intentions, but she is my only daughter, and I often find it hard to be stern with her, which is why she has become so spoiled. Originally, I intended to send her far from the sect to grow and develop, but now, the Royal Academy is the best place for her. That little imp. If she were to pester me for help, I would find it hard to refuse, Xue Qinghe chuckled. That is precisely what I am saying. Hence, I must ask for your Highness's and Azu's assistance in this matter. After the banquet concluded, Ning Fengji arrived at Ning Rongrong's training chamber. Observing Ning Rongrong meditating with her eyes closed, his gaze was filled with affection. He then called Gu Rong aside. Gu Rong appeared somewhat reluctant to comply with Ning Fengji's request, but he understood it was for Rongrong's benefit. Among the three of them, one would inevitably soften in critical moments. Rongrong, awaken. Gu Rong infused his soul power into Ning Rongrong, aiding her in completing a cycle and gently concluding her meditation. What is it, Grandpa Gu? Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes and inquired, looking towards Gu Rong. Gu Rong's face was marked by reluctance. And then Ning Rongrong felt a slight poke from Gu Rong's finger, causing her vision to blur before she lost consciousness. The noise and vibrations of the carriage rolling over the gravel road roused Ning Rongrong from her slumber. As she groggily opened her eyes, she found herself seated between two men, the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, and Yin Zhu, the one who had gifted her the exquisite tulip. Ning Rongrong emitted a soft, sleepy groan, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Her silky hair clung to her forehead. Where am I? After posing her question, Ning Rongrong quickly assessed her surroundings and realized she was in a carriage with Xue Qinghe and Yin Zhu, heading towards an uncertain destination. First, have a sip of water. Xue Qinghe kindly offered her a cup. Ning Rongrong accepted the cup and took a sip before asking, Your Highness, how did I end up here? Rongrong, here is a letter from your teacher. Once you read it, everything will become clear, Xue Qinghe replied, handing her the letter. Ning Rongrong took the letter and began to read. Rongrong, by the time you read this letter, you will likely have arrived at the Royal Academy. You are quite clever, adept at navigating both me and Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu, but I must inform you that this will not serve you well. Therefore, I have decided to send you to the Royal Academy for training. I will no longer pay you any mind. Ning Rongrong muttered angrily at the letter. Continuing to read. You are likely wondering if we will secretly send someone to protect you. As long as you shout 3 times, Uncle Gu and Uncle Jian will be there in an instant. I must tell you not to harbor such delusions. I have instructed everyone in the sect that without my permission, no one shall grant you any favors. If you choose not to help, then so be it. What is there to be smug about? Ning Rongrong squinted her large eyes. The Royal Academy gathers the elite heirs of the Tiendo Empire and the heirs of various sects. And I hope you will grow amidst their competition and discover a better version of yourself. The Crown Prince will ensure your safe arrival at the Royal Academy. And beyond that, he will offer you no further assistance. Yes, I have already made that clear to him. Well, do not scold me any longer. I have not left you entirely unprepared. The other individual, Yanzu, is now a devotee of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. His relationship with you is akin to mine with Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. You can trust him. He is also training at the Royal Academy and is a member of the Royal Battle Team. Ning Rongrong glanced up at Xue Qinghe and Yanzu, her cheeks puffed up in displeasure. One more thing. The heir of the Nine-Heart Sea Tang is also at the Royal Academy and similarly part of the Royal Battle Team. Bearing the name of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, do not let yourself be outdone by them. As for when this training will conclude, I believe you will discern that for yourself. After finishing the letter, Ning Rongrong crumpled it in her hand, then clenched her fists on her waist, feeling frustrated and unwilling to speak. How about it? Are you ready to embrace this new chapter of your life? Xue Qinghe smiled and inquired. Ning Rongrong was currently quite irate, not because Ning Fengji had cast her out of the sect, but due to the manner in which he had done so. In truth, she had long wished to explore the outside world, yet being knocked unconscious and unceremoniously discarded made her feel that her father had neither faith in nor respect for her. Humph. When this young lady establishes her own dominion in the outside world, he will beg me to return, and I shall not acquiesce. Ning Rongrong declared with a tone of defiance. Observing her demeanor, Yanzu could not suppress a chuckle, remarking that if it were truly the case, he might split his sides with laughter. Your name is Yanzu, correct? Ning Rongrong pointed at him. Indeed. The letter mentioned you are now a consecrated member of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which means you are under my command. Ning Rongrong rose and patted his shoulder, asserting, from now on, you shall be my little brother, and together we will transform the Imperial Fighting Academy into our territory. I shall protect you. No sooner had she spoken than the carriage jolted, causing her to stumble into Yanzu's embrace. He steadied her, saying, perhaps you should focus on safeguarding yourself first. Crossing her arms defiantly, Ning Rongrong retorted, humph. Just watch. Joining the Imperial Fighting Team will be a piece of cake. Xue Qinghe mused privately that with the assistance of Chilua Tulip, her soul power had surged by 11 levels. Coupled with her foundational soul power at her tender age, her abilities would surely astonish the 3 instructors of the Imperial Fighting Academy, positioning her for core development, even for exceptionally gifted soul masters. Achieving second ring strength typically required reaching 13 or 14 years of age. She was merely 8. We have arrived. It is time to disembark, Rongrong, Yanzu announced, lifting the carriage curtain. Rongrong is what you call me. Ning Rongrong stood with her hands on her hips, declaring, this time, I will let it slide, but henceforth, you shall call me boss. Hey, you little rascal. Yanzu chuckled, casting a glance at Xue Qinghe, who was stifling a laugh. Very well, boss. Please alight from the carriage. Yanzu gestured grandly. And thus, Your Highness, we take our leave. Ning Rongrong remembered her manners and bid farewell to Xue Qinghe. Once they disembarked, Ning Rongrong gazed dreamily at the Imperial Fighting Academy, perched on the outskirts among the peaks. From a distance, the flickering lights twinkled in the night, and as a cool evening breeze swept by, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Humph, stupid old dad. She sniffled, rubbing her eyes with her palms before exclaiming, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. Wait a moment. Yanzu retrieved a cloak and draped it over Ning Rongrong. You just awoke. Do not catch a chill. Hey, little brother, quite the gentleman you are. I must commend you. Ning Rongrong felt warmth envelop her, her spirits lifting considerably. Thank you. Now let's go. I shall take you to register, Yanzu stated. You crouch down. Ning Rongrong commanded, pointing to the ground. What for? Yanzu asked, puzzled. After such a long journey, and still on the mountain, do you wish to exhaust me? Ning Rongrong retorted, hurry up, I want to ride. Yanzu thought to himself, little girl, considering our relationship, who rides whom is still debatable, but hesitated, contemplating that perhaps indulging her too much would not bode well. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, deciding to pamper his own little lady. Come on, the princess shall mount. Yanzu crouched down. With a gleeful smile, Ning Rongrong clambered onto his back, proclaiming, giddy up, let us embark. Are you ready? Yanzu inquired. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Giddy up. She encouraged, playfully tapping his head. With that, Yanzu sprang into action, launching them skyward. Ning Rongrong's shrieks pierced the night as he soared towards the clouds like a rocket, only to descend abruptly towards the Imperial Fighting Academy. However, he soon learned the consequences of his playful antics. Ning Rongrong was genuinely terrified, and once they landed, she burst into inconsolable tears, her face streaked with snot and tears, her cheeks flushed from the wind, and she had even wet herself, leaving Yanzu in a rather unfortunate state. What to do? He pondered, watching Ning Rongrong sob uncontrollably on the ground. No matter how he attempted to console or apologize, she paid him no heed, compelling him to crouch beside her. I was wrong, big brother, please stop crying. I beg you. You've made me all wet. Yanzu clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. This only intensified her weeping. Azu, what are you doing? Came the voice of Qin Ming. Oh dear. Why are you bullying a child? Yufeng approached, hands resting behind his head. It's nothing. Could you please ask Lingling to come over? Yanzu requested. All right. Yufeng spread his wings and soared away. Qin Ming stepped forward, and upon noticing the little girl on the ground, exclaimed, Oh? Isn't this the young mistress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong? We saw someone flying over and came to investigate, but I didn't expect it to be you. Why are you carrying her? This is a long story, but essentially, I brought her here to enroll. Yanzu succinctly explained. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ming's face. Azu, you were looking for me. Yi Lingling arrived alongside Yufeng. Yes, Lingling. May I accompany you back to the dormitory? I need to discuss something with you, Yanzu said. Yi Lingling's face flushed crimson as she reproachfully replied, You cannot. I reside with Sister Yenner. Then come with me to my dormitory. Yanzu scooped up the uncooperative Ning Rongrong. Only then did Yi Lingling notice Ning Rongrong's presence. As she arrived, Ning Rongrong had ceased her tears, perhaps exhausted, and made no response while being cradled in Yanzu's arms. Qin Ming and Yufeng had discreetly whistled and moved away. Why are you carrying her? How old is she? Yi Lingling questioned, struggling to discern Ning Rongrong's age. Oh, we'll discuss it later. Yanzu carried Ning Rongrong towards his dormitory, realizing he could not present her in such a disheveled state to Meng Xinji and the others. Azu, you smell rather foul. Yi Lingling pinched her nose. Do not disdain me. You will come to smell like this too. Yanzu grinned mischievously. How rude. Do you not know how to speak? Yi Lingling blushed, only to discover Ning Rongrong had fallen asleep in Yanzu's embrace. She then asked, Hey, who is this? Why is she your responsibility? Also, where did you go today? I visited the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yanzu deflected. I was summoned by the sect leader as a consecrated member, and now, I'm here to enroll the young lady. Yi Lingling halted in surprise, her eyes widening. You mean to say, this is the young mistress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Do not jump to conclusions. She is still just a child, Yanzu replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. What are you saying? Yi Lingling scrutinized Ning Rongrong. I never expected her to be here. You say she is just a child. How old is she? 8 years. I'm not skilled in assessing age. I haven't measured her bone age. Yanzu remarked, It is quite small. Yi Lingling's expression grew somewhat complex. In truth, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda and the Nine Heart Begonia had long been engaged in a covert rivalry. Although the soul skills of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda offered comprehensive assistance and terrifying amplifications, its limitation of only reaching the seventh ring significantly curtailed its potential, as the support it provided consumed an immense amount of soul power. Conversely, while the Nine Heart Begonia possessed merely one soul skill, its efficiency in utilizing soul power was remarkably high, allowing for effortless support of multiple targets. Upon reaching the Title Douluo realm, it became a protective umbrella that spanned the entire battlefield. Thus, determining which of the two was superior proved to be quite challenging. However, the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect far surpassed that of the Nine Heart Begonia, bolstered by formidable figures such as the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, along with great wealth and renown, which the Nine Heart Begonia could hardly rival. Regardless, Lingling, could you please assist me in looking after her for a while? Yanzu implored Yi Lingling. What? With her family background, she comes out without a retinue of servants? You expect me to attend to her? For reasons unknown, Yi Lingling suddenly found herself in a rather uncooperative mood. Yanzu pointed to himself and said, The servant is right here. I implore you. Do not bicker with the child, simply assist her with a bath. I refuse, Yi Lingling replied, casting a doubtful glance at Yanzu. That scent on you, did she cause it? My heavens, what have you done to her? It was all an accident, all right? Yinzu struggled to explain. Just tell me whether you will help or not. If not, I shall have to bathe her myself. Fine, fine, Yi Lingling reluctantly conceded. Leave it to me. You are the best, Lingling. Yinzu playfully pecked Yi Lingling on the cheek. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been asleep in his embrace, suddenly pinched him with her nails. Chapter 33. To have or not to have upon returning to the dormitory. Yinzu swiftly took a shower and then instructed Yi Lingling to lead Ning Rongrong into the bathroom for her bath. All right, you may leave now. This is a trivial matter that I can handle myself. Ning Rongrong, soaking in the bathtub, declined Yi Lingling's assistance. Naturally, Yi Lingling was pleased to have some leisure and stepped out of the bathroom. You heard that. It's not that I am petty and unwilling to help you. Yi Lingling lay back on the sofa and remarked to Yinzu. Yinzu flipped his body and embraced Yi Lingling, inhaling her delicate fragrance as he said, Let her amuse herself for a while. I have a gift for you. Yi Lingling, unfazed, lazily replied, What is it? Yinzu retrieved a jade box from his bosom and opened it before Yi Lingling. Initially somewhat drowsy, Yi Lingling suddenly felt her senses invigorated as she straightened her posture and inquired, What is this? Is it an herb? It is indeed an herb. Though it is more aptly termed a celestial herb, Yinzu replied. This can be consumed directly. You may partake of it here. Yi Lingling gazed at the ethereal glow emanating from the celestial herb within the jade box and asked, What benefits does this celestial herb bestow? Yinzu remarked, Nurturing the foundation and enhancing the essence possesses the efficacy to promote cultivation, and it can further assist individuals in breaking through bottlenecks. After consumption, it is undoubtedly feasible to instantaneously elevate one's soul power by 5 or 6 levels. What? Yi Lingling exclaimed in astonishment. You must not be jesting with me. Yinzu inquired, Who has deceived you? This is something I have specially reserved for you. Consume it quickly, for its shelf life is limited. Whether it is genuine or not, you will ascertain upon use. Yi Lingling gazed at the celestial herb in her hand, remaining silent for a moment before responding. What is your motive for treating me with such kindness? Why so many questions? Yinzu reclined on the sofa, chuckling, Simply because I desire to. This item is exceedingly precious. Yi Lingling understood that Yinzu was likely not lying. If this herb possessed such miraculous properties, accepting it would undoubtedly instill a sense of unease within her. I have nothing to offer in return. She closed the jade box, asserting, It is too valuable. I cannot accept it, at least not now. Who says you have nothing to offer me? Yinzu rose, enveloping Yi Lingling in his embrace and pressing her onto the sofa, drawing near to her lips. You. Yi Lingling felt her strength wane, her body growing weak, her cheeks aflame, and her eyes shimmering with emotion, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Do not be anxious, little scout, Yinzu teased, playfully brushing her nose. You speak as if you are not a scout yourself. Yi Lingling attempted to struggle once more, only to find it futile. Thus, neither of us is at a loss. Ha. With that, Yinzu leaned in to kiss her. Although this was not their first kiss, tonight's encounter held a significantly different meaning. The ambience and setting naturally suggested further intimacy. At last, has this day arrived? Yinzu mused internally, his thoughts igniting a surge of excitement within him. In this moment, he felt like a raging bull in Yi Lingling's presence, inciting an inexplicable fear within her. Azu, be gentler. Yi Lingling's voice trembled as she spoke. You frighten me. Unbeknownst to her, such words would only have the opposite effect. Little brother, bring me something. Ning Rongrong's shrill voice shattered the enchanting atmosphere. She is calling for you, Yi Lingling said, pressing her hand against Yinzu's lips. Ignore her. At that moment, Yinzu was beyond restraint, brushing aside Yi Lingling's hand and fervently kissing her. I am calling you. Are you deaf? Ning Rongrong's voice rang out once more. At this moment, Yinzu found himself in a predicament akin to an arrow drawn taut. Compelled to release, he paid no heed to anything else, solely focused on unfastening Yi Lingling's clothing. However, Yi Lingling sensed the peculiarity of the situation, and the effects of the hormones dissipated in an instant, restoring her self-control. Azu, go, she commanded, grasping Yinzu's hand that was wandering upon her chest. No, Yinzu firmly declined, with righteous indignation. Alas, Yi Lingling said, cradling Yinzu's face in her hands, I comprehend your intentions. I am yours, always yours. What is the rush? If you cannot even muster this modicum of self-restraint, I cannot place my trust in you. Yinzu sighed deeply, gazing skyward, before standing abruptly and storming into the bathroom. The sudden sound of the door opening startled Ning Rongrong, who was soaking in the bathtub, having already been irritated from waiting for so long. She was further incensed by the unexpected intrusion. "Are you trying to kill me?" she exclaimed, her annoyance palpable. "You startled me." Yanzu took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset and inquiring. "So, what are your instructions, miss?" Ning Rongrong replied, "Bring me some clothes." "Where have you placed your clothes?" Yanzu asked. "I have no idea. Why should I concern myself with that?" Ning Rongrong retorted, her tone defiant. "So you didn't bring any, then?" Yanzu sighed, realizing she was indeed a pampered young lady, devoid of any rationale. "Well, here, this will have to do." He exited and fetched a male uniform from the Royal Do Academy for Ning Rongrong. "What is this?" she exclaimed, examining the attire with disdain. "It's utterly hideous. I refuse to wear it. What can be done?" "You did not bring any clothes with you," he replied. Ning Rongrong fumed at the reminder, huffing, "Is it my fault? You all conspired to have me end up like this. Aren't you adept at flying? Go buy me some. At this hour? Where would I find clothes? Tomorrow, perhaps." Yanzu waved his hand, preparing to leave the bathroom. "I don't care. I absolutely will not wear this." Ning Rongrong splashed water from the tub with both hands. "Then you shall remain unclad," Yanzu retorted without yielding, stepping out of the bathroom and shutting the door behind him. Yi Lingling, observing Yanzu's emergence from the bathroom, chuckled. "What do you call this? You claim you're going to serve at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet you appear to be merely assisting someone with their daughter." "Circumstances dictate," Yanzu replied evasively, unable to disclose to Yi Lingling that Ning Fengji had already pledged Ning Rongrong to him. "By the way, she is set to enroll, correct? What is her soul power level?" Yi Lingling inquired. "Are you particularly concerned about that?" Yanzu asked. "Oh, just answer the question." Yanzu pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps just over level 20? Yi Lingling, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Are you confused, or are you merely jesting with me? I possess this strength, so what?" In the end, Ning Rongrong relented, standing behind the sofa in her loose-fitting male school uniform, resembling a performer. Yi Lingling turned her head to gaze at Ning Rongrong's comical appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. "Little sister, your nose will grow longer if you lie." However, in the next instant, the smile on Yi Lingling's face froze, as Ning Rongrong proudly unleashed her martial soul. After absorbing the Kirin tulip, Bone Douluo had selected her second spirit ring from the soul beasts nurtured within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she now genuinely possessed the strength of a two-ring spirit master. Seeing this, Yanzu leaned closer to Yi Lingling and whispered a few words in her ear. Subsequently, Yi Lingling's gaze settled upon the jade box resting on the sofa. Yanzu chuckled and asked, "What do you think? Will you take it or not?" "I will," came the reply. Chapter 34. Please, take your time. Yanzu became aware of the secret rivalry between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Nine Hearts Begonia, and thus informed Yi Lingling about Ning Rongrong's consumption of the celestial herb. "You may partake here. I shall protect you," Yanzu stated to Yi Lingling. She nodded in agreement and began to consume the herb. "What is she to you?" Ning Rongrong inquired, noticing that Yi Lingling also held a celestial herb, her gaze fixed on Yanzu. "She is under my care. Cease your outbursts and retire for the night," Yanzu responded with a wave of his hand. "Where shall I sleep?" Ning Rongrong scanned the surroundings, finding only a single bed in the bedroom. "You may sleep on the bed, if you prefer. The sofa is an option as well," Yanzu suggested. "Is that not your bed?" Ning Rongrong retorted with evident disdain. "I refuse. Provide me with another bed." "My dear lady, you must endure for just one night," Yanzu replied, his hands pressed together in a gesture of entreaty. "With all that has transpired today, are you not weary? That is of no concern to you. I shall not sleep in your bed, so do as you will." Ning Rongrong pouted and plopped down onto the sofa. "You may find your sleeping arrangements quite limited in the future," Yanzu remarked, observing Ning Rongrong's resolute demeanor with a resigned smile. He then addressed Yi Lingling. "Lingling, you may take my room. It offers a semblance of tranquility." Yi Lingling nodded, carrying the celestial herb into the room. As Ning Rongrong watched her retreating figure, she leaned closer to Yanzu and asked, "So, you and she are an item, are you? Such curiosity. Off to sleep with you. We have an appointment with the Academy's instructors tomorrow for your enrollment. You wouldn't want to ruin your eyes. Now would you?" Yanzu gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, noting the softness of her delicate strands. Yanzu's actions once again provoked Ning Rongrong's ire. She raised her hand and playfully struck Yanzu's face, exclaiming, "Stop treating me like a child." Also, you are not permitted to touch my head. Yet, he continued to playfully tousle her hair as if he were kneading dough. In a sudden burst of energy, Ning Rongrong leaped up, intending to strike Yanzu, only to be restrained effortlessly by him as he held her down on the sofa with a single hand, much like a kitten. Let go, Ning Rongrong shouted. If you don't release me, I'll have Grandfather Gu strip your skin and Grandfather Jian dismantle your bones. Yanzu playfully flicked Ning Rongrong's forehead with his middle finger, saying, Are you still dreaming while you haven't even slept? Don't you understand your situation? No one will help you, except for me. You little fool. Ning Rongrong rubbed her forehead, tears welling in her eyes. This immediately softened Yanzu's heart, and he released her. To his surprise, as soon as Ning Rongrong gained her freedom, she clung to him like a sloth and then bit his ear. Sighing, Yanzu allowed her to act as she pleased. After venting her frustrations, Ning Rongrong rubbed her lips and remarked, Why do you smell like a pile of dog dung, both stinky and hard? Have you had enough of this? If so, then it's time to sleep, Yanzu suggested, hoping to coax her into slumber so he could go to his room and spend the night with Yilingling, ensuring she wouldn't return tonight. But I can't sleep, Ning Rongrong pouted, sitting down with a frown. I want my own bed, and I napped too long this afternoon. I'm not sleepy at all. Is this your first time leaving the sect? Yanzu inquired. Ning Rongrong shook her head, replying, No, but before. My father and the others always accompanied me. Now I'm here alone, and I can't sleep. Yanzu realized she lacked a sense of security. It was entirely normal for such a young child to feel this way after being inexplicably sent away from home to an unfamiliar place. You are not alone. I am here with you, he tried to reassure her. You? Ning Rongrong scrutinized him, saying, You are not even worth a single hair of Grandpa Jian. Oh, is that so? Do you know how I became a revered elder? Yanzu asked with a smile. Isn't it thanks to that magical herb? Ning Rongrong replied, her tone softening as she spoke. However, she viewed Yanzu as just another person who had presented treasures to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, merely considering his gifts slightly more precious. I defeated your Grandpa Jian to earn your father's recognition. You know, what a boast. Ning Rongrong teased, playfully poking his face. A grown person lying like this, I feel embarrassed for you. I'll tell Grandpa Jian later. Before that, you need to grow up enough to be entrusted with the sect. Yanzu replied earnestly. At this, a hint of melancholy flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Will I really not be able to see them for a long time? They certainly believe in your abilities, and so do I, Yanzu comforted her. Of course, this small matter is nothing to me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her spirits lifted. All right, can we sleep now? Yes, but you can't stay here, Ning Rongrong stipulated. I certainly want to stay here, but I'd like to know why, Yanzu inquired. What if I fall asleep and you do something strange to me? Ning Rongrong warned. Strange things? Yanzu thought, glancing at her with a peculiar expression, wondering what she could possibly mean. Forget it. Just don't appear in the living room while I sleep, Ning Rongrong insisted. That's easy enough. After saying this, Yanzu gently opened the bedroom door. At that moment, Yilingling sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. The energy from the magical herb had imbued her skin with a soft glow, making her porcelain-like complexion appear even more radiant in the dim light. How long will I have to wait? Yanzu took a seat by the window, gazing intently at Yilingling's face and figure, finding her increasingly captivating. Yearning to touch her, but fearing it would disturb her meditation, so he restrained his impulses. After an unknown period, Yilingling slowly opened her eyes. Her complexion flushed with vitality. Where's Ning Rongrong? She asked. After much effort, I finally managed to get her to sleep, Yanzu said eagerly, embracing Yilingling. The sudden embrace made Yilingling's breath quicken, and hearing the cold night wind outside, she lowered her head, saying, It's so quiet. It's late at night, and no one is disturbing us, so it's naturally quiet. Yanzu's eyes gleamed with unmasked desire. I'm still a bit nervous, Yilingling murmured. Nervousness is normal, Yanzu replied, burying his face in her delicate neck and kissing her passionately. Feeling Yanzu's heavy breath against her, Yilingling realized she was trapped tonight and surrendered completely, wrapping her arms around him and whispering in his ear, Then, please enjoy. Chapter 35. Thank you for your hospitality in the living room. Ning Rongrong covered her ears, tossing and turning in frustration, unable to sleep. Thank you for your hospitality, Yanzu said as he embraced Yilingling from behind, gently caressing her body and kissing her slender shoulders. Yilingling trembled slightly, unable to utter a word, succumbing to Yanzu's magnetic affections and drifting into a deep sleep. Honestly, From that moment on, Yanzu wanted nothing more than to disregard everything else. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong, this might have been possible. The next morning, just before Ning Rongrong could pound on the door, Yanzu opened it. Yilingling needed her rest, so he took the brunt of Ning Rongrong's knocks on himself. I want breakfast, Ning Rongrong complained, rubbing her sore wrist. No hurry. I'll take you to meet the 3 instructors. After you enroll, you'll be free to roam and play at the academy all day, Yanzu assured her. Having already made plans, he was certain that Ning Rongrong would be greatly adored by those at the academy, and if all went well, Qin Ming would be her mentor. This would undoubtedly place pressure on Lingling's team's support role. Do you want me to wear this? Ning Rongrong raised her arms, looking at the oversized sleeves. Wait a moment. With that, Yanzu vanished from sight, leaping out of the window to who knows where. Ning Rongrong craned her neck to peek inside, spotting a mess of clothes scattered about, and Yilingling lying on the bed with a hint of her alluring shoulder exposed. What had they done last night? Did absorbing the magical herb require such commotion? What are you looking at? Yanzu playfully flicked her forehead from behind, holding a set of clothes, female-style Royal Academy uniform, that appeared quite fitting for Ning Rongrong. Oh, is this it? I thought you brought something else, Ning Rongrong said, spreading her arms in disappointment. Stop being picky. I'll take you shopping later. When I come out, I want to see you dressed and ready. Yanzu instructed as he retreated into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Approaching the bed, he gazed at Yilingling, her hair tousled and peacefully resting. Such a pure and beautiful scene ignited a fire within him. Lingling, drink some water, he gently nudged her shoulder. Yilingling struggled to open her eyes. And upon seeing the bright morning light, she attempted to rise but found her body too sore to move. You really lack gentleness, she complained. Look at the time. Missing class is fine, but we should head to the training camp. No, we're not going anywhere today, Yanzu insisted, feeding her water. I'm taking Ning Rongrong to enroll, and after that, I'll return. We'll continue, and no one will disturb us. Hearing the word continue, Yilingling shivered. Memories of the previous night flooding her mind, her cheeks flushing. Aren't you tired yet? We've only just begun, Yanzu replied with a smirk. As Yanzu finished speaking, he could no longer contain himself and passionately kissed Yilingling, rendering her weak and languid upon the bed. He then covered her with a blanket, saying, Be good and wait for my return. Subsequently, Yanzu opened the door and beheld Ning Rongrong, who sat upright on the sofa, having eavesdropped just moments before. Had it not been for her guilty conscience, she would not have displayed such decorum. Come along, Rongrong. I shall take you to enroll. The two stepped outside, and Yanzu glanced at the heavens, inquiring, So, how shall we proceed? Shall we fly or walk? Ning Rongrong, recalling the fright she experienced the previous night, felt her cheeks flush and strode forward boldly. Observing this, Yanzu stepped ahead to lead the way. As whispers trailed behind them, it appeared that Ning Rongrong had quite the reputation, with numerous young nobles recognizing her, though she remained oblivious to their identities. Oh dear Azu, we've been waiting with bated breath. Dream Machine exclaimed upon seeing Yanzu accompany a girl into the room, instantly rising with a warm smile. Oh, has Teacher Qin Ming already informed you? Yanzu inquired. Not at all, Dream Machine replied, sizing up Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing that the heir of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School intended to study with us, I have been thrilled all morning. So, Rongrong, how many levels have you attained? Ning Rongrong, beaming with pride, replied, Guess, old sir. I cannot fathom. Do not keep me in suspense, Dream Machine chuckled. Ning Rongrong, eager to show off, promptly revealed her martial soul along with her 2 soul rings. Dream Machine's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, No, this cannot be. According to my understanding, Rongrong, you should not be. Hee, that is indeed the situation, Ning Rongrong said, pleased with Dream Machine's reaction. Yanzu thought to himself, oh no. Children love to show off and seek praise. My gift of that celestial herb has likely inflated Ning Rongrong's pride. Moreover, Dream Machine, noticing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, remarked uncertainly, It seems different from my recollection. My father has informed me that mine is called the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. Capable of cultivating a martial soul to the level of Title Douluos, Ning Rongrong stated, unaware of the intricacies involved, merely recognizing it as impressive. What? Dream Machine gasped, just as Qin Ming arrived at the office. Dream Machine promptly facilitated Ning Rongrong's enrollment and instructed Qin Ming to assist her in quickly integrating into the Imperial battle team. Qin Ming, of course, understood that Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly join the Imperial battle team, but was taken aback by Dream Machine's intention for her to immediately enter the regular rotation, until he saw the soul power level noted on her registration information. "Is this for real?" Qin Ming exclaimed. "This is no longer the realm of prodigies, but rather that of monsters." To everyone, such monsters existed only in legends. Those inheritors of divine martial souls, possessing innate soul power of 20 levels, thus reaching second ring strength at a tender age. Yet, it was evident that Ning Rongrong did not belong to that category, especially since the Imperial Battle Academy had collected information on the younger generation of noble families, clearly indicating her innate soul power was at level 9. Dream Machine exchanged a glance with Qin Ming, as if to say, "Fortunately, she has joined our ranks." The illustrious name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School resonated across the continent, its comprehensive enhancement abilities poised to exponentially elevate the strength of the team's main players, destined to shine in future Soul Master tournaments. "Teacher, please guide Rongrong to familiarize herself with the academy," Yin Zhu instructed Qin Ming, eager to conclude this matter swiftly as Yu Lingling awaited him on the bed. "Certainly," Qin Ming replied before asking, "By the way, Azu, where is Lingling?" "Lingling requested a day off to relax," Yin Zhu explained. Oh, Qin Ming recalled that Yu Lingling had returned to Yin Zhu's room the previous night, choosing not to elaborate. A bit of pressure relief was indeed beneficial. Occasionally, he worried about Yu Lingling's reserved nature, and it was fortuitous that Yin Zhu could bring her joy. Ning Rongrong tugged at Yin Zhu's arm, declaring, "You promised to take me shopping for clothes." Yin Zhu handed over the purse to Ning Rongrong, saying, "Purchase whatever you desire. I shall certainly take you later." With that, Yin Zhu swiftly vanished, leaving Ning Rongrong behind, furiously stamping her feet. What a deceitful scoundrel. Chapter 36. The designing made in such a way of living feels genuinely authentic. Yin Zhu stretched his limbs on the bed, then began to play with Yu Lingling's silky strands of hair. "Aren't you curious about how much my celestial herb has enhanced my soul power level?" Yu Lingling gently blew against Yin Zhu's chest, fearing she might scratch him. "It matters not. I shall protect you," Yin Zhu replied, cradling Yu Lingling's face forever. Yu Lingling smiled, though her smile carried a hint of guilt. The celestial herb he provided had elevated her soul power by 6 levels. A joy she could not share with him, for he seemed indifferent. "Who exactly are you?" Yu Lingling questioned as she sat atop Yin Zhu, tenderly holding his face. "You feel so unreal." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu smiled faintly, shifted his body slightly, and inquired, "What about now? Do you feel it? Is it not real? Stop, please." "No more," Yu Lingling hastily pleaded, feeling utterly exhausted from the ordeal. "There's no choice," Yin Zhu replied. "If you must blame someone, blame your beauty for provoking my excitement. It is your fault." By the time the two awakened again, the sun was setting. Once Yu Lingling regained consciousness, she hurried into the bathroom, washing herself with remarkable speed and dressing quickly. She truly feared Yin Zhu. Were all men such terrifying creatures? Yu Lingling could not ascertain the answer to this question. For Yin Zhu was the only man in her life, and she foresaw it would remain so. "Aren't you supposed to take Ning Rongrong shopping for clothes?" Just as Yu Lingling finished dressing, she spotted Yin Zhu standing at the bathroom door and swiftly changed the subject. "Do you always shower this quickly?" Yin Zhu asked, somewhat disappointed, as he had intended to join her for a romantic bath. Yu Lingling playfully poked Yin Zhu's prominent nose and replied, "You must leave some activities for us to enjoy later. And do consider my situation. I haven't eaten anything yet. Haven't you already?" Yin Zhu teased with a mischievous grin. "I'm ignoring you," Yu Lingling declared as she dashed out of the dormitory, with Yin Zhu trailing behind. The two, hand in hand, walked in unison toward the cafeteria, attracting numerous astonished glances. For Yu Lingling was quite a notable figure in the Royal Combat Academy. "This girl," Yu Lingling suddenly heard Yin Zhu mutter, and she questioned, "You aren't referring to me, are you?" "Of course," Yin Zhu replied, raising an eyebrow toward the cafeteria. Yu Lingling did not quite grasp his meaning. She merely noticed a crowd gathered inside, as if drawn to some commotion, a common occurrence during conflicts. "I shall sit here. What of it?" Yin Zhu heard the distinctive voice of Ning Rongrong, brimming with arrogance yet tinged with a hint of childishness. It was certainly acceptable for Rongrong to occupy this space, but must she insist that others refrain from sitting here? Is this not a tad tyrannical? Does this prince truly evoke such disdain in you? "Ah, it seems that life is indeed vibrant and colorful, day by day," thought Yin Zhu with a light chuckle. "I do not know you, nor do I wish to dine at the same table," Ning Rongrong retorted disdainfully. "However, this prince has a fondness for this seat, as is well known. Thus, it is usually unoccupied. Today, with Rongrong seated here, does this not signify a fortuitous encounter?" Shuebang raised an eyebrow at Ning Rongrong, finding this headstrong girl quite charming. Besides, with the 7 treasure glazed tile school backing her, winning her favor might even sway Ning Fengxi to lend less than his full support to Xue Qinghe. Regrettably, as a prince, Xue Bing was accustomed to having everything handed to him, and his casual demeanor with others had become a habit. Thus, despite his intention to please Ning Rongrong, the words that escaped his lips were misaligned. Is it Rongrong? Aren't you going to check on her? Yi Lingling nudged Yin Zhu's arm. I have been observing. Yin Zhu replied, popping some food into his mouth and offering some to Yi Lingling. The Royal Combat Academy is not particularly large, with only a few hundred students. Xue Bing seems to monopolize all the excitement. Recalling that Yin Zhu had once given Xue Bing a sound thrashing, Yi Lingling remarked, speaking of which, although you are the crown prince's person, Xue Bing is still a prince. Offending him might provoke a harsh response. I worry for you. He has already shown his ruthlessness. So I fear little, Yin Zhu replied indifferently. Previously, when surrounded on the street, Xue Bing had aimed to eliminate him, orchestrating a scene that could have been fatal for any ordinary student, but unfortunately for him, he had chosen the wrong target. It is worth noting that Xue Bing's greatest asset was the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. When Douluo found himself cornered by the Spirit Hall, it was Prince Xue Xing who led the charge to repel them. At that time, the Spirit Hall was reluctant to antagonize the Tiando Empire, thus conceding to Prince Xue Xing, for otherwise, Douluo's nature would never have allowed him to act in service of the royal family. This child Rongrong has quite the troublesome temperament, Yi Lingling sighed as she gazed at the second floor. What? Are you considering yourself an older sister? Yin Zhu inquired. If she were of my age, how would you perceive her? That would be preferable, Yi Lingling replied with a rueful smile. If she were my age, our differences would not be so pronounced. Is the reputation of your sect truly that vital? Yin Zhu asked. Yi Lingling shook her head. Not necessarily. But bearing the name of a sect does compel one to strive for continuous improvement. Her presence here is quite beneficial. It provides me with added motivation. Alas, this young girl remains unaware of the fortune she possesses. She must be aware, Yi Lingling laughed. At least last night she surely knew. Otherwise she would not have boasted to me. On the second floor, the verbal sparring between Ning Rongrong and Xue Bing continued. Though it was less of a contest and more of Rongrong unilaterally berating Xue Bing, while he incessantly sought topics to engage in dinner conversation with her. So, what will you do? I must fetch the main course, Yi Lingling declared, lifting a plate. Dear, I am currently faced with a dilemma, Yin Zhu mused, stroking his chin. I do not wish to see this girl bullied, yet if I intervene, I fear it may embolden her unruly nature, which would be detrimental to her growth. What is your perspective? Yi Lingling shrugged. I do not need to raise the daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It is not my concern. You may handle it as you see fit. Do not say that, Yin Zhu chuckled. How could it not concern you? We too shall have children in the future. Without refinement, one cannot become a gem. If you wish for her to mature, she must endure some hardships, Yi Lingling stated, savoring a passion fruit. Moreover, cannot you see? Xue Bing will not allow her to suffer. He is pursuing her. That will not do, Yin Zhu declared, leaping from the first floor to the second, landing gracefully beside Ning Rongrong. His sudden appearance startled everyone, particularly Xue Bing, whose spoon trembled violently in his hand, revealing the significant impression Yin Zhu had left on him. You nearly scared me to death by appearing so suddenly, Ning Rongrong complained to Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu remained silent, propping himself up with one hand as he quietly observed the avalanche seated across the table. The avalanche, paralyzed with trepidation, swallowed hard. Recalling the last time he had been pinned beneath Yin Zhu's foot, struggling to breathe as if his very eyes might burst, that sensation resurfaced, making the avalanche feel as though he was on the brink of asphyxiation. Today, I wish to venture out for a meal. The avalanche made a concerted effort to steady his trembling form, then feigned composure as he rose, disappearing from the cafeteria with his companions in tow. Did you see that? Ning Rongrong remarked, puzzled by the peculiar behavior. What a strange person. He treated me one way just now, and now he's acting completely differently. What on earth is he up to? Let us enjoy our meal. Later, I'll take you shopping, Yin Zhu suggested, observing Ning Rongrong still clad in her academy uniform. If only she would refrain from speaking. She truly resembled a spirited young maiden. So you finally have some free time? Don't you need to keep your companion, Yi Lingling, company? Ning Rongrong teased, a hint of jealousy in her tone. What nonsense. Of course. I'll accompany you as well, Yin Zhu replied, reaching out to pat Ning Rongrong's head. The mischievous glint in her defiant eyes was utterly delightful. No way. You two are in cahoots. I might as well go alone, Ning Rongrong retorted. What are you talking about? I'm on your side too, Yinzu chuckled, adding, besides, do you even have any money? Ning Rongrong grinned mischievously. Have you forgotten? You spend all your money. Hey, where is the money? Yinzu, with a playful smile, waved a pouch of coins before Ning Rongrong's eyes. Startled, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, when did you steal this? How despicable. What do you mean by steal? This is rightfully my money, Yinzu retorted as he tucked the pouch away, pondering to himself. What mischief could this girl have been up to in just a few hours? It felt as if more than half of his pouch had been depleted. He would have to seek more funds from Shueqinghe. After finishing her last sip of soup, Ning Rongrong wiped her mouth and said, very well. I shall reluctantly accept your invitation. Observing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, Yinzu couldn't help but smile faintly, thinking to himself, just wait, little girl. Tonight shall bring you some thrilling experiences. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Ning Rongrong asked, as she raised her hand to feel around. Unbeknownst to her, the gravity of the situation was far more severe than she realized. To subtly influence her character, Yinzu conceived a plan, which, in hindsight, seemed quite foolish, yet it did serve its purpose, albeit slightly. Chapter 37. The kidnapping incident. After dinner, Yinzu took Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling out for a stroll. Ning Rongrong appeared to have regained her composure, her mood markedly improved, which made Yinzu hesitate to execute his scheme. Lingling, may I have a word? Yinzu whispered into Yi Lingling's ear. Are we really going to do this? Yi Lingling responded, her eyes wide with surprise. What if something goes wrong? I know what I am doing, Yinzu assured her. Hey, what are you two up to? Hurry up, Ning Rongrong called out, waving her hand towards the whispering duo. But she looks quite happy, Yi Lingling remarked. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was the type of spirited child who would wander off if not closely monitored. Despite Yinzu's repeated admonitions to stay within his sight, she took them lightly, convinced that being in the imperial city of Tiando meant she was perfectly safe. Yinzu failed to keep pace with Ning Rongrong. In a crowded area, he nodded briefly at Yi Lingling before vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Ning Rongrong remained blissfully unaware of her newfound freedom, engrossed in examining a trinket stall. As she selected an item and turned to call for Yinzu to pay, she was met with the terrified expression of the stall owner. Turning back, she found a large hand reaching towards her. Darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Sunlight streamed through a barred window, rousing Ning Rongrong from her slumber. Blinking against the brightness, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Attempting to rise, she discovered her hands bound behind her, leading her to tumble helplessly to the ground like a caterpillar. She wriggled, but the ropes were tightly secured. What was happening? Realizing her immobility, she began to scream in a panic. What is the meaning of this? Do you have any idea who I am? Let me go? Her volume echoed in the empty room, met with silence. Meanwhile, Yinzu was indulging in large bites of fried chicken, washing it down with beer. After licking his fingers, he stood and checked on Ning Rongrong, who remained defiant. He kicked the iron door with force, though not enough to break it. The loud clang did not startle Ning Rongrong. Upon realizing there was someone else, she began her threats anew. Hey, you, let me out. Do you know who I am? How dare you bind me? Of course, the young master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Yinzu replied, his tone dripping with arrogance. Then why aren't you releasing me? Ning Rongrong shouted back. Do you believe that my grandfather Jian will come and dismember you? Silence. Yinzu kicked the door again, this time misjudging the force, causing it to explode open. He stepped inside, clad in dark clothing, a mask fashioned from a black sock obscuring his face. He looked down at Ning Rongrong, who was bound in a manner reminiscent of a caterpillar. Inside, Yinzu remained silent, coldly observing her. The chilling stillness unnerved Ning Rongrong. Hey, you. Before she could finish, he interrupted. Be quiet. I'm thinking. What do you want? She asked, watching as he approached. I'm contemplating whether to sell you as a virgin outright or to enjoy you first before selling you, he said, squatting down and pinching her chin, admiring her delicate features. You wouldn't dare? Ning Rongrong shouted, tears welling in her eyes. You think anyone would buy me? Is that so? Yinzu scoffed. Do you think this is still Heavendo City? Tonight, you've entered the territory of Xingluo. Trust me, despite your youth. The well-developed young master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is still a prize many nobles would pay handsomely for. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled. However, Yinzu was pleased with her reaction. He lowered his hand, beginning to unfasten her clothing. Ning Rongrong screamed, squirming and retreating, but her efforts were futile. Yet you are my best catch so far. I'd rather not relinquish your first experience to others. A slight loss in price is inconsequential. You're still so young. If you've only been used once, they likely won't discern whether you're a virgin, he said, licking his lips. Don't come near me. I will have my grandfather Jian kill you. Tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face. Your brain isn't functioning properly, is it? Threatening me? Clearly. You do not comprehend your situation, Yin Zhu remarked, raising his hand as if to strike her. Yet, he hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently cause her severe injury. Instead, he loosened the ropes binding her. In truth, there was little to see. Although Ning Rongrong had grown taller, her body had not developed significantly. In comparison, Yi Lingling would appear distinctly more mature. What are you doing? Don't look. Ning Rongrong protested, sobbing. Don't look? Yin Zhu sneered. Not only will I look, but he proceeded to unfasten her belt, causing her to finally relent, crying out, You mustn't do this. I can pay any amount. Just let me go. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Yin Zhu lifted her chin. Do you think this world is so naive? If I do not release you, I can obtain a substantial sum of money. Moreover, your beautiful body will be mine to toy with. Rest assured, once I have had my fill, I will sell you at auction, where many powerful figures will be eager to cherish you. You may as well prepare for a life of servitude. Ning Rongrong's mental defenses shattered, crying out, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, come save me. No one can save you, you little waste, Yin Zhu laughed. And even if they come, I will not fear them. Do you really think those two old men from your sect are invincible? What a frog in a well you are. Mother, save me. Ning Rongrong continued to wail. Yin Zhu sighed inwardly, reflecting on how Ning Fengji had failed as a father. Even in this dire moment, Ning Rongrong called for her deceased mother rather than her living father. Perhaps, in her eyes, her father was no better than a waste. Stop crying. I intend to enjoy you thoroughly. Make some other sounds to please me. And perhaps I will consider delaying your sale, he said, reaching out towards her. With nowhere left to retreat, Ning Rongrong extended her neck and bit at him. Bite away. Soon enough, there will be other things for you to bite, Yin Zhu retorted, withdrawing his hand and glancing towards the door. It seems there is some noise outside. With that, Yin Zhu stood and exited the room, leaving it eerily silent. Ning Rongrong trembled, striving to calm herself as she contemplated any means of escape. Just as she prepared to find a way to sever the ropes, she heard a faint scuffling sound. Where have you been? She shouted upon seeing the newcomer. Shoo. Yin Zhu signaled her to be quiet, thinking to himself, this foolish girl. If this were truly a kidnapping, her loud shout would betray them. I've drawn him away. We must run now. He began to untie her. But didn't you say you could defeat Grandfather Jian? Why not bring that guy here and make him pay? Ning Rongrong countered. Do you truly believe your grandfather is invincible? Yin Zhu shot her an exasperated glance. That man's strength far surpasses your grandfather's. It is fortunate that I can save you at all. I don't believe it, Ning Rongrong replied. He is not capable of such despicable acts. Then stay here, Yin Zhu said, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong panicked, struggling and falling forward, landing ungracefully. No, please save me, she pleaded. If you had listened to me and not run about, would you be in this predicament? Yin Zhu coldly remarked, this world is far more perilous than you can imagine. I may save you this time, but I cannot guarantee your safety in the future. Therefore, it is best to let it be. As he turned to leave, Ning Rongrong cried out, No, please don't abandon me. Yin Zhu, you promised that I could trust you, that you would protect me. Yin Zhu remained indifferent. From now on, I will heed your words. I will be obedient, so please do not abandon me, she exclaimed in desperation. He intends to sell me. Tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face as she watched Yin Zhu walk out of the room. Suddenly, she heard the sound of walls cracking, akin to thunder, and the entire house began to tremble, dust cascading down as if something extraordinary was occurring outside. Moments later, she saw Yin Zhu burst back in, lifting her into his arms before smashing through the wall. The blinding sunlight forced Ning Rongrong to close her eyes, and then she heard the rush of wind. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself soaring through the sky, cradled in Yin Zhu's embrace. I feel free again, Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. You did well. I owe you a reward. No time for that. I managed to stall him, but we must flee quickly, Yin Zhu replied with a serious expression. Ning Rongrong glanced down, seeing the house that had imprisoned her reduced to ruins. Witnessing such devastation in a short span made her realize the formidable strength of her captor. A wave of fear washed over her as she remembered her previous circumstances, burying her head against Yanzu's chest. Thank you. Did I mishear? Yanzu inquired. If you hadn't come, I. Ning Rongrong looked down at the undone buttons on her chest and began to cry once more. This is all your fault for being so arrogant. Yanzu seized the opportunity to admonish her. Do you truly believe this world revolves around you? Regardless, true strength lies in personal power. Without your protection, you would be at the mercy of others. But I am merely a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong protested, feeling wronged. Fighting is reliant on you all. Then it is even more imperative for you to cultivate diligently. Earning others' recognition and trust is essential, Yanzu stated. Unlike you, who constantly stirs up trouble and offends everyone. Please stop scolding me. I'm already in a miserable state, Ning Rongrong replied, feeling aggrieved. I am not scolding you. I am helping you, Yanzu clarified. I understand, Ning Rongrong said, looking down in surprise. Given the style of these houses, we truly are in the territory of Xingluo. Thus, we must depart swiftly. I need to accelerate. Do not embarrass me this time, Yanzu declared, increasing his speed. Do not mention that incident again. Ning Rongrong's voice was drowned out by the wind. Time passed as they flew, and eventually, Yanzu returned to Tiando City, gently setting Ning Rongrong down. As she surveyed her surroundings, she collapsed to the ground, feeling as though everything had been a nightmare. Did I perhaps go too far? Yanzu pondered, considering that she was still just a child. I am hungry, Ning Rongrong finally said, her tone almost pleading. All right, I will take you to the finest place to eat, Yanzu replied. Ning Rongrong extended her arms, saying, I feel all tingly. Carry me. Very well, Yanzu agreed, hoisting her onto his back and heading towards a restaurant. I must insist that you focus on your training from now on, he advised. I understand. Ning Rongrong murmured against his back, then added, but I have a question. How did you find me? I have a keen sense of smell and excellent vision. Even if you were at the ends of the earth, I would find you, Yanzu asserted. Really? Ning Rongrong asked, intrigued. Indeed. Inside the restaurant, Ning Rongrong indulged in the delicious food, tears streaming down her face as the thought of losing her freedom forever overwhelmed her. This is troubling. I do not wish for her to lose her vitality, Yanzu thought as he observed her shedding tears. However, it turned out that Yanzu's worries were unfounded. Once she was full, Ning Rongrong quickly regained her energy. She glanced at the sun and exclaimed, Oh no, night is approaching. Hurry and take me shopping for clothes. All right, Yanzu replied, relieved that she was not succumbing to depression. Upon exiting the restaurant, Ning Rongrong did not rush ahead, but instead cautiously held onto Yanzu's sleeve, her large eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. All right, there is no need to be so paranoid, Yanzu chuckled. After all, I bear some responsibility for putting you in danger. Yes, it is all your fault. Ning Rongrong pouted, yet her grip on his sleeve tightened. Thus, I will pay closer attention to you from now on, and you must listen well, understood? Yanzu asked. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously before following him to the clothing store. Something fell off as she looked at Yanzu's tall figure, and she reached out to touch his hand. Do you want to hold hands? He asked. Yes. Holding hands would be nice, Ning Rongrong replied. Chapter 38. No need to wait. Taking care of you is no easy task. Yanzu thought as he carried a multitude of bags on their way back to the academy, while Ning Rongrong remained slothfully draped across his back. What do you mean? I chose the cheaper items. Did you not appreciate my thoughtfulness? Ning Rongrong retorted. Nonetheless, was it necessary to purchase so much? Yanzu replied, shaking the bags in his hands. From his observations, Ning Rongrong had bought more clothes this time than what was in Yu Lingling's wardrobe. Ning Rongrong did not respond to his question, but instead began to scratch the skin on Yanzu's neck with her fingernail. He assumed it was just her being playful and paid no mind. Tell me, can you really find me no matter where I am? Ning Rongrong asked. Why not? I found you in Xingluo today, did I not? My eyesight is no joke, Yanzu remarked with a smile. Oh, prove it, Ning Rongrong challenged. Yanzu cleared his throat and remarked. How can one prove that? You are wearing blue today. How annoying. Ning Rongrong playfully struck Yanzu's back and said, just when I started to develop a bit of fondness for you, one sentence from you can extinguish it all. Your opinion of me is inconsequential. As long as you remember the lesson of today, that is more valuable than anything else, Yanzu replied. Hey, would you mind staying over at my place tonight? Ning Rongrong teased, pinching Yanzu's ear. No, he promptly declined. Having just shared a moment with Yu Lingling, their bond was currently strong and intimate. To be honest, Zhu felt that dedicating time to teach Ning Rongrong was already a significant concession. How could he possibly relinquish his evening as well? Ah, Ning Rongrong sighed. Just go. Why not? Zhu inquired. I'm scared, Ning Rongrong pouted. Indeed, Zhu contemplated, considering that many individuals hesitate to visit the restroom after watching a horror film. It is only natural for a girl who has experienced such events to feel frightened. Then why not move in with me? I have a vacant room next door. Zhu suggested. After much deliberation, Ning Rongrong acquiesced to the proposal. All right, take a shower, get some rest, and everything will be all right. After ensuring Ning Rongrong was settled, he returned to his own room. Yi Lingling had already finished her bath, her lustrous black hair cascading loosely around her. Clad in Zhu's shirt, her long, snowy legs were crossed elegantly. The shirt was so oversized that it appeared as though she wore nothing beneath, with only a few buttons haphazardly fastened. The sight was both languid and refreshing. Zhu settled onto the sofa, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. The fabric of his shirt creased, revealing glimpses of Yi Lingling's delicate figure, which appeared particularly enchanting. Leaning against Zhu's chest, Yi Lingling exclaimed, "You claim to protect me, yet with each passing day, I feel as though I might be overwhelmed by you." Rest assured, Zhu replied with a smile, patting her shoulder. "I will remember to take care of myself after driving. You often speak in ways I cannot comprehend," Yi Lingling remarked. "If you find it too exhausting, would you like me to find a friend to help share the burden?" Zhu suggested. With a playful bite on Zhu's chest, Yi Lingling retorted, "You insufferable man. Are you already testing my resolve? Truly, it seems that all men are alike. I am merely considering your well-being," Zhu declared with a tone of righteousness. As he spoke, Zhu turned his body, preparing for a spirited exchange with Yi Lingling on the sofa. "Enough," Zhu muttered, causing Yi Lingling, who had already closed her eyes, to be puzzled by his sudden outburst. Just then, a piercing scream from Ning Rongrong resonated from the adjacent room. Zhu rose leisurely, donned his attire, and approached the door of Ning Rongrong, gently knocking as he said, "Do not be alarmed. I am not here for you." The door swung open abruptly, and Ning Rongrong rushed out, exclaiming, "I just saw a shadow." I am aware, Zhu replied. "That was the poisoned Douluo, seeking me. You may rest assured and return to sleep." Ning Rongrong shook her head, leaving Zhu with no choice but to invite her into the room to join Yi Lingling for the night. He then took flight from the balcony, ascending to the rooftop of the dormitory building. The biting night wind rustled against Douluo's long robe. Upon seeing Zhu arrive, he wasted no time and said straightforwardly, "Let us proceed to the medicinal field for some research." Zhu spread his hands in exasperation, saying, "I've already taken off my trousers. And you choose this moment to tell me? We had an agreement," he added. Douluo replied, "Perhaps you could spare a bit of flesh for me." Zhu retorted, "The knife capable of cutting my flesh has yet to be forged." He scratched his head and lamented, "For heaven's sake, can't you all maintain a normal biological clock?" Zhu accompanied Douluo to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Now that he was here, he naturally sought to procure some items, especially since he needed to provide care for Yi Lingling. Reflecting on Yi Lingling's delicate and slender figure, he realized that his previous actions had indeed been somewhat excessive. As for collaborating with Douluo on his research, it merely involved consuming various concoctions that the latter had prepared. Douluo, wielding a long needle, attempted to draw a sample of blood, but alas, he misaligned the needle several times, failing to pierce the skin at all. How peculiar, how perplexing. Douluo furrowed his brow and sighed repeatedly, exclaiming that there was indeed a creature like Zhu in this world. "Are you envious?" Zhu nonchalantly popped the celestial herb into his mouth and began to chew. A look of bitterness washed over Douluo's face as he lamented with a sense of resignation, "You are right. There has been little to gain. You may leave now." Zhu shrugged, then, having walked a couple of steps, paused as if recalling something. He turned back and remarked, "Indeed. If you wish to resolve the drawbacks of toxic skills, you could force the toxins within your body into a soul bone, drawing upon them as needed." Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a sudden enlightenment. Though the method's feasibility remained unproven, it presented a novel avenue of thought, rekindling his hope. "Young man, you truly are a fount of endless surprises," Douluo expressed. Zhu added, "By the way, Douluo, if someone named Avalanche calls upon you to deal with an individual from the Royal Duel Academy, you must not go. There is an overwhelming likelihood it is me." "Oh, do you have a grievance with him?" Douluo inquired. Zhu chuckled, remarking that being in the same academy as such individuals made it nearly impossible to avoid conflicts. After dealing with Douluo, Yanzu soared away from the sunset forest, hovering in the pitch-black night sky. Under the profound silence, he felt a sense of disorientation surrounding him. Ling Ling and Rong Rong had likely already succumbed to slumber, rendering a return unnecessary. Instead, he decided to pay a visit to Qianren Shui, hoping to procure some funds while he was at it. Yanzu arrived at the prince's residence and, from a distance, noticed Shui Qinghe resting with his head on the table, a pen still clutched in his hand, while the documents on the desk were meticulously arranged. Being a prince is no easy task, he sighed at the sight, reflecting that had it not been for the excessive demands of state affairs, with Qianren Shui's exceptional talent, his progress would undoubtedly have been swifter. As Yanzu touched down, the fierce hound under Qianren Shui's command immediately materialized, only to vanish again upon recognizing him. Eluding the guards and servants, Yanzu approached the desk where Shui Qinghe rested. She appeared utterly exhausted, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Observing the still, slumbering Shui Qinghe, Yanzu mused to himself. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe stirred, her eyes fluttering open, and upon seeing Yanzu before her, she gasped in surprise. "You startled me," she exclaimed, placing a hand upon her chest. "Have you fallen asleep while standing?" "With Uncle Ci on watch, I naturally had no need for vigilance," Yanzu replied, straightening herself. Shui Qinghe rubbed her eyes and asked, "What brings you here at such an hour?" "Seeing you toil so tirelessly for the common good, I thought to bring you a little nourishment," Yanzu said, placing a slender box upon her desk. Upon noticing the box, Shui Qinghe's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Is this for me?" she queried, and with that, she opened the box, revealing a rare herb within. "That day you inquired if I had any left. Well, here it is," Yanzu remarked. "Do you like it?" "Of course, there is no reason to dislike such a gift," Shui Qinghe replied, closing the box with curiosity. "Where did you procure this?" "My nose is quite adept at locating treasures," Yanzu answered. "Much like a wild boar seeking truffles?" Shui Qinghe teased. Yanzu remained silent, merely gazing at Shui Qinghe. Although her appearance at that moment did not resemble Qianren Shui, her demeanor was sufficiently captivating to please Yanzu. Shui Qinghe felt somewhat uneasy under Yanzu's scrutiny and thus said, "Well then, please protect me while I absorb it. I won't have time to do so during the day." Yanzu nodded and leaned a bit closer. Shui Qinghe, sensing the proximity, inquired, "Why are you getting so close?" With that, Shui Qinghe raised one hand, and a golden light curtain flashed, establishing a soul energy barrier around the room. Outside, the vigilant guards, aware of the young master's actions, heightened their alertness. Soon after, an event transpired that made Yanzu feel his visit was worthwhile. Indeed, whenever matters of cultivation arose, it was essential to revert to her original appearance. At that moment, Qianren Shui shed her disguise as Shui Qinghe and transformed back into her true self. She was undeniably exquisite, and Yanzu's gaze lingered on her, captivated by her beauty. Qianren Shui slightly reclined and glanced sideways at Yanzu, saying, "Wait a moment. Could you move back a bit? Your closeness feels rather peculiar." Clearing his throat, Yanzu composed himself and shifted back a tad, attempting to appear dignified. "Do not let me catch sight of your dagger again, or I shall dispose of it," Qianren Shui warned, recalling Yanzu's nature. "Women can be so ruthless once they've had their fill," Yanzu remarked, shaking his head. "Humph," Qianren Shui retorted. "It's not my fault that your mind is filled with nonsense. I refuse to allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner," Yanzu declared with conviction. "How could my angel be nothing but nonsense?" Qianren Shui momentarily lost her words, choosing not to engage further with Yanzu's banter. Instead, she settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on absorbing the celestial herbs. "She is no longer being polite with me, which is quite refreshing," Yanzu mused, recognizing this as a positive development. Qianren Shui absorbed the herbs with remarkable speed, and before long, she exhaled deeply and opened her eyes. "What about you? Is there anything you require of me?" she asked, skipping unnecessary pleasantries. "Indeed, I find myself short on funds," Yanzu replied, extending his hand toward her. Without hesitation, Qianren Shui handed him a card, saying, "Use this. By the way, how have you been getting along with Ning Rongrong?" Yanzu took the card, pondering how to describe it. She resembled a cat of noble lineage, both disobedient and disdainful, consuming your resources while simultaneously looking down upon you. Perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration? Qianren Shui chuckled, remarking that Yanzu seemed rather amused while speaking those words. "Did I?" Yanzu retorted, Qian Rinxue offered no response. Instead, she propped her chin on one hand, gazing at the flickering candlelight. Lost in thought, she reminisced about her childhood and began to feel a twinge of envy towards Ning Rongrong. Yan Zhu discerned the unspoken sentiments in Qian Rinxue's gaze and, with a playful smile, remarked, "There is no need for envy. If you wish, I can shower you with affection as well." "Leave me be," Qian Rinxue retorted, her annoyance evident. "3 sentences and none are sensible. Do not go. Allow me to linger a while longer," Yan Zhu pleaded, gazing intently at her. The atmosphere fell into a serene stillness, as he genuinely absorbed her presence. This unexpected earnestness rendered Qian Rinxue somewhat bashful. She averted her eyes momentarily, then said, "That should suffice. I cannot maintain this appearance indefinitely." With that, Qian Rinxue transformed back into her original guise, Xue Qing He. Yan Zhu nodded appreciatively and rose, stating, "Rest assured, I shall be attentive. So you may return to your true self." With those words, he vanished into the night sky. Return to oneself? Xue Qing He could only manage a resigned smile as she surveyed the cluttered desk filled with documents. After a brief blink, she resumed her writing. There was no need to wait so long, Yan Zhu mused in the night sky. Qian Rinxue's plan was indeed sound, yet her abilities were limited, making progress painfully slow. It was better to either act or refrain. Rather than waiting for Qian Rinxue to complete everything, he could give her a gentle nudge. His only concern was whether his actions might wound Qian Rinxue's pride. After all, she had devoted her youth and effort to cultivate this for so long. If he were to thrust it forward himself, she might feel a sense of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he resolved to act and sped toward his dormitory. Chapter 39. A touch of excitement the dawn had yet to break. Yan Zhu crouched atop a lofty tower, gazing down upon the city below, in search of the whereabouts of Prince Xuexing. It was not a difficult task, for these individuals were eager to emblazon their royal lineage upon their foreheads. Yan Zhu soon located Prince Xuexing, recalling that he was primarily opposed to Xue Qinghe, representing the faction of Xuexing that was known for its formidable military strength, which maintained the delicate balance of power within the Tiando Empire. According to Qian Rinxue, should the situation become overt, a civil war would ensue, resulting in countless casualties. She possessed means to poison other rival princes vying for power, yet could find no way to eliminate Prince Xuexing. Nevertheless, as I am not in her position, I cannot fully comprehend her dilemmas. Since matters are complicated, I shall take it upon myself to resolve them. Yan Zhu rose to his feet atop the tower, soaring towards the royal chamber of Prince Xuexing. The chamber was fortified with soul power restrictions, and Yan Zhu's intrusion triggered these defenses, causing the guards to spring into action, scanning the surroundings. Yet, for Yan Zhu, endowed with piercing vision and acute hearing, evading their watchful eyes and reaching the prince's bedside posed no challenge whatsoever. As Prince Xuexing awoke from his slumber, startled and sitting upright, he beheld a tall figure standing at the entrance of his chamber. The figure extended an arm, grasping the head of an individual, lifting them effortlessly before crushing the life from them. Before Prince Xuexing could muster a cry for help, the figure was suddenly before him, a large hand clasping his horse-like face, dragging him from the bed and lifting him off the ground. My life is forfeit. This was the sole thought racing through Prince Xuexing's mind. Yet death did not immediately claim him. He noticed the figure before him grinning widely. It was him. A flicker of recognition sparked in the prince's mind as he recalled where he had encountered this young man. Open your eyes a little wider. Add a touch more drama, Yan Zhu remarked, relishing the terror emanating from the prince. The more fear Xuexing displayed, the more exhilarated Yan Zhu felt. He was in no rush, for he held the reins of the situation, and everything unfolding around him was within his keen perception. Truth be told, I do not relish taking lives, Yan Zhu confessed, displaying a look of disdain, for at times, one cannot escape the grotesque imagery that accompanies such acts. However, ending yours brings me a peculiar delight. Do you know why? Yan Zhu pulled the face of Prince Xuexing closer, stating, There is no meaning in trampling a multitude of nomads. Indeed, those soldiers patrolling outside are merely your tools, indistinguishable from lifeless objects. Yet, you are different. You possess great power and influence, capable of determining the fate of many with a mere word. How does it feel? With such abundance? The prospect of loss must evoke a profound intensity. Is that not so? I can hear your heartbeat, resonating as if it could perform a rock anthem. Are you familiar with rock music? Well, neither am I, but it is undoubtedly passionate, much like this. Having spoken, Yan Zhu released his grip on Prince Xuexing, and in the instant before the latter's body hit the ground, Yanzu clapped his hands together, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the prince's skull, rendering him to the ground in convulsions. Prince Xuexing emitted no cries. His mind had turned to mush, and he lost all reflexive control over his body. Alas, this world lacks the means for live broadcasts. Yanzu circled around the kneeling Prince Xuexing twice and remarked, "Otherwise, many would surely relish this spectacle. As for now, I have had my fill of amusement. You may depart in peace. One last inquiry. Do you have a wife? Would you like me to look after her?" Yanzu detached a metal lamp post and thrust it into the mouth of Prince Xuexing, piercing him from top to bottom, akin to skewering a kebab. Subsequently, Yanzu lifted the skewered prince into the sky, aiming at the city wall of Tiendo City, and with a vigorous toss, the makeshift kebab lodged itself into the wall, standing there resolutely. Soon after, Yanzu heard a clamor erupting from the city tower. Tomorrow, the Tiendo Empire would be rife with sensational news. However, such matters no longer concerned him. After completing his task, Yanzu returned to the Imperial Combat Academy, washed his hands at a faucet, and noticed Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong sleeping closely together on a bed, evidently frightened by his earlier actions. As the morning sun poured into the world, Yi Lingling stretched languidly in bed, casting a glance at the still slumbering Ning Rongrong, a gentle smile gracing her lips before she rose to freshen up in the bathroom. While she was combing her hair, Yanzu entered the room, wrapping one arm around her waist while his other hand wandered. Yi Lingling turned her face towards him, reaching up to caress his cheek, sharing a soft kiss. "Where did you go last night? What did Douluo want with you?" she inquired. "He sought my counsel on certain cultivation matters, nothing of great significance," Yanzu replied just as he was about to engage further when he heard Ning Rongrong stirring awake. "By the way, I have news for you," Yi Lingling continued. "Yu Feng broke through to level 30 yesterday, and we are preparing for the upcoming study tour." "What study tour?" Ning Rongrong interjected as she walked in. Yi Lingling affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, explaining, "Teacher Qin Ming said that once we all reach level 30, he would take us on a journey across the continent to seek practical combat opportunities." "Oh," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. "That is wonderful. I get to join, right?" However, she had yet to reach level 30. Yanzu also tousled Ning Rongrong's hair, only to be met with her displeasure. Yi Lingling clarified, "Teacher Qin Ming believes this will benefit Rongrong as well, and to avoid disrupting his original plans, he made an exception." "Yay, this is far more exciting than attending classes at the academy." Ning Rongrong expressed her enthusiasm. "Traveling the continent?" Yanzu nodded. "Indeed, I have grown somewhat weary of this place." After the three completed their morning routines, they arrived at the Imperial Combat Training Camp, where nearly everyone was discussing the assassination of Prince Xuexing. Reports claimed his death was gruesome, and many faced accountability, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor furious and bedridden. "Oh, an unexpected gain?" Yanzu mused to himself, contemplating the potential of the Snow Knight Emperor suffering a fatal heart attack from rage, an outcome that would serve two purposes simultaneously. The atmosphere in the training camp felt peculiar. Teacher Qin Ming, with a serious demeanor, gathered everyone for an address. "You have all heard the rumors this morning. I can confirm that it is true. Prince Xuexing was assassinated last night. Tiendo City is now under lockdown, and our academy is no exception." "Well, that certainly adds a thrill to the day," Yu Tianhing remarked, only to catch himself and promptly cease speaking. "This is no trivial matter," Qin Ming chided Yu Tianheng. "I anticipate that Tiendo City will remain tumultuous for some time. I have already submitted a request to the Education Committee for us to leave here soon." "Indeed," Yu Feng concurred. "I heard the prince met a terrible fate. Who knows if the assassin is still in Tiendo City? It's truly unsettling. The sooner we leave, the better." Qin Ming concluded, instructing everyone to pack their belongings and reconvene in an hour. After departing from the training camp, Yanzu's bracelet flickered momentarily, signaling that Xuexinghe was calling for him. Following the message, Yanzu arrived at the designated meeting place where he encountered Xuexinghe, who had adopted the guise of Qian Renxue. Naturally, she had modestly disguised herself. Otherwise, her breathtaking beauty would have drawn crowds wherever she went. "Where were you last night?" Qian Renxue inquired straightforwardly. Surprised? Yanzu replied with a hint of pride. "I've removed a stumbling block for you." Yet, Qian Renxue appeared less than pleased, her expression tinged with annoyance. "Who gave you the right to act on your own? Is there a problem?" Yanzu waved his hand dismissively. "That fellow is your political adversary, is he not? Did I not do you a favor by eliminating him?" "I never asked you to do that," Qian Renxue countered, tapping her forehead with a finger. Even if you intended to proceed, you should have consulted me first, allowing me to prepare. Prepare? Yin Zhu inquired, puzzled. Is something amiss? Wouldn't it be better for such a person to die sooner? Besides, even without you, I would have dealt with him eventually. It makes little difference. Ah. This situation is rather complicated, and I cannot explain it all now. My time is limited. I merely came to confirm the situation with you. Qian Rinxue glanced around cautiously, prompting Yin Zhu to notice she was alone. I heard you all are going on a study tour? She changed the subject. Do you have your ears everywhere? Yin Zhu replied. I hope you enjoy yourself. I will explain everything to you when I have the time. Qian Rinxue shook her head. I truly appreciate your help. What is this? Yin Zhu mused as he watched Qian Rinxue vanish. Not even a reward, yet she still complains? Chapter 40. Dealing with pests. The study tour proved to be more leisurely than anticipated. Qin Ming led the Imperial combat team through city after city, primarily training at the Great Soul Arena, while occasionally tackling challenging local assignments. Due to pedagogical reasons, Qin Ming sidelined Yin Zhu, fully aware that Yin Zhu's presence at the academy was not for the sake of personal growth. As for Yin Zhu's true intentions, Qin Ming remained indifferent. He simply understood that once Yin Zhu intervened during the teaching process, everything would lose its significance. Yin Zhu reveled in leisure, spending his days indulging in the city's pleasures and his nights locked away with Yi Lingling in their hotel, embarking on clandestine adventures. Just wear it for a moment, Yi Lingling implored, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach under the dim light. No, Yin Zhu decisively refused. Do not underestimate my self-control, my dear. But what if I become pregnant? Yi Lingling fretted. As long as I wish it, there is no such possibility, Yin Zhu replied, lifting her chin. And even if there were, do you think we couldn't provide for our child? I am not prepared for that, Yi Lingling pouted. Neither am I, Yin Zhu said, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. Yet I find myself somewhat eager to know what our child would be like. Indeed. Will they inherit your martial spirit or my nine-heart begonia? Yi Lingling seemed to share in the anticipation. By the way, I didn't attend your soul duel out of boredom. How did Rong perform? Yin Zhu inquired. Surprisingly well, Yi Lingling marveled. She is perfectly suited for Yu Tianeng. With his already formidable strength and the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, her opponents are swiftly left behind. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that, Yin Zhu remarked. Yi Lingling smiled softly. She is determined to prove herself against me, which drives her to work even harder. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Yin Zhu acknowledged Ning Rongrong's competitive spirit, reflecting on how he himself had grown increasingly complacent. He recalled the caution he exercised upon leaving his village, only to become more arrogant upon realizing the mediocrity of those around him. Are you bored? Yi Lingling asked, mistaking Yin Zhu's inquiry about the soul duel as a sign of his ennui from being sidelined by Qin Ming. How could I be? Each day in this heavenly existence is anything but dull, Yin Zhu reassured her. Even if it were, we have each other. The following day, Yin Zhu received a letter from Qian Rinxue, who, as promised, elaborated on the repercussions of his actions against the Snowstar Prince. In her view, the prince was of little consequence, merely a representative of a vested interest group. The death of one Snowstar Prince would not halt the emergence of another. The key lay in fracturing the power behind that group. Qian Rinxue had been diligently working towards that end. However, Yin Zhu's sudden assassination of the prince had galvanized the interest group, making them more cautious and united than ever, complicating Qian Rinxue's plans. The death of the Snowstar Prince had also incited increasing paranoia in the Snow Knight Emperor, who began to distrust everyone, including Qian Rinxue's alter ego, Xueqinghe, leading to a significant reduction in her authority as the crown prince. The Spirit Hall's branch was similarly affected, as the emperor, aware of the discord between Bishop Salus and the Snowstar Prince, turned his suspicions towards them. Had Yin Zhu's actions caused the previously simmering tensions to boil over? Qian Rinxue bore no resentment. Rather, she sought to soothe Yin Zhu, insisting she never intended for him to become a machine of slaughter, for violence could not resolve everything. Yet, Yin Zhu sensed her unease. She feared his power was beyond her control, that he might act in ways she could not manage. Dismissing such thoughts, he crumpled the letter and tossed it into the fireplace, adhering to his straightforward moral compass. Removing one threat only meant one less to contend with. Though the outcome was less than ideal, he felt no remorse for his actions. As his studies continued, Yin Zhu gradually forgot the matter, immersing himself in worldly pleasures until the day the Imperial Soul fighting team arrived in Nodding City. Azu, is there anything you wish to buy? Upon disembarking, Lingling eagerly grasped Yanzu's arm. I've saved quite a bit of money on the journey. Now that you mention it, I can't think of anything I desire. Yanzu gazed into the distance. Let me treat you this time, Lingling insisted firmly. What are you two whispering about? Ning Rongrong popped her head out from under Lingling's arm. Rongrong, would you like to join us for some shopping? Lingling teased, pinching Ning Rongrong's cheek. No. Otherwise Yufeng will complain again, Ning Rongrong replied. Can you blame me? Yufeng, with keen ears, chimed in. Our carriage is half filled with your assorted belongings. But didn't Teacher Qin bring a storage soul guide? Lingling countered. Ning Rongrong chuckled awkwardly. It's already full. Seeing Ning Rongrong begin to consider the implications of spending, Yanzu felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps the recent soul duels had shown her the value of earning money, leading her to be more prudent with her expenditures, though this change was relative to her previous habits. You've been gazing that way for a while now. Lingling waved her hand in front of him. Lingling, have I ever shared tales of my hometown? Yanzu grasped Lingling's hand. That direction leads to my origins. Oh, your hometown? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with curiosity. Take me to see it. What concern is that of yours? Yanzu teased, though inwardly thought, well, it wouldn't hurt to let the young lady meet the in-laws early. Ning Rongrong dismissed his comment, leaping onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck, pointing towards the direction he had been gazing. Hurry, let us set off. Are you ready to meet my parents? Yanzu asked Lingling beside him. She appeared momentarily stunned, her expression quickly shifting to visible anxiety. Don't worry, my parents will adore you. Yanzu looked forward to his father's reaction upon meeting Lingling, thinking, see, my son isn't just a pretty face, he has brought home a remarkable girl. Thus, after informing Qin Ming, Yanzu carried Lingling in his arms, with Ning Rongrong clinging to his back, and they soared towards his hometown. You were born in such a remote place? Ning Rongrong remarked, surprised by the lack of even a decent road beneath them. What did you expect? Yanzu retorted. Lingling chimed in. I'm quite surprised as well, just like Rongrong. Is that so? Yanzu chuckled helplessly, as the wind rushed past his ears. He gradually spotted the familiar village below, noting little had changed. However, he frowned slightly. The land appeared much more desolate, and the houses seemed significantly more dilapidated. Though they had never been grand, the difference between being maintained and left to the ravages of time was stark. Could it be due to the migration of some residents? He pondered, but no, only a few children and adults left. It shouldn't be this abandoned. Are those houses? Or perhaps a cow shed? Ning Rongrong pointed at the structures below. That is my home, Yanzu replied flatly. Oh, Ning Rongrong adorably pursed her lips into a small cherry shape. As they landed, Yanzu noticed his mother sifting rice, meticulously removing the unrefined bran to ensure the cooked rice would be less gritty. Meanwhile, his father sat nearby, repairing furniture with a saw and hammer. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to maintain a cheerful demeanor. Yanzu shifted his expression, knocked on the door, and called out, I'm back. Shortly thereafter, the sound of clattering pots and pans echoed from within. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a young couple who appeared at the threshold, their faces alight with joy as they gazed at the three individuals outside. Yanzu surveyed them, noting that his father remained as dashing as ever, and his mother still exuded beauty, though their eyes bore a hint of weariness. Azu, his mother, was the first to envelop him in a warm embrace, while his father, noticing Lingling and Ning Rongrong tidying their skirts beside Yanzu, stood behind the women and gave Yanzu a thumbs up. In response, Yanzu winked back with a sense of pride. Upon entering the house, Yanzu explained to his parents the purpose of his visit and introduced Lingling and Ning Rongrong. The joy in his parents' hearts was palpable upon seeing their son return with two such lovely young ladies. Ning Rongrong's demure demeanor took Yanzu by surprise. She seemed to adhere strictly to the principle of saying and doing little, her charming modesty almost deceptive to those unfamiliar with her true nature. The meal will take a little while longer, so please make yourselves comfortable. To entertain their future daughter-in-law, the couple busied themselves in the kitchen. You all sit for a moment, Yanzu instructed before rising to chat with his parents. Observing this, his mother urged, you should go keep Lingling and Rongrong company. There's no need for you to help out here. Mom, I remember sending back quite a bit of money. Yanzu glanced at the pickled foods and somewhat shabby kitchenware, feeling a tinge of displeasure, as it did not align with his memories of this place. His parents appeared perplexed. Is that so? His father scratched the back of his head and said, we did receive the letters, but, okay, I understand. Yinzu gestured for them to stop before looking out the window. The village seems rather desolate. It feels like there are far fewer people. At this point, he noticed a bitter expression on his mother's face, while his father, more candidly, remarked, life was flourishing, but ever since the spirit hall withdrew, we've been subjected to frequent taxation, making our existence increasingly difficult. The younger folks have all fled to seek better prospects, while those unable to leave must endure. Your mother and I had also contemplated leaving, but we feared you might return one day to find us gone. Okay, I understand, Yinzu nodded, embracing his parents and reassuring them with a pat on their backs. Afterwards, he ventured out to procure some game for dinner, beginning to contemplate relocating the villagers. Settling in Spirit City has benefits you cannot fathom. He recalled the words of Qianrenxue. Dinner was a heartwarming affair, with the only blemish being Ning Rongrong's slight discomfort at the unrefined meal. The following morning, Yinzu bid a temporary farewell to his parents, assuring them he would be in Notting City for a while but would return, asking them to prepare for their move. Azu, you seem somewhat discontent. Is it something I've done? On the journey back, Yulingling inquired. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt an inexplicable tension, thinking, could it be my fault? I've been on my best behavior. No, it has nothing to do with you, Yinzu chuckled. It's merely a pest issue. Pest? Yulingling and Ning Rongrong exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his words. Chapter 41, Dealing with Pests, Part 2. Upon returning to Notting City, Yulingling and Ning Rongrong resumed their combat training, while Yinzu only informed Qinming of his absence before heading straight to Spirit City. Upon arrival, he encountered Gui Mei once more. Although it is of little consequence, why do I keep running into you? Yinzu asked. Because I am the only one who cares about you enough to greet you, Gui Mei replied. This is also a directive from His Holiness the Pope. What brings you here this time? I wish to bring some people to settle here, but I am uncertain of the procedure, Yinzu explained. Gui Mei gestured toward the gates of Spirit City, where, apart from the soldiers, a few missionaries stood guard. Do you see those individuals? The angels bless the populace. Spirit City welcomes all. Anyone wishing to settle here simply needs to undergo the baptism of the teachings of light to gain entry. Is it truly that simple? Aren't you concerned about those with ulterior motives? Yinzu expressed his astonishment, recalling how the sea god routinely purged those deemed unworthy or unproductive among the native inhabitants. Those who failed to demonstrate their worthiness when the time came were expelled, regardless of their origins. Gui Mei snorted, under the divine temple, who would dare to sow discord? Are there any essential obligations for the citizens of Spirit City? Yinzu inquired. Gui Mei, slightly exasperated, replied, such matters are best directed to the relevant authorities. Upon hearing this, Yinzu shrugged and swiftly made his way to the city gates. Indeed, to occupy a Title Douluos time with such trivial inquiries seemed rather disrespectful. Subsequently, Yinzu learned from a missionary that the only obligation of the citizens of Wuhuan City is to participate in the prayer ceremonies regularly. Those who reside in Wuhuan City may choose whether to engage in the city's structured programs. If they opt to participate, the city's administrators will assign tasks based on their age, skills, and physical condition. Their basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter are also uniformly managed. The nature of the work assigned is determined solely by one's abilities and fortune, and grievances are not tolerated. Conversely, if one chooses not to participate, self-sufficiency is the path, provided that they adhere to the law and attend prayers periodically. The rest is left to their discretion. A sanctuary for the aged, indeed. After gaining this preliminary understanding, Yinzu resolved to bring all the remaining villagers to Wuhuan City. However, realizing that transporting them himself would be quite laborious, he approached Gui Mei, humbly requesting his assistance in ferrying the villagers with the promise of celestial herbs as compensation. Initially reluctant, Gui Mei was soon captivated by the allure of the herbs, especially after the Douluo Guan, seemingly sensing the opportunity, dashed over to seize the celestial herbs, thus revealing their true value. After repeated entreaties from Yu Guan, Gui Mei acquiesced to assist. Following this, Yinzu and Gui Mei embarked on a long journey. Upon returning to his hometown, Yinzu explained the situation to his parents and urged his father to rally the other villagers. Being familiar faces, trust was not an issue among the villagers. And given their previous benefits from the Spirit Hall, the prospect of relocating to Wuhuan City was met with unanimous joy. Overnight, the remaining few dozen villagers vacated. And this once secluded paradise, a refuge from worldly strife, was enveloped by overgrown grass and trees, rendering the seldom trodden forest paths completely vanishing. Upon arriving in Wuhuan City, Yinzu patiently accompanied everyone until they were all settled before taking his leave. This resolved a significant concern for him. Upon returning to Nodding City, he commenced his campaign against the pests. The Tiendo Empire is dotted with various principalities, many of which are not directly governed by the Tiendo royal family, but are managed by local nobility. Nodding City, however, does not fall into this category. Its highest authority is the city lord. Interestingly, Nodding City is situated in a rather remote and ambiguous location, far from the Tiendo imperial capital and bordering the Star Luo Empire, rendering the position of city lord akin to that of a local despot. On this particular day, Yinzu did nothing but leisurely indulge in food and drink near the city lord's mansion, keeping a watchful eye on everything occurring within. With his keen perceptive abilities, no action within the city lord's manor could escape his notice. A parcel was delivered to Prince Lo Fuki of Sachuo City. Within the manor, a rotund and benevolent-looking middle-aged man was busily delegating tasks. This portion is to be sent to the Spirit Hall's branch. Let them manage it themselves, he stated, efficiently distributing duties as those below him received their assignments and dispersed accordingly. The Spirit Hall has a share? Yinzu chuckled, pondering the age-old adage, greed drives men to ruin. All the lavish tributes dispatched from the city lord's manor to Nodding City were intercepted by Yinzu, filling his own coffers with the wealth of the populace. That night, Yinzu infiltrated the city lord's mansion. Displeased with the middle-aged man's corpulence, he fashioned a toilet plunger to silence him, suspending him from the rafters while engaging in a game of darts. The man was caught in a compromising situation with a young girl at the time, and the shock rendered him utterly terrified. Yinzu rendered the girl unconscious. Then, after hoisting the middle-aged man, he seated himself at the desk, launching pins from the holder to target the bulging areas of the man's physique. Look at you, so rotund, I hardly know where to begin, Yinzu mused, twirling a steel pen in his hand. Suddenly, with a pop, the man managed to dislodge the plunger from his face and began to call for help at the top of his lungs. The pen in Yinzu's hand soared past the man's face. Stop your incessant whining, Yinzu remarked, seizing a few more pens as he stood. Your companions are all lying down now. If you wish to hasten your demise, continue your cries. Who exactly are you? I bear no grudge against you. Why do you treat me this way? The man protested, struggling, his flesh jiggling grotesquely in the air, a sight that was truly disconcerting. To hold an official position without serving the people is no better than returning home to sell sweet potatoes. Yinzu aimed a pen menacingly at the man's vulnerable area. Do you truly believe you have a chance to return home and sell sweet potatoes? Please, calm down, young man, the middle-aged man stammered, feeling a chill below. Whatever you desire, I can provide. I am the one in charge of Nodding City. No, wait, it is you who holds authority now. If you so wish, you could become the lord of Nodding City, and I would be but a dog beneath your chair. Enough of this futile resistance, Yinzu interjected. You are the lord, correct? I shall only ask you once, who among the Spirit Hall associates with you? Upon hearing this, the lord thought to himself, it seems this fellow has come to seek trouble with the Spirit Hall, which is quite fortuitous. Young sir, no, esteemed sir, listen to me. The people from the Spirit Hall merely demand their dues from me. As long as I keep them satisfied, we all profit and live in peace. I know nothing of their internal affairs. Yinzu nodded and remarked, oh, everyone here is simply pursuing profit, correct? Indeed, there are no old grievances or new enmities. Harmony fosters wealth, the city lord replied with a forced smile. So those who do not seek profit are not considered individuals, am I right? No wonder, Yinzu continued. And with a flick of his wrist, 3 pins soared forth, piercing the rotund body of the city lord, before proceeding towards the branch of the Spirit Hall within the city. Unlike the city lord's residence, the Spirit Hall was always illuminated, operating in a continuous 3-shift cycle. Thus, upon entering the hall of the branch, Yinzu observed numerous individuals attending to their affairs. Who is in charge here? Yinzu inquired directly at the counter. The Spirit Hall branch, unlike the city lord's residence, was merely an administrative institution subsisting within the Tiendo Empire. Thus, Yinzu felt no need to conceal his identity. Who might you be? The receptionist at the counter, sensing hostility, became fully alert. Yinzu scattered some golden soul coins on the counter and remarked, feel free to ask whatever you wish. A harmonious exchange fosters prosperity. The young man, evidently lacking social finesse, wore a puzzled expression and replied, I truly do not comprehend your meaning. Yinzu, perceiving the lack of any intention to collect payment, rose and gently patted the man's shoulder before making his way inside. He encountered several obstacles along the way, effortlessly dispatching them with a swift strike of his palm, ensuring an unobstructed passage. In a couple of days, Bishop Salas's representatives would arrive here, and the gray-haired man paused momentarily, inquiring about the cacophony outside. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion echoed. As a beam of crimson light severed two soul saints suspended midair, their soul rings flickered to life only to extinguish in an instant, leaving behind charred remnants on the ground. "Whoever you are, step out," Yin Zhu called out, clearing his ears as he directed his voice towards an office. "Bishop Myers." "It's bad." A deacon, witnessing the unfolding chaos through the window, trembled and collapsed onto the desk, scattering its ornaments in disarray. "I saw it," the gray-haired man said, kicking the deacon aside in a fit of anger as he stormed out of the office. However, upon stepping outside and catching a whiff of the charred scent carried by the evening breeze, he was instantly sobered and began to regret his decision. Why did he venture out? Would it not have been wiser to escape through the window? The four charred remains on the ground, once two soul saints, had made scarcely a sound. It had all transpired in a heartbeat. These two represented the pinnacle of strength at this branch, and yet, before this individual, they had stirred not a ripple. What was the purpose of a level 60 fighter like him placing himself in such peril? All for a mere bout of jealousy. Yin Zhu, rubbing his hands together as he approached Myers, remarked, "So, how do you wish to meet your end?" Myers, recognizing the newcomer as a young man with blonde hair, retorted, "Who lives and who dies is far from certain." He sent out a distress signal from behind and began to flee, unaware of the boy's identity or his motives for seeking him. He understood one thing. If he did not escape, he would soon become one of those charred remains. It must be said, his judgment was partially correct. The faster you run, the quicker you perish. Yin Zhu smiled faintly, energy cascading from his eyes. By the window, Myers' upper body had vanished entirely, leaving only his smoking lower half to crumple to the ground. "Hey, you!" Yin Zhu approached the quaking deacon cowering in the corner of the office. "Be still. Any movement will bring pain." "Is it you?" The deacon, upon focusing, seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope and cried out, "Yin Zhu. Spare me, Yin Zhu." Chapter 42, Dealing with Pests, Part 3. Oh? Yin Zhu, hands on his hips, leaned in closer. "Are you not Su Yuntao?" Seeing that Yin Zhu remembered him, Su Yuntao swallowed hard and replied, "Indeed, it is I." Yin Zhu paused for a moment, drew a chair, and seated himself, saying, "Sit down and let's converse." Su Yuntao, trembling with apprehension, rose but lost his balance, landing on the ground. He decided to sit cross-legged instead, gazing at Yin Zhu. "Do you not have any inquiries?" "There is little for us to discuss," Yin Zhu remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Su Yuntao, having witnessed Yin Zhu's capabilities, dared not speak first. Upon hearing Yin Zhu's words, he stammered, "Why? Why must this be done?" "Ah, well, as members of the Spirit Hall, they have transgressed the doctrine of light and deserve their fate." Yin Zhu replied in a calm tone. "By the way, are you involved in this?" Su Yuntao shuddered. "I do not comprehend your meaning. What have they violated?" "Corruption, bribery, and oppression of the innocent." Yin Zhu fixed his gaze on Su Yuntao, questioning, "Now tell me, did you partake in their deeds? Do not attempt to deceive me. I can discern truth from falsehood." Hearing this, Su Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief. As a mere steward, he engaged in tangible menial tasks, such as traveling to remote areas and delivering messages. Whether he wished to be involved in corruption was irrelevant, as it was simply beyond his reach. Thus, they are indeed deserving of their punishment. Su Yuntao regarded Yin Zhu, recalling the considerable effort he had expended on that special mission, leaving him quite intrigued by how the individual with an innate soul power level of 0 had ascended to his current stature. "Enough," Yin Zhu declared, oblivious to Su Yuntao's quickening heartbeat. He rose, stretching lazily. "I shall leave you to handle the aftermath here." Before he could savor the relief of being alive, Su Yuntao hurriedly asked, "How am I to manage this?" "Just say that these individuals were sent by the higher-ups to conduct a cleanup. Embellish the details as much as you wish. They will not dare to inquire further," Yin Zhu instructed before departing the subchamber. Earlier, when Miles had fired a signal flare before his demise, the nearest members of the Spirit Hall would soon converge in this direction, and leaving promptly would avert further complications. Not long after Yin Zhu's departure, several beams of light swiftly arrived at the Nodding City branch, followed by a handful of individuals trickling in, the only one remaining clear-headed. Su Yuntao naturally became the subject of interrogation. With no other choice, he resorted to the method taught by Yin Zhu. stating that the elders had been dispatched from above to cleanse the sect of its insidious elements. Consequently, no one dared to pursue further inquiries. The words had been spoken, and it was left to the higher-ups to make the final judgment. Su Yuntao, reflecting on his modest position as a mere steward, was reluctant to invite any significant trouble upon himself. The following morning, Yanzu joined the royal combatants for breakfast, listening to the circulating gossip within the city. Indeed, the major case echoing from the Lord's manor had stirred considerable commotion, yet it had yet to reach the imperial capital, leaving its resolution uncertain. Yanzu secretly chuckled to himself, pondering the demise of Prince Shueshing in the imperial capital and the recent death of the city lord in Nodding City. If he were the Snow Knight Emperor, he would likely be too fearful to even sleep. The Spirit Hall, on the other hand, seemed to remain unperturbed. In just a single night, the Nodding City branch continued as usual, presumably having sealed off any news regarding the incidents. The situation appeared rather grave. At the dining table, Qin Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, with the events that transpired in Tiando City and now this occurrence in Nodding City just months later, it is likely that war may soon be upon us. Could it be the work of the Star Luo people? Yu Tianheng inquired, taking a bite of his bread. It is difficult to say. Qin Ming shook his head. In fact, the likelihood points more towards the Spirit Hall. That seems to be a common perspective, Yanzu added. After all, the Spirit Hall is evidently easier to manipulate, having infiltrated Tiando so thoroughly. What are you smiling about? Yi Lingling noticed the corners of Yanzu's mouth lifting as he spoke. Am I? Yanzu reached out to gently touch Yi Lingling's face. Qin Ming continued sipping his soup, but couldn't help casting another glance at Yanzu, a chilling suspicion creeping into his mind. If it were indeed him, it would not be impossible. Once such thoughts arise, one cannot help but delve deeper into the implications. The more Qin Ming pondered, the more horrified he became. During both incidents, it seemed Yanzu had ample opportunity to commit the acts. Moreover, given his ruthless prowess in slaughtering 10,000-year-old beasts within the Star Do forest, his strength was undoubtedly sufficient to execute these two major crimes. Could it truly be him? Qin Ming shivered, daring not to think further. For this line of reasoning was perilous. If this were the case, his foremost duty would be to protect his students, ensuring they remained uninvolved in his schemes. When he observed Yanzu and Yi Lingling displaying their affections before others, Qin Ming felt he might have been overthinking the matter. After all, to commit such acts, one must first possess a motive. What benefit would such actions bring to Yanzu? Azu, shall we go watch the soul battles later? Ning Rongrong tugged at Yanzu's sleeve, inquiring. No, I have important matters to attend to, Yanzu replied. What important matters could you possibly have? Aren't you just idling about? Ning Rongrong scoffed disdainfully. Yanzu gazed at Qin Ming, who was rising to settle the bill, and remarked, distribute the funds. Distribute the funds? The crowd responded with expressions of bewilderment. To whom shall the funds be given? Ning Rongrong inquired further. To those who are in need, of course, Yanzu replied. Before standing up, planting a kiss on Yi Lingling's cheek, and then departing alone, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, engaged in the payment process, noticed Yanzu's solitary exit. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately subdued his curiosity and resolved to disregard the matter. Yanzu initially acquired a storage soul guide and subsequently sought a location to convert the wealth he had intercepted the previous day into liquid assets. With a substantial amount of gold soul coins in hand, he soared towards the villages surrounding Nodding City. This day happened to be a splendidly sunny one, with the villagers toiling in the fields, each one drenched in sweat. Then, unexpectedly, rain began to fall, though it was localized. As Yanzu traversed the verdant fields, he would extract a portion of the currency he had acquired and evenly scatter it upon the ground, fearing that the golden coins might inadvertently injure someone. Yanzu maintained a modest altitude, allowing the laborers below to discern the source of this monetary rain. These villagers, who had toiled in the soil for the better part of their lives, had never dared to dream of such wealth. Yet now, the deluge of prosperity fell from above, each coin a genuine golden token. After a brief frenzy of eager hands, the villagers regained their senses, realizing that the figure of the benevolent giver had vanished from the skies, leaving only the tangible gold in their grasp to affirm that this was not merely a dream. Although he had flown far away, Yanzu could still hear the villagers' voices, some expressing gratitude, others offering prayers, as if he were a deity in their eyes. However, he soon regretted the sheer expenditure of his golden coins, wishing he had opted for silver or copper which would have allowed for more extravagant enjoyment. Days later, the upheaval in Nodding City reached the imperial court of Tiendo. In a fit of rage, the Emperor Xie convened a meeting, summoning the kings of various duchies to demand a thorough investigation into the matter while simultaneously cautioning them against harboring any treacherous intentions. The question arose, from where would they begin their inquiries into this unfounded calamity? The kings, compelled by the need to demonstrate their allegiance, imposed stringent restrictions on the movement of people across regions, particularly forbidding entry and exit from the Star Luo Empire. Additionally, the Spirit Hall attracted the Emperor's scrutiny. He revoked certain privileges and mandated that all branches of the Spirit Hall within Tiendo be subject to imperial oversight. Although the highest-ranking official in the region, the Platinum Bishop Salus, harbored discontent, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Has the investigation into the Nodding City branch yielded any results? Salus inquired of his trusted aide as he perused the reports on his desk. The aide responded, "My lord, all available information has been verified, and it is indeed consistent with the submitted report." Upon hearing this, Salus felt the weight of pressure intensify, slamming his hand on the table. "So, I am left with no option but to consult His Holiness the Pope personally to ascertain the truth of this matter? To inquire whether he truly dispatched someone to Nodding City to rectify the situation? If the Pope were to decline, do you comprehend the implications of such a refusal?" Faced with Salus's wrath, none of his attendants dared to speak. If this was not the work of the elders, it would imply that we have silently lost a branch without a trace, and to compound the issue, we would be troubling His Holiness over this matter, showcasing our ineptitude. Salus seethed, his frustration palpable yet helpless. After a moment of silence, he exhaled deeply and asked, "From where did this report and your investigative information originate?" The aide replied, "On the night of the incident, there were numerous eyewitnesses." Salus gestured grandly, "Bring them all here. I shall interrogate them myself." Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue in the prince's residence was grappling with the same issue. She needed no guesswork to deduce that Yin Zhu was behind it, as she had been closely monitoring his movements. The pressing question was how she should respond. She sensed that Yin Zhu was gradually slipping from her control. In truth, Qian Rinxue was acutely aware that Yin Zhu's initial, seemingly unreasoned loyalty had largely stemmed from his infatuation with her beauty. However, with the presence of Yi Lingling by his side, their daily interactions would likely dilute his previous sentiments. Writing this letter proved to be quite a challenge for her. Pressing her fingers against her temples, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she confront him directly? Though it would be somewhat troublesome. The angel spirit's swiftness was unparalleled. The journey would not consume much time. After much contemplation, Qian Rinxue arranged the affairs of the prince's residence and secretly departed from Tiendo City, ultimately soaring toward Nodding City. Chapter 43. Embracing radiance upon her arrival in Nodding City. Qian Rinxue inadvertently stumbled upon a tender moment between Yin Zhu and Yi Lingling. Yin Zhu had long since the arrival of Qian Rinxue, yet he was preoccupied with escorting Yi Lingling to the clouds, unable to extricate himself. In contrast, Qian Rinxue lacked such foresight. It was only when she glimpsed the entwined forms and faint sounds of the two through the window that she realized her timing was ill-fated. How unfortunate. She muttered under her breath, retreating to a nearby rooftop to await their departure. After an undetermined time had passed, Yin Zhu also arrived at the rooftop. Addressing the meditative Qian Rinxue with a tone of surprise, "What a rare visit. This is indeed a delightful surprise." Qian Rinxue's voice was laced with evident reproach as she retorted, "You have already bestowed upon me 2 surprises. Can my presence here truly be considered a surprise?" Yin Zhu sat beside Qian Rinxue and inquired, "So, what brings you here?" "What brings me here?" Qian Rinxue sighed softly. "You have nearly annihilated the elite of our Nodding City branch. Shouldn't you offer me an explanation? I am not privy to the intricacies of the matter. Hence my presence is to provide you with an opportunity for clarification," she continued. "Is that so?" Yin Zhu replied nonchalantly. "The Lord of Nodding City was exploiting the common folk. Thus, I dealt with him accordingly. The pests of the branch conspired with him, so they too faced my wrath. That should cover everything. I believe I have omitted nothing. At least his intentions seem just." Qian Rinxue felt a slight relief upon hearing Yin Zhu's succinct account. It was fortunate that his methods were merely excessive rather than morally corrupt. "So, the next time you encounter such a situation, what will you choose to do?" Qian Rinxue questioned. "What choice?" Yin Zhu scoffed, "If they cross my path, it is their misfortune. One and all shall meet their end." "And what if you're exposed?" Qian Rinxue pressed on, "Then surrounded by a mighty army, will you engage in a massacre, watching the blood flow like rivers?" "There is no such if," Yin Zhu chuckled, To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If I am besieged by this so-called army, I shall first deal with those who issue the orders. That way, there will be no rivers of blood. Your reasoning is rather troubling, Qian Rinshui sighed once more. So you simply kill and depart, believing this will make the world a better place? I did not claim that, nor do I dwell on such matters. In my view, they deserve their fate. That much is indisputable. Yin Zhu acknowledged her sentiment, yet he was resolute in his stance. Corrupt officials cannot be eradicated entirely, Qian Rinshui asserted. Only a revolution from the top down, altering the system, can usher in a new dawn. They cannot be eradicated because the blade is not swift enough, Yin Zhu remarked. Scratching his nail, do you insist on debating with me? Qian Rinshui replied with exasperation. Do you feel compelled to lecture me? Yin Zhu retorted in the same tone. And do you not find your preaching rather feeble? You must understand, it is your subordinates who have erred, and I have merely helped you cleanse them. As the heir of the angelic God, do you not feel a twinge of shame? The doctrines you espouse and your actions are entirely at odds. I am embarrassed for you. Yin Zhu had indeed provoked Qian Rinshui. He could hear her heart rate escalate, and he observed the vigorous rise and fall of her ample bosom. Eventually, Qian Rinshui shut her eyes, took a deep breath, and remarked, Indeed, this is truly a humiliation. Noticing the hint of despondency and grievance on her face, Yin Zhu cleared his throat and said, Of course, this cannot be solely attributed to you. After all, human energy is finite. I understand that these matters are beyond your control, as they are entirely managed by Bai Dong. Indeed, knowing that someone else bore the blame alleviated Qian Rinshui's heart considerably. She propped her elbow on her thigh, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the night sky and mused, I do not know what she is thinking. As the Pope, she should be the most astute among us. The bishops already wield considerable power. She ought not to have made such a blunder in personnel decisions. Perhaps this was a necessity during the initial stages of development. Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu thought to himself, Oh, my naive little Shui. Bibi Dong merely seeks to obliterate the spirit hall. Employing talented individuals and fostering influence are not mutually exclusive. Bibi Dong utilizes these miscreants solely to incite animosity towards the spirit hall. Did you come all this way just for this matter? What else could it be? Do you consider this trivial? Qian Rinshui retorted. It is not just the Heaven Do Empire. Even the main hall is on the verge of being stirred. Regardless of what the individuals in the Nodding City branch have done, they are ultimately part of the spirit hall. With such incidents occurring, it is likely that 1 or 2 elders will be dispatched for investigation, which would be a sheer waste of resources. Moreover, what you have done may not even find favor with Bibi Dong. She is not as accommodating as I am. Are you unable to take charge of this matter? Yin Zhu inquired. Qian Rinshui replied, I am executing a task of utmost confidentiality. Even the Platinum Bishop Saralas is unaware of my existence, and he is the principal overseer of the Spirit Hall in the Heaven Do Empire. If I return, and he has not yet reported to the main hall, there is still time. However, if he has reported, I will inevitably have to confront Bibi Dong. In what manner will you confront her? Yin Zhu asked. Qian Rinshui explained, I can only write to inform her that your actions are my directive, after which she will vehemently rebuke me in her capacity as Pope, employing a facade of righteous indignation. Of course, she cannot take any substantial action against me. There is no need for that. I can clarify matters with her directly in Spirit City, Yin Zhu stated. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinshui felt a flicker of unease and asked, What? Has your relationship with her progressed to such an extent? Yin Zhu chuckled and remarked, Naturally, she is quite eager to win my favor. Hence, she would not penalize me over such trivial matters. In fact, she might even commend me and seize the opportunity to draw me closer. She is very eager to obtain you? Qian Rinshui inquired, enunciating each word deliberately. Why do you regard me with such a gaze? Yin Zhu queried. To be frank, there are many who wish to possess me. Do not be oblivious to your own fortune. Qian Rinshui fell silent, as she was disinclined to engage in banter with Yin Zhu. Are you still unwilling to admit that your presence here is driven by the fear of losing me? Yin Zhu pressed further. Do not speak. Allow me a moment of tranquility, Qian Rinshui replied in a tone devoid of warmth, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. At that moment, she sat atop the building, the lights below gradually dimming, while the stars above twinkled like scattered jewels. The night breeze possessed a unique gentleness, and Qian Rinshui momentarily allowed herself to empty her mind, which brought her an unexpected sense of relief, or perhaps for the first time, she felt a hint of exhaustion. Yan Zhu gazed blankly at Qian Rinxue, then patted his own shoulder and said, "If you desire it, I can lend it to you. I have already stated. Be quiet." Yan Zhu opened his mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately remained silent, lost in thought alongside Qian Rinxue. She gazed into the distance. While he focused on her, time slipped away unnoticed until Qian Rinxue broke the spell of contemplation. Though she relished this fleeting moment of freedom, she had not entirely forgotten her responsibilities. The instant their eyes met, she suddenly understood the source of her fatigue. It stemmed from the formidable presence of the young man before her that, while intimidating, also provided a sense of security, a feeling she had only experienced in the company of her grandfather, Tian Douluo. "I should return now," Qian Rinxue stated as she rose, brushing off her garments and adjusting her wind-tousled hair. "Is it not better to rest for the night before departing?" Yan Zhu suggested, aware that for Qian Rinxue, the concept of time held little significance. Initially touched by his concern, she quickly rolled her eyes when she noticed his peculiar demeanor. "This fellow, his intentions are far from innocent," she thought, deciding to forgive his youthful indiscretions. At least it indicated he was genuine, albeit a beastly one. "After all, it's quite late, and the wind is strong. I wouldn't want you to catch a chill," he rationalized, observing her intently. "Oh, a soul master who can catch a chill from a breeze might as well be better off dead," she retorted playfully. Spreading her wings, she added, "As for Salus, I will send someone to clarify matters. Consider it for my sake. Please think twice before acting in the future, will you?" Qian Rinxue gradually discerned Yan Zhu's temperament. He was a man who responded better to soft persuasion than to harsh reasoning. While gentle words might sway him, a confrontational approach would only invoke his fists as a response, regardless of the validity of her arguments. The warmth in her request nearly melted Yan Zhu's heart. Yet he ambiguously replied, "I shall uphold the tenets of the light for you." In response, Qian Rinxue could only smile wryly. His implication was clear. Should he encounter those who violated the principles of the light, he would not hesitate to intervene, but he would never stand against the doctrine itself. As he had previously articulated, their relationship was one of collaboration, not subservience. She could trust him but could not command him. As Qian Rinxue's silhouette, aglow with a soft golden light, swiftly vanished into the night sky, transforming into a distant star, Yan Zhu felt a twinge of regret. Had he seized the moment to embrace her and steal a kiss, she likely would not have held it against him. The atmosphere had been ripe. Yet he failed to act. Perhaps the earlier encounter with Ling Ling had drained some of his fervor, leaving him less reckless and more contemplative, a pity indeed. Meanwhile, as Qian Rinxue hastened back to Tiando City, Gu Rong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was also traversing the continent, heading towards Nodding City. The tragic demise of Prince Xuexing had deeply shaken the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as their alliance with the Tiando Empire was largely predicated on the strength of their two Title Douluos. With such mutual dependence, the safety of Tiando was a shared responsibility. Ning Fengji had previously sent Chen Xian to investigate the scene, revealing that Prince Xuexing had been brutally murdered, and even Chen Xian's extensive combat experience could not discern the identity of the assailants. As the enigmatic specter had asserted, the circle of Title Douluos was indeed quite small, and their distinct fighting styles and techniques were readily identifiable. If the crime had been committed by someone familiar, it would have been immediately apparent. However, the perpetrators this time were evidently unknown to them, although the Emperor Shuya did not exert pressure on Ning Fengji. The occurrence of two significant incidents compelled him to investigate further. After all, the loss of one's lips could lead to the decay of one's teeth. If the threat were aimed at the Tiando Empire, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not afford to remain passive. At this moment, Gu Rong was on his way to Nodding City. Before setting out, he had already discussed certain possibilities with Chen Xian. Like Qian Rinxue, they had been monitoring Ning Rongrong's movements, which in turn kept them attuned to Yan Zhu's whereabouts. The timing of the incidents aligned perfectly with Yan Zhu's location. Has Fengji considered this possibility? Gu Rong pondered internally. If Yan Zhu were indeed behind these events, it would be a predicament indeed. A single raindrop fell upon Gu Rong's nose as he stepped through the portal. How unfortunate. Another storm approaches, he sighed, glancing at the torrential rain before reluctantly re-entering the portal. Chapter 44. Two beauties among three. It was now the second night after Qian Rinxue's departure. Under the same roof, Yan Zhu observed Gu Rong making his way from afar. "Ah, if it isn't Uncle Gu. What brings you here?" he called out, recognizing their generational relationship. Gu Rong peered through the window at Ning Rongrong, peacefully lost in slumber. I merely came to check on Rong, he replied, avoiding a direct confrontation. Oh, no need to mind the details. Yanzu waved off, suggesting that calling him grandfather was out of the question. I wish to see Rong, Rong reiterated, not revealing his true intentions. Though Ning Fengji had engaged deeply with Yanzu, Rong and Chen Xian knew him only superficially, and their trust in him was rather tenuous. With me looking after her, what is there to worry about? Yanzu smiled. You know my capabilities better than anyone. Rong thought to himself, that is precisely why I'm concerned. The recent tragedy in Notting City had left everyone on edge. The situation in Tiando is rather precarious. Leaving Rong unguarded causes us unease. Are you here for that reason? Yanzu inquired. Calmly, Rong responded. It is said that the perpetrator of this incident may very well be the same individual responsible for the brutal murder of Prince Xuexing in Tiando. Just say it outright. You're asking if it was me, aren't you? Yanzu astutely observed, catching the fleeting glance Rong had cast his way. How direct of you. Rong mused, feeling somewhat deceived by Yanzu's outward appearance. Such suspicions were not without justification. Rong turned to Yanzu. You possess such capability. Do you not? There are only a handful of Title Douluos in all of Tiando. Moreover, your movements align perfectly with the timeline. Uncle Gu. There's no need for such tension. Yanzu sensed Rong's apprehension, as if he feared an abrupt confrontation. Since you've broached the subject, I need a clear answer. Was it you? Rong pressed. Yanzu remained remarkably relaxed. If I were to agree, what would you do? Would you take me back to confess to the Snowy Night Emperor? I fear I lack the capability for such a task. Rong replied, do not jest with me. Do you truly believe I care for the Heavenly Do Empire? Who would concern themselves with such matters? Who would pay heed to the Heavenly Do royal family? I am here solely to assess the situation and have chosen to place my trust in you. We shall not speak further on this, if indeed it was your doing. Allow me at least to inquire about your motives, for I fail to comprehend what advantage this holds for you. Yanzu openly admitted, indeed. It was I who did it. As for the reasons, I have two explanations. One is grand and noble, while the other is sincere and heartfelt. Which one would you prefer to hear? Let us hear both. We have ample time, Rong replied, suppressing the tumult within. Yanzu remarked, in a grandiloquent manner, that one is a regal prince who regards people as mere weeds, while the other is a corrupt official who exploits the populace. Both are deserving of death. Yet, driven by my personal grievances, I would gladly take their lives, for they have indeed wronged me. So do you consider yourself a paragon of justice? Rong inquired. However, the question remains, what if one day the justice you uphold is proven to be erroneous? Do not adorn me with such lofty titles, Yanzu retorted, emulating Rong's earlier tone. Do you think I care about justice? Who truly cares for such a concept? I slay them simply because I desire to. Uncle Gu, do you not believe they deserve to die? Rong remained silent. He was oblivious to the truth and had never concerned himself with such chaotic individuals. Our sect's alliance with Tiando was a necessity. Yanzu gazed down upon Notting City and stated, Tiando possesses depth and an army. We have wealth, along with you and Sword Uncle as our venerable guardians, each party fulfilling its own needs and seeking warmth and camaraderie. Thus, you must understand that your actions will complicate matters for Fengji. Rong remarked. Yanzu coldly remarked, difficult to handle? Then simply do not handle it. If one refrains from action, naturally, there will be no difficulties. Wouldn't you agree? Uncle Gu, the times have changed. What is the heavenly in the grand scheme of things? If I so desire, I could sever the head of the Snowy Night Emperor and display it at the Eastern Gate by tomorrow. And if my father-in-law wishes, we could even rename the Heavenly to the Seven Treasures Republic. Though, I must admit, the name does sound rather simplistic. Upon hearing this, Rong frowned and replied, your line of thinking is perilous. The Imperial Army is not to be trifled with. Even if you possess unparalleled skills, how can one withstand the full force of 1,000 troops? Moreover, we must consider the well-being of the sect's disciples. No one would undertake such a fruitless endeavor. Well, I suppose. Yanzu intended to argue further, but then relented. There was no choice. The Douluo continent is indeed a world of low martial arts, where even hidden weapons can slay deities. What more is there to discuss? Yet, it is fortunate that it is a world of low martial arts. Otherwise, one could not act with such impunity. Initially, Yanzu was cautious, fearing the existence of entities like Dragon Balls that could obliterate the universe at a whim. Regardless, it is true that I am the one who is killed, yet it is devoid of any personal vendetta, it merely depends on my mood. Yinzu declared, Uncle Gu. Feel free to relay my words to my father-in-law exactly as I have spoken them. Azu sighed, this world is vast. And while you possess the strength to navigate it with ease, what of Rongrong? Do the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School share the same fortune? I do not wish to admonish you. I only implore you to consider these matters before taking action. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against the lurking threat of the Douluo Empire. Engaging in internal strife with the heavenly would be utterly unwise. Yinzu was not fond of sermons, merely responding with a dismissive remark, as long as you are happy. Gu Rong, feeling both helpless and speechless, intended to say more. But suddenly, his deeply sunken eyes sparkled as he pointed toward the street. Azu, look over there. What is that? Yinzu followed Gu Rong's gaze and saw a young girl holding the hand of a boy, wandering aimlessly through the night market. He recognized the boy as Tang San, whom he had encountered earlier in the soul-hunting forest. The girl, dressed in a uniform strikingly similar to Tang San's, sported a scorpion-tailed braid cascading down to her waist. Such unmistakable features could only belong to the soft-boned charming rabbit, Xiaowu. Goodness, that little rabbit has been caught by Gu Rong, he mused. What do you think? Gu Rong shot a glance at Yinzu. Indeed, she has transformed from a soul beast. Yinzu feigned seriousness. Then I shall capture her and bring her back to the sect for nurturing, to prepare for Rong, Gu Rong declared, ready to take action. Wait. Yinzu interjected hastily. Why the delay? This opportunity is fleeting. She is still in her juvenile stage, and the soul ring and soul bone are ripe for the taking. Gu Rong argued. Now that we have discovered her, do you truly fear she will escape? Yinzu stroked his chin thoughtfully. To speak candidly, this soul ring would be wasted on Rong. Such an opportunity is far better suited for a battle soul master aiming for significant enhancement. Gu Rong, upon hearing this, inquired, what do you mean? Surely your soul rings must be full by now. Who says they are full? Yinzu replied with a smile. Uncle Bone, you need not concern yourself. I shall take this rabbit. Gu Rong looked at Yinzu in disbelief, yet he understood the validity of Yinzu's argument. For support-type soul masters, particularly those like Rong with fixed soul skills, the focus should be on enhancing the quality and quantity of soul power. A 10,000-year soul ring would indeed provide far greater benefits to a battle soul master than to a support type like Rong. Weighing the options, it was clear that this soul ring would serve Yinzu best. However, his curiosity was piqued. Was Yinzu's soul ring truly not full? Are you a twin martial soul? Gu Rong posed the question. Yinzu nodded, rather than elucidating the uniqueness of his own body. The notion of possessing multiple martial souls was evidently a simpler explanation. Why do you hesitate? What are you waiting for? Gu Rong inquired. Let her be. Yinzu replied nonchalantly. She is clad in the uniform of Nodding Academy. There is no fear of her escaping. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Rong suddenly remarked. Are you perhaps unable to act against her now that you've witnessed her transform into a human form? Yinzu coughed lightly and remarked. What of transforming into a human? A beast is a beast. There is nothing I cannot do. Ah, Uncle Gu, you needn't concern yourself. I have matters under control. Gu Rong looked at Yinzu with a face full of doubt, momentarily believing he too had transformed from a soul beast. Indeed, he found it difficult to act against the lively little Wu, who was frolicking joyously on the street. He mused to himself that such a rare creature, to slay it would be a sheer waste. At the very least, it could serve as a pet to amuse the senses. Moreover, given that little Wu was still so small, capturing her would only invite trouble unless he could acquire Du Gu Bo's wondrous treasure pouch, which could indeed contain living creatures. Uncle Gu, aren't you heading back? Yinzu shifted the topic. Having come this far, I naturally wish to see how Rong has progressed, Gu Rong replied. You mustn't tell her I am here. Of course not. It took considerable effort to change her disposition. If she learns of your presence, she will feel emboldened. Yinzu chuckled. Gu Rong then gazed into the distance and added, in truth, there is another matter. This Nodding City borders the Douluo Empire. And with the new lord yet to take office, as per Ning Fengji's instructions, I must remain vigilant here for a while. If the Douluo seeks to infiltrate, it would be disastrous. Let them infiltrate. Yinzu dismissed the concern, finding Ning Fengji overly anxious. However, speaking of Douluo, he had already encountered two of the Shrek 3 beauties. Ning Rong was promised to him by Ning Fengji, which was a given. Little Wu was close at hand. Yet the whereabouts of the most voluptuous 3D model, Zhu Qing, remained unknown. Simultaneously, in a city along the Douluo border, an opulent banquet was underway. At the table, a burly, Golden-haired man with heterochromatic eyes drained a glass of champagne and then wiped his hands with a towel, stating, "Days have passed, and I have yet to see my foolish brother. Instead, I am bombarded with talk of expenditures." The subordinate being reprimanded smiled and replied, "Your Highness, please remain calm. Despite this, you still hold an overwhelming advantage in the competition for the throne. Is that so?" The man, referred to as Your Highness, appeared quite irate. "How am I to prove it? HM? Mubai fled alone, yet you all are of no use." The subordinate continued to smile, "Your Highness. The Heaven-Do side has suddenly intensified their defenses. The entire border is as impenetrable as a fortress. Those fools of Heaven-Do, it is baffling," Davis said as he loosened the top button of his jacket, feeling slightly more at ease. "They absurdly claim that our prince is the one we have slain." After a pause, Davis turned to those beside him, seeking confirmation. "It was definitely not us, correct?" The subordinate hesitated. "It is difficult to assert." "What certainties do you possess?" "At least offer me some solace," Davis inquired. "There is something, though." "Speak." "It is said that Miss Zhu Zhuqing of the Zhu family has gone missing recently. Now that is indeed good news." "Leave, you bunch of incompetents." Days passed, and Gu Rong observed with great satisfaction as his usually spoiled and headstrong Rong worked diligently in the Seoul arena. Thus he felt assured in returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. When Ning Fengji learned that Yen Zhu was behind those two major incidents, he nearly fainted, fearing he had misjudged and fallen into Yen Zhu's trap. "Fengji, it seems to me that a Zhu harbors no ill intentions," Gu Rong reassured Ning Fengji. "From what he says, his actions against Prince Xuesheng and the Lord of Notting City were merely impulsive. If one were to regard him as a mere child of 10, it would indeed be excessive, yet if placed alongside figures like Qin Daolu or Tang Chen, his actions become entirely reasonable." Ning Fengji sighed. "I am indifferent to the fate of Prince Xuesheng. Their kind is of no consequence. My concern lies with the potential chaos this might bring to our lives. The Heaven-Do royal family has ruled this land for many years. Their foundation is profound, not easily usurped. Even if, as Yen Zhu suggests, we could eliminate those pivotal figures, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School lacks the appetite to swallow Heaven-Do, and instead, we might end up serving the Spirit Hall." "That is a valid point," Gu Rong nodded. "Given the current influence of the Spirit Hall, they indeed possess the capability to rally the masses. Yen Zhu's intentions are not problematic. As long as the Snow Knight Emperor is appeased, this matter can be settled." Ning Fengji decided to move on and inquired, "How is Rong faring?" Gu Rong smiled. Rong is working very hard. I see that she not only appears happy but also gets along well with her friends. They are currently studying abroad, and the leader allows her and the girl from the Jiu Xian Haidang family to alternate roles. Our Rong is doing splendidly." Ning Fengji nodded. "Then I am at ease. Ultimately, as long as a Zhu treats Rong well, everything else is secondary. For now, we must join forces with the Heaven-Do royal family, and as for the future, that remains uncertain." Gu Rong understood Ning Fengji's sentiments. Ever since the Spirit Hall established its presence in Heaven-Do, they recognized that a rift between the two factions was inevitable. Given the conflict between the Spirit Hall's doctrines and the interests of the imperial aristocracy, when chaos erupted, the sect would either reap benefits or seek to safeguard itself, at which point a superpower like Yen Zhu would become invaluable. Time flew by, and it had been over a year since the Emperor's fighting team left the academy to study abroad. Throughout this year, aside from the incident in Notting City, Yen Zhu had not engaged in any significant actions. However, recently, a matter began to trouble him. One evening, as usual, Yen Zhu lay in bed, entangled with Yi Lingling, and as he prepared to unfasten her sleeping gown, she grasped his hand and shook her head. Upon hearing this, Yen Zhu could only relent. "Is everything back to normal?" Yen Zhu gazed at Yi Lingling, who was fervently kissing his chest, and felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within him. Over the past year, Yen Zhu had consistently been a model driver, adhering strictly to traffic regulations and never running a red light. Naturally, during normal circumstances, he would press the accelerator to the floor, speeding recklessly, which occasionally resulted in his inability to halt in time. Although Yi Lingling often complained, she could not rein him in and had to let him be. However, whether it was divine favor or mere coincidence, despite Yen Zhu's high-risk driving, Yi Lingling had maintained a regular menstrual cycle without any signs of pregnancy. Yi Lingling did not take this matter to heart. She naturally believed that conceiving a child was not a straightforward affair, especially as she was focused on her cultivation, without a single thought of becoming pregnant. Yet, this gradually troubled Yen Zhu. Unlike Yi Lingling, He was acutely aware of their actions. And while he found the prospect of complications daunting, he had even entertained thoughts of what their child might look like. Yet, nothing had transpired. Yi Lingling remained healthy, her abdomen smooth and flat, her waist as delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze, and her menstrual cycle continued to visit her punctually. All these circumstances led Yinzu to experience growing self-doubt. Could it be that he was incapable? Surely not. Perhaps it was an issue with Yi Lingling, he pondered. Despite the possibilities, such thoughts, once seated, would incessantly plague the mind of the individual involved. In light of this, Yinzu had even engaged in a discreet discussion with Yu Tianheng. What does it mean to conceive easily? Yu Tianheng was perplexed by Yinzu's inquiry. Azu, do you not use protection when you and Lingling are intimate? Yu Tianheng exclaimed in shock, beginning to admire Yinzu's self-control. Do you use it? Yinzu retorted. Of course. Am I trying to throw my life away? Yu Tianheng raised an eyebrow towards the distant Du Guyan. Yinzu finally realized that Du Guyan was entirely poisoned. Without taking precautions, Yu Tianheng would have perished long ago. However, what will you do in the future? Yinzu inquired. What future? Yu Tianheng responded. Yu Tianheng suddenly understood. You are referring to the matter of passing on the lineage. Well, I have heard that there are special methods to achieve that. It will be fine. Sighing deeply, Yinzu lamented that indeed, the sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. You cannot be serious, Yu Tianheng said. Gazing at the somewhat dejected Yinzu, astonished. Could it be that you, such a formidable person, are incapable? Nonsense. Yinzu retorted. I have a Japanese name, Ichi Yajiro. Where is Japan? Yu Tianheng asked. That is unimportant. Yinzu waved his hand dismissively. Then why are you troubled by this? Yu Tianheng inquired. Is it that the world of Lingling is not harmonious? I tell you, do not confuse Lingling with me. She is the weakest among us, so you must exercise restraint. It is not that issue. Yinzu rolled his eyes and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng remarked, I thought it was something significant. Why not conduct an experiment to verify it? Is there any need to worry about this? How so? Yinzu asked. Yu Tianheng replied, since you are uncertain whether it is your issue or Lingling's, you could try with someone else multiple times. Then, the source of the problem will become apparent, won't it? This can be tested? Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's dubious suggestion, Yinzu said, what if it is Lingling's problem? Wouldn't that make me an unexpected father? Yu Tianheng chuckled. You yourself mentioned what if, which indicates that you are quite aware. It is indeed your issue. Yinzu felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. Oh, it is not such a big deal. Yu Tianheng placed a hand on Yinzu's shoulder and said, think positively. This way, you won't even need to consider tying the knot, will you? Yinzu found no solace in Yu Tianheng's words. Although he had no intention of having children so soon, it was a situation that no man could easily accept. What were they whispering about? As they strolled through the market, Du Guyan noticed that Yu Tianheng and Yinzu lagged behind and inquired of Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, equally puzzled, glanced back at Yinzu. As Yinzu's confidant, she could distinctly sense his recent preoccupation, yet despite her subtle probing, he remained reticent, which saddened her. It would be better to clarify matters sooner rather than later. After all, it was not a terminal illness. Yu Tianheng patted Yinzu on the shoulder and remarked, Azu, as someone once said, true warriors dare to confront the harsh realities of life. Thank you, Yinzu replied. Shrugging off Yu Tianheng's arm and moving to the front of the group, scanning left and right until his gaze settled on Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was meticulously selecting items at a stall. Upon noticing Yinzu's gaze, she turned and said, What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay. No. Although Rongrong was his fiancée, she was still too young, and with her temperament, even if they had a child, it would likely starve. Should I consult Qianren Shui about this? The thought crossed Yinzu's mind. However, that would certainly be impractical. Suddenly appearing before Qianren Shui in Heaven Do City and asking her to help him have a child would likely result in her unsheathing the angelic sword to deal with him. That would be exceedingly impolite. Yinzu, Rongrong, it's time to board the vehicle, called Qin Ming from a short distance away. After all this time, they were finally bidding farewell to the city of Notting. Next, Qin Ming would lead the Imperial fighting team to Suodo City, which was a significantly larger metropolis compared to Notting. There, they should be able to find better sparring partners for the team. As they entered the city, Yu Feng remarked, Suodo City is certainly much more prosperous. Qin Ming elaborated, Suodo City is near the Balak Kingdom, and the flow of people is far greater than in Notting. The Balak Kingdom has developed it quite well. The opponents in the Soul Arena here will undoubtedly be more challenging. Are you all prepared? Naturally, everyone was brimming with confidence. After a motivational pep talk, Qin Ming led them directly to register at the Suodo Sol Arena, leaving Yin Zhu to wander alone once more. Yin Zhu mused. If he remembered correctly, Shrek Academy was located on a farm just outside Suodo City. Suddenly, the sound of rustling paper filled the air as a small, scruffy young man pushing a cart of oddly scented sausages passed by, accompanied by a short, stout fellow. The paper was flying from the stout man's hands. What an intriguing duo, Yin Zhu thought, observing the pair. He caught a piece of paper midair and discovered it was a recruitment flyer for Shrek Academy. Just as Yin Zhu was about to delve into the details, the stout fellow suddenly shouted, "Oh no, I've been caught again." With that, he turned and fled, colliding directly with Yin Zhu, who felt as though he had run into a brick wall. The small man, attempting to escape behind him, met a similar fate, sending his cart toppling and sausages scattering across the ground. "What's wrong with you, fatty?" Oscar exclaimed, pushing past Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun struggled to rise, saying, "Forget about your little cart. If they catch us, it's going to be a real beating." Yin Zhu gazed towards the rear of the two individuals, where a group of formidable men clad in crimson attire approached with an intimidating presence. Chapter 46, The Accusation of Guilt. In the blink of an eye, the brutish red-clad figures surrounded Ma Hongjun and Oscar completely. "You little rascal, do you dare to come back?" The young leader tightened the bindings on his hands, casting a glance at the visibly alarmed Oscar and Ma Hongjun. "What do you want, Lafuki?" Ma Hongjun struggled to rise. "What do I want?" Lafuki snapped his fingers. "It seems you've forgotten the consequences of your actions. Are you truly disregarding the words of this prince?" Oscar, trembling in fear, had retreated into his small cart, revealing only his quaking legs. Occupying land unlawfully, evading taxes, and still daring to recruit students here? Lafuki seized the enrollment poster from Ma Hongjun's grasp, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "Today, you three must consume these posters, or you shan't leave." Am I included?" Yin Zhu, caught in the midst of the crimson-clad men, raised an eyebrow at Lafuki's mention of you three and interjected, "This has nothing to do with me. I care not whether it concerns you or not. It's your misfortune for being caught in this." With a wave of his hand, Lafuki commanded, "Make them eat." Indeed, it's hard to reason with the damned. Yin Zhu couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the audacity of the reckless. Upon Lafuki's order, his lackeys advanced to restrain Ma Hongjun, dragging Oscar from beneath the cart and forcing the inferior ink-smeared posters towards their mouths. Meanwhile, the lackeys approaching Yin Zhu faced a grim fate. The moment they made their move, they were met with a fierce gust of wind that disfigured their features. Yin Zhu swiftly turned, executing a high sidekick, causing the heads of three men to explode instantaneously, blood gushing forth like a violent eruption. A torrential spray of crimson drenched everyone present, leaving them stunned by the abrupt turn of events. Yin Zhu looked at the bloodstains on his clothes with a face full of disdain. His hands, wanting to wipe them away, found no place to rest. He cursed. "Damn it, you bunch of beasts have ruined my clothes. This stench is truly revolting." Upon realizing what had transpired, Oscar felt a wave of nausea wash over him and fell to the ground, retching. Ma Hongjun, terrified, found his legs weak and trembling. Although he contemplated seizing this opportunity to flee, he found himself completely immobilized. "Oh dear, I misjudged the force," Yin Zhu remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Sensing that the situation was dire, he was positioned nearly at the heart of Suodo City. Although the arrival of Lovsky had caused many pedestrians to flee in fear, there were still quite a few stealthily observing the spectacle. Such a captivating scene was bound to remain etched in their memories. "You," Lovsky exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. Upon meeting Yin Zhu's indifferent and languid gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine and took a few steps back. Yet, as a prince of Balak, he recognized that Suodo City was effectively under the control of the Balak royal family. Thus, despite his trepidation, upon seeing a throng of soldiers rushing this way, he steadied himself and pointed at Yin Zhu, scolding, "You rascal, your Shrek truly means to rebel." Yin Zhu smiled faintly and remarked, "If you say so, then so be it." However, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of dread within. Before they set out, Flanders had repeatedly urged them to distribute the flyers and return swiftly, advising them to flee at the sight of Balak and his entourage. Clearly, Flanders and his companions were confident in their abilities and did not fear confrontation with Balak's men. Yet, they were aware that Balak belonged to the royal family, and Shrek Academy, being an underdog institution, had no reason to provoke trouble. At this moment, the situation was dire. Ma Hongjun and Oscar had found themselves in an unfortunate predicament. Shortly after entering the city, they were apprehended by Lavki, who roamed the streets of Soto. To make matters worse, this unexpected individual had mistaken them for members of Shrek Academy, unjustly tarnishing their reputation. Principal, help me. Oscar prayed fervently to the heavens. Seize them. Lavki commanded with a sweeping gesture, as soldiers brandishing their pikes advanced menacingly. Yanzu did not anticipate that Qian Rinxue's words would come to fruition so swiftly. He had no intention of wreaking havoc in Suatua City. Thus, he opted for the strategy he had previously mentioned, to insult the mother before cursing the son, and to capture the leader before subduing the followers. With a swift stride, Yanzu advanced, and in an instant, the pupils of Luo Fuji constricted. In that fleeting moment, his life was grasped firmly in Yanzu's hand. Despite Luo Fuji's robust physique, he was lifted effortlessly by Yanzu, as if he were a mere chick, his feet dangling above the ground as he struggled desperately. Yanzu surveyed the soldiers around him, who were too afraid to move. His mind raced. Having committed such an act in broad daylight, he realized he could not cleanse himself of the stain. Instead, he contemplated seizing the initiative by accusing the Barak royal family of colluding with Xing Luo with intentions of rebellion. Would this ploy succeed? It should, he mused, though he had little confidence in this stratagem. As for alternatives, none came to mind, so he decided to leave the remainder to Qian Rinxue. For he was indeed her subordinate. He merely needed to assert that he was sent by Xue Qinghe. With resolute conviction, he declared, by the edict of the Crown Prince, I have come to thoroughly investigate the Barak royal family's collusion with Xing Luo and their treasonous intentions. You are to lay down your arms and you shall not be harmed. His voice resonated with formidable power, akin to a tolling bell, causing the soldiers to tremble in fear. Upon hearing his words, Lo Fuki's eyes registered a flicker of terror, an emotional shift that did not escape Yanzu's notice. Could it be, he pondered, that his bluster held a kernel of truth? Was there indeed some hidden treachery within the Barak royal family? The heavens, what a disarray! Lo Fuki found himself firmly grasped by Yanzu, rendered speechless. The soldiers, witnessing this, were paralyzed, neither daring to advance nor retreat. Seizing the moment, Yanzu propelled himself forward, causing the ground to fracture around him, sending dust and debris into the air, as if the very earth trembled beneath his might. The soldiers, witnessing Yanzu's prowess and lacking a leader to issue commands, were utterly demoralized, their spirits shattered, and they dropped their weapons in surrender, devoid of any will to fight. As Yanzu observed the crowd parting to clear a path, he cast a cold smile at the figure of Lefuki in his grasp, contemplating that since he had already made his intentions known, he might as well pursue the matter to its conclusion. Previously, the Lord of Notting City had bestowed gifts upon the Barak royal family. In a world where all crows are black, he felt justified in his suspicions against Barak. With this thought, Yanzu soared into the sky, holding Barak tightly, leaving behind a street full of dazed soldiers and onlookers hiding in corners, eager for the spectacle. Which direction is the Barak palace? Yanzu loosened his grip slightly once they reached a great height, and inquired of Lefuki, Are you truly sent by the palace? Lefuki stammered, struggling to break free. Incorrect answer, Yanzu replied impassively, delivering a sharp slap to Lefuki's face. The seemingly gentle strike sent Lefuki reeling, disoriented, and on the verge of unconsciousness. After Lefuki indicated the correct direction, Yanzu made a beeline for the Barak palace. At that moment, the palace appeared to be in the midst of a grand celebration, or perhaps it was merely the routine of the aristocracy. The entire palace was alive with the sights and sounds of revelry. Undoubtedly, the figure adorned with a crown was none other than the king of Barak. With a resounding crash, Yanzu descended into the center of the dance hall, still holding Lefuki aloft. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams and the clattering of armor from the guards rushing to protect their sovereign. What is happening? Bellowed the king of Barak, who resembled a bear as he rose from his throne. Before anyone could clarify the situation, a figure hurtled toward him. The king instinctively raised his hand to strike. But upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar face and grasped it instead, his own son, Lefuki. Before he could utter a word, the king felt as if he had been struck in the chest. By the time he caught his breath, he found himself pressed against the ground, alongside his unfortunate son, held down by a single foot. As the chaos of the ballroom subsided and the guests regained their composure, armed soldiers cautiously approached. A stranger, a youth, now occupied the throne of Barak. To the astonishment of all, the boy sat with utter disregard for decorum. One foot raised upon the throne while the other did not touch the ground. Indeed, he was not standing on the ground at all. Instead, Beneath him lay the most esteemed king and prince of Barak, akin to sausages and bacon nestled within a wrap, firmly underfoot. Yanzu surveyed his surroundings before snapping his fingers at the maid squatting beside the rockery. "My dear, could you fetch me a glass of champagne?" Chapter 47. The Accusation, Part 2. The maid was gripped by an overwhelming fear, nearly paralyzed in her thoughts. She could sense the terrifying intellect concealed beneath the calm facade of the youth before her. Daring not to provoke him in the slightest, she trembled as she rose, extending her trembling hand to offer the tray. However, despair soon enveloped her as she faltered, spilling several glasses of champagne, drenching Yanzu in the process. "Oh dear, not even a sip to quench my thirst," Yanzu lamented, rising to his feet, stepping atop the two individuals beneath him. He leaned closer to the maid, playfully toying with a strand of her hair. Noticing her body quaking, he chuckled, "Fear not, my dear. Do you think I would devour you?" With that, Yanzu simply pulled the maid into his embrace and returned to his throne, one hand caressing her thigh, while his other felt the remarkable elasticity of her form. "I understand," he murmured soothingly to the trembling figure in his arms, turning to address the wary onlookers. "I can see you are all quite curious about who this fellow truly is and what his purpose here might be. Relax a little. It would spare us the trouble of soiling our garments." As Yanzu's voice faded, a torrent of formidable energy surged forth from his eyes, obliterating a suddenly aggressive soul sage in midair, cleaving him in two. The charred remnants, exuding a nauseating stench, struck the ground with a resounding thud that echoed ominously. Yanzu glanced around the hall once more, and this time, everyone fell silent. Sighing deeply, he shook his head and remarked, "Why is it that some individuals refuse to heed advice? Is there anyone still wishing to stir things up?" The entire banquet hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Yanzu nodded and said, "Very well, we can now proceed to the main topic. Firstly, I am here by the command of His Highness the Crown Prince to address the clandestine dealings of the Balak Kingdom with the Star Alliance. All present are esteemed individuals of considerable influence and are likely aware of the two major incidents that previously transpired in the Tiando Empire. Indeed, these were orchestrated by the Balak royal family." At this point, the bloodied king of Balak attempted to argue, yet Yanzu held him firmly in place, rendering him unable to move or speak. The majority of those present were skeptical of Yanzu's claims. They were, after all, closely allied with the Balak royal family, and some were even trusted confidants, well aware of their master's actions, while they may have sought to appease both sides. The notion that the Balak royal family was responsible for those two grave incidents was patently absurd. What advantage could they possibly gain from such actions? Nevertheless, no one dared to utter a word in dissent. The memory of the moment when the soul saint perished was still vivid. The one who stood out had already faced dire consequences, leaving others even more reluctant to voice any thoughts of rebellion. Yanzu cleared his throat and continued, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has decreed that this matter is the doing of the Barak royal family. We shall simply hold the principal offenders accountable. As for the others, those who confess shall be treated leniently, while those who resist shall face death. I have spoken. Does anyone dare to oppose?" A trembling voice from the crowd inquired, "What should we do?" With a smile, Yanzu clapped his hands and gestured towards the questioner, saying, "Excellent inquiry. I shall escort these two back to Tiando for royal judgment. Until His Majesty appoints a new ruler, you must each fulfill your duties. I will return before nightfall, granting you ample time to outline their transgressions. The prince will show leniency. Now, go and fetch paper and ink." Having spoken, Yanzu did not linger. He seized each of the subdued individuals and soared away from the scene. Of course, Yanzu had no intention of actually bringing them to Tiando City. In a secluded grove on the outskirts of Soto City, he cast the two men onto the grass. "Who exactly are you?" inquired King Balak, gazing at Yanzu. "You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. Where's your horse?" Yanzu spat at the two, then unleashed a scorching beam that vaporized them instantly before departing. Upon arriving in Tiando City, Yanzu headed straight for the prince's residence. At that moment, Qian Rushue, appearing as Xue Qinghe, looked at Yanzu, who had suddenly materialized before her, and an uneasy premonition surged within her. "Let me guess, this is not good news," Qian Rushue remarked. "Incorrect, it is indeed good news." Yanzu seated himself across from Qian Rushue, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Oh," Qian Rushue expressed interest, saying, "I am all ears." Yanzu smiled slyly and said, "I have just disposed of King Balak and his son, all in your name." Qian Runshue's smile gradually froze. She took a deep breath, pressed her lips together, and then exhaled slowly, asking, "What, then, is the reason behind this?" Yanzu was acutely aware of Qian Rinshue's immense anger and hurriedly stated, "I have accused them of clandestine communication with the Star Alliance, with intentions of rebellion. Additionally, I have attributed the previous 2 incidents to them as well." "Well done indeed," Qian Rinshue commended with a smile. "Do not smile so unervingly," Yanzu replied. "Based on my observations, there is indeed a possibility of their collusion with the Star Alliance." "Possibility?" Qian Rinshue retorted. "You would execute them based on such conjecture? They are not insignificant figures. They belong to the royal family of the principality. If you kill them, I shall have to deal with the Snow Knight Emperor rather than Bibi Dong. Who cares? As long as it is justified, that is sufficient, is it not? Is the accusation of collusion with the Star Alliance not enough for their demise? Moreover, I can also implicate them in the prior assassination of Prince Xuexing." Yanzu dismissed the gravity of the situation. "Then what of the evidence?" Qian Rinshue, recognizing the irreversibility of the situation, began to contemplate a solution. Yanzu remarked, "Before my arrival, I happened to encounter the grand banquet of King Balak, and now those nobles must be preoccupied with detailing the transgressions of the Balak royal family. I truly find myself at a loss with you." Qian Rinshue leaned back, her hand covering her face, feeling utterly fatigued. "While one cannot fault the actions you have taken, the methods employed are undeniably reminiscent of a thoroughly nefarious character." Yanzu chuckled. "You infiltrate another nation to poison the prince, and you still have the audacity to criticize me?" Qian Rinshue straightened her posture and replied, "So, in your scheme, what am I to do next?" Yanzu replied, "Send someone to take charge of the fiefdom of the Barak kingdom and organize the evidence of crimes I have collected, deceiving the Snow Knight Emperor." Qian Rinshue pondered, logically. "This makes sense, but even for me, taking unilateral action against a principality's royal family is excessively audacious. Moreover, the Snow Knight Emperor has become increasingly paranoid. I cannot ascertain how he would react upon receiving such news. What else can he do?" Yanzu remarked, "The skeleton in the tomb is but a single entity. Had you not been so indecisive, I could have dealt with him as well." Qian Rinshue countered, "Rushing into action would only plunge the Tiando Empire into chaos. Our spirit hall currently lacks the strength to stabilize it. We must consolidate the power of our regional branches. Since you have this intention, I shall certainly do my utmost." "Very well, I shall return to the Barak Palace now. I will present the evidence I have gathered to you tonight, after which everything will be in your hands." Yanzu concluded, not lingering any longer, and made his way back to the Barak Palace. Chapter 48. A feast of excess under the overwhelming threat of absolute power. None dared to defy Yanzu's orders. Whether from the Barak royal family or the Tiando imperial lineage, to these noble officials, it mattered little whom they served. They were simply eager to maintain their own positions, relishing the benefits that came with it. Upon Yanzu's arrival at the Barak Palace, those present had already prepared their testimonies, submissively handing over these declarations of allegiance to him. Even those harboring thoughts of escape found no desire to contest. Once everything was collected, Yanzu swiftly departed for Tiando City to seek out Qian Rinshue. Meanwhile, Qian Rinshue had already formulated her statements and sent word to the Spirit Hall to expedite the construction of branch halls and discreetly bolster military deployment. With Yanzu involved, she resolved to prepare for an early takeover of Tiando. As she surveyed the mountain of documents piled upon her desk, Qian Rinshue sighed. "It seems they truly are beyond redemption. How about it? Have we not made significant progress on the path to justice? Shouldn't I be rewarded?" Yanzu proclaimed with pride. To prevent Yanzu from imposing any further grand schemes upon her, Qian Rinshue decided to engage in a thorough discussion regarding their forthcoming strategic direction. She unfurled the map of the Tiando Empire and beckoned Yanzu over, saying, "Come here." Yanzu approached and stood beside Qian Rinshue, who was enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance that instantly captivated him, despite her current appearance as Xueqinghe. When Yanzu gazed upon her fair jawline beneath her golden locks, his heart stirred. Qian Rinshue was about to point at the map and engage in conversation with Yanzu, but suddenly, a shiver coursed through her, and goosebumps erupted across her skin. She abruptly turned and stepped back, exclaiming, "Hey!" Just moments ago, Yanzu had succumbed to the impulse of gently kissing her cheek. Qian Rinshue stared at Yanzu in astonishment, then touched her own face to reassure herself that she was still in disguise, before letting out a deep sigh. "I am truly in awe of you," she remarked, taking 2 steps back to lean against the chair. "I am currently Xueqinghe." Yanzu rubbed his temples and replied, "It matters not. As long as I am aware of your true identity, that suffices. He continued, I wish to discuss serious matters. Could you refrain from being so restless? Qian Renxue, feeling a bit irritated, returned to her seat after receiving Yin Zhu's affirmative response. However, just as she had taken a few steps, Yin Zhu inquired, I am quite curious. In such a state, do you ever experience that? What do you mean? Qian Renxue asked. Yin Zhu pointed to himself and inquired, so, how do you usually relieve yourself? Do you stand or squat? Is that all you have to say? Qian Renxue maintained an expressionless demeanor. Her curiosity was piqued. Yin Zhu genuinely wished to know. Qian Renxue had been sent to the Tiando Empire as an undercover agent when she was still in her single digits. If transformation meant the complete alteration of one's form, it was difficult to fathom the psychological turmoil she must have experienced upon witnessing her own dramatic change for the first time. I have no time to indulge you. If you can listen, then do so. If not, entertain yourself, Qian Renxue admonished Yin Zhu, hands on her hips. Yin Zhu remarked, well, I shall decipher it sooner or later. Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue felt a shiver run down her spine, yet resigned to her fate. She proceeded to convey the current situation of the Tiando Empire to Yin Zhu. However, he exhibited no interest, leaving Qian Renxue to mistakenly believe that her words had been wholly absorbed by him. Thus she ventured confidently into the palace to meet Emperor Xueye. By the time she returned to Satoa City, it was already deep into the night. The activities of the day had transformed into fodder for conversation. Yu Tianheng and others, having completed a day's training in the Dahan, had heard whispers of the events, and upon inquiring into the details, they had largely concluded that Yin Zhu was the architect behind it all. Qin Ming had deliberately awaited the late hours to intercept Yin Zhu upon his return to the hotel. I did it, what of it? Yin Zhu readily confessed to his actions of eliminating those Baroque royal guards earlier in the day, though Qin Ming had braced himself for this revelation. Hearing Yin Zhu's admission caused his complexion to shift dramatically. Ah Zhu, this is the sphere of influence of the Baroque kingdom. Your actions have stirred significant trouble. Do not make a fuss. It was merely a few scoundrels. One less is one less. Rest assured, I have addressed the issue at its source. There will be no repercussions, Yin Zhu retorted, disinterested in prolonging the conversation with Qin Ming, and he left those words hanging as he returned to his chamber. Teacher Qin has been waiting for you for quite some time. Have you seen him? Yi Lingling inquired of Yin Zhu. Yin Zhu leaped onto the bed, enveloping Yi Lingling in his embrace, and inquired, have you encountered it? What is the matter? Do you wish to pose that same question to me? Naturally. This is no trivial matter. Yi Lingling replied. How could one possibly remain unconcerned over such an issue? Yin Zhu gently patted Yi Lingling's shoulder and reassured her. Do not worry. I act under the auspices of the Crown Prince. They cannot harm me. Moreover, the kingdom of Balak is on the brink of becoming a relic of the past. Intrigued, Yi Lingling inquired further. Why do you say that? What has transpired? Yin Zhu pondered for a moment, believing that Ling Ling had the right to know the truth. He proceeded to recount how he had, under the guise of Xueqinghe, ruthlessly executed the king of Balak and his son. Ling Ling was taken aback, covering her mouth with one hand in astonishment. She had no inkling that while she was training with her comrades in the Soul Combat Arena, Yin Zhu had independently orchestrated such a monumental shift in the Balak kingdom. What prompted you to think this way? She questioned, shocked by Yin Zhu's audacity. Who would dare to eliminate a king over a mere street conflict? It was unavoidable. Yin Zhu replied, such individuals, if thwarted, will relentlessly pursue their vendettas. If I do not eliminate them, should I then target the soldiers who serve them? But they are royalty. Ling Ling expressed her lingering concern. Fear not. Those trivial matters can be entrusted to Xueqinghe, Yin Zhu remarked nonchalantly. You seem to lack respect for the crown prince, Ling Ling noted, having heard Yin Zhu refer to Xueqinghe so casually. Why do you say that? He inquired. Ling Ling replied, are you not one of his subjects? Shouldn't you address him with more reverence? Our relationship is not one of subservience, but of collaboration. Yin Zhu clarified, unwilling to conceal his thoughts from Ling Ling. What I am about to say is for your ears only. I agree with Xueqinghe's vision and capabilities regarding governance, and thus, I intend to assist him in realizing his ambitions. Naturally, this benefits me as well. Therefore, you need not be alarmed by my actions, for a revolution is inherently a monumental affair. I do not concern myself with such matters. My only worry is for you. Do you understand? Ling Ling buried her head against Yin Zhu's chest. I have no one but you. I understand, but you must also trust in your husband. Yin Zhu chuckled, declaring, I am invincible. Yet, the thought of invincibility stirred an uncomfortable knot within him. after an intimate moment with Ling Ling. As he gazed at her peaceful visage in slumber, he mused that it might be prudent to consider Yu Tianheng's suggestion and clarify the root of the problem sooner rather than later, allowing for a more targeted solution. The following morning, after parting ways with Ling Ling, Yanzu returned to the palace of Balak. Beyond his intended actions, he was curious about what a palace devoid of a king would look like. The answer was decadence. Initially, the servants may have felt restrained, but a palace is a realm of wealth and temptation. From the king's closest aides downward, chaos ensued as those in power began to corrupt the treasures of the palace. As Yanzu wandered through the palace, those who had witnessed his methods were too fearful to act recklessly, while others remained oblivious, leading to a bloody incident. After dealing with a few unwise individuals, serving as a warning to others, order was briefly restored. Until the new appointee arrives, I am your king. Yanzu's thunderous voice echoed throughout the palace, demonstrating the remarkable utility of soul power. Having grasped the situation within the palace, Yanzu commanded the gathering of the maidens and concubines. The numbers were indeed substantial, each one captivatingly beautiful, their garments revealing just enough to showcase their exquisite figures. The royal family truly knew how to indulge in pleasure. Yanzu observed the trembling figures before him and reassured them, "Fear not, I have summoned you for an experiment." Yet, reassurance proved futile. The fear lingered. He then adjusted his approach, stating, "Let us proceed one by one." With a sweeping gaze across the assembly, he fixated on the maid who had inadvertently doused him with wine during the banquet, beckoning her forward. The maid, head bowed, approached and respectfully inquired, "What is your command?" "My lord?" "Allow me to pose a question," Yanzu said as he gently lifted her chin. "What is your dream?" Chapter 49, The Wine Pool, Part 2, The Maid. Caught off guard by his inquiry and already enveloped in trepidation, found herself momentarily speechless. "Think carefully," Yanzu encouraged with a smile. "This may be your closest encounter with your dream." Fearing that prolonged contemplation might irk him, she quickly replied, "I wish to return home." "Is that all?" Yanzu raised an eyebrow, realizing her yearning for freedom. "Very well, I grant you this. Not only may you return home, but you can venture anywhere your heart desires. However, you must pay a price." As he spoke, his hand glided from her chin to the nape of her neck, fingers entwining in her silky hair, drawing her closer. He then whispered in her ear, "Please me, just once." At his provocative words, the maid's initial fear dissipated. As a palace servant, her role was to cater to others' desires. Yanzu's request seemed trivial in comparison. Though not willingly, she had long accepted her fate as a tamed plaything. Observing her dazed expression, Yanzu did not wait for her response. He lifted her effortlessly and carried her to the bedchamber. "I ought to bring a couple more," he mused, surveying the expansive bed that exceeded 4 meters in width. Understanding his implication, the maid leaned closer to his ear and murmured, "My lord, allow me to serve you." Yanzu was captivated by her enchanting tone, his body tingling with desire as he placed her upon the bed, poised to loosen her garments. Yet, the maid rose to assist him with meticulous care in changing her attire. As Yanzu reveled in her exquisite curves through the fabric, he remarked, "Once this matter is concluded, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you have any other wishes, feel free to voice them." Upon reaching the bed, the maid, now somewhat at ease, began to converse with Yanzu, inquiring, "Why would one so young and accomplished as yourself deign to show kindness to someone of my humble status? Is that not a good thing?" Yanzu hesitated before replying, "If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you. It is a matter of mutual consent." "No, it is only that your stature makes me uneasy," the maid responded with trepidation. "There is no need for such pressure. Consider it merely a fleeting moment of pleasure," Yanzu declared, and with that, he proceeded without further delay. Afterward, he honored his promise, fulfilling the desires of those palace maidens, albeit he declined some impractical requests, such as taking them as concubines. Yanzu, accustomed to indulging his whims, found sufficient concern in the presence of Yilingling and Ningrongrong. Unless one among them could bear his child, matters would remain unchanged. Having savored his time among the flowers, Yanzu departed from the Barak Palace, contemplating that even the likes of Dong Zhuo and King Shou could hardly compare to his pleasures. After all, they were mere mortals, unlike him, forged of iron and unyielding. As time passed, it seemed that Shuqinghe had managed to subdue the Snowy Night Emperor, leading to the dissolution of the Barak Kingdom, which became a province of the Tiando Empire, governed by Shuqinghe's faction, transforming the region entirely. In the ensuing days, Yanzu kept a watchful eye on the palace maidens. Time flew by, and indeed, some among them bore children. However, upon closer inspection, Yanzu discerned that none bore his likeness, be it in appearance or capability. Thus, in this new life, Yanzu's spiritual world faced a profound darkness. Was this the price he paid? Why was he devoid of the ability to procreate? It was utterly absurd. This day marked the departure of the Royal Combat Team from Soto City, where they had spent an entire year in the formidable Soto Great Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong celebrated yet another birthday. Following a collective celebration, she and Yi Lingling engaged in whispered conversation on a hotel sofa, while Yanzu immersed himself in a book. He never anticipated he would one day study so diligently, particularly a medical tome on the 36 methods of preparation for conception. Noticing Ning Rongrong inching closer, Yanzu hastily tucked the book away. She had grown increasingly beautiful, and to Yanzu's astonishment, her height had continued to increase. Observing Ning Rongrong bending down to gaze at him, he noted how, in just 2 years, her youthful innocence had diminished, replaced by the vibrant essence of youth. It was hard to fathom that this girl, just 2 years ago, could be so easily frightened by him. Azu, do you remember my 8th birthday? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked Yanzu. Yanzu said, of course, what is it, my little ancestor? It's nothing. Ning Rongrong straightened her posture, placed her hands on her hips, and inquired, have you prepared a gift for me this year? Certainly. Yanzu feigned preparation, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied. The gift is that I can grant you one wish. What? You haven't prepared anything at all, Ning Rongrong pouted in disdain. Come on. You truly do not recognize the opportunity before you. Yanzu chuckled. Such words can only be uttered by the lamp god. A splendid opportunity lies right in front of you, and you dare to claim I have made no preparations? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment. However, she realized that her life had never lacked for much. Thus, when it came to particularly intense desires, she found herself devoid of them. Yet, she felt a slight longing for Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu, and without realizing it, she lowered her head, suddenly feeling that everything had lost its meaning. She walked back to the sofa and sat down, lost in thought. Upon witnessing the scene, Yanzu mistakenly believed that Ning Rongrong's high expectations had led to her profound disappointment, which in turn stirred a sense of guilt within him. He rose and approached Ning Rongrong, intending to speak, but was taken aback by the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Could it be this serious? Just as he was lost in thought, Ning Rongrong leaned into Yi Lingling's embrace and softly murmured, I miss home. Yi Lingling gently stroked Ning Rongrong's head and playfully exchanged a wink with Yanzu. Yanzu pondered. Shall I speak with Teacher Qin Ming tomorrow and inform him that I will escort you back? However, a hint of grievance flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she replied. But my father has expressly forbidden me from returning. Yanzu remarked. He also hopes you can grow and stand on your own. If you can simply change your attitude. I believe he would very much like to see you. Really? Ning Rongrong hesitated slightly. Oh, even in prison, one is allowed periodic visits, yet you cannot even return home? Yanzu laughed, saying, leave this matter to me. I'll take you back in the blink of an eye. The next morning, after notifying Qin Ming, Yanzu set off with Ning Rongrong towards the 7-treasure glazed tile school. You've grown taller. Carrying you is not as effortless as before, Yanzu commented. Facing the wind, Ning Rongrong, resting on Yanzu's back, suddenly recalled the incident from 2 years ago when she had been kidnapped. She cast a slightly reproachful glance at Yanzu and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Azu, I know about that incident. What? What incident? Yanzu only heard Ning Rongrong's muffled laughter, leaving him perplexed. Chapter 50, Infertility, Part 1. Do you see that? Yanzu turned his head to Ning Rongrong, who had rested her chin on his shoulder. Due to the speed of their flight, Ning Rongrong had kept her eyes tightly shut the entire time, only now opening them to gaze down in bewilderment at the buildings of the 7-treasure glazed tile school below, resembling a miniature model. Wow, we've arrived. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in delight, playfully tapping Yanzu on the head. You're so fast, Azu. Thank you, but please refrain from overly flattering men, Yanzu replied. Preparing to descend, only to be halted by Ning Rongrong gripping his collar. Wait, I want to give them a surprise. No surprises to be had, Yanzu stated. Your grandfather is sitting atop that tower and has seen us coming long ago. Where? I can't see him, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot Chinek Cyan. Of course, you can't see him, Yanzu chuckled. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, cast a suspicious glance. I suspect you possess some sort of X-ray vision. I actually do have it. Didn't I ever mention it to you? Yanzu yawned. Ning Rongrong blushed at his words. So, does that mean you've seen everything about us all this time? Yin Zhu observed the rosy blush that suddenly adorned Ning Rongrong's fair complexion, finding it exceedingly endearing. He raised his hand and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "Oh, look at you blushing. Yet, in your case, it hardly makes a difference whether you look or not." "What do you mean?" Ning Rongrong pouted her lips, asking, "Am I not attractive?" Yin Zhu chuckled softly. "It's appealing, though the front and back seem rather indistinguishable." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she playfully tugged at Yin Zhu's ear, exclaiming, "You naughty rascal. Lingling isn't particularly large either. Yet you seem quite fond of her. Besides, why the need for such size? Is it that you have a particular preference for the ample?" Yin Zhu shook his head and remarked, "Whether I like it or not matters little. What is paramount is that my child must not go hungry in the future." As he spoke of his child, Yin Zhu realized he was creating discomfort for himself, and instantly, he could no longer feel the slightest hint of joy. Ning Rongrong, noticing Yin Zhu's sudden silence, waved her hand before him and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you daydreaming? Come on, let us head down. It's rather cold." Yin Zhu took a deep breath, contemplating whether he should seize this opportunity to inquire with the knowledgeable Ning Fengji if there was any remedy for his predicament. After all, in a world steeped in fantasy, it seemed improbable that even infertility could remain unresolved. Upon arriving at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong tidied her hair and attire, asking Yin Zhu, "How do I appear? Should I fetch some clothing to enhance my appearance?" Yin Zhu shook the storage soul guide in his hand and replied, "That may not be necessary. After such a long absence, I wish to present myself in the best light to my parents." Ning Rongrong closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, realizing that the air at home carried a different essence. As Ning Rongrong and Yin Zhu meandered through the sect, Jian Douluo Xin could hardly contain his excitement and hurried to inform Ning Fengji and Gu Rong of Ning Rongrong's return. It happened to be Ning Rongrong's birthday yesterday, and the men were still feeling forlorn about missing her. When Chun Xin burst into the hall with fervor, they initially feared an enemy had invaded. But upon seeing Chun Xin's joyous expression, their suspicions turned to curiosity. "Rongrong has returned," Chun Xin stated succinctly. "What?" Gu Rong and Ning Fengji exclaimed, eyes alight with surprise. "Azu has brought Rongrong back," Chun Xin reiterated. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong promptly opened a portal and returned to his quarters, where he retrieved several exquisite brocade boxes. Although Ning Rongrong had missed 2 birthdays, he had prepared gifts for her, intending to present them secretly, but due to Ning Fengji's explicit prohibitions, they had remained untouched and gathering dust. Meanwhile, after the initial surprise, Ning Fengji was tinged with hesitation. He remarked to Chun Xin, "I instructed Yin Zhu to aid Rongrong's growth, yet he has returned with her. Could it be that he succumbed to her persistent pleas? This is not ideal." Chun Xin shot him a sideways glance and replied, "Rongrong has been away for 2 years. Is this truly the moment to voice such concerns?" Ning Fengji frowned, retorting, "Sir Uncle, you spoil her. Had it not been for you and Bone Uncle's protection, I would not have felt compelled to send her out for training." Chun Xin shook his head, saying, "Enough of this quarrel. Rongrong has returned at last. Yesterday was her birthday. You must understand the emotion she harbors upon coming home. Above all, do not let her feel disheartened." With a resigned sigh, Ning Fengji turned his gaze to the entrance. "Speaking of which, where's Rongrong?" Chun Xin chuckled. "Rongrong has long since returned." Just as Ning Fengji pondered this, he was suddenly enveloped by a pair of cool, delicate hands from behind. "Guess who I am?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ning Fengji felt unqualified to reproach Chun Xin and Gu Rong. At that moment, the heart of this father melted. Rendering concerns about training and growth trivial, he merely wished to see how Rongrong had transformed and what experiences she had endured over the past 2 years. In truth, Rongrong had stealthily circled around Yin Zhu and was now behind Ning Fengji, having overheard his remarks. After 2 years of experiences and interactions with the imperial competition, she was no longer as self-centered as before. Hearing her father's expectations warmed her heart. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. "Welcome home, Rongrong," Ning Fengji said, turning to embrace her, feeling a flood of unspoken words distilled into those simple phrases. "Humph." Rongrong nestled in her father's embrace and playfully punched his chest, declaring, "Did you not say I was not allowed to return? You liar." Ning Fengji could only chuckle at her contradictory words. Allowing her to tug at his hair as he asked, "I have stated that as long as you believe you have matured enough to shoulder everything, you may return. How do you feel? How much have you grown in these 2 years?" Rongrong huffed. I have not grown at all, not even a little. What will you do? Will you cast me out? Chen Xian interjected. What nonsense are you spouting, Rongrong? This is your home. Come here and give Sword Grandpa a hug. As Rongrong stood and approached Chen Xian, they both noticed her significant transformation over the past 2 years. Chen Xian placed his hands on her shoulders, assessing her. Our Rongrong has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Azu, you have struck gold. What do you mean by that? Rongrong asked, curiosity piqued. Coughing lightly. Ning Fingji realized it was premature to disclose her engagement with Yin Zhu, especially without knowing how they had fared together over the past 2 years. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Rong appeared carrying the gifts he had prepared, diverting Rongrong's attention and lifting the mood. Throughout the day, Rongrong animatedly shared her experiences from the past 2 years with the 3 older men until late into the night. After leaving Yin Zhu in the background, Ning Fengji finally turned to him for a discussion, holding some reservations regarding the significant matters Yin Zhu had previously undertaken. Before Ning Fengji could speak, Yin Zhu interjected, Father, there is something I wish to consult you about. Oh, what is it? Ning Fengji asked, intrigued by Yin Zhu's serious demeanor. Well, Yin Zhu hesitated, then asked, Is there any way to conceive children more effectively? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji leaned back slightly, exclaiming, Zhu, are you implying something? What implication? Yin Zhu replied with a wry smile. I am being quite direct. Ning Fengji cleared his throat, recalling Rongrong's graceful figure. It was entirely natural for young people to lose control of their emotions when spending time together. Very well, I will discuss this with Rongrong first, gauge her feelings, and choose an auspicious day for your marriage. No. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's misunderstanding, Yin Zhu quickly clasped his shoulder and whispered, Father. That is not what I meant. I've recently discovered that I am unable to have children. What do you mean by that? Ning Fengji was taken aback, staring at Yin Zhu in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. Having to repeatedly articulate such a painful matter was an ordeal. And Yin Zhu gazed at Ning Fengji with a forlorn expression. I do not jest about such matters, Father. Through my observations, it is essentially confirmed that I cannot make a woman pregnant. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, hastily glanced around and gestured for those waiting nearby to leave. Then, he took Yin Zhu to a nearby pavilion to sit down. Tell me, is it that you cannot perform? Not at all, Yin Zhu replied, sitting up straight. In that regard, I am quite adept. Everything is functioning as it should. Oh, Ning Fengji nodded, pondering for a moment before suggesting. Could it be merely a matter of bad luck? Even for normal individuals, conception does not occur immediately. Yin Zhu shook his head and remarked. How can one be so unfortunate as to remain childless for 2 years? Is it truly possible that amidst dozens of individuals, not a single one could emerge? Ning Fengji sighed and patted Yin Zhu's shoulder, saying, Do not fret. I shall take care of this trivial matter. Trivial? Yin Zhu replied. Ning Fengji, adopting an air of confidence, rose and declared, There is no need for haste. Every man encounters such moments of frustration. Even someone as formidable as you, Zhu, is not exempt. Since you have returned after such a long time, why not extend your stay with Rongrong for a few more days? This will allow me the opportunity to assist you in seeking a solution. Yin Zhu, observing Ning Fengji's unwavering confidence, began to suspect he was a seasoned individual, and thus hoped to rekindle his own spirit. Zhu, please follow me, Ning Fengji said as he rose to leave, with Zhu trailing closely behind. Along their way, Ning Fengji exchanged a few words with several servants before leading Yin Zhu to a hot spring. As they soaked in the warm waters, they engaged in casual conversation. During their discourse, Ning Fengji brought up the recent actions of the Crown Prince concerning the king and his son from the Ballot Kingdom, to which Yin Zhu candidly admitted his involvement. The Crown Prince's actions were quite unexpected for me as well, Ning Fengji remarked, gazing at the myriad stars overhead. Indeed, no one is without flaws. I was truly impressed by the Crown Prince in his earlier years, yet as he matures, his ambitions have begun to surface. If this continues, I fear that one day the Crown Prince may seek to usurp the throne. Yin Zhu remarked, He is the Crown Prince. The throne rightfully belongs to him. Whether it is given early or late makes little difference. Have we truly witnessed that the great Emperor of the Snowy Night has managed the heavenly struggle exceptionally well? Ning Fengji shifted the topic. Zhu, to what extent do your actions align with the intentions of His Highness the Crown Prince? Yin Zhu remarked. If that is the case, does she possess but a fraction of the entirety? Ning Fengji, lost in contemplation, refrained from offering any judgment. After concluding their visit to the hot springs, Ning Fengji led Yin Zhu to an elegant garden. Before Yanzu even crossed the threshold, as he strolled through the garden, he was enveloped by an array of enchanting fragrances that stirred within him an inexplicable exhilaration, as if all his vitality were being irresistibly drawn out by those enticing scents. Do you not feel an invigorating sense of freedom? Ning Fingxi, returning to the moment, inquired as he gazed at Yanzu. Yanzu gazed at Ning Fingxi, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Though he was still in the bloom of youth, the effects of the exotic fragrance seemed to bestow upon him an even more youthful demeanor. What are we to do? Yanzu inquired. Ning Fingxi replied with a smile, naturally, we are to attend to important matters. He led Yanzu into a room adorned with enchanting dim light, predominantly in shades of pale purple, creating an intimate atmosphere. Through the layers of gauzy curtains, Yanzu discerned two young women seated upon the grand bed in the innermost part of the chamber. Ning Fingxi rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a crystal vial, carefully pouring out 2 azure pills. He presented them to Yanzu, saying, Azu, take a look at this. Yanzu scrutinized the 2 pills for a moment before asking, and then what? Ning Fingxi explained, these are called concentration pills, capable of rapidly condensing the essence within one's body for a brief period. Typically, men must abstain for 2 weeks before daring to consume them. Do you understand what I mean? I comprehend. But father, will this truly suffice in my situation? Yanzu expressed his skepticism. Take your time. We must unravel the issue step by step. Why be so hasty at your tender age? Ning Fingxi placed the 2 concentration pills into Yanzu's hand and playfully patted him on the backside, saying, now go, little tiger, don't keep the young ladies waiting. That would be quite impolite. With that, Ning Fingxi exited the room and proceeded to another chamber. Yanzu consumed the concentrated essence, and indeed, he felt a warm surge in his lower abdomen. He hurriedly moved inside, lifting the curtain to reveal 2 individuals upon the bed. One was petite, exuding a gentle charm, while the other was tall and strikingly beautiful, radiating a cold allure. However, what intrigued Yanzu the most were the peculiarities that set them apart from the ordinary. The petite girl had a pair of rabbit ears adorning her head, while the tall one sported either furry dog ears or cat ears, a distinction that left him somewhat perplexed. Master Yanzu, we humbly ask for your guidance. The 2 young women knelt on the bed, bowing respectfully towards him. As they prostrated, Yanzu caught sight of their tails, one resembling a short, fluffy rabbit tail, undeniably adorable, and the other a gently swaying tail that seemed to belong to a dog. Brimming with playful allure, Yanzu sat there in a daze, climbing onto the bed and reaching out to gently caress the pair of rabbit ears. This action seemed to elicit a delightful reaction, as the rabbit girl suddenly quivered intensely, causing her cotton candy-like posterior to tremble in unison, an undeniably adorable sight. Lord Yanzu, this feels quite uncomfortable. The rabbit girl lifted her head, cradling her ears with both hands. Yanzu gazed at her, noticing her flushed complexion and the glimmer of longing in her eyes, which suggested she was nearly lost in a haze of sensation. Is it forbidden to touch the rabbit ears? Yanzu pondered, bewildered, yet he was acutely aware of his own excitement, for she was a beast girl after all. Yanzu reminisced about the existence of such beings in the Douluo continent, a phenomenon resulting from the mutation of martial souls leading to physical aberrations. Due to the inability to conceal these anomalies, such individuals are often regarded as outcasts, subjected to discrimination. Yet, they also attract the attention of certain nobles, as they can satiate the curiosity of those who revel in the unusual. Ning Fingxi is one such individual, affluent and influential. He delights in collecting rare treasures from around the world, frequently frequenting auction houses across the globe. He appears particularly fond of these beastly maidens. The original text even recounts how he spared no expense to outbid Prince Xuexing for a pair of catgirls. Although Ning Fingxi claims that such mutated beast men often possess unparalleled talent for cultivation, it seems this assertion merely serves to uphold his dignity as a sect leader. The burden of maintaining his esteemed image weighs heavily upon him. Nevertheless, this is still preferable to the ostentatious indulgence exhibited by those who are unabashed in their excesses. After Yanzu finished gently caressing the rabbit's ears, he turned his gaze to another girl and inquired, "May I see your tail?" A hint of shyness colored the girl's fair and ethereal visage, and her long eyelashes fluttered delicately. She said nothing, merely complying with his request by turning around and bending down to reveal her tail for Yanzu to admire. Yanzu leaned in for a closer look. Goodness, this was not merely a whimsical accessory, nor the manifestation of soul power when summoning a martial spirit. It was, in fact, a genuine tail. Yanzu swallowed hard, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch the tail. The young lady turned her head to face Yanzu, her expression one of embarrassment. Is it permissible? Yanzu inquired as he released the tail. Please be gentle, my lord Yanzu. Chapter 52. Infertility, Part 3. Yanzu had once heard the saying, "It is cold at great heights." Yet, despite the chilling sensation that only a few can truly comprehend, there exists a breathtaking panorama and unparalleled experiences that remain unseen by the ordinary. Much like the present moment, where Yanzu finds himself cradling one being in his arms while another rests upon him. He finally grasps why Ning Fengji holds such affection for these transformed beast maidens. Their adorable ears, their tails imbued with expressive vitality, and their extraordinary reflexes coupled with unique sensitivities render them utterly irresistible. As morning dawned, Ning Fengji sent attendants to assist Yanzu with his ablutions. The two beast maidens exchanged hushed whispers as they departed, and Yanzu caught their murmured conversation with clarity. "Sister, what do you think? Is there a chance? It should be fine, right? I also wish that if we all could. Indeed, the master has stated that if it is achievable, he would acknowledge us as daughters." In the grand hall, Ning Fengji observed the refreshed Yanzu and inquired, "How do you feel?" To which Yanzu replied, "It is still a matter of fate." Deep down, he understood that the likelihood of success was slim, and the results would only become apparent after some time. In truth, Ning Fengji harbored even greater concerns regarding this matter than Yanzu himself. If Yanzu is unable to bear children, can he still wed Rongrong? If he does not marry her, would that not be a contradiction? Moreover, having come this far, Ning Fengji fears that Yanzu might suddenly abandon the seven-treasure glazed tile school. However, if he does marry, what becomes of the inheritance of the seven-treasure glazed tower? Should he marry Rongrong to Yanzu and then seek another to help her conceive? Perhaps it is best to have another child. Ning Fengji resolved to begin his efforts. Rongrong shall wed Yanzu, and he would then strive to bear another to inherit the martial spirit of the seven-treasure glazed tower. Of course, he would not take another wife. The position of the seven-treasure glazed tile school's matriarch is not one that just anyone can occupy, and this consideration is also to protect Rongrong's feelings. "Azu, it seems you have never spoken to me about your parents?" Ning Fengji suddenly recalled something and inquired. "You never asked, so I did not mention it. I assumed you had already investigated," Yanzu replied. "Are you curious about anything specific regarding them?" Naturally, Ning Fengji expressed his curiosity about the origins of such an extraordinary being. "That may disappoint you. They are quite ordinary," Yanzu stated. "Ordinary enough to have fled to the countryside for a stable life. Why not bring them to the sect?" Ning Fengji suggested. Yanzu pondered. Could he truly perish in the soul-hunting operation of the spirit hall, lost in a haze of confusion? Although his presence should have made a considerable impact, the overarching agenda of Bibi Dong in the spirit hall remained steadfast. She would inevitably make significant moves in due course. Nevertheless, regardless of Bibi Dong's reckless actions, Spirit City remained a sanctuary, being the very heart of the spirit hall, a convergence of the continent's elite forces. Not to mention under the divine protection of the angel god, there was no place that afforded Yanzu greater assurance. Currently, they found themselves in Spirit City. Yanzu remarked that he had been discovered by the Spirit Hall's personnel earlier and that Spirit City was quite hospitable, prompting their relocation there. Regarding Spirit City, reports from various informants indicated that the activities of the Spirit Hall had begun to intensify once more. Ning Fengji noted that prior to this, due to the incident involving Prince Xuesheng, the expansion of the Spirit Hall had effectively come to a halt. However, the Crown Prince had attributed the two incidents to the Balak royal family, leading to a relaxation of the Spirit Hall's restrictions. Surely, the Crown Prince would not have overlooked this. I must discuss this matter with him. With that, Ning Fengji sent someone to summon Gu Rong to accompany him on his outing. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's emotional return home was fleeting. She soon found the domestic atmosphere stifling and yearned to venture out with the others from the royal combat for further experiences on the continent. Coincidentally, Ning Fengji was also eager to leave, thus concluding this homecoming journey. Yanzu took Ning Rongrong to join the royal combat group. Months later, Yanzu received a letter from Ning Fengji, and indeed, the two beast women had exhibited no response whatsoever. What a profound humiliation. Just as Yanzu was about to tear the letter to shreds, he paused upon reading the subsequent content. Ning Fengji had formulated numerous hypotheses, one of which suggested that the reason Yanzu could not enable women to conceive normally might be due to his being of a different species than humans. The letter conveyed Ning Fengji's belief that Yanzu was exceedingly unique, entirely incongruent with the other inhabitants of this world. Is it to say that I resemble a human? Yet am not one. Yanzu furrowed his brow at this notion, beginning to contemplate its validity. If he were indeed incapable of reproducing with humans, it would imply that he was not of the same biological essence. Wolves and dogs, though differing in appearance, fundamentally belong to the same species, as they can interbreed. Yet cats and dogs cannot. According to Ning Fengji's assertion, Yanzu and others were akin to the relationship between dogs and cats. Although Ning Fengji had merely touched upon this concept, it instilled in Yanzu a profound obsession with the idea. Yanzu is acutely aware of his origins and the distinctions that set him apart from the inhabitants of the Douluo world, rendering this assertion highly plausible. Should this be the case, resolving the predicament necessitates either discovering his kin or transforming himself to align with others. At a modest tavern, Qin Ming unfurled a map to strategize their forthcoming journey. Master, why not continue in this direction? Yu Tianheng inquired, gesturing at the map. Venturing that way leads to Wuhuan City, which is unsuitable, Qin Ming replied, refraining from elaborating on the reasons. Instead, he indicated another route, declaring, I have decided to head south. Isn't that the territory of Xingluo? Luo questioned. Indeed, Qin Ming nodded. During the Soul Master competition, you will encounter teams from Xingluo. So familiarizing yourselves with their combat style and rhythm will be advantageous. Du Guyan stirred her milk tea with a spoon, remarking, but given the current circumstances, wouldn't it be troublesome to go to Xingluo? Not at all, Qin Ming chuckled. I have already established contact with the instructors at Xingluo Royal Academy, who are quite welcoming of our visit for exchange, so all procedures are in order, and there will be no issues. It sounded as though they were assured of victory. Yu Tianheng clenched his fist, affirming his confidence. After all, it is the premier academy in Xingluo, and considering their culture, this will serve as a trial for you. Xingluo is likely the ultimate destination of our study tour. Once we conclude our exchange with the Xingluo royal team, we will return to Suatua City and then circle back to Tiando City, with a year or two of grounding. I shall be at ease allowing you to participate in the Soul Master competition. Oh, we are going to Xingluo, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, nudging Yin Zhu's arm with excitement. Going there to get beaten up is what makes you happy? Yin Zhu said, reclining on Yi Lingling's lap with a sense of ennui. Cowardice before the battle. Utterly useless, Ning Rongrong retorted, poking Yin Zhu. You've been there before, haven't you? Yin Zhu chuckled. Have I? Ning Rongrong recalled her previous abduction to Xingluo, casting a disdainful glance at Yin Zhu. Why are you looking at me like that? Yin Zhu asked, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. You still dare to ask? Ning Rongrong grasped Yin Zhu's ear and lifted him off Yi Lingling's lap, saying, Have you forgotten what you did? What did I do? Didn't I save your life? Yin Zhu countered. Don't pretend. Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, scrutinizing Yin Zhu like a judge. How did you find out? Yin Zhu inquired softly, a glimmer of realization crossing his mind. Such a trivial scheme could fool me? Ning Rongrong fell silent, as recounting the incident was overwhelmingly embarrassing. Initially, she had been too startled to think clearly, but as she reflected, she increasingly sensed something amiss and, upon further contemplation, unraveled Yin Zhu's scheme. However, by then, she bore no ill will, recognizing his good intentions. Yet, recalling how he had taken advantage of the situation to grope her was truly despicable. How did you know? Yin Zhu pressed. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, responding, I bet you. Your skin is uniquely tough. Oh, I see. Yin Zhu replied, enlightened. So now you understand my good intentions? You still say that? Ning Rongrong poked Yin Zhu. You were so cruel to me back then. I'll let it slide since I'm magnanimous. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhu altered his perspective and gazed at Ning Rongrong. Unbeknownst to him, her body had begun to develop secondary sexual characteristics. Her once flat chest was now gently rising, embodying the essence of budding femininity, and her curves were becoming increasingly pronounced. After they had dined, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, during which Qin Ming began to recount tales of Xingluo. When discussing Xingluo, one cannot overlook the legendary Evil Eye Saint King. He began to narrate the myth of this ancient beast deity, captivating the audience. While Yin Zhu lay on Yi Lingling's lap, resting. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yin Zhu as he opened his eyes, contemplating the beast god. Could there be a possibility that attaining divinity might create a convergence point between myself and the inhabitants of this world? Chapter 53. Captivation. The Star Do Great Forest sprawls extensively, encompassing the two great empires of Tiando and Xingluo. This perilous forest significantly influences the delineation of their borders. There are so many trees and so much grass, Ning Rongrong remarked from the carriage window, and so many mosquitoes. Can Azu catch up? Yu Tianheng asked Yi Lingling. Are you still worried about him? Ning Rongrong interjected. It takes him no time at all to fly from Xinglua to Tiando. How do you know? Yu Feng asked. That sounds a bit exaggerated. I know for sure. I've seen it. He has the eye of insight, Ning Rongrong asserted. Listening to their banter, Qin Ming sighed in resignation. To this day, Yan Zhu remained an enigma, perplexing to all. Master, there's south no road ahead, Douluo reported as he entered. Huh, how can that be? Qin Ming replied, stepping outside to find the path obstructed by fallen trees piled several meters high, stretching into the distance without an end in sight. Who did this? Yu Feng flew up to survey the situation, shaking his head. It seems the carriage won't be able to pass. Qin Ming put away the map. This is likely a remnant of the recent major incidents in Tiando. Given the heightened security, every thoroughfare was probably blocked. Sighing, Ning Rongrong lamented, had I known, I would have brought a flying soul beast. What shall we do now? Du Guyan inquired. The road stretches on. Qin Ming looked up. Yu Feng, can you gauge the length of this barrier? Yu Feng surveyed. It must be a few hundred meters. Qin Ming smiled. Then I shall trouble you to carry us over one by one. Ah, Yu Feng, straining in midair, gasped. Of all times, why must Azu be absent? Quit complaining. It's just this little stretch. Are you going to die from it? Hurry up. You're slower than a turtle, Ning Rongrong chided, tapping Yu Feng's back. Lady, stop hitting me. I might fall. Carrying me makes you this exhausted. What about the carriage? Ning Rongrong queried. The master didn't he say to take the carriage? Yu Feng replied. Do you truly wish to see me perish? The master instructed us to run on foot to Xinglua after we cross this barrier. What? I might as well die then, Ning Rongrong grimaced. Once Yu Feng had transported everyone across the obstacle, Qin Ming indeed instructed them to run toward Xinglua. Such a task was trivial for Yu Tianheng and Douluo, but for Ning Rongrong, it felt like an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, Yi Lingling accompanied her. Otherwise, she would have collapsed on the ground. I can't go on. I truly can't run anymore. Ning Rongrong sat on the ground, panting heavily, her sweat-soaked dress clinging to her slender figure. Pushing aside the strands of hair that clung to her forehead, she reached out for Ning Rongrong, saying, Rongrong, come on. Just hold on a little longer. I can't. My ankle feels like it's going to explode. Ning Rongrong shouted towards the sky. Where are you, you big bad guy? Her cries echoed along the forest path, attracting only Qin Ming. What's wrong? Can't go on. Qin Ming approached her and said, get up. I can't get up, teacher. My foot hurts so much. Ning Rongrong looked up at Qin Ming with a pitiful gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Then you might as well stay here for the night. I'll set up a tent for you and see when you can catch up with the group. After saying this, Qin Ming indeed took out a tent from his soul guide. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately pouted and got to her feet. In a corner, Yan Zhu was watching this scene with amusement. He had previously left the group to inquire about the location of the city of slaughter from the sword Douluo at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and upon returning, he found Ning Rongrong in tears. However, he knew that such training would not harm her, and he anticipated that as soon as he appeared, she would cling to him. So he remained hidden. Yulauda, did you hear that? Osro, who was running at the front, asked Yu Tianheng. Yes, it sounds like the sound of hooves. Yu Tianheng and Osro halted in their tracks. Before long, a group of people appeared, all clad in tight-fitting attire, wielding strong bows and short blades. And they did not resemble soldiers of Xinglua. Upon seeing others, they immediately drew their bows, confronting Yu Tianheng and the others. Yu Tianheng and Osro raised their hands in front of them, signaling that they posed no threat. Soon after, Du Guyan, Osro, and the Shurjia brothers also arrived. What is happening? Qin Ming caught up and stood in front of the group. Identify yourselves, shouted the leader, brandishing a whip. They did not resemble Xinglua soldiers, but rather seemed like elite guards or assassins raised by nobles. This is the border. No one would want to cause trouble here, Qin Ming stated, revealing his identity while presenting the invitation from the Royal Academy of Xinglua. After a pretentious inspection of the invitation, those individuals produced a portrait and asked, have you seen this person? The group leaned in to take a closer look. The portrait depicted a young girl, and unless the artist had intentionally beautified her, she was indeed a striking beauty. In this wilderness, where would a girl come from? Yu Feng remarked. Qin Ming shook his head. I have not seen her. But there is a continuous barricade several hundred meters back. Your horses may have a hard time getting through. That is not your concern. Move along. The leading figure Seeing no valuable information had been gleaned and recognizing their invitation from the Royal Academy of Xingluo permitted them to pass. At this moment, Yanzu stood atop a tree, gazing intently in one direction, where an exhilarating hunt was taking place. This cavalry was not the only one. Others were similarly interrogating along different paths, while deeper in the woods, agile soul master teams were conducting searches. How ruthless! Yanzu observed the girl fleeing desperately through the forest, pursued by several masked female assassins who continuously hurled darts at her. In this situation, it was not difficult to deduce the identities of the hunting parties. The fleeing girl was naturally Zhu Zhuqing, while the cavalry and assassins were led by her elder sister, Zhu Zhuqing. Yanzu initially believed that Ning Rongrong's rate of development was already extraordinary, yet the sight of Zhu Zhuqing before him redefined his understanding. If Yanzu's memory served him right, Zhu Zhuqing was the youngest among the 7 monsters, implying she was even younger than Ning Rongrong. However, her physique surpassed that of any woman he had ever encountered, evoking a sensation akin to that which he felt with Bibi Dong. Presumably, this hunting chase would conclude with Zhu Zhuqing fleeing to the Heavendo Empire, but the gears of destiny had begun to turn 2 years prior. At the moment Yanzu vanquished Prince Xuexing, as Zhu Zhuqing deftly evaded another barrage of darts, flipping gracefully to the ground, she found herself momentarily stunned. Her path was abruptly obstructed by a mass of fallen trees, forming a formidable barrier. This brief hesitation was sufficient for her pursuers to close in. Good sister, it appears fate has conspired thus. Come, return home with me willingly, Zhu Zhuyin proclaimed triumphantly, emerging from behind a throng of assassins. Clad in a fitted black outfit with a high collar, she appeared slightly older than Zhu Zhuqing, her more developed form accentuated by the attire, rendering her irresistibly alluring, though, at present, only Yanzu seemed to appreciate the spectacle. Enough of the pleasantries, let us begin, Zhu Zhuqing declared, summoning her martial spirit and revealing her soul rings. You truly are incorrigible, Zhu Zhuyin replied, her expression a mask of calm amusement as she regarded the fierce-eyed Zhu Zhuqing. What gives you the right to challenge me? Your 2 soul rings? I refuse to engage in such a foregone conflict. Should you not comply and return with me willingly, I shall have to allow you to suffer a little. I said, enough of the idle chatter, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her figure darting swiftly toward Zhu Zhuyin, while the assassins surrounding her hurled darts coated in paralyzing poison at Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing was remarkably agile, there exists a term for when evasion becomes impossible. The onslaught was overwhelming. Just as her claws reached for Zhu Zhuyin, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, the poison swiftly coursing through her veins, rendering her utterly immobile. Zhu Zhuyin knelt, lifting Zhu Zhuqing's chin with her long-nailed finger, smiling as she taunted, "Do you truly think you are worthy of this struggle?" Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds reverberated around her. Zhu Zhuyin finally sensed something amiss. Glancing around, she was astonished to find that all her companions lay defeated upon the ground. Her instincts urged her not to turn back, yet she did so anyway, only to witness a hand descending toward her with alarming speed. Another muffled sound echoed in her mind, and darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Yanzu clapped his hands and gazed at the 2 alluring female cats sprawled on the ground. With a hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, he pondered. What shall I do with the 2 of you next? Chapter 54, Captivation, Part 2. What defines a natural beauty? Yanzu looked at the unconscious Zhu Zhuyin, who lay on the ground, her rounded and voluptuous form resembling a small, inviting hill, stirring an irresistible urge to approach and indulge in playful torment. Yanzu initially intended to proceed with his plan. However, he noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was also lying on the ground. The distinction lay in the fact that she was not unconscious. Her beautiful, large eyes were fixed intently on Yanzu, brimming with vigilance. Clearing his throat softly, Yanzu rubbed his itching hands together and crouched beside Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring, "Can you move?" Zhu Zhuqing attempted to struggle, but it proved futile. Yanzu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose brow furrowed in struggle and whose expression bore a hint of pain. A wicked thought surged within him, pondering why she had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Zhu Zhuqing's body was paralyzed, she could still utter words. Noticing that the newcomer did not appear malicious, she inquired, "Who are you? I shall take you away from here," Yanzu replied as he lifted Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. Upon his hands making contact with her body, he felt the tremors of a frightened kitten. "Do not fear." He surveyed the surroundings and found a cave, where he temporarily placed Zhu Zhuqing. "Rest here for a moment. I will fetch some medicine for you." Zhu Zhuqing, feeling bewildered and helpless, could not comprehend the identity of her rescuer or the motives behind his actions. Yet, she had no choice. Her body was entirely paralyzed, her lips stiffened, rendering her motionless in the cave, resembling a lifeless doll. In truth, Yanzu possessed an antidote. He carried various treasures from the 7 treasures glazed tile school, including items belonging to Ningrongrong. However, he felt the need to leave Zhuzhuqing for a while. For how could one resist a plump lamb presented before them? Upon returning to the location where Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, lay, Yanzu could hardly contain his burgeoning desires as he sat beside her. Is this truly a woman of the Phantom Spirit Cat clan? Such exquisite beauty, he mused. With a family like this as a prized possession, the White Tiger clan surely revels in their fortune. But for now, I shall indulge without reservation. Observing the still unconscious Zhu Zhuyun, Yanzu thought to himself, indeed, the vastness of the heavens and the earth offers a unique allure. Quite delightful. Yanzu incessantly extolled the virtues of Zhu Zhuyun. As he had anticipated, Zhu Zhuyun was no longer a maiden. Unlike the awkward beginnings with Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuyun appeared to share a flourishing relationship with Davis. With a girlfriend like Zhu Zhuyun, it would indeed be a travesty not to indulge in her charms. This thought ignited a different kind of thrill within Yanzu, heightening his excitement and extinguishing any remnants of tenderness. After thoroughly enjoying himself, Yanzu returned to the cave, cautious not to linger too long. After all, the poison afflicting Zhu Zhuqing remained unremedied, and this dense jungle was rife with both soul beasts and ferocious predators. It was unwise to stir restlessly at such a time. Observing Zhu Zhuqing attempting to rise, he approached her side, retrieving an antidote from his possession. His gaze swept over her form, noting that her wounds primarily adorned her shoulders and legs. "Allow me to apply the salve," Yanzu declared, naturally reaching to unfasten Zhu Zhuqing's buttons. "Didanti, let me do it myself." Zhu Zhuqing managed to stammer, her voice strained. "How can you heal without the ointment?" Yanzu remarked, oblivious to the mirth dancing in his eyes, a sight that sent a chill down Zhu Zhuqing's spine. "Leave me be, I can handle it," she insisted, seemingly spurred into action, managing to sit up, though that was the extent of her exertion. Yanzu raised his brows and gestured dismissively, setting the vial down. Having already indulged in a delightful time with Zhu Zhuyun, he had no intention of coercing Zhu Zhuqing. In terms of physique, the more mature Zhu Zhuyun was indeed far more striking. Noticing Yanzu's lack of forceful intent, Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and began to meditate, hastening the expulsion of toxins from her body. Gradually, she felt her bodily functions returning, so she unfastened her garment, turning slightly to reveal only her snow-white shoulder. She inhaled the scent of the vial in her hand before carefully pouring its contents onto her wound, resembling a solitary kitten tenderly licking its own injuries. Yanzu admired the scene before him and remarked, "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing harbored numerous questions, yet she first expressed her gratitude for Yanzu's assistance, then inquired, "You are from Tiando, what brings you here? How do you know I am from Tiando?" Yanzu replied. Zhu Zhuqing, not turning back, sprinkled the medicinal powder onto her calf while stating, "If you were from Xingluo, you wouldn't dare act in such a manner." Oh, Yanzu nodded. "I am indeed from Tiando, here to study in Xingluo. Why did you save me?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her face revealing concern. "In truth, she wouldn't kill me, but your actions could lead to dire consequences. You should leave Xingluo and return to Tiando." "You needn't worry about that. I will be fine," Yanzu replied nonchalantly. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing was startled and turned abruptly, which aggravated her wound, eliciting a pained groan. Yanzu caught a glimpse of her alluring figure through the fabric and inhaled deeply, thinking, "Woman, you are playing with fire." After she steadied her pain, Zhu Zhuqing asked, "Did you kill them?" "Not at all," Yanzu replied. "She is a noble from Xingluo, immensely powerful. If you provoke her and remain in Xingluo, your life could be in jeopardy," Zhu Zhuqing cautioned. "You should return to Tiando. You are also a noble from Xingluo, are you not?" Yanzu deftly shifted the topic. "Enough about me. Tell me your plans." At this, Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "I intend to go to Tiando to find someone." "Who are you searching for?" Yanzu feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. Zhu Zhuqing did not specify, merely stating, "Someone who can help me alter my fate." "Then you have already found that person," Yanzu said, pointing to himself with a sense of pride. Zhu Zhuqing glanced back momentarily before turning away again. She was not in the mood for jesting. Currently, she was at the border between Xingluo and Tiando, and she needed to hasten her departure. crossing into Tiando before devising her next steps. Yan Zhu observed that Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, understanding that she was a sensitive soul, not well versed in the art of conversation. Thus, he took the initiative to propose, "How about this? Since you are heading to Tiando, let me accompany you there." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated slightly. She was reluctant to accept too many favors, as she felt unable to repay them at present. Yet, being alone now made her journey exceedingly difficult. Yan Zhu did not grant her the luxury of contemplation. He swiftly approached and lifted her into his arms, prompting a startled gasp from Zhu Zhuqing. "Do not fear, little kitten," he murmured, relishing the tremors of her body in response to his unexpected action. "Put me down." Zhu Zhuqing's voice was swallowed by the howling wind as Yan Zhu soared over the border, entering the realm of Tiando. "You wish to grow stronger, do you not?" he inquired mid-flight. "I shall take you to a place where you can plan your future." Nestled within Yan Zhu's embrace, Zhu Zhuqing allowed the wind to tousle her long hair while her hands clutched his collar tightly. Upon their descent, she beheld the magnificent gate before her. "Is this the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Are you a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Understanding dawned upon her, realizing why he exuded such confidence. "That interpretation holds no fault," Yan Zhu replied. "Shall we find refuge here for the time being?" For Zhu Zhuqing, who had just escaped a perilous pursuit, finding a sanctuary was undoubtedly the best course of action, though she initially harbored some wariness towards the suddenly appearing Yan Zhu. The illustrious name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School eased her anxious heart. "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing said, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. "At present, I can only convey these sentiments to you, but I shall remember you." Yan Zhu chuckled. "You haven't even asked for my name, yet you claim you will remember me." Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she inquired, "I am Zhu Zhuqing, and you? You may call me Azu. Come, I shall introduce you to a few individuals." After saying this, Yan Zhu led Zhu Zhuqing to meet Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Gu Rong assessed Zhu Zhuqing's prowess and informed Ning Fengji that the individual Yan Zhu had brought back possessed remarkable talent, belonging to the Starry Nethercat clan. With proper guidance, she would likely reach the rank of Title Douluos without difficulty. Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and noticed Yan Zhu's gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, leading him to contemplate his own plans. Chapter 55, Captivation, Part 3, in the Garden. Ning Fengji and Yan Zhu sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation, while Gu Rong stood a short distance away, instructing Zhu Zhuqing in her training. "You initially mentioned your intention to investigate the city of slaughter. Why did you divert and return with a young lady, especially one from the Starry Nether Spirit Cat clan?" Yan Zhu replied, "By chance, I encountered her and saved her. She possesses commendable talent and is diligent in her efforts. If we can retain her, it would greatly benefit the future of our sect." Ning Fengji chuckled. "You seem to know her quite well. Have you managed to deceive her into your grasp?" Yan Zhu chuckled. "Not quite yet. I merely rescued her. Moreover, I shall not remain in the sect any longer. Whether I can keep her depends on your prowess, father." Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and replied, "I shall not compel her. If she wishes to stay, that would be splendid, but should she choose to depart, I cannot detain her. If you return and find her absent, do not place the blame on me." "That would be impossible," Yan Zhu remarked with a smile. "Let it unfold naturally. I shall be on my way shortly. Rong and the others are still at the borders of Xing Luo and Tiando. I must keep a watchful eye on them. Afterward, I intend to visit the city of slaughter." Upon mentioning the city of slaughter, Ning Fengji slightly turned his teacup and said, "That place is exceedingly eerie, Yan Zhu. Are you truly determined to go?" "Rest assured, father. I shall not recklessly court danger. The moment I sense anything amiss, I will withdraw immediately," Yan Zhu replied. "However, to be candid, I believe the strangeness of that place is unlikely to affect me." Hearing this, Ning Fengji could only acquiesce to his son's decision. Before departing from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Yan Zhu intended to have a few more words with Zhu Zhuqing about anything at all. "Are you still set on going to Xing Luo?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired upon learning of Yan Zhu's departure. "Indeed," he affirmed. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft sigh and remarked, "You must be aware of my identity by now." "I am," he replied. Zhu Zhuqing questioned with confusion. "Although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is renowned, it remains in Xing Luo. What compelling reason do you have to put yourself in peril?" Yan Zhu chuckled lightly, remarking that the phrase risking one's life seemed somewhat exaggerated, as he had yet to encounter a situation that truly warranted such a description. Reflecting on his own ignorance of Yan Zhu's capabilities, Zhu Zhuqing mused that perhaps he indeed possessed a method to navigate challenges. Consequently, she deftly shifted the conversation back to herself, inquiring, "Have I caused you trouble?" Not at all, Yinzu thought to himself. If not for crossing paths with them, he would not have had the opportunity to fully engage with Zhu Zhuyun. The mere thought of Zhu Zhuyun's irresistibly voluptuous figure filled him with anticipation, and he speculated that in just 2 years, Zhu Zhuqing would blossom into a presence rivaling that of her elder sister. During my absence, focus on your cultivation here. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo will provide you with diligent guidance, Yinzu advised, adding that there was no need for pressure. When you mature, your support for the development of our 7-treasure glazed tile school will be more than sufficient. Yinzu's words dispelled the unease within Zhu Zhuqing, allowing her to accept the investment of the 7-treasure glazed tile school with peace of mind. She resolved that as long as she grew strong enough in the future, she would be able to repay them. This was the intention of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and it seemed quite fair. Thus there was no need for her to feel anxious at present. Although she regarded it as a transaction, one must still understand the nuances of human relationships, after all. In the woods, Yinzu could have chosen not to save her. "Thank you. Please accept this," Zhu Zhuqing said as she removed a pendant from her neck and offered it to Yinzu. Yinzu reached out to accept the jade pendant, still retaining the warmth of Zhu Zhuqing's body, which brought a fleeting warmth to his palm. "What is this?" Yinzu inquired. "It may prove useful, yet it might also be of no consequence," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "Regardless, if you are to journey to Luo, it may serve a purpose in a critical moment." Zhu Zhuqing refrained from elaborating, perhaps believing that further explanation would be futile. In her heart, she acknowledged that the chances of this object being of any significant use were exceedingly slim, presenting it was merely a gesture of goodwill. Having recently left home, she possessed little of tangible worth, aside from herself. "All right, I shall accept it," Yinzu said, fastening the pendant around his neck. He then met Zhu Zhuqing's large, luminous eyes, stirring something within him. Feeling his unwavering gaze upon her, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort and averted her eyes. Yinzu, upon witnessing her aloof yet bashful demeanor, found himself increasingly enamored and remarked, "So, shall I take my leave?" Zhu Zhuqing then shifted her gaze, nodding slightly. Do take care." After departing from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Yinzu made his way directly to Luo. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's companions remained in a deep slumber. Although Yinzu had tempered the force of his hand strike, it was still somewhat excessive for these women. Coupled with the tranquil warmth of the forest, their slumber persisted undisturbed. In a hazy state, Zhu Zhuyun sensed something licking her face, and upon abruptly opening her eyes, a creature resembling both a rabbit and a cat darted away. As she attempted to rise, a surge of pain coursed through her mind. Zhu Zhuyun took a deep breath, questioning where her injuries lay. It soon became evident that her entire body ached. Her neck, her chest, even her limbs felt as though they might snap. And even her resilient posterior throbbed with a swollen discomfort. Enduring the pain, Zhu Zhuyun staggered to her feet, only to collapse back to the ground, her legs folding beneath her as each step sent jolts of discomfort through her. Cursed be this fate, she gritted her teeth, uncertain of the events that had transpired. Yet her body's response indicated she had suffered a severe and brutal ordeal. With a flare of urgency, a distress signal was launched, summoning her subordinates from all directions to escort Zhu Zhuyun back to Luo. Upon returning to the underworld mansion, Zhu Zhuyun felt no inclination to engage in any task but rather longed for a cleansing bath in the solace of her bed. In the bathroom, she dismissed her attendant and struggled to remove her garments, eventually glancing into the mirror. There, her once flawless figure now bore the marks of distress. Her alabaster skin was marred by bruises, particularly her prominent bosom, which bore patches of reddened skin. A sudden jolt of fear gripped her heart. Could it be? As this thought crossed her mind, panic set in, and her hands frantically explored her body. For a moment, she seemed to forget the pain as she crouched down, rummaging through her discarded clothes until she found her black panties. Turning them over, she was met with a grotesque sight, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed into the bath. Gasping for air, Zhu Zhuyun emerged from the water, fists clenched as she struck the surface with a furious roar. "Rogue, I shall see you dismembered. May you meet a most wretched end." The face that haunted her as she fainted surged back into her memory, her eyes reddening with rage, her body trembling with adrenaline. Back in her room, Zhu Zhuyun sat on her bed, diligently applying ointment to her wounds when an attendant announced, "Miss, Prince Davis has arrived." The news ignited irritation within her, and in a flurry, she applied concealer to her neck and chest before donning a conservative outfit to meet him. Shortly thereafter, Davis entered her chamber, casually tossing his coat onto a rack. "I heard you had a mishap, my dear. You let her slip away." Zhu Zhiyun's voice was tinged with frustration. Observing her demeanor, Davis approached and embraced her, only to hear her emit a soft groan, her brows knitted in discomfort. "What troubles you?" Davis inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhu Zhiyun gently pushed him away. "Do not ask. The pain is unbearable. Are you injured? Remove your clothing. Let me see," he insisted, taking matters into his own hands. Zhu Zhiyun, aware of his ulterior motives and fearful of revealing her condition, quickly restrained him. "Please, do not jest. I am gravely wounded." Davis, undeterred, pressed. "Then I must see for myself. How could that little girl Qing inflict such injuries upon you?" "It was not her," Zhu Zhiyun retorted angrily. "Something ambushed us from the shadows, and by the time we regained consciousness, Zhu Qing was gone. I sustained internal injuries. I have already taken medicine. It is of no consequence, and I am indisposed for the next few days. Please, do not press further." Davis, upon hearing the ordeal Zhu Zhiyun had faced, his eyes ignited with fury. "Who dares interfere with our affairs?" Zhu Zhiyun speculated. "I suspect it was someone from the Heaven-Do Empire. If it were a member of Xingluo, they would have known to stay clear upon seeing our forces. The audacity of that individual to intervene illustrates a blatant ignorance of the situation." "Humph, Heaven-Do." Davis inhaled deeply. "Rest assured, I will dispatch my men to investigate this matter thoroughly." Zhu Zhiyun sighed, leaning her head against Davis's chest, feigning tranquility while her mind was a tempest of chaos. The humiliation she had suffered, coupled with the abduction of Zhu Qing, ignited a desire for vengeance. Yet, she feared Davis's involvement might expose her. As the future consort of the Xingluo Empire, she could not risk such disgrace. Sensing a shift in Zhu Zhiyun's mood, Davis retrieved a stunning gown from his soul guide. "There is a ball at the palace tonight. I must attend to some matters, but I shall return to escort you." Zhu Zhiyun eyed the seductive deep V gown, her irritation flaring as she shook her head. "I wish to recuperate and shall not attend." Davis, resigned, left her alone to tend to her affairs. Zhu Zhiyun murmured Zhu Zhuqing's name, realizing that not only had she been insulted, but Zhu Qing had also been abducted. In essence, finding Zhu Qing would lead her to the whereabouts of her captor. "I shall make you pay dearly," she vowed, her teeth grinding audibly. Chapter 56, Manhunt. I never wish to tread this path again. In a wayside inn, Ning Rongrong collapsed onto a table, expending her last ounce of strength to voice this sentiment. Although her companions, including Yu Tianheng, did not vocalize their thoughts as candidly, the weariness etched on their faces resonated with Ning Rongrong's declaration. Even Qin Ming ceased his lecturing, exhaustedly scrutinizing the sparse menu in silence. While traversing the border, Qin Ming had perceived the encounter with a cavalry unit as a mere inconvenience. However, subsequent events had drained their spirits. Throughout their journey, they were incessantly halted for identity checks, rendering the invitation from the Xingluo Royal Academy all but useless. Even upon its presentation, they faced relentless scrutiny, with soldiers probing them for further information. Despite enduring such tribulations, they remained barred from entering the city. The urban expanse loomed nearby, yet they were confined to a humble inn outside the city walls, awaiting verification of the invitation's authenticity before being granted passage. The royal entourage had anticipated a chance to unwind in the city after their arduous journey, yet they found themselves crammed into the meager inn, staring blankly at the meager fare of steamed buns and pickled vegetables, with the unpleasant scent of horse manure wafting through the air. "What are we even after?" Yufeng lamented, attempting to spear a bun with his chopsticks, only to find it stubbornly resistant without significant effort. After managing to impale the bun, he abandoned the idea of taking a bite. Qin Ming sighed. "It appears that something must have transpired in Xingluo. Our luck has run dry, and we have stumbled into this predicament. What a futile endeavor," Yu Tianheng remarked, taking a hearty bite of his steamed bun. "Having traveled such a distance, it would be foolish to turn back, yet remaining here is equally torturous, as we are left in uncertainty regarding when we might receive definitive news. There is no need for concern. The outcome will be revealed by tomorrow at the latest," Qin Ming reassured the group. "After all, enduring hardships is not unfamiliar to us. Consider it a form of cultivation." Alas, spirits were low, and in unison, the group sighed, lacking the inclination for idle chatter. They retreated to their rooms to rest. In the bathroom, Ning Rongrong dipped her hand into the water in the wooden tub, only to shiver and withdraw, exclaiming, "Why is it still cold?" Beside her, Yi Lingling, in the midst of disrobing, replied, "There's no choice but to make do. If we wash quickly, we can rest and enjoy ourselves properly in the city tomorrow." Ning Rongrong, with a troubled expression, lamented, "Sister Lingling, I've just started my, you know." Yi Lingling responded in surprise, "Is that true? How did you manage to get through the day? It hadn't come until just now." "I was merely resting when it arrived," Ning Rongrong pouted. No sooner had she finished speaking than a figure suddenly descended from the rafters, asking, "Do you require hot water service, my lady?" Ning Rongrong gasped in shock, instinctively delivering a slap to the face so near to her. "You nearly scared me to death." Honestly, in her agitation, Ning Rongrong felt something escape from her inner thigh, followed by a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, causing her to crumple to the ground. "When did you arrive?" Yi Lingling inquired, looking at the now grounded Yinzu. As Yinzu retrieved an assortment of treasures belonging to Ning Rongrong from the soul guide device, he remarked, "I have been here for quite some time, keeping an eye on you all." Ning Rongrong, feeling displeased, responded, "If you arrived so early, why did you pretend not to hear me calling you?" "I nearly ran my legs off today, and my ankle is still aching." "Alas, you must understand my sincere intentions," Yinzu replied, his eyes emanating a fervent glow as he heated the boiler, instantly producing a pot of warm bathing water. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong's expression brightened with joy. As she slipped her dress down halfway, she turned to Yinzu and said, "All right, it's no longer your concern. Please step outside." Yinzu half-jokingly remarked, "What is the matter? Why so distant? Have you never seen me like this before?" "Oh dear." Ning Rongrong, flustered, began to stamp her feet. Unable to pinpoint when exactly her feelings of embarrassment had intensified, no longer as perplexing as they had been 2 or 3 years ago. Yi Lingling, ever considerate, gently ushered Yinzu out of the bathroom. Yinzu had initially intended to share a romantic bath with Yi Lingling, but with Ning Rongrong present, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Later that evening, as Yinzu and Yi Lingling quietly engaged in their intimate activities beneath the covers, they could hear Ning Rongrong tossing and turning in the adjacent bed, faint moans escaping her lips. After a passionate encounter with Yi Lingling, Yinzu approached Ning Rongrong's bedside and discovered her curled up, eyes tightly shut, with traces of wakefulness still evident on her pillow. Concerned, Yinzu gently grasped Ning Rongrong's shoulder and inquired, "What is wrong?" Ning Rongrong opened her eyes, glistening with tears, and replied, "It hurts so much." At that moment, Yi Lingling was utterly exhausted, her body tingling and unresponsive, making it difficult for her to rise and check on her. She could only say, "It must be due to the excessive fatigue from earlier. Your body seems a bit unbalanced. Rongrong, you must learn to keep track of the days. When you sense that the time is approaching, you should inform Teacher Qingming." Upon witnessing the pained expression of Ning Rongrong, Yinzu was filled with a sense of compassion. He then raised a hand, his eyes emanating a radiant warmth as he warmed his palm. Gently, he slipped it beneath the covers, exploring until it rested upon her lower abdomen. To her surprise, Ning Rongrong's gaze brightened significantly. She lifted the covers to investigate, feeling the comforting warmth, and inquired, "What have you placed inside?" Upon realizing that it was Yinzu's hand resting on her abdomen, she shot him a glare. However, the warmth proved to be remarkably effective in alleviating her discomfort. Fearing the pain, she refrained from further protest, gradually feeling her body enveloped in a soothing warmth. As Yinzu observed Ning Rongrong appearing considerably more relaxed, a subtle smile graced his lips. It was at this moment that he began to truly appreciate the silky texture beneath his palm. This pampered young lady possessed skin as delicate as cream, smooth as silk. Uncertain whether it was Ning Rongrong's skin that was exceptionally smooth or something else, Yinzu found his hand instinctively lingering. "You." Ning Rongrong, who had been on the verge of slumber, suddenly opened her eyes wide, sitting up and wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. "What is it?" Yi Lingling inquired, turning her gaze toward the commotion. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "It's nothing." Once Yi Lingling had drifted back to sleep, Ning Rongrong directed a fierce glare back at Yinzu. Yinzu wiped his fingers on the edge of the bed, then raised both hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I concede. Dear aunt, spare me. You only know how to bully me," Ning Rongrong said, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. "Just now, I was so agitated that it felt like my insides were about to burst. Do you know how painful that is?" All right. I apologize. It was my fault. Go to sleep. I will help you with your treatment a bit longer. Rest assured," Yinzu replied, warming his palms once more. "No way. You'll just cause trouble again," Ning Rongrong said, her tone laced with caution. I swear, I absolutely won't, Yinzu assured, feeling a pang of guilt. Ning Rongrong remained silent, lying back down and closing her eyes. When Yinzu reached out again, she made no protest. True to his word, he did not overstep any boundaries. Only when Ning Rongrong's breathing grew deeper did he withdraw his hand and return to Yi Lingling's bed. The next morning, Yi Lingling awoke, rubbing her eyes. Habitually, she reached out to find her side empty. Indeed, Yinzu had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, soldiers from Xinglua knocked on Qin Ming's door, informing them that their identities had been verified and they could enter the city. After 2 exhausting days of travel, relief finally washed over them. Ning Rongrong seemed to forget her monthly discomfort, joyfully wandering the city with Yi Lingling. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong spotted a crowd gathered around a notice on the city wall. Hey, she exclaimed, rushing over, her gaze fixed on the poster. Yi Lingling followed closely and asked, what is it? Ning Rongrong pointed at the notice, whispering, Sister Lingling, don't you think it looks familiar? Yi Lingling followed her finger and gasped. The figure depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to Yinzu. He has gotten into trouble again. Yi Lingling sighed inwardly, seemingly accustomed to such events. Chapter 57. The Road to Hell. 200,000 gold soul coins. The striking figure captivated countless onlookers. None knew the nature of the crime committed by the man illustrated on the notice. It merely stated, no distinction between life and death. With such a generous bounty, many wandering soul masters, motivated by the allure of reward, began searching for the man depicted, yet found nothing. At this moment, Yinzu had arrived in a corner of the continent where sunlight scarcely reached. Here, the sun was obscured and chilling winds howled. When he looked up, he could hardly recognize the expanse above as a sky. Beneath this gloom, a dilapidated little town emerged abruptly, with only one tavern emitting a flickering light, its black sign swaying in the still air. This must be the entrance to the city of slaughter, Yinzu inhaled sharply. The atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film from the last century, instilling a sense of unease within him. The city of slaughter, if memory served him right, was the divine residence shared by the god of Shura and the god of Rakshasa. Should one pass their trials, they might gain entry to the domain of the god of slaughter, thus obtaining the qualification for divine examination. Yet, whether they would be chosen by Shura and Rakshasa ultimately depended on their whims. The god of Rakshasa had already chosen Bibi Dong. If Yinzu could inherit the legacy of the god of Shura, he would ascend to divinity in this world. Perhaps then, he could share his lineage with Bibi Dong or Qian Rinxue, who also bore divine heritage. But this remained a mere unverified conjecture, a glimmer of hope for Yinzu. Upon entering the tavern, he was greeted by a wave of cold and a stench of blood. Observing the grotesque figures, lost in their stupor and sipping crimson Marys, Yinzu waved his hand in front of his nose, his face contorted in disdain. Navigating the slippery floor, he approached the counter, where a provocatively dressed attendant stood. Lacking any interest, he simply stated, "Open the door." The attendant paused in surprise, then smiled and slid a glass of crimson Mary toward him, saying, "The show hasn't even begun. You must drink this first." "I refuse to drink," Yinzu retorted, the thick, deep red liquid nearly inducing nausea. "Refuse, and you may as well await your demise," the attendant replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, an old clock on the wall chimed, and Yinzu noticed the lifeless beings behind him beginning to stir. "I've had enough of this damned place," he thought, unwilling to linger another second on the blood-soaked floor. In an instant, he activated his heat ray, spinning 360 degrees. In that fleeting moment, the entire tavern collapsed, and then the world fell silent. Yinzu circumvented the dismembered corpses of the tellers, stepped upon the floor behind them, and unleashed another scorching ray, revealing an unfathomable passageway before him. Upon traversing this corridor, Yinzu arrived at the gates of the city of carnage. He lifted his gaze, only to behold a fabricated night sky and an elusive crimson moon. A truly extraordinary realm. Along the way, he encountered a squadron of cavalry attempting to impede his progress. However, Yinzu uttered not a word and incinerated them into ashes with unrelenting ease. In this place, the inhabitants were a mixture of the genuine and the false, the latter being mere constructs created by the god of Azura, while the former comprised the most nefarious individuals from the continent. Thus, Yinzu dispatched his foes as one would mow down weeds, devoid of any psychological burden. Guiding Yinzu into the outer city of the City of Carnage was a masked little girl clad in a purple dress. Her message was simple: "Here, power begets absolute freedom." Intrigued, Yanzu contemplated testing this seemingly inviolable little girl, yet upon touching her skin, which was chillingly cold, he shuddered and dismissed the thought. This girl before him was undoubtedly one of the constructs, potentially a corpse long deceased, or perhaps merely an illusion. It was not beyond possibility that she could dissolve into a pool of blood before his very eyes. After reaffirming that his abilities remained wholly intact, Yanzu strode purposefully towards the inner city of the City of Carnage. The outer city was a dismal refuge for criminals who had nowhere to escape. Inhabited by lifeless blood slaves who periodically offered their essence to sustain the City of Carnage, utterly devoid of allure. The inner city, however, was a stark contrast, a veritable paradise of vice and a haven for wrongdoers, bustling with life. Here, Yanzu witnessed acts that shattered the limits of his moral compass. From brazenly severing heads in the streets to gatherings of revelry. Perhaps due to Yanzu's striking appearance inciting envy, he was beset by provocateurs one after another. Having entered that wretched tavern in a foul mood, he found it particularly ill-fated that this group dared to seek trouble with him. Yanzu leaped onto the rooftop, clapping his hands vigorously while exclaiming, "Everyone, look here." His resonant voice captured the attention of all, and then a crimson beam of scorching energy shot forth, sweeping through the masses. Woohoo! The thrill of slaughter elicited cheers from Yanzu, as beneath him, the air was filled with the cacophony of anguished cries. Those once formidable criminals, who had survived the battleground, now scurried like frightened mice in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, who could escape the grasp of light? After extinguishing all living beings within his line of sight, Yanzu finally ceased his onslaught and descended from the rooftop, adjusting his collar with a calm demeanor. Yanzu shook his head and remarked, "Having slain so many wretches, my merit has surely increased." No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a startling sight. The dismembered bodies and blood he had wrought seemed to be absorbed by the very city itself, vanishing in an instant as if this city of slaughter were a living creature, devouring flesh and bone, following the consumption of so many remains. The structures Yanzu had destroyed began to restore themselves autonomously. A trick of the divine, he shrugged, dismissing it with indifference as he strode directly into the arena of hellish carnage. This arena bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, with the sole distinction being its roof. The place was packed to capacity, a throng of frenzied spectators howling like rabid dogs. While within the confines of an octagonal cage spanning a mere 100 square feet, a group of individuals fought one another with wild abandon. Yanzu leaped onto the octagonal structure and shouted, "Who is in charge here?" Prior to his entry into the inner city, he had inquired with a young girl about the location of the entrance to the path of hell. She informed him that, according to the rules, one must achieve 33 victories in the arena of hellish slaughter to earn the right to meet the King of Carnage, thereafter choosing to either serve him or depart this world via the path of hell. To hell with these rules, Yanzu thought. He had no intention of playing house with a throng of inept fools for 33 rounds. Were this place entertaining, it might be tolerable. However, it repulsed him. Akin to a sewer infested with countless vermin, making even a second of lingering here unbearable. As soon as Yanzu's voice fell, the guards in the arena of slaughter advanced with weapons in hand, intent on capturing him. They wielded soul skills and possessed strength not inferior to that of a soul sage. Without a trace of mercy, Yanzu unleashed a scorching ray, obliterating them entirely. And the spectators who cheered for the violence could not escape their grim fate. Yanzu resumed his rampage, the incessant clamor of these wretches truly vexing his spirit. Once he extinguished the last vestige of life within the slaughterhouse, an eerie silence enveloped the city of slaughter, akin to the stillness outside. The blood and flesh had been completely absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Then, Yanzu heard a chilling breath, turning to see a tall man suspended in the air, swathed in a massive crimson cloak. His pale visage was adorned with a pair of blood-red eyes, grotesque in their appearance. Under Yanzu's gaze, the figure slowly descended, seemingly impervious to the pull of gravity. The King of Slaughter, is it? Yanzu mused aloud, recalling the name that eluded him. It seemed to be Tang Chun, who had been chosen by the god of Azura, only to fall victim to the machinations of the Rakshasa god during the divine trial, resulting in his current monstrosity. Upon closer inspection, Yanzu noticed the rhythmic expansion and contraction of the King of Slaughter's back, revealing a colossal creature parasitically intertwined with him. Such is the fate of the riddle man, Yanzu reflected with a hint of melancholy. If only this brute had engaged in a few more conversations with Poseidon of Sea God Island, he might have embraced beauty and ascended to divinity. rather than languishing here as a lost abomination. You are rather unconventional, the king of slaughter proclaimed from his lofty perch, his voice laced with frenzied hostility. Though he spoke in human tongue, there was an unmistakable beastly quality to his tone. There's no point in wasting breath on a beast, Yanzu retorted, launching himself at the king of slaughter. His fist collided with the creature's chest with such force that it punctured through, causing the massive bat clinging to his back to cease its pulsations and fall lifelessly to the ground, transforming into a pool of sanguine fluid. With a sound akin to a hiss, Yanzu withdrew his hand, intending to send the king of slaughter flying, only to find himself disgusted by the ease with which he had penetrated the creature's form. With a swift motion, Yanzu withdrew his hand, causing the body of the king of slaughter to collapse onto the ground. The dark crimson hue upon him began to fade, despite the evident loss of blood. His pallid complexion gradually transformed into a healthier shade, slowly resembling that of a living being. The king of slaughter raised his hand towards the heavens, emitting a sound fraught with struggle. Noticing that Tang Chen seemed to regain a semblance of self-awareness, Yanzu descended to the ground. However, whether it was a consequence of separating from the parasitic bat, the severity of the wound on his chest, or perhaps a combination of both, Tang Chen remained silent. His mouth agape lost in a daze as he gazed at Yanzu. In his eyes, Yanzu perceived a multitude of thoughts, yet time was fleeting. For he was on the brink of death. Do not worry, I shall take care of your wife. Yanzu uttered a timely remark, and indeed, Tang Chen remained utterly still. He had perished, once one of the two peaks of Douluo, the mightiest of the Haotian sect, and he had met his end in such a haphazard manner, his demise akin to a farcical jest. His eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with unyielding resentment. Yet, such is the nature of fate, Yanzu mused as he crouched down, shaking his head. He was unaware of the grand and tumultuous life Tang Chen had lived, nor did he care to delve into it. Nevertheless, it was evident that Tang Chen had strived earnestly, and only someone of his caliber could justly remark on the capriciousness of destiny. To succumb on the path of pursuit, albeit unfortunate, could still be regarded as a worthy demise. After speaking, Yanzu noticed a gleaming golden object in Tang Chen's hand. It was a golden Haotian hammer. As he picked it up, a foreign voice resonated within his mind at the very moment of contact with the hammer. Yanzu was taken aback and immediately discarded it, causing the sound to vanish. It appeared that Tang Chen, realizing he could not speak, had sealed all he wished to convey within this Haotian hammer. Yanzu surmised this as he picked up the Haotian hammer once more. Indeed, it contained Tang Chen's words. He recounted his life in detail, along with the events that transpired in the City of Carnage, yet he left behind no wishes or expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Yanzu stowed away the golden hammer and rose to his feet. At the instant he stood, a void-like fissure suddenly emerged in the center of the hellish arena. According to Tang Chen, this was the entrance to the Hell Road. Despite some minor incidents, the outcome was favorable. It had been less than 2 hours since Yanzu entered the City of Carnage, and such efficiency pleased him greatly. Subsequently, Yanzu leapt into the void. Chapter 58. Divine Examination. The indomitable beasts, the bloodthirsty bats, the mind-bending poisonous mists, and the exceedingly harsh environment. All the perils of the Hell Road appeared to Yanzu as mere child's play. Yanzu traversed the road of hell with an unperturbed heart. As he soared through the ethereal white veil and returned to the earthly realm, he indeed felt a chilling surge of spiritual energy infiltrate his being. Yet, beyond that, he received no indication regarding the divine examination, nor did he sense the ability to wield the so-called domain of slaughter. Was this it? He glanced back, only to find the white luminescent barrier that had ushered him out of the City of Carnage had vanished, igniting his fury. How audaciously ungrateful, Yanzu mused, reflecting on his performance, which far surpassed that of Tang San, who had nearly perished within those confines. Was his own conduct too hasty? He resignedly tousled his hair, suppressing the nausea of having squandered so much time for such an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy. And there was also a golden hammer, which seemed to be the token of the sect master of the Haotian sect. However, such an item held no value for Yanzu. Tang Chen had not mentioned its purpose in his dying words, presumably to prevent its misuse, instead recounting his life story, leaving the wielder to determine its fate. After departing the City of Slaughter, Yanzu first returned to Tiando City, where he sought out Qian Renshua. Upon seeing Yanzu's arrival, Qian Renshua braced herself mentally and said, "So, what trouble have you stirred this time?" Yanzu settled down and replied, "I am here to inquire about something." "Oh, Qian Renshua, Relieved that Yinzu had not surprised her this time, asked, "What is it?" "The Hanhai Qingquan shield. Do you know of it?" Yinzu inquired. Qian Rinxue's eyes flickered at the mention of it. "How do you know about that? That is of no concern to you. It seems you are aware of it?" Yinzu pressed. "Of course, it is a treasure of Tiando." As she spoke, her demeanor grew serious. Her grandfather, Tian Douluo, had urged her to pay special attention to this object. Yet, despite her years in the position of crown princess, she had never grasped any information regarding it. "Is there any way you can help me acquire it?" Yinzu asked. "You truly dare to ask?" Qian Rinxue replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her tone. After a pause, she continued, "I do not know what you are thinking or where you heard about this, but I cannot assist you with this request." "Aren't you the crown princess?" Yinzu countered. "My status does not grant me access to it," Qian Rinxue stated. "I have sought it many times, but it seems as if it has never existed. Are you suggesting that the Snow Knight Emperor has hidden it away?" Yinzu pondered, stroking his chin. "Even you, the crown princess, are being kept at bay. This royal life is indeed intriguing. Must you always make such sarcastic remarks?" Qian Rinxue shot him a glare before asking curiously, "So what exactly are you thinking?" "The Hanhai Qingquan shield has a significant connection with Sea God Island. You cannot possibly be contemplating." "I intend to visit Sea God Island." Yinzu interjected, "But I need only a map. The Hanhai Qingquan shield is required for another purpose." Qian Rinxue tapped her fingers on the table. "You aren't considering attempting to become a deity, are you?" "Ah, how is it that we are so in sync?" Yinzu leaned in closer to her. Though Qian Rinxue felt a bit foolish for asking, she was compelled to know, "But why? Would you believe me if I said it's for procreation?" Yinzu replied candidly. Qian Rinxue's expression twisted into disbelief. "What is this? Must I detail everything?" It was indeed a challenge for Yinzu to disclose to a woman that he was incapable of bearing children. "Are you serious?" Qian Rinxue still found it hard to accept. "Ah, just tell me if you can procure it." Yinzu shifted the topic. "What if I say I cannot?" "What will you do then?" Qian Rinxue asked. "I would infiltrate the palace and force the Snow Knight Emperor to surrender it," Yinzu replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, who could possibly stop you?" Qian Rinxue's tone dripped with sarcasm. "True. No one could, but if such actions would cause you distress, I would refrain from pursuing them," Yinzu assured her. With a sigh, Qian Rinxue said, "Let us endure a little longer. I am hastening the progress of the plan." "And what of you?" Yinzu inquired. "You have yet to undergo the divine examination, correct?" "How do you know so much?" Qian Rinxue questioned. "I do not recall mentioning anything about the divine examination to you. My knowledge extends far beyond what you might imagine." Yinzu gazed intently at Qian Rinxue. "I also know that without my intervention, you would ultimately meet a tragic fate as a shattered deity." "Stop." Qian Rinxue raised her hand to halt him. "This is a matter that only my grandfather and I have discussed." "Have you met him?" "Not in person." Yinzu shook his head. "I have seen him, but we did not converse." "Then how do you know these things?" Qian Rinxue pressed further. "Because I am not of this world. I can perceive the destinies of certain individuals, and you are among them." Yinzu moved closer to Qian Rinxue. "However, your fate shall be rewritten by me. Have you taken leave of your senses?" Qian Rinxue regarded him as if he were spouting nonsense. "Believe it or not, I assure you I am not deceiving you," Yinzu stated. Seeing Yinzu's erratic demeanor, Qian Rinxue could only shrug in resignation and follow his lead, asking, "Very well. Then tell me, what fate awaits my grandfather?" "He will perish." Yinzu inched closer, saying, "He will sacrifice himself to become the bridge through which you communicate with the divine energy of angels, channeling divine power to you to aid your ascension. However, this was also his long-held aspiration, thus his death shall not be in vain." "You're speaking nonsense." Qian Rinxue abruptly stood, her emotions heightened. Strangely, the more she listened, the more she felt that Yinzu's words bore a semblance of truth, causing her heart to race. "This matter cannot currently be verified. So whether you believe it or not is up to you," Yinzu replied. "Humph. Then I ask you, what of Bibi Dong?" Qian Rinxue inquired again, prioritizing her concerns. Following the sequence, she is indeed one of the two individuals most significant to her, Yinzu recalled. She, too, will meet her demise. Qian Rinxue fell silent, uncertain of her grandfather's fate, but Yinzu's prediction concerning Bibi Dong's future filled her with dread. Who is she seeking vengeance against? Me? A hint of sorrow flickered in Qian Rinxue's eyes. It is not specifically directed at you. Yinzu realized he might have overstated the case. Some details, while mere formalities to him, could be devastating to those directly involved. He jested. "Did you not claim you did not believe me? I was merely speaking whimsically." Casting a reproachful glance at Yinzu, Qian Rinxue found herself unable to ascertain the veracity of his claims. Fate is predetermined, yet actions lie within our control. Do not inundate my mind with these nonsensical thoughts, she declared, growing irritated as she retrieved paper and pen to attend to official matters. However, it was not long before she could no longer contain herself, asking, "The royal battle team is embarking on their study trip to Xinghua. Are you not tasked with overseeing them? What if something were to happen?" Yanzu leisurely remarked. "They have already entered the city and will soon rendezvous with the members of the Star Royal Academy. What could possibly go wrong? Are you truly intent on seeking the vast sea and sky barrier?" Qian Rinxue inquired once more. Yanzu nodded and said, "Indeed, within lies the lingering consciousness of Poseidon, the sea god. There are matters I must resolve by seeking answers there." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue was taken aback, exclaiming, "You know of this?" "I have an abundance of knowledge," Yanzu reiterated. "And can you sincerely divulge why you aspire to become a deity?" Qian Rinxue inquired. "Such a pursuit is not trivial, and the risks are considerable. What is it that you desire? Immortality? If that is your wish, one could easily become an angelic servant to achieve eternal life." Yanzu shook his head, saying, "When I assert that I am not deceiving you, I genuinely mean it. Your words are fantastical. How am I to discern truth from falsehood?" Qian Rinxue complained. "What if I were to say that I cherish you and wish for you to bear my child? Would you regard that as truth or falsehood?" Yanzu leaned closer to Qian Rinxue. "Stop this foolishness. I am at work." Qian Rinxue felt her heart race, unsure why she dared not meet Yanzu's gaze. "I ask you, what do you believe?" With a sudden clatter, Yanzu swept the papers and pens from the table, then seized Qian Rinxue under her arms, lifting her onto the table and burying his face in her neck. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Qian Rinxue gasped in shock, struggling to break free, yet her current form as Xueqing rendered her powerless to escape. "Young master!" Hearing the commotion, Xi Shui appeared abruptly, bursting into the study. Qian Rinxue turned her head, glaring angrily. "Who permitted you to enter? Leave at once." However, upon seeing Qian Rinxue in the embrace of Yanzu, Xi Shui was immediately drenched in sweat. Under the weight of Qian Rinxue's commanding gaze, he reluctantly retreated, closing the door behind him. A burst of golden light flashed, and Qian Rinxue regained her true appearance, leaving Yanzu feeling as though the person in his arms had transformed into something soft and slippery. "Stop! Do not touch me!" Qian Rinxue struggled, pressing her palm against Yanzu's abdomen, unleashing a surge of soul power, yet it proved ineffective. "You smell divine," Yanzu murmured, lost in the embrace, kissing and nibbling at her. Tears nearly brimmed in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she urged, "Cease this. This is unacceptable." "Why is it unacceptable?" Yanzu paused, gazing into her eyes. "Shouldn't you, in your prime, experience joy rather than waste your youth here? You carry so much pressure. You deserve to know what happiness is." Blushing fiercely, Qian Rinxue bit her lip and declared, "I cannot engage in such matters before my divine examination." Upon hearing this, Yanzu truly halted his actions. "Is that so?" He blinked in surprise. Seizing the moment of distraction, Qian Rinxue kicked him away, then retreated, glaring at the ruined golden silk gown she wore. "What is wrong with you?" She scolded while adjusting her attire, keeping a wary eye on Yanzu. "Isn't it simply because you are too beautiful?" Yanzu savored the lingering taste on his lips. "Are you blaming me for this?" Qian Rinxue retorted. "I could never fault myself." Yanzu shrugged. "Do you even comprehend the meaning of respect?" Qian Rinxue fumed. "Did I not state that you could treat me this way?" "You never explicitly forbade it," Yanzu replied. "Moreover, I was unaware that such actions were prohibited before your divine examination." "Silence," Qian Rinxue interjected. "Is that truly the crux of the matter? I cannot fathom why Yi Lingling would ever choose to associate with someone like you." Yanzu, feeling indignant, retorted, "What a statement. During our previous encounters, did you not also acquiesce to my advances? Do not pretend you are unaware of my intentions." In a fit of exasperation, Qian Rinxue raised her hand, intending to unleash a soul technique, but ultimately deemed it futile, for Yanzu was indeed quite resilient. The abrupt cessation of their playful exchange rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward, though it was only Qian Rinxue who felt the discomfort. Yanzu's demeanor left her at a loss for how to respond, and after pacing back and forth, she decided to transform into her alter ego, Xueqing, opening the door and declaring, "Get lost." "I refuse." Yanzu, plopping himself onto the desk, gazed at Qian Rinxue with a mischievous glint, finding amusement in her flustered state, so starkly contrasting her usual composed and aloof demeanor. "Then go ahead and kill me," Qian Rinxue retorted, taking a seat and mimicking Yinzu's earlier insolence. Why so serious? Yinzu replied, I have no intention of coercing you. Besides, if I truly wish to compel you, you would be at a loss for a response. You are a perplexing individual, Qianren Shui remarked, her eyes reflecting confusion as she looked at Yinzu. I can no longer discern which of your words bear truth and which are falsehoods. Just when I feel I grasp you to some extent, you strike me anew. Yinzu chuckled. Do not be so possessive. Otherwise, life becomes rather dull. Qianren Shui replied. Whether it is dull or not is inconsequential. What matters is that it brings me peace of mind. Noticing that Yinzu seemed to harbor no further intentions of offending her, Qianren Shui gradually calmed the turmoil within her heart and said, Give me some time. Should I receive any news regarding the Hanhai Qianquan shield, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Do not think to divert the topic so easily. Yinzu rose and approached Qianren Shui, who instinctively leaned back. What do you wish for, then? Qianren Shui's breathing quickened. Nothing much. I merely seek to understand the nature of our relationship, Yinzu stated, grasping her arms firmly and locking eyes with her. A cooperative relationship, as you have mentioned. Qianren Shui replied, attempting to mask her inner turmoil by maintaining her gaze on Yinzu. Do not feign indifference. I can hear your heartbeat, Yinzu remarked. What I require from you is clarity. I believe my intentions have been sufficiently evident, and you can no longer keep me in suspense. I am busy. I have no thoughts in that regard and am not psychologically prepared. Qianren Shui suddenly felt a wave of irritation. She forcefully broke free from Yinzu's grip and said, Do not press me. Grant me some time, will you? Rubbing her arms, she continued, Moreover, even if I were to agree, what would it change? I have already stated that I cannot engage in such matters with anyone before my divine examination. Upon hearing this, Yinzu smiled and remarked, aside from that, there are still numerous pursuits one can engage in. It is quite understandable, considering you have not navigated your adolescence in a conventional manner. After all, you are approaching your 30s. It is only natural to lose some of that youthful exuberance. Upon hearing his words, Qianren Shui nearly ground her back teeth to dust. And soon thereafter, an unexpected sadness washed over her. Her expression turned somewhat melancholic as she sighed deeply, allowing herself to relax completely. Gazing at the ceiling, she pondered, Do you believe that individuals like us can still experience what is commonly referred to as love? Upon hearing Qianren Shui's words, Yinzu, seated beside her, pondered for a moment before responding, I truly do not know. Have I ever spoken to you about my parents? Qianren Shui suddenly inquired. No. But if you wish to share, please do, Yinzu replied, his mind already well aware of the matters concerning Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong. Yet he was unperturbed by the prospect of hearing it once more through Qianren Shui's perspective. After a brief silence, Qianren Shui began her narrative. From the moment I began to form memories, it was my grandfather who guided and cared for me. In my life, the presence of her, Bibi Dong, was not frequent. Yet it invariably evoked a sense of sadness within me. My father passed away at an early age. To be honest, I felt no sorrow. As there was little emotional bond, at most, I experienced a sense of loss for what others possessed, and I did not. She was the Pope, and during that time, I often needed to accompany her to various events. Had I not inquired, I would have been oblivious to the fact that she was my mother. And it seemed no one intended to enlighten me. What is a mother like? This question lingered in my mind since childhood. Why did her gaze often carry an inexplicable air of disdain and aversion towards me, despite my earnest efforts to excel? I yearned to understand her thoughts and the reasons behind her treatment of me, yet all I received in response was a chilling silence. Thus, I sought answers on my own, and what I discovered was the absurdity of my own existence. She, Bibi Dong, emerged from the multitude to become the saintess of the Wuhuan temple. My father, pouring his heart and soul into her upbringing, regarded her as his possession. However, Bibi Dong did not love him, and so my father forcibly claimed her, much like you did to me just now. Yinzu argued, Don't speak nonsense. I never insisted that you bear my child. If I had wanted to, you would have already had a second child. Humph. Qianren Shui scoffed coldly and continued. Look at my parents. Do you believe there is love between them? Even if it is one-sided, do you think my father loves Bai Dong? It feels more like possessiveness, akin to a protective instinct over one as food. Both of them are quite absurd. I am not inclined to comment, Yinzu remarked. Qianren Shui seemed to disagree with this sentiment, saying, Although it is wrong for Bai Dong to vent her frustrations on me, I can somewhat understand her. However, I cannot comprehend your perspective. Yinzu sighed, To be fair, while your father's behavior is indeed outrageous, he should possess both high looks and formidable strength. Given that he is nurtured by Bai Dong since childhood, How could she possibly be attracted to someone like Yu Xiaojing? Yu Xiaojing? Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows and inquired. Who is Yu Xiaojing? Yinzu chuckled. How do you know so much about the person who abducted the saintess of your spirit hall? Qian Rinxue replied in astonishment. Yinzu pointed to his own eyes and remarked, I have mentioned that I can perceive a multitude of things. Qian Rinxue exhaled softly, showing no inclination to delve into the nature of that Yu Xiaojing, and instead inquired, And you? How is your relationship with Ning Rongrong? Quite well, Yinzu replied candidly. That little girl is becoming increasingly radiant. See, you didn't like her at first, did you? Qian Rinxue observed. Your union was merely a result of the resource allocation decisions made by Ning Fingji and me regarding our subordinates. And so what? Yinzu questioned, puzzled by Qian Rinxue's implication. Of course it holds significance, she asserted. Do you still fail to comprehend? I am uncertain what love truly is. Perhaps my future marriage will also serve the purpose of the angel god's legacy. Everything is merely an exchange, an irrational arrangement. Oh. Yinzu looked at the somewhat despondent Qian Rinxue and said, I refuse to believe that throughout your life, you have never contemplated love. With so many noble families within the palace, have you never encountered a moment of infatuation? I am Shueqinghe, Qian Rinxue emphasized. Yinzu let out an exclamation, instantly comprehending the implications of Qian Rinxue's words. Indeed, if one were to engage in a performance, it would necessitate a complete commitment, adhering to the standards typically expected of a man throughout the entirety of the act. It is no wonder that Qian Rinxue's character exhibits certain deficiencies. Yinzu shook his head and said, If it were up to me, I would arrange for you to watch 2 television dramas. And you would truly empathize with the experience. You speak in a manner that is utterly incomprehensible, leaving me perplexed. Qian Rinxue felt somewhat disheartened. I believe you have yet to grasp the essence of that joy, which is why your descriptions are so uninspired, Yinzu remarked. Uninspired? Qian Rinxue squinted, puzzled by Yinzu's words. Precisely, Yinzu replied. Having spent the last couple of years with Yilingling, I have come to understand that exquisite love can nurture both body and soul. If you were to truly experience it, you would not express yourself so blandly. Then what would it be like? Wet and dripping? Qian Rinxue inquired. Upon hearing this, Yinzu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he replied, If you wish to put it that way, there is certainly no objection. It could indeed leave you quite drenched. Qian Rinxue turned her face away and closed her eyes, refusing to engage in further conversation with Yinzu. Yinzu gently shook her arm and said, How about this? Why don't you spare some time, and I shall take you out for a little adventure. I scarcely have the leisure for that, Qian Rinxue replied, feeling somewhat fatigued. She rested her hands beneath her face and drifted into a light slumber. Suit yourself. Whenever you wish to go, just let me know. Yinzu observed her exhaustion and chose not to disturb her further. He departed from the study alone. Outside, the fierce turtle dove Douluo watched him with a predatory gaze, as if eager to devour him whole. Upon hearing Yinzu's departure, Qian Rinxue, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them. She felt a heaviness in her heart, yet sleep eluded her, leading her to toss and turn. Ultimately, she resolved to immerse herself in work and cultivation, a routine she had adhered to for many years. Perhaps I should contemplate Yinzu's suggestion of taking a break. She mused. A little relaxation could be delightful, but it feels somewhat extravagant. As she paced the room with a scroll in hand, she was suddenly captivated by the mirror hanging nearby. Gazing into its depths, she was confronted by her true reflection, which prompted an internal curse directed at Yinzu. That scoundrel, mocking my age. However, as Qian Rinxue calculated the years since her arrival in the Heaven Do Empire, she hesitated to confront the number. Enough of this, she thought, tossing the scroll behind her and covering her face with her hands. I shall find a moment to clear my mind. Chapter 60. A spectacle after leaving the prince's residence. Yinzu first returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. From his vantage point, he observed Chen Xian instructing Zhu Zhuqing in her cultivation. I will now guide you through the essentials of combat, Chen Xian declared, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Zhu Zhuqing. Do not flinch, he admonished, furrowing his brow. Look into my eyes, instill fear in me. Instill fear? How is that possible? Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. To master the battlefield, you must first calm your mind, Chen Xian noted, recognizing the distraction in her eyes. What thoughts burden you? Is there something you cannot let go of? I require you to eliminate all distractions. If you cannot achieve this, do not waste my time. With that, he left Zhu Zhuqing to contemplate alone on the grass. Clenching her fists and biting her lip, she gently tapped her temples in contemplation. A strict and earnest mentor is indeed a valuable guide. Yan Zhu descended behind Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, Sword Uncle is precisely that kind of person. Have you encountered any difficulties? Zhu Zhuqing turned to see Yan Zhu returning unscathed, a wave of relief washing over her. You're back. Did you face any dangers in Xingluo? Yan Zhu waved his hand and said, Those matters are hardly worth mentioning. Now, let us speak of you. I, Zhu Zhuqing, hesitated, words lingering on the tip of my tongue. Yan Zhu observed her expression, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he inquired. So, you are thinking of him? Zhu Zhuqing, caught off guard by Yan Zhu's perceptive remark, hastily replied, No, I was merely contemplating whether what I am currently doing is right. Am I right? Yan Zhu shook his head, asserting, in this world, there exists but one truth that is eternally unerring, the relentless pursuit of strength. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her palm, acknowledging, I understand that only by growing stronger can one wield influence and seize the reins of destiny, yet I find it difficult to calm my restless mind. What does the person you seek mean to you? Yan Zhu asked, feigning ignorance. Destiny, Zhu Zhuqing declared almost instantaneously, having thoroughly pondered this matter when she resolved to leave the Star Luo Empire. In such dire circumstances, to resist. The soul skill fusion technique of the spectral white tiger represented her singular opportunity. Possessing it would grant her the right to fight back. The enduring strength of the Star Luo Empire rests upon the stable inheritance of martial souls and the fusion techniques of the white tiger and spectral families. Yan Zhu shook his head and remarked, To think this way is truly lamentable. Zhu Zhuqing felt some resistance to Yan Zhu's statement. Is it not tragic to place one's hopes upon others? Yan Zhu replied, We are at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where the resources necessary for cultivation are abundant. Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle are renowned powerhouses on the continent. You possess such favorable circumstances, yet still wish to rely on others to alter your fate. You have truly disappointed me. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang in her heart and said, You wouldn't understand. I wouldn't understand. Yan Zhu chuckled lightly. If you were to grow strong enough, what would compel you to compromise? That is far too distant, Zhu Zhuqing countered. Achieving complete control over my destiny is a matter of decades in the future. Before that, there are issues I must confront. I do not believe that person's assistance can surpass the support of our sect, Yan Zhu stated, yet I know you will not heed my words. Zhu Zhuqing's delicately arched eyelashes fell slightly as she replied, I have my reasons. Being trapped here in distress yields no answers. If that is the case, I will help you seek him out. As he spoke, Yan Zhu patted Zhu Zhuqing on the shoulder, saying, Prepare yourself. When I return, we shall set off together. Before Zhu Zhuqing could contemplate or refuse, Yan Zhu had already departed the training grounds in search of Ningfengji. Azu, seeing you return safely puts my mind at ease. Ningfengji said, Father, you worry too much. The city of slaughter is merely that, Yan Zhu replied, shaking his head. Observing the hint of regret on Yan Zhu's face when he mentioned the city of slaughter, Ningfengji realized he had not found what he sought and asked, So, have you obtained a legendary killing god domain? No, I returned empty-handed, Yan Zhu responded. By the way, Father, I came back to inquire if we possess any maps related to Sea God Island. Sea God Island? Ningfengji pondered for a moment and replied, We do have some, though their authenticity has never been verified. Azu, do you wish to go to Sea God Island? Yan Zhu nodded and remarked, The city of slaughter has not provided me with what I desire. Perhaps the island of the sea god will. Given the chance, I shall undoubtedly seek to explore it. He was well aware of the numerous tales surrounding the island of the sea god. Both the city of slaughter and the island of the sea god are perilous realms. Ningfengji noted, It is said that several natural barriers encircle the island of the sea god. In the past, the Spirit Hall dispatched 2 Title Douluos to lead a vast fleet of spirit masters in search of the island, but they vanished without a trace, likely consumed by the terrifying entities of the ocean. This, however, did not trouble Yan Zhu in the least. He remained unfazed by the risks. Understanding that Yan Zhu's resolve was unyielding, Ningfengji summoned someone to retrieve a map of the island of the sea god and presented it to Yan Zhu. Yan Zhu took the map and observed a piece of parchment meticulously affixed to the scroll, imbued with a profound sense of antiquity. Reluctantly, he began to unfold it. Yan Zhu examined the map from various angles and remarked, Ningfengji smiled and said, I never really thought it would come in handy. Such items are far too numerous to remember in detail. Indeed, this map is quite ancient. Yan Zhu struggled to decipher its contents. Ningfengji nodded and replied, Yes. The authenticity of this map is still questionable. Azu, if we cannot locate it, We shall return and deliberate further. Naturally, Yanzu replied, securing the map. He then added, by the way, I intend to take Zhuqing out for a while. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's expression shifted, and he chuckled, Azu. Do be cautious not to startle the young lady. Well, I do have such intentions, but not at this moment. This time, I have a pressing matter, Yanzu stated. A pressing matter? Very well, do you know where he is? Yanzu inquired, having received Zhuqing's company as he gazed down the mountain path. Of course, Zhuqing had not left home without preparation. She had diligently gathered information about Dai Mubai and at least learned that he is in the vicinity of Suatua City. Come on, Yanzu said, extending his arms towards Zhuqing. What? Zhuqing understood Yanzu's intention, yet upon witnessing his somewhat boastful demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of shyness. Yanzu inquired, What, do you intend to walk? For a soul master, time is indeed a precious commodity. Upon hearing this, Zhuqing pressed her lips together and approached Yanzu. Yanzu effortlessly lifted her into his arms. In comparison to Yi Lingling and Ning Rongrong, Zhuqing's physique certainly bore more weight, and the delightful sensation of her resilient form against him was utterly pleasurable. Come, I shall take you to witness a splendid performance. He thought with a smile, soaring towards Soto City while cradling Zhuqing. Before long, Zhuqing gazed at the sprawling Soto City before her, her mind still somewhat disoriented. She mused to herself, though this may feel a tad awkward, it undeniably saves time. How do you wish to proceed? Yanzu inquired. Let us first explore the city. Zhuqing replied, directing her gaze elsewhere. Yanzu chuckled. With such a primitive method, would you be able to find him alone? I can indeed. Zhuqing replied with unwavering confidence. As long as he is nearby, I will sense his presence. Oh, Yanzu nodded, leading Zhuqing into the city. Yanzu was acutely aware of the days that Dai Mubai spent wandering alone after leaving Xinghua. His departure was not driven by a desire for strength, but rather by fear and the need to escape. Having fled from such a harsh environment, Dai Mubai discovered a sense of superiority at Shrek Academy, indulging in a life of revelry and nocturnal festivities, delighting in every moment. After meandering through Soto City for 2 days, Yanzu continuously adjusted his perceptive abilities to the maximum, searching for Dai Mubai's figure. In this world, someone as distinctive as Dai Mubai was easily recognizable. With his golden hair, mismatched eyes, and the unique demeanor and bearing of a royal offspring, he was unparalleled in Soto City. By the 3rd evening, Dai Mubai made his appearance. After a thorough search among the crowd, Yanzu finally spotted him. In this city of Soto, he seemed to possess a certain notoriety, with various hotels beckoning him to enter. At that moment, Dai Mubai was seen embracing a pair of enchanting sisters, strolling into a couple's hotel with an expression of sheer delight. Indeed, his presence in Soto City invariably signified a pursuit of pleasure. Trailing behind him was a short, rotund figure, Ma Hongjun, who soon disappeared into a narrow alleyway. It was rather inconsiderate of Dai Mubai not to treat his brother to a sumptuous meal. However, this was precisely what Yanzu wished to show Zhuqing. Let us search over there, Yanzu suggested to her. Over there? Haven't we already been there? Zhuqing hesitated. Have we? Are you certain? Yanzu countered. This left Zhuqing in a quandary, yet their aimless quest had been devoid of direction from the outset, rendering it all the same. Yanzu brought Zhuqing to the vicinity of the hotel where Dai Mubai was located. Suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force, Zhuqing halted in her tracks, her gaze darting around in a flurry of confusion. She then dashed forward a few steps and stopped right at the entrance of the couple's hotel. In that fleeting moment as she turned to peer inside, she caught sight of Dai Mubai, one arm wrapped around a companion, ascending the staircase under the guidance of a hotel attendant. Zhuqing stood frozen, a wave of shock washing over her. At the corner of the staircase, Dai Mubai seemed to sense something amiss. His brows knitted together as he turned to glance toward the hotel entrance. In the midst of the crowd, his gaze collided with another pair of eyes. Could it be her? On the other side, Zhuqing recognized the distinct heterochromatic eyes of the blonde man, a unique trait belonging to the owner of the evil white tiger martial spirit, and her heart raced. Indeed, it was him, not far behind Zhuqing. Yanzu noticed her heart racing chaotically and chuckled softly, shaking his head. What's wrong? Did you find something? He inquired, stepping closer. Zhuqing's voice trembled slightly. She avoided Yanzu's gaze, her fists clenched as she moved forward, muttering, I found nothing. Let us look elsewhere. Chapter 61. A Good Show, Part 2. As the saying goes, life can be cruel. Since Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to confront such a situation, Yinzu naturally refrained from exposing her feelings. It seemed her quest to find her husband would come to an abrupt end. Wait! A sudden exclamation caught Yinzu's attention. Though he did not turn around, curious to see Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, Zhu Zhuqing also did not look back. Instead, she quickened her pace to leave. Stop! Daimyo Bai strode forward, reaching out to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's wrist. Anticipating his move, Zhu Zhuqing pulled her hand away and leapt back lightly. Her expression devoid of emotion as she confronted him. What do you want? Daimyo Bai stared at her, momentarily taken aback, before asking, what brings you here? It is none of your concern, Zhu Zhuqing replied icily, her tone as frigid as her demeanor, and she turned to leave. Daimyo Bai, feigning confusion, reached for her shoulder as she attempted to depart. In an instant, ethereal purple claws flickered around Zhu Zhuqing's slender fingers, and she swiftly countered, leaving several rips in Daimyo Bai's clothing as he failed to evade her strike. I've already said it is none of your concern. Do not provoke me. Zhu Zhuqing's disdain for him erupted unabashedly. Daimyo Bai, understanding that his actions had triggered her ire, pleaded, Zhuqing, you came to find me, didn't you? Just give me some time, please. I will say this once more. We shall walk our separate paths. The image she had just witnessed filled Zhu Zhuqing with disgust, compelling her to reject any further entanglement with Daimyo Bai. Is there truly a path to walk? Daimyo Bai spread his arms. You must know we have no choices. Zhu Zhuqing regarded him coldly, suddenly catching sight of the two women from earlier nestled within the crowd behind him, and a mocking smile crept onto her lips. Do you not have choices? Here, you seem to thrive. Daimyo Bai, momentarily speechless by her retort, did not wish to let her leave. And thus they found themselves in a standoff. As Zhu Zhuqing attempted to turn away, Daimyo Bai blocked her path. Do you wish to cause a scene? Zhu Zhuqing warned. Revealing her martial spirit, Daimyo Bai stood his ground, a playful smile adorning his face as he said, let us not make this difficult, shall we? It's not been easy getting here, and I refuse to let you go. You are mine. Hearing his words made Zhu Zhuqing feel nauseated, and she raised her hand to claw at his throat. Daimyo Bai, realizing his fiancée was throwing a tantrum, decided to indulge her whims. As the crowd around them swelled, it became evident that Daimyo Bai's soul power far surpassed Zhu Zhuqing's. During their exchanges, Daimyo Bai teased her with defensive maneuvers, while her strikes consistently fell short. Even when she managed to hit him, it bore little effect. In the next round, Zhu Zhuqing's claws grazed Daimyo Bai's throat, prompting him to tilt his head aside, swiftly capturing her wrist with one hand and twisting it behind her back. You think I cannot subdue you? Daimyo Bai smirked, relishing the scent of her presence, until a sudden crack echoed in his mind, followed by a wave of pain. Are you all right? Yinzu pulled Zhu Zhuqing aside, inquiring gently. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her gaze drifting back to Daimyo Bai. At that moment, he stared wide-eyed in horror at his limp arm, emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. When did this happen? Gritting his teeth against the pain, Daimyo Bai turned his gaze to the man beside Zhu Zhuqing. It was him, Daimyo Bai thought, aghast. This man had broken his arm without him even realizing it. Let us go, Yinzu said, ignoring the tormented expression on Daimyo Bai's face as he spoke to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, feeling that Yinzu had perhaps overstepped, but recognizing the necessity. Had he not intervened, she would have been ensnared by Daimyo Bai. Stop. Daimyo Bai clutched his injured arm, his face contorted with rage. Zhuqing. What do you mean by this? Zhu Zhuqing ignored him, continuing her departure with Yinzu. Daimyo Bai shouted after them. You must understand the implications of your actions. You are committing treason. Shall I silence him? Yinzu asked, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's increasingly troubled expression. Not necessary. Let us leave, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her mind in turmoil. She longed to return to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, to cast aside all distractions and immerse herself in cultivation. As they exited Suodo City, Yinzu opened his arms to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Come, let us return home. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's already somber demeanor grew strained, and Yinzu sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Teacher Zhao, it is him. Ma Hongjun pointed at Yinzu. You truly dare to make your move? Yinzu chuckled inwardly, initially assuming these two were there to assist Daimyo Bai, only to find them confronting him instead. After resolving matters in the alley, Ma Hongjun emerged onto the street, witnessing the commotion between Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. He pushed through the crowd to get a closer look, just in time to see Yinzu break Daimyo Bai's arm. Having previously witnessed Yinzu's prowess while recruiting students with Oscar, he knew him to be a formidable individual. Fearful, Ma Hongjun quickly returned to Shrek to summon Zhao Wujin for assistance. Are you saying these two youngsters injured Mubai? Zhao Wujin inquired, stepping forward to confront Yen Zhu and Zhu Zhuqing, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ma Hongjun bounded over, pointing at Yen Zhu. Teacher Zhao, it was him. He broke Dai's arm. Zhao Wujin scrutinized Yen Zhu, contemplating. He appears to be a powerful attack-type soul master. Remarkable that he could surpass Mubai. He may indeed be a rare talent. If he can be recruited into the academy, Flander will surely be overjoyed. However, before that, it would be prudent to diminish their bravado. With this thought in mind, Zhao Wujin declared, so, you two are the ones who harmed our academy student? Yen Zhu observed that Zhu Zhuqing was already breathing heavily, as if burdened by an immense weight. Recognizing that it was due to Zhao Wujia's soul skill, he coldly remarked, I have no interest in you. If you wish to die, continue. Zhao Wujia, upon hearing this, rubbed his hands together and cheerfully replied, typically, adults should not interfere in children's quarrels. But you have gone too far, and you say you are not interested in me? Yet I find you quite intriguing. With a sharp clap, Zhao Wujia's words were interrupted by a sudden, jarring crack in his mind, and he felt himself propelled into the air. Yen Zhu clapped his hands and turned to the stunned Ma Hongjun, who was completely paralyzed by fear. Having witnessed Yen Zhu's merciless demeanor before, Ma Hongjun was bewildered. After all, Zhao Wujia was a soul sage. How could he be so easily sent flying by this youth? On the other side, Zhao Wujia lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, utterly dazed and drooling from the corner of his dislocated mouth. Can you move? Yen Zhu asked the similarly dazed Zhu Zhuqing. I can. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, glancing at the distant Zhao Wujia. Given her recent immobility, she concluded that his strength must be formidable. Almost forgot about you. Yen Zhu approached Ma Hongjun and delivered a slap, sending him tumbling next to Zhao Wujia. Both rotund figures sprawled on the grass. He then lifted Zhu Zhuqing in his arms and flew directly towards the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 62. The vast ocean. How did you do that? Zhu Zhuqing finally voiced her curiosity on the journey back to the sect. What do you mean? Yen Zhu inquired. You are rather young, are you not? How did you become so powerful? Zhu Zhuqing asked. It's merely luck, Yen Zhu replied, gazing into the distance. Zhu Zhuqing dismissed his response as insincere, muttering, such power cannot be attained by luck alone. It's hard to say, Yen Zhu countered. Some indulge in vice and live to 99, while others tread cautiously only to meet an untimely end. Luck, who can truly explain it? Seeing Yen Zhu reluctant to elaborate on his strength, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her inquiries and contemplated her future. Without Dai Mubai, she could no longer return to challenge Zhu Zhuyuan and Davis in the traditional manner. Moreover, Dai Mubai was correct. As a member of the Nethercat clan, refusing to marry the prince of the White Tiger family would be tantamount to treason. It seemed she had no choice, Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, realizing her only path was to continue her training at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Despite the authenticity of her experiences, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't shake the feeling of being orchestrated, especially given Yen Zhu's calm demeanor, which suggested he had seen through everything from the start. Meanwhile, after a considerable time had passed since Yen Zhu's departure, Zhao Wujia finally regained consciousness outside Suhua City as dusk fell. Rising to his feet, he glanced at Ma Hongjun, who lay in a similar state. Attempting to rouse him, Zhao Wujia was struck by a wave of pain that nearly caused him to faint, realizing that the lower half of his face was entirely dislocated from the upper half. With great effort, Zhao Wujia realigned his features and attempted to speak, noticing that his words came out awkwardly. Seeing Ma Hongjun's grotesquely distorted face, he lamented, damn it. Who exactly is that kid? Zhao Wujia kicked Ma Hongjun awake, and together they made their way into Suhua City for medical treatment. There, they encountered Dai Mubai, who had just finished a procedure, drenched in sweat and pale, with one hand encased in thick plaster, looking utterly dejected. What happened? Zhao Wujia asked, noticing Dai Mubai's injuries. Dai Mubai, surprised by Zhao Wujia's unusual accent, asked, Teacher Zhao, what happened to you? I got slapped, Zhao Wujia admitted, embarrassed and reluctant to elaborate. Dai Mubai then turned to Ma Hongjun, barely recognizing him without his usual stature and attire. After receiving treatment at the clinic, the three returned to Shrek Academy, where Flanders, curious about their absence, had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing their battered condition, he exclaimed, Did you three go to battle with a Titan ape? Dai Mubai, unwilling to disclose the details of his broken engagement, remained silent, while Ma Hongjun was too injured to speak, and Zhao Wujia felt humiliated. especially since his speech was still slurred. Noticing their despondency, Flanders refrained from further questioning. Once they returned to their quarters, Flanders spoke privately with Zhao Wujie to learn the details of the incident. You mean a mere child was able to do this to you three? Flanders said incredulously. He certainly doesn't. He look very old, Zhao Wujie replied, feeling helpless. That's quite strange, Flanders remarked. Could he possess some sort of agelessness? In all our years traversing the continent, we have never encountered such a figure. Did you discern his martial soul? Zhao Wujie shook his head, stating, he didn't even use his martial soul. Didn't he use it? Flanders responded, if he can achieve this without a martial soul, then he must be a Title Douluo level powerhouse. There's no point in dwelling on it now, Zhao Wujie retorted. I heard from Hong Jun that he could easily defeat Mubai. I intended to intimidate him and bring him to our academy, but that kid acted decisively and left without a word. Discussing it further is futile. Flanders, feeling a twinge of fear, commented, it's fortunate he didn't kill you. By the way, you will reimburse me for today's medical expenses, Zhao Wujie insisted. Flanders scoffed. You were outmatched and embarrassed the academy, and you still have the nerve to ask for money? Zhao Wujie defended himself. I sustained these injuries for the sake of recruitment. As the dean, you should show some understanding. Flanders patted Zhao Wujie's shoulder, saying, the academy is currently facing financial difficulties. We should support each other through tough times. Why is it always about money? Zhao Wujie brushed Flanders' hand away, reclining in a rocking chair to rest. Recruitment season is approaching. I'll find a way to earn some extra funds then, Flanders mused. Zhao Wujie, keeping his eyes closed, replied, there aren't any promising candidates worth pursuing. Extorting those few application fees is pointless. Flanders remarked, actually, just the other day, I received a letter from Xiao Gang, saying he has 2 excellent candidates for me. Xiao Gang? Which Xiao Gang? Zhao Wujie inquired. Ah, the master who once roamed the world with me, you Xiao Gang. Flanders revealed. Oh, Zhao Wujie said, enlightened. So it's this Xiao Gang. I've only heard of him, but never seen him. What is his caliber? Flanders replied with pride, you needn't worry about that. While I can't speak for other aspects, when it comes to discerning talent, Xiao Gang is unparalleled. Over a month had elapsed, and at this moment, Yanzu was aimlessly soaring over the vast ocean. Prior to his departure, he had made a trip to the Xingluo Empire to ensure the safe passage of Yilingling and others before setting off for the Sea God Island. However, Yanzu now felt he had perhaps overestimated his own capabilities. Originally, Ning Fengji had offered to provide him with a fine vessel, a captain, and several seasoned sailors. But with an air of arrogance, Yanzu had decisively declined, choosing instead to embark with merely a map in hand. Yet, he had underestimated the immensity of the ocean. Despite his keen eyesight capable of reaching several kilometers, it proved utterly inadequate in the boundless sea, which was an entirely different realm from the continent. On land, every step revealed a distinct panorama, making it easy to discern direction, whereas the ocean offered nothing but water, with islands providing scant reference points. Particularly given the Earth's spherical nature, could it be that he was lost? Yanzu was infuriated. The map provided by Ning Fengji had initially been useful, but after enduring several fierce storms, the scene before him no longer matched the map. The tempests at sea were far more than mere gusts of wind and splashes of rain. However, through this ordeal, Yanzu witnessed breathtaking sights he had never seen before, with colossal waves and lightning striking onto his heart. Although he knew these elements could not harm him, the novelty of the experience filled him with exhilaration. After an indeterminate duration of flight, Yanzu finally discovered a landing spot. Upon touching down, he placed his hands on his hips and gazed at the enormous pile of fish bones beneath a coconut tree, letting out a sigh. He had unwittingly circled back to a location where he had previously consumed a dozen 2-meter-long tuna raw, their bones now sun-dried and scattered before him. What to do now? Yanzu scratched his face in frustration and, in a fit of anger, cursed at the ocean. He began to contemplate soaring beyond the atmosphere to find a suitable landing spot. Just as he was about to act on this thought, he heard the sound of wind rustling against the sails. Yanzu exhaled deeply and began to soar towards the source of the sound, momentarily disregarding everything else. He yearned to encounter living souls, engage in conversation, and gather tidings. He had grown weary of the capricious tempestuousness of the sea and its endless expanse of water. Soon, Yanzu spotted the vessel, though its condition appeared dire. Enormous tentacles emerged from the depths, ascending the hull and shaking it violently. The crew on board screamed for help, while those capable unleashed their soul techniques against the tentacles. yet with little effect. Today's menu features charred octopus. Yanzu mused, somewhat repulsed by the sight of such a colossal creature. Cease your futile wails. Your savior has arrived, he proclaimed, hovering above the ship. Some noticed his presence, while others remained fixated on the unfolding chaos. But unanimously, in this life-and-death moment, no one responded to his words. Ah, I suppose I must first offer a sweet treat, Yanzu chuckled, shaking his head. His eyes blazed with crimson rays as he meticulously severed the encroaching tentacles, then dove into the depths. When he burst forth from the ocean once more, he emerged alongside a gigantic octopus. What a terrifying sight it was. Its form completely overshadowed the ship, and from below, one could only see the enormous creature flailing in the air, entirely obscuring Yanzu's presence. Heavens, we are utterly doomed, cried a crew member, their spirit collapsing at the sight. Look, someone shouted, and as the crowd gazed upward, they beheld the once menacing octopus suddenly cease its movements. Languidly suspended in midair, then it plummeted, crashing onto the surface of the water and creating waves that nearly capsized the vessel. I have told you, your savior has arrived. Yanzu gently descended toward the ship, arms outstretched, ready to receive their fervent adulation. Chapter 63. The Sea, Part 2. The flesh of the octopus was tough and flavorless, akin to chewing rubber, and after a mere taste, Yanzu spat it out. A sight to behold, but lacking in substance. A figure who appeared to be the captain approached, reverently offering a bowl of soup. My lord, this is freshly prepared. Please partake. Yanzu cast a glance around him. In the aftermath of the calamity, everyone was preoccupied with tidying up the wrecked vessels. Yet, from time to time, they would steal glances at him, eyes filled with admiration, envy, and predominantly trepidation. Are you the captain? Yanzu inquired, savoring a sip of the broth, which boasted a rough yet exquisite flavor. Yes, I am indeed the captain of this ship. I am profoundly grateful for your timely rescue, esteemed sir, the captain replied, his words laced with an air of cautious observation. Having just narrowly escaped death, he was filled with hope at the sight of this young man, capable of effortlessly vanquishing sea beasts. Such power could be a valuable ally. If he could forge a connection, navigating these waters would be as effortless as a fish in its element. Oh, Yanzu nodded thoughtfully, glancing into the hold, which was brimming with supplies, spices, tobacco, and the like. Upon listening closely to the conversation among the crew, it became apparent that this vessel was merely a simple cargo ship. Where is your ship headed? Yanzu inquired. In response to your question, my ship is bound for 7-Star Island, the captain answered. 7-Star Island? The name resonated with Yanzu, stirring a sense of familiarity, though the specifics eluded him. Noticing Yanzu's expression, the captain felt a twinge of unease. After all, many of the items aboard were considered contraband, and the pirate-infested waters surrounding 7-Star Island were not a place for everyone. Yes, I am specifically responsible for delivering goods to 7-Star Island, the captain continued. Is that place far from the mainland? Yanzu pressed further. Indeed. It is quite distant and perilous, the captain replied, recalling the harrowing scenes from earlier and wiping the sweat from his brow. It truly is a matter of risking life for fortune, Yanzu mused inwardly, then asked, Are you familiar with Sea God Island? Sea God Island? Who hasn't he heard of it? The captain's interest piqued at the mention. It is said that the Sea God Island is not far from 7-Star Island. Upon hearing this, Yanzu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Such a matter exists? The captain replied, Indeed, however. Venturing beyond Qixing Island leads to unpredictable weather and an abundance of sea creatures, thus the rumor remains unverified. Yanzu nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. Very well, I shall accompany you on this vessel to Qixing Island. What is the fare? Speak freely. The captain, elated by this response, quickly interjected, My lord. There is no need to discuss fare, as I have yet to repay the favor of your life-saving intervention. It is an honor for me to have you aboard my ship. However, I am curious about your esteemed name, so that I might recount your illustrious deeds upon the sea in the future. Yanzu, he replied. Ah, Lord Yanzu, this way please. Allow me to show you to your quarters, the captain offered. There is no need for that. The cabin feels stuffy. I prefer to remain at the bow of the ship. Attend to your duties and do not mind me, Yanzu stated as he began to stroll leisurely about the vessel. The captain, recognizing the formidable prowess of this distinguished individual, dared not speak further. It was evident that should any troublesome matters arise, Lord Yanzu would not remain idle. His sole responsibility was to ensure that he served the gentleman well and did not offend him. The ship sailed at a leisurely pace, and having learned from previous experiences, Yanzu did not rush. He embraced the journey as a leisurely excursion, relishing the sea breeze and basking in the sunlight, occasionally playing the role of a fisherman and addressing any challenges that arose, all while enjoying the flattery of the crew, who were eager to cater to his whims. Life aboard was indeed entertaining, albeit with one notable drawback. There was not a single maiden aboard. Nay, there were no women at all. Would it be too much to ask for a 10,000-year-old sea spirit transformed into a charming young girl? Yanzu mused to himself. Time passed, and soon he beheld a vast archipelago. Upon summoning the captain for inquiry, he learned that this was their destination, Jishing Island. Without hesitation, he directed the ship towards it. Swiftly arriving at the largest isle, Yanzu examined the map, only to find the information completely mismatched. In frustration, he discarded it, intending to gather information on the island. During his arrival, he had noticed several lightly armed vessels moored near a coastal area, suggesting that the seven-star island was indeed bustling with activity. As fate would have it, after only a few steps, he encountered two scruffy patrolmen wielding steel knives. "Halt! Where do you think you're from?" one of the thugs demanded. "Goodness, look at his attire. It must be worth a fortune." The other thug approached, scrutinizing Yanzu with keen interest. Yanzu realized that the seven-star island was a den of pirates. Observing the demeanor of the two men, he anticipated that they would soon attempt to accost him. This left him puzzled, given his attire, which should have clearly indicated that he was no ordinary person, and his sudden appearance in this place. Why did they feel emboldened to confront him without seeking clarification? Could there truly be individuals so lacking in discernment? Even among beasts? There is a measure of caution before engaging in conflict. The answer, however, was clear. These men had long thrived on their tyranny over the seas. Firmly believing in the theory that a swarm of ants could bring down an elephant, overpowering the weak was their modus operandi. "You are fortunate," Yanzu declared, stepping closer to the two, bending slightly as he spoke. "I have questions for you. If either of you dare utter a single word of nonsense, I shall crush you both. First, is this seven-star island? Second, in which direction lies the sea god island?" "Yes, this is indeed seven-star island," the foremost thug responded hastily. "And the second question?" Yanzu pressed. That. I do not know." The thug stammered in fear. "You must ask our boss. He will surely know." Upon hearing the words, Yanzu relaxed his stance and cast his gaze across the island. Spotting a gathering of pirates, he soared towards them. He could fly without the aid of a martial soul. The henchman, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment. "Quick, hurry and send word. It is a Title Douluo." Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not match his speed. By the time the two were still racing along the beach, Yanzu had already arrived at the pirates' lair, where it appeared they were engaged in a revelry. Yanzu cast a sweeping glance around, attempting to identify their leader, only to discover that the most esteemed seat in the arrangement remained conspicuously unoccupied. His gaze shifted towards the wooden houses, where one room was exquisitely adorned, featuring a bathtub within. In that bathtub reclined a woman with sun-kissed skin, her eyes closed in serene enjoyment. Her elongated legs rested on the edge of the tub, her toes adorned with a coat of purple nail polish. Her ample bosom floated gracefully on the water's surface, swaying gently in a slow rhythm. After a moment, the woman opened her eyes and rose from the bath, revealing her figure to Yanzu in its entirety. If one were to compare, she bore a striking resemblance to Qian Renshua, both possessing a statuesque elegance. However, Qian Renshua lacked the voluptuousness that this woman exhibited, as if Zhu Zhiyun's fullness had taken residence upon Qian Renshua's form. Is it truly possible for such a delicate frame to bear such abundant curves? Yanzu felt a slight discomfort at the tip of his nose, accompanied by a faint tingling sensation on his forehead. Considering the days he had spent aboard the ship, along with his previous time at sea, it had been nearly a month since he had last encountered a woman. Whoosh! Yanzu, like an arrow released from its bow, soared through the window into the room, the commotion startling the woman who was applying lip gloss before the mirror. She immediately revealed her martial soul, a violet sea viper. Yanzu scrutinized the woman before him from a close distance. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with a casually cropped mane of purple hair that was both neat and striking. Her high nose bridge and eyes resembling amethyst lent her an air of formidable elegance, though her lip gloss was slightly askew from surprise. Upon recognizing the intruder's appearance, the woman's eyes widened momentarily, as if momentarily entranced. It had been a long time since she had seen someone of such caliber, she mused inwardly. Somewhat audaciously, she declared, but let me make it clear. I bear no ill will. Yinzu approached the bathtub, washing his hands in the cool water that bore a hint of floral fragrance. The woman regarded him with keen curiosity, raising her middle finger to adjust her lip gloss. You should introduce yourself first, young man. Yinzu, merely an inconspicuous individual. He replied, Is that so? She chuckled lightly. Your demeanor hardly suggests that of a mere nobody. Throughout their exchange, the woman maintained her martial spirit, as her instincts warned her of the formidable strength that lay beneath Yinzu's unassuming exterior, despite his lack of visible soul power. You certainly haven't heard of me, have you? After washing his hands, Yinzu picked up a fruit from the table and began to nibble on it. Now, what about you? I presume you're the leader of those rough men outside? Or perhaps the lady of the stronghold? At that moment, the woman was draped in a simple purple robe, beneath which lay her exquisite, unadorned form. Yinzu struggled to suppress the urge to pounce upon her, instead focusing on chewing his food. The woman sensed a hint of threat in the way he savored the fruit, yet she had nothing to conceal. She had always been a person with no retreat. Thus, she boldly replied, Indeed, I am their leader. You may call me Purple Pearl. True to her name, Yinzu found himself admiring the woman's two perfectly round pearls. Suddenly, a vague recollection flickered in his mind. Wait, Purple Pearl? 7-Star Island? Isn't she the saintess of the Spirit Hall who journeyed to see God Island with the Spirit Hall fleet many years ago? At that time, Qian Xuanji sought to elevate Bibi Dong while preserving her dignity, hence incorporating her into the fleet for that expedition. Little did he expect to encounter her here. Nodding, Yinzu understood why such an exquisite beauty could be found in this place. She was a carefully selected paragon of talent from the Spirit Hall. He mused. By the way, isn't the saintess of the Spirit Hall the adopted daughter of the current angel heir? What does this signify? An angelic selection? Noticing Yinzu's unwavering gaze, Purple Pearl immediately grasped his intent, letting out a soft laugh. She provocatively extended a leg from her robe, gazing at Yinzu with a teasing glint. Young dandy, what is it that you truly desire here? Be that as it may, I am hardly a child. Yinzu responded, rising to his feet and gradually closing the distance toward her. I do have matters to discuss with you, but let us set those aside for now. Shall we indulge in some pleasure first? Just as Yinzu was about to grasp Purple Pearl's chin, he witnessed the alluring smile on her face blur, as a soul ring rapidly ascended around her. Fifth soul skill, Viper's Charm. Yinzu beheld a wisp of violet mist emanating from the alluring lips of the Purple Pearl, gradually enveloping him. The Purple Pearl was quite taken with Yinzu's appearance. After years spent among the rugged seafarers, she found him nothing short of breathtaking. However, she was not one to appreciate coercion. She favored taking the initiative. If she were to seek pleasure, it should be with him beneath her. Thus, she approached cautiously, deploying her enchanting skill upon his proximity, her fifth soul skill, formidable in its potency. Beware, for to enchant me comes at a cost, Yinzu whispered into her ear, before seizing her with great force and pushing her against the vanity. The Purple Pearl was startled by Yinzu's iron-like physique. Her fifth soul skill was a singular control technique, powerful yet limited in scope. Even a soul master of great prowess would struggle to break free swiftly. Yet Yinzu appeared utterly unaffected. Before she could ponder further, she found herself lifted and placed atop the vanity, one of her legs hoisted by Yinzu's single hand, followed by a chaotic onslaught. The Purple Pearl attempted to resist, but Yinzu's strength was overwhelming, far beyond her capacity to contest. In the confined space, their bodies were nearly fused, leaving no room to wield their soul skills. The pirate captain, who had battled the tumultuous seas for years, was reduced to a mere pawn in his hands. Do not speak. Yinzu breathed heavily, then covered her lips, sealing her access to air. In an instant, she felt as though the very oxygen within her was siphoned away, rendering her weak, her body temperature soaring, akin to the effects of intoxication. The bathrobe, secured by only a single belt, proved advantageous for Yinzu. With a mere tug, the Purple Pearl was left exposed, akin to a peeled banana. Conversely, Yinzu faced a dilemma. He pressed his body against her to prevent her escape while freeing his hands to shed his garments. In that brief interlude, the Purple Pearl gasped for breath, uttering, "No, wait. What do you mean by no?" Yinzu's trousers fell to the ground, and there was no possibility of halting, even if a bloody battle awaited. A flicker of fear crossed the Purple Pearl's face as she realized she had misjudged him. He was indeed formidable. You were the one who enchanted me first, Yinzu remarked, satisfied by her expression of trepidation. Prepare to face the consequences. At that moment, he noted the glimmer of tears in her eyes, revealing a mix of sorrow and defiance. You actually, Yin Zhu exclaimed in disbelief, then chuckled softly. Do not worry, I shall be gentle. The purple pearl seemed to accept her inevitable fate, perhaps seeing in Yin Zhu a rare opportunity that she did not wish to squander. With a meaningful glance, she beckoned him toward the bed. Yin Zhu felt that the vanity table was too small for practical use. He gently placed Zijun Zhu onto the bed. The current Yin Zhu was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. After spending considerable time with Yiling Ling, he had explored every conceivable position to its fullest. Gazing at the enchanting Zijun Zhu beneath him, her eyes hazy with allure, he assured her, rest assured, I will attend to you with utmost devotion. In many ways, Zijun Zhu was remarkably strong. Perhaps it was due to years of suppression, combined with her inherent cultivation as a soul emperor, that she could engage in such fervent encounters with Yin Zhu, even taking the initiative to change positions several times. Accustomed to Yiling Ling's delicate shyness, Yin Zhu found Zijun Zhu's assertiveness refreshing. However, he couldn't help but imagine that Zhu Zhu Yun and Davis must have shared similar intimacies, though regrettably, he had never perceived such awareness during his time with Zhu Zhu Yun. Thank you for your hospitality, Yin Zhu remarked, satisfied as he playfully patted Zijun Zhu's supple form. Just then, he felt her bite him softly. Where do you come from? Where are you going? She inquired, her nails gliding across his chest. Of course, I hail from the continent, Yin Zhu replied, fondling the pearls of Zijun Zhu. Impossible. The journey from the continent to here is fraught with challenges. How could one manage it alone? Zijun Zhu countered. Yin Zhu chuckled softly. You wish to uncover my depths? Very well, no need for such roundabout inquiries. Given our current intimacy, I shall answer any question you pose and grant any desire you voice. I am not one to feign ignorance after indulging in pleasure. Purple Pearl propped herself up on her elbows, her gaze locking onto Yin Zhu's with unwavering intensity. Then tell me truthfully, what level of soul power have you attained? By your standards, Yin Zhu replied smoothly, you might consider it level 100. How utterly dull. Purple Pearl sighed, letting her arms collapse as she melted back against Yin Zhu's form. Yin Zhu stated, what I say is the truth. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. The exquisite Zijun Pearl then inquired, what brings you to this place? I am aware of your formidable strength. Surely, there must be a reason for your presence here. I am in search of the opportunity to attain divinity. Yin Zhu replied candidly. Upon uttering these words, he sensed a momentary stillness in Zijun Pearl's soft form, as goosebumps adorned her smooth skin. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure and, with a tentative tone, questioned, are you seeking the island of the sea god? Indeed, Yin Zhu acknowledged, shifting slightly to sit upright. You must know something, don't you? Zijun Pearl's eyes flickered with evasiveness as she leaned closer, her arms encircling Yin Zhu's back, resting her chin upon his shoulder. Whispering enticingly into his ear, she urged, forget about the island of the sea god. Instead, let us remain here, unrestrained and joyful for a lifetime. Would that not be preferable? Yin Zhu gently brushed aside the strands of purple pearls and inquired, is this your heartfelt truth? However, life is fleeting, and I possess reasons I cannot forsake. What if I were to tell you that you would perish? To which, the purple pearl replied, then I would be even more intrigued to witness it. Yin Zhu spoke earnestly. He truly yearned for something that could pose a threat to him, as it would ignite within him a greater motivation. Yet, after his indiscriminate slaughter in the city of bloodshed, he understood that such a thing would not manifest. Subsequently, Yin Zhu shifted the conversation to the purple pearl, asking, what of you? Have you resolved to spend your life on this island? Why not? The purple pearl responded with nonchalance. Here, I am free and unrestrained. I command a multitude, and even immortals could scarcely compare. Yin Zhu understood that her nonchalance was merely a facade. Otherwise, she would not have preserved her purity until this day. As the saintess of the spirit hall, she had always been surrounded by exceptional talents akin to Hu Laina and Xieyu. Moreover, she had encountered men like Qian Xuanji, whose prowess and allure, though less renowned than that of Bai Dong, were undeniably unparalleled. Thus, she could never bring herself to accept the men from the pirate crew. While she might genuinely cherish these islands and the pirates, it was merely a case of affection blossoming over time. Ultimately, she could not forsake her past, for it represented an immutable and authentic existence. I can take you away from here, Yin Zhu said, cradling Zijunju's face in her hands. You claim to know my strength, yet you remain oblivious to its true extent. I assure you, whatever you desire, Merely speak it. Zizhenju paused for a few seconds, then gently shook her head, distancing herself from Yinzu and lying on the other side of the bed. I am weary, she replied. Yinzu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was not weary, nor did he require sleep. Yet he yearned for the days when he lay upon a bed with a beautiful companion by his side. Thus, he resolved to cast aside all thoughts and relish this moment. As dawn broke, sunlight gradually crept across the floor and onto the bed, rousing Yinzu from his reverie. You ought to reposition this bed, Yinzu remarked to Zizhenju, who donned a captain's hat and fastened a curved blade to her side. Clad in a new outfit, she appeared remarkably dashing. Zizhenju drew her curved blade and pointed it at Yinzu, declaring, "The sea punishes the slothful." She then sheathed her weapon and exited the room, promptly followed by the raucous cheers of pirates preparing to set sail. As for their destination, they likely had no notion. Could there be merchant vessels to plunder in such waters? The answer was a resounding no. The scant merchant ships that passed through were those they had commissioned. For venturing here was perilously treacherous. They sailed forth to engage in combat, battling both the tempestuous waves and the sea spirits. They reveled in such skirmishes, finding exhilaration and authenticity in their existence. One day she would not return. One day she would meet her demise in the belly of a fish. Yinzu gazed at Zizhenju standing at the bow of the ship, contemplating, "And I shall ascend to divinity, granting her eternal life alongside me." Chapter 65. The feast. The sea breeze rustled the sails as Zizhenju stood atop the mast, peering through a telescope into the distance. It was a splendid day for sailing. She leaped down from the mast, approached the bow, and leaned her arms against the railing, lost in thought. "What's wrong with the captain today? She seems rather dispirited," one crew member remarked. "Hey, you're unaware? Our captain had a momentous night last eve. Naturally, she feels different now." "What? Is that so? Which brother was fortunate enough to partake?" "That remains a mystery." "Last night, Lao Goe went to deliver medicine to the captain and returned with a flushed face. When we stopped him for questions, he revealed nothing. When the brothers inquired further, "You won't believe what we heard." "What was it?" The captain's voice was utterly tempestuous. It left the brothers quite envious. "I must say, even I am stirred by this news. Alas, it is far too difficult to find a woman in this place." "Indeed, the key is the captain's prowess. Who could be the young man with such stamina?" The brothers listened from their quarters, thoroughly entertained. What a commotion! No wonder the captain is still able to set sail today. My goodness, cease this talk. I can hardly bear it. I long to share such a moment with the captain. Dreaming in broad daylight, are we? Wait, the captain approaches. Zizhenju looked down at her two subordinates in the small boat and inquired, "What of the catch?" From the captain's words, "This voyage shall break even. If we do not encounter any lucrative sea spirits, it will simply be as such." The subordinate then pointed toward a deserted island, saying, "Just now, I thought I noticed some movement over there. Should we investigate?" Zizhenju gauged the distance to the island, recalling Yinzu's earlier inquiries. She, too, was unwilling to resign herself to a mundane existence, yet she had no choice. She was already cursed by the sea. Should she venture too far from Seven Star Island, tempestuous storms and rampaging sea spirits would come to claim her, just as they had done to the vanquished Spirit Master fleet years ago. "Let us return," Zizhenju said, her heart heavy. Upon returning to Seven Star Island, Zizhenju discovered Yinzu reclining in her bathtub, bare as the day he was born. When Yinzu noticed Zizinza returning, he tilted his head slightly and remarked upon the exquisite, curved dagger at her waist. Zizinzu drew the blade, gliding it across the surface of the bathwater, and said, "This is the ceremonial weapon of a former pirate chief. In truth, it is not particularly beautiful. I once possessed a more splendid one, but alas, it was lost to the depths of the sea." "When did this occur? Was it during your visit to the Sea God Island?" Yinzu inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Zizinzu's movements ceased, and after a moment of silence, she replied, "Indeed, you are affiliated with the Spirit Hall." "No, I am not," Yinzu said, observing the shadow that clouded Zizinzu's countenance. "You are fully aware of my identity. What is your true purpose for being here?" As she spoke, the dagger in Zizinzu's hand pressed menacingly against Yinzu's chest, slowly penetrating, yet failing to breach the surface. She had discovered the previous night that no matter how fiercely she clawed with her nails, Yinzu's form bore no scars. Yinzu lightly nodded and remarked, "I recognize your identity. You are the former saintess of the Spirit Hall, who once represented the Spirit Hall during an expedition to Sea God Island with the Soul Master fleet, only to face utter annihilation. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, you survived. Many are aware of the initial part of this tale. while the latter part remains entwined with your existence. However, I suspect the conclusion of this narrative is likely one of the saintess being stranded on a desolate isle, ultimately consorting with a band of pirates for the remainder of her days. Yet, fate has not forsaken you. I have arrived, and you are presented with new possibilities. With a scoff, Zijinju chuckled, brandishing her blade towards Yinzu. Do you truly believe you can alter anyone's destiny? Perhaps your strength is formidable, capable of effortlessly manipulating one such as I, a soul emperor. But this is the ocean. Do you think you can defy the will of the sea god? Do you suppose you can break the curse that binds me? Cursed? Yinzu inquired, his brow furrowing with curiosity. Zijinju evaded the topic, instead gesturing towards the window. I can reveal to you the direction of Sea God Island. What are your intentions? Oh. Yinzu rose, encircling Zijinju from behind, whispering in her ear. It appears the vastness of the sea has dulled your edges, hasn't it? This is only natural. I surmise that calamity has left you with profound psychological scars. At his words, Zijinju's body stiffened, her silence speaking volumes. I shall return shortly, Yinzu declared, setting off in the direction indicated by Zijinju. Above the ocean, Yinzu maximized his perceptive abilities, allowing him to observe the depths with clarity. As he advanced, the previously serene weather transformed into a tumultuous tempest, with winds howling fiercely. Looking back, he found his path obscured by a thick fog, and beneath the waves, numerous shipwrecks came into view. Yinzu contemplated that he had seemingly entered the first barrier of the Sea God Island, a place where the vast majority of vessels could easily lose their way. Pressing forward, he observed the seabed coming alive, various sea spirit beasts appearing as if summoned by an unseen force. Unlike the few he had encountered aboard the merchant ship over several days, these creatures congregated in greater numbers, larger and more ferocious. The combination of the deep sea, monstrous beasts, and the dim atmosphere, with only himself amidst the vast expanse, instilled a sense of fear within him. Though he could effortlessly vanquish these beasts, the eerie ambience was undeniably chilling, akin to descending slowly into the abyss and suddenly spotting the silhouette of a colossal creature amidst the gloom. With a deep breath, Yinzu pressed onward. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, he sensed a heightened level of difficulty. The previously visible sea spirit beast vanished without a trace. As a massive wave crashed over, a multitude of gigantic sharks approached, their tails thrashing. Was this the infamous soul-devouring great white shark? He mused, observing the golden patterns adorning their scales. Beneath the waves in this region, he stumbled upon the remains of a colossal warship, surrounded by numerous treasure chests. It appeared he had discovered one of the legendary treasures. With a faint smile, he dove into the depths, reaching the chests and opening them to reveal dazzling treasures, far beyond mere gold and jewels. Having spent some time at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Yinzu had gained insight into these unique and wondrous artifacts. If his conjecture was correct, this was indeed the warship that once bore the Purple Pearl, which had met its demise at the hands of the soul-devouring great white shark. However, one could not help but wonder why the Spirit Hall had brought such treasures to the Sea God Island. Was it possible that Douluo still harbored intentions towards Poseidon? Regardless, it was evident that the Spirit Hall's fleet approached the island with goodwill. Otherwise, dispatching merely 2 Title Douluo would equate to sending them to their doom. Perhaps they had underestimated the barrier of the Sea God Island, which did not discern between friend and foe. Yinzu glanced around, his gaze ultimately resting upon a curved blade. He picked it up, astonished that after all these years submerged in the depths of the sea, the blade gleamed as if it were brand new. It must surely be a treasure once possessed by the Purple Pearl. Unbeknownst to him, Yinzu had already been encircled by the formidable magic soul, Great White Shark. Damn it! In the depths of his heart, Yinzu cursed. The scene before him was utterly horrifying. Unable to endure the suffocating pressure any longer, he gazed at the surrounding soul-eating great white sharks. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his full power. Upon the dark blue surface of the sea, a crimson beam of light emanated from Yinzu, sweeping in a continuous 360-degree arc. Blood instantaneously stained the ocean, and the corpses of the soul-eating great white sharks began to rise to the surface, their spilling soul energy coalescing into rings. Should anyone pass by, they would behold this magnificent spectacle. The ocean transformed into a vast cauldron, with a boiling red broth simmering, containing chunks of the soul-eating great white shark's flesh. Countless purple and black soul rings hovered above like descending donuts. Yet, no one was there to witness it. The soul-eating great white sharks appeared devoid of fear, The blood seemed only to awaken their primal instincts. Fearlessly, they lunged at Yanzu, who, with no hesitation, severed them into pieces with his thermal rays. Ultimately, it was the overwhelming stench of blood that compelled Yanzu to ascend from the ocean depths. Emerging, drenched in blood, he was confronted with a jaw-dropping sight. Goodness, how many soul rings must there be? Yanzu marveled. At that moment, the surface of the sea was no longer visible. It was entirely covered with floating soul rings, some aged a millennium, others even a myriad of years. Yanzu glided through the ocean of soul rings like a gluttonous serpent, voraciously absorbing each one along his path. The overwhelming ecstasy of this accumulation nearly lifted him to the heavens, as he felt every cell in his body brimming with pure energy, akin to a nuclear bomb. After consuming all the soul rings, Yanzu stumbled upon over a dozen luminous soul bones amidst the sea of corpses and blood. While these treasures held little significance for him, they were coveted by soul masters in this world, rare and invaluable. He carefully stowed away the soul bones, mindful of the many future wives he would need to support. Having completed this endeavor, Yanzu returned briefly to Seven Star Island, where he found a secluded spot to cleanse himself of the bloodstains and change his attire. He then sought out Zijinju. In the astonished gaze of Zijinju, Yanzu placed her dagger into her hand and embraced her in a deep kiss, whispering, "My dear, wait for my return." With that, he set forth once more towards Sea God Island. As Yanzu diminished into a mere speck on the horizon, Zijinju felt a surge of fervor rekindle her previously dormant heart. She drew her dagger, gazing at her own reflection etched upon the blade, unable to quell the tumult within. Had she truly eradicated the entire lineage of the demon soul, Great White Shark? Upon traversing the same waters, the realm fell into an uncanny stillness. Curiously, the remnants of the demon soul, Great White Shark, had vanished without a trace. After advancing a bit further, Yanzu discerned the cause of this anomaly. Yet another soul beast obstructed his path. This time, it was the malevolent orca, which seemingly had consumed the flesh of the prior demon soul, Great White Shark. Yanzu gazed upon the malevolent orca, which bore an intimidating resemblance to the ominous soul-devouring Great White Shark. With a chuckle, he proclaimed, "Come now, I shall not show you any mercy. If you dare to approach, I shall not hesitate to strike." This time, Yanzu had learned from experience. He hovered gracefully in midair, ensuring his garments remained unsoiled. Like a game of whack-a-mole, he unleashed thermal rays towards the nefarious orcas, striking each one with precision. Unlike the fearsome Great White Shark, these wicked orcas did not possess the same reckless bravado. Upon realizing the peril they faced, they began a hasty retreat. Yet, Yanzu was not one to relent easily. He pursued them relentlessly until their figures vanished from his sight, concluding yet another feast of soul rings. After Yanzu absorbed the soul rings and organized the soul bones, he continued onward. What awaits him next? Perhaps the deep-sea magic whale king? Yanzu did not encounter any more colossal sea creatures that could induce a profound sense of dread. After navigating through the treacherous and tumultuous environment, he felt as though the world had been rejuvenated, with the scenery before him starkly contrasting the hellish realm he had left behind. The island of Poseidon lay just ahead. Chapter 66. The island of Poseidon. Though the island of Poseidon appeared to be within reach, it was, in truth, quite distant. Along the way, Yanzu frequently spotted individuals on the smaller islands, some in groups of 3 or 5, while others wandered alone. At that moment, on the sandy beach of a tiny isle, an elderly man was engaged in fishing, gripping the line tightly as he wrestled with his catch. Perhaps the prey was too formidable, or perhaps the man was simply no longer in his prime. He stumbled and fell into the water, gulping down several mouthfuls of seawater. Yet, he clung to the line, driven by an overwhelming hunger that propelled him onward. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a stone whizzed through the air, plunging directly into the water. The old man felt a sudden lightness in his grip, and to his surprise, he successfully hauled a large fish onto the shore, though its head had been pierced. It was at this moment that the elderly fisherman noticed a young man standing silently behind him, startling him, for he had believed himself to be the sole inhabitant of this small island. Yanzu glanced around. Observing the island's crude living conditions, a sunshade tent made of palm leaves, a simple mat, and a weathered iron pot perched atop a fire. "Elder, why are you here all alone?" Yanzu inquired, noticing the old man's dazed expression. The elder's gaze seemed vacant, as if he were unaccustomed to such address. He remembered arriving on this island as a spirited youth, but time had transformed that vibrant boy into a frail old man struggling to haul fish ashore. Having not seen another soul for so long, he had not realized the passage of time and its toll on him. Yes, it is just me. Would you care for some fish? The elder asked, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor as he held up a fish. Certainly, Yinzu replied, accepting the elder's invitation. The two of them joyfully approached the fire, where the elder split open 2 coconuts, handing one to Yinzu before preparing the fish for roasting. Yinzu, in turn, shared some spices from his soul-guiding device, sprinkling them generously over the fish. The elder's sunken eyes glimmered with envy as he watched Yinzu's actions. Elder, why are you here alone? Yinzu continued as he seasoned the fish. I have been here for quite some time, the elder replied, stroking his thin beard. I can only remain here. Why is that? Yinzu asked, puzzled. He had encountered many individuals along his journey, both young and old, each guarding their own little island. A flicker of guilt crossed the elder's face as he spoke. I am a man of sin, someone who has not earned the favor of the sea god. Such as I cannot remain on the sea god's island. I do not understand your meaning, Yinzu replied, confusion evident in his eyes. You are an outsider, are you not? The elder exclaimed, surprised by Yinzu's presence. It is quite rare to see someone like you. Indeed, Yinzu thought to himself, recognizing the few who could traverse such barriers. Tell me more about yourself, he prompted. The elder nodded and began, we, the people of Sea God Island, must undergo a trial set by the sea god upon reaching a certain age. Based on our performance, we are assigned roles and resources. Those with malevolent intentions cannot pass the sea god's assessment. Those who fail to gain his approval are deemed unworthy and cannot remain on the island. So you were cast out? Yinzu remarked with a grimace. This is our journey of atonement, the elder said, looking skyward. As long as we grow more devout each day, the sea god will surely grant us forgiveness. Hearing this, Yinzu felt as though he had been force-fed something utterly distasteful. Overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts, he could only muster a single expletive, fool. The fish is ready. The elder turned to slice the flesh, intending to offer it to Yinzu, only to find that the latter had vanished without a trace. After so many years of solitude, finally having someone to converse with, the abrupt departure left the elder questioning whether it was a comfort or a punishment. As he consumed the fish, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Yinzu continued his journey towards Sea God Island, casting a glance at the islands along the way. The youngest appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age. Some, fortunate enough to have companions, could rely on one another for support, while others, like the unfortunate elder he had just encountered, seemed to endure a life akin to perpetual imprisonment without the slightest reprieve. A thin veil of light enveloped Sea God Island, and upon Yinzu's touch, several beams of light surged forth, hovering before him. Halt! Bellowed the leader, who dares to intrude upon Sea God Island. I am your father. Yinzu retorted, his mood soured. Quickly, take your father to seek the sea god's offerings. Not only do you dare to trespass upon Sea God Island, but your words are also exceedingly vulgar. Let us first teach you a lesson. The man declared, brandishing his martial soul, prepared to confront Yinzu. Suddenly, a melodious tune wafted through the air, the source of which was indistinguishable, and as the music ceased, a somewhat juvenile voice chimed in. Oh dear. Why must one be so restless? This is not good at all. Upon hearing this voice, the individuals who had sought to obstruct Yinzu immediately sheathed their martial souls and bowed respectfully towards the beach. Yinzu gazed towards the beach and beheld a solitary figure perched upon a rocky outcrop. A woman clad in a flowing gown of azure and violet sat gracefully. Her eyes cast skyward as she languidly played with her legs, her delicate feet splashing against the water. You may attend to your matters. He has entrusted me with this, she remarked. The men, taken aback, dared not utter a word, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing. Then, with a gentle touch of her toes upon the water's surface, she glided towards Yinzu like a wisp of cloud and inquired, Dear handsome young man, do enlighten your sister. Who are you? Whence do you come? And what brings you here? Yinzu scrutinized the woman before him. She held a short flute, one end adorned with a plump conch shell. The woman's attire was somewhat ostentatious, and her crown was quite unconventional. Her face was embellished with peculiar patterns that appeared to be innate. Her eyes sparkled like gemstones. Bright and profound, to an ordinary person, a mere glance would be enough to ensnare them, leading to a loss of self. I am Yinzu, hailing from the mainland. Here to undertake the sea god's trial, he stated succinctly. Oh, yet another self-important young hero, the woman remarked, crossing her arms and tucking her flute under her armpit. With a teasing expression, she gazed at Yinzu and continued, However, you do seem promising. I find you rather likable, and thus I wish to spare you from a senseless demise. Are you certain you want to face the Sea Lord's trial? Spare me from a senseless demise? What do you mean? Yanzu inquired. The woman replied, seeing that you can levitate without a martial soul, you must possess considerable strength. The stronger one is, the more formidable the trials to enter Sea God Island become, often with peril to life. I shall ask you once more, are you prepared? No problem, Yanzu affirmed. The woman nodded. Very well, follow me to undertake the trial. On their journey to the Sea God Pillar, Yanzu learned that this woman was the Sea Witch Douluo, a devotee of the Sea God, specializing in spiritual power and exceptionally skilled in playing the flute. Little brother Ma, I have brought someone to see you. The Sea Witch called across a shimmering pool to the Seahorse Douluo seated beneath the Sea God Pillar. The Seahorse Douluo, who had been meditating, was momentarily startled, exhaling a resigned sigh before opening his eyes to behold the individual standing behind the Sea Witch. Are you here for the trial? The Seahorse Douluo's voice resonated with authority. Then approach. The Sea Witch turned to Yanzu, winking. Now, let us proceed to the opposite shore. Do be cautious. No sooner had the Sea Witch spoken than a gust of wind surged, and in the blink of an eye, Yanzu found himself standing on the opposite bank. And now? Yanzu inquired, observing the Seahorse Douluo's quickening heartbeat and the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Before the Seahorse Douluo could recover from his astonishment, the Sea Witch suddenly recalled a conversation with the Starfish Douluo from some time ago. Strange. The numbers of the soul-devouring great white shark in the outer sea have inexplicably plummeted, nearly facing extinction. Now, witnessing Yanzu's extraordinary performance, a hypothesis arose in the Sea Witch's mind. Could it be him? Chapter 67, Sea God Island, Part 2. I'm asking you, what happens next? Yanzu queried again, noticing the Seahorse Douluo lost in thought. You must first endure for a quarter of an hour in the Sea of the Sea. The Seahorse Douluo stated, skeptical that anyone could ignore the influence of the Sea of the Sea, yearning to witness Yanzu's abilities. Are you trying to provoke me? Yanzu asked, gazing at the Seahorse Douluo with a puzzled expression, having never heard of such a requirement for trial participants. All is at the behest of the Sea Lord. The Seahorse Douluo feigned mystery, feeling displeased by Yanzu's apparent lack of reverence. Yanzu returned to the very center of the Sea of Sea, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Seahorse Douluo opposite him, pondering silently. Are you satisfied now? The Seahorse Douluo observed Yanzu, noting that the latter displayed no signs of panic, as though he remained unaffected by the surroundings of the Sea of Sea. This was unexpected. Even a Title Douluo would typically feel the influence of such an environment. The Sea of Sea was known to unearth the deepest fears within a person. Everyone harbors vulnerabilities and weaknesses. How could he navigate this so effortlessly? Nonetheless, setting aside all else, his speed was indeed unparalleled. The Seahorse Douluo sighed, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of the youth before him. He beckoned to Yanzu, declaring, In the name of Lord Sea God, I bestow upon you the qualification to reference the core. As he spoke, the Seahorse Douluo brought his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. A blue magical array swiftly formed beneath him, and a beam of blue light shot forth from the Seahorse pillar behind him, soaring into the heavens. He then pointed towards Yanzu. An array of blue light descended, enveloping him completely. With a resonant hum, the Seahorse Douluo suddenly opened his eyes, shock evident on his face as he turned to look at the Seahorse pillar. Nearby, the Sea Witch Douluo gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. For just a moment ago, the Seahorse pillar had surged to its peak almost instantaneously, transforming into a deep crimson hue. Without a moment to ponder further, she hurried back to her own Sea God pillar, recognizing this as a manifestation of Yanzu's exceptional talent. He could very well be the long-awaited 9-star Holy Sun. However, the anticipated resonance of the 7 Sea God pillars did not occur, and the Seahorse Douluo's expression shifted from shock to bewilderment. Yanzu's forehead bore neither the expected hexagram emblem of the Sea Goddess trial nor the intricate patterns of the trident. Although the crimson markings of the hippocampus Saint Pillar affirmed his prowess, he had not attained the essence of the Sea Goddess examination. This should not be the case, mused the hippocampus Douluo. How could this transpire? Yanzu gazed at the quivering seahorse sacred pillar and remarked, This object appears as though it is on the verge of exploding. Please wait here. Sensing something amiss, the Seahorse Douluo instructed Yanzu before soaring towards the highest point of the island, the Sea God Temple. I pay my respects to the Grand Priest. The Seahorse Douluo declared upon entering the temple. Within the palace crafted from amethyst, a dignified woman with flowing white hair adorned in a resplendent crimson gown and wielding a scepter, stood gracefully before her throne. Her eyes shimmered with a soft golden light as a luminous screen materialized before her, projecting the image of Yinzu standing before the seahorse sacred pillar. "I am already aware of your intentions." Poseidon's voice resonated with authority yet retained a gentle warmth. "Grand Priest, this young man possesses considerable strength, yet I cannot fathom why the sea god has not yet decreed the examination." The seahorse Douluo expressed his concerns. Poseidon responded slowly, "The sea god undoubtedly has his reasons. It is evident that this young man exhibits formidable power. However, he may not be suitable for the sea god's purposes. Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives or concealed malice, which remains uncertain." The seahorse Douluo nodded in agreement, saying, "This young man is impulsive and bears significant hostility. It seems he is indeed as you have stated, Grand Priest." "Very well. I shall accompany you to offer another prayer for his divine examination. If it proves unsuccessful, it will be prudent for him to recognize his limitations." With a wave of her hand, Poseidon dispelled the luminous screen and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the seahorse sacred pillar. Yinzu gazed at the sky, and when Poseidon materialized before him, he could not help but exclaim softly. In that moment, he comprehended why Title Douluos was so infatuated with Poseidon and why Tangchen had braved perilous journeys for her sake. Poseidon was the only woman he had encountered who could rival Bibi Dong's exquisite beauty. Her figure was remarkably statuesque, akin to that of Qian Renshua, enveloped in a flowing crimson gown that shimmered with brilliance. Her lustrous hair cascaded down her back, reaching her calves. Her delicate features suggested a youthful appearance. No more than 30, with her allure emanating from an air of nobility and grace, imbued with a gentle warmth. In contrast, Bibi Dong possessed an even taller stature, her silvery hair lending her an exceptional charm, radiating an aura of divine inviolability, starkly opposing the seductive allure of Bibi Dong that could incite transgressions at first glance. Compared to Qian Renshua, Poseidon's beauty surpassed, and when measured against Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuyun, or even Zi Zhenju, Poseidon exuded an elegance that was grand and ethereal, devoid of any mundane essence. Poseidon, noticing Yinzu's unwavering gaze, endeavored to assess his strength, but received no discernible feedback. "Brave challenger, we welcome your arrival." With that, Poseidon descended to the ground, closely followed by the seahorse Douluo. Yinzu nodded, remaining silent as he admired the exquisite beauty of Poseidon. The striking visage of a woman who maintained her youthful appearance while exuding a mature and graceful aura deeply resonated with him. "I am Poseidon, the great deity of the sea, and I shall now preside over your divine examination," she proclaimed. As she spoke, the staff in her hand radiated a brilliant blue-golden light, resonating with the 7 sea god pillars on the island, which simultaneously emitted 7 beams of blue-golden light that soared into the heavens before descending upon Yinzu. After a considerable pause, Poseidon slowly closed her eyes and gently shook her head. "Great deity, this seahorse Douluo finds it somewhat incomprehensible." Poseidon raised her hand to halt his inquiries and stepped closer to Yinzu, saying, "Young man, you may depart." "What does that mean?" As Poseidon approached, Yinzu felt his heart race, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. "I do not know why, but the great sea god has not accepted you. You are fated to be apart from the sea god island." Poseidon explained the reason. "I see," Yinzu nodded. "As the great deity of the sea, could you inquire as to why the sea god would act thus?" Poseidon replied, "Even I must adhere to the will of the great sea god and lack the authority to question him." "I see. Indeed a god of such lofty stature." Yinzu scoffed lightly. The seahorse Douluo detected a hint of disdain and scorn in Yinzu's laughter, immediately furrowing his brow. Poseidon, however, remained unfazed, though Yinzu sensed her aura had intensified. "You may linger on the island as a guest for a brief time, but afterwards, I must kindly ask you to depart. For this place has its own regulations," Poseidon stated. Throughout, her tone remained remarkably serene, yet internally, she harbored a flicker of confusion, feeling an inexplicable attraction towards Yinzu, as if he were an old acquaintance. "Very well," Yinzu replied, sitting cross-legged with one elbow resting on his thigh and the other hand placed on his knee. He gazed at Poseidon and said, "However, I do not appreciate making a fruitless journey. It took considerable effort for me to come here, Poseidon, and there are matters on which I wish to seek your counsel. You, an outsider. Such a lack of courtesy." The seahorse Douluo exclaimed in indignation upon hearing Yinzu address Poseidon so directly. With a gentle lift of her hand, Poseidon silenced the incensed Douluo and turned her gaze back to Yinzu, asking, "Pray, do tell." Yinzu inquired, "Are you aware of the spirit hall?" Poseidon replied, "The divine abode of the angel god. I am indeed familiar." Yinzu continued, stating that within the spirit hall, any individual willing to venerate the angel god, regardless of their origin, can receive the divine protection of the angel god, finding sustenance and support. Even if the location and environment are not particularly favorable, they can rely on the talents they gather to enhance the surroundings, transforming them into a more habitable space. Poseidon offered a simple response, uncertain of the intent behind Yinzu's words. Yinzu turned the palm resting on his knee upward and remarked, "Yet, what of the sea god island? What accomplishments does it boast? Even if you were born upon the sacred land, even if your parents and siblings reside here, and even if you have spent countless days within its embrace, should you fail to meet the sea god's test, you possess no right to remain. Is that not true?" Poseidon remained silent, yet the seahorse Douluo could no longer contain himself and inquired, "What do you mean, boy? Why the urgency?" Yinzu chuckled lightly. "Why do you feign ignorance of my words? I am the one posing questions to you. What are your thoughts on the practices of the sea god island, particularly in comparison to those of the spirit hall? It is not your place to question Lord Sea God and instruct us on our duties." The seahorse Douluo retorted vehemently. Yinzu cast a disdainful glance, his gaze fixated solely on Poseidon, declaring, "The great deity of the ocean is present." Yet she remained silent, and it is not your place to bark like a dog. What do you even amount to? Do you think you have the right to speak? I shall not pretend I did not hear that. From behind Yinzu, a voice, rich with magnetism, resonated. Moments later, a robust man adorned with dragon-like horns hovered above Yinzu. Accompanying him were other deities of the sea. "Then do answer," Yinzu replied without turning. "If the denizens of Sea God Island are so fortunate, why do you not respond to my words? Only to humiliate me? Is it because of fear? Or do you also believe that your esteemed sea god is nothing but filth? Impudent." The brawny man thundered, his soul rings materializing as he hurled a punch at Yinzu from a distance. A resonating dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as two colossal golden dragon heads descended upon Yinzu. With a cold smirk, Yinzu remained seated, raising a single hand. His internal soul power erupted through his palm. Though lacking any soul skills, he had learned to wield this energy with ease under the guidance of Qianren Xue. At the moment Yinzu raised his hand, the two dragon heads collided with an unseen force, resulting in a thunderous explosion, yet Yinzu remained seated, unperturbed by the shockwave. How was this possible? The sea dragon Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to retaliate but was met with a ringing in his head, causing him to groan and cease his actions. The trident mark on Poseidon's forehead flickered as she stabilized the emotions of the other sea deities with a mental surge and spoke to Yinzu. "You may retain your doubts, but this is Sea God Island. Our deity requires no validation. His existence is affirmation enough, and his commands are not to be defied. If you yearn for the spirit hall, then depart from here and spare us your troubles. So you are merely evading the issue. It is apparent you are well aware." Yinzu rose, brushing off his garments as he stated, "Do you know? On my way here, I encountered many exiles, undoubtedly born of Sea God Island. For they could not originate from anywhere else. I even conversed with an old man among them, who believed that his life of exile was due to an inherent original sin. You know nothing." The seahorse Douluo retorted, "Our sea god blesses Sea God Island with favorable weather. Even there, they need not worry about water or food. As long as they are willing to move, they can live comfortably." "How impressive." Yinzu clapped his hands mockingly, "Then why not trade places with them? Damn you, you fool. It seems you are not the one imprisoned there, enjoying such ease and happiness. I wish for you to bear children who shall be exiled for generations to come. Why engage in such nonsense?" Even Poseidon, as the high priestess, spoke with a hint of chill in her tone. "I have stated before that this is Sea God Island, with its own rules. To insult our sea god here, as the high priestess, I cannot turn a blind eye." Upon her words, the oppressive sensation felt by the sea deities dissipated, and Poseidon had already turned to return to the sea god temple. Her meaning was clear. This individual before them was an invader who had profaned the sea god. There was no need for further elaboration on what must be done. "Very well. I can no longer endure this." The seahorse Douluo rotated his wrist, asserting, "Boy, I shall make you realize how grave an error it is to insult our sea god here." Yinzu scoffed, "You address him as Lord Sea God with such reverence. Is he your father that you hold him in such esteem? Have all your family members perished?" The sea witch Douluo shook her head and sighed, "Alas, One possesses such remarkable looks, yet speaks with such a foul tongue. Yanzu turned his neck slightly, surveying the eager sea gods and their attendants, who were poised for action. He stretched his limbs and said, "Very well, I shall graciously indulge you in a game. But do not blame me if my strikes are too forceful." Originally, a junior like Yanzu was unworthy of provoking such esteemed figures as the sea god attendants, especially those of high repute on Sea God Island. However, having witnessed Yanzu disperse the sea dragon Douluo's soul skill with a single hand, and having heard him mention the spirit hall, the attendants understood that he was not to be underestimated. Thus, they cast aside their pretenses and joined the fray. The sea dragon Douluo and the sea horse Douluo unleashed their soul skills in succession, while the sea spear Douluo summoned his martial spirit, hurtling his spear through the air towards Yanzu. Observing this from the sea god hall, Poseidon tapped her scepter, causing the golden barrier enveloping Sea God Island to constrict, confining the battlefield to a limited area, ensuring that their battle would not wreak havoc on the island. Amidst the grand clash of soul skills, Yanzu remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the approaching sea spear Douluo, a faint smile gracing his lips. Boom! The two soul skills collided, striking Yanzu directly, yet he did not flinch, his attention solely on the sea spear Douluo. As dust swirled around them, the spear's golden tip gleamed ominously, aimed squarely at Yanzu's face. The sea spear Douluo was renowned for his formidable offensive prowess, characterized by relentless aggression and exceptional penetration. On Sea God Island, he ranked second in strength, with most of his soul skills designed for single-target assaults. If one were to confront him head-on, only the sea god Douluo Poseidon could potentially withstand his onslaught. Prepare to meet your end, the sea spear Douluo thought as his spear closed in on Yanzu, but he was met only with the youth's playful expression. Suddenly, he felt an excruciating pain as if a taut string within him had snapped, a searing agony coursing through him, threatening to shatter his very being. This was the backlash of his martial spirit's injury. The sea spear Douluo watched helplessly as Yanzu seamlessly dismantled his invincible martial spirit with a mere gesture, then struck him painfully in the throat. In his incapacitated state, he could offer no resistance, as Yanzu seized his neck, spinning him around before slamming him violently into the ground. Blood spewed forth as Yanzu pressed down upon him. The sea god attendants, engrossed in the battle, tensed at the anguished cry of the sea spear Douluo. As Title Douluos, their endurance surpassed that of ordinary beings. Yet they were bewildered by the intensity of the suffering inflicted upon one of their own. The sea horse Douluo expelled a breath that stirred a powerful wind, dispersing the dust. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes widened in disbelief. Yanzu stood unscathed, his foot upon the sputtering and convulsing sea spear Douluo. Beside him lay the remnants of the shattered martial spirit. One down, Yanzu stated nonchalantly, his words striking the hearts of all like a sledgehammer, enveloping them in a profound dread. They were powerful, and it was precisely their strength that allowed them to comprehend the magnitude of the situation before them. Under normal circumstances, it was exceedingly difficult for a Title Douluo to kill or capture another of the same rank unless both were resolute in a fight to the death. Such an outcome was almost impossible. After all, those who reached the level of Title Douluo possessed hidden techniques for self-preservation. Yet this youth had, in the blink of an eye, captured the second most powerful sea god attendant. It appeared that he had seized the moment of the martial spirit's shattering to deliver a devastating blow to the sea spear Douluo. The sea dragon Douluo furrowed his brow, pondering how such an overwhelming attack could lead to such a complete defeat. The sea witch Douluo sighed softly, retreating in the air, her crimson lips parting to unleash a haunting melody that filled the heavens and caused the seas to rise. Yanzu was unaware that this melody was the sole technique of the sea witch Douluo. Instead, he found the sound of the flute less melodious than before, inducing a sense of dizziness and nausea, prompting him to furrow his brow. The others were oblivious to the extent of the sea witch Douluo's mental assault on Yanzu, as he merely stood there, offering no visible reaction. Yet therein lay the conundrum. Despite his stillness, he emanated an aura of threat, devoid of any discernible flaw. After the swift defeat of the sea spear Douluo, the other sea god offerings became more cautious in their attacks. The sea witch Douluo took the initiative to withdraw from the fray, leveraging her strengths to launch a mental assault on Yanzu with her psychic soul techniques. Observing this maneuver, the sea delusion Douluo recognized it was his turn to act and wasted no time in unleashing his innate domain, the mist domain. As a control-type soul master proficient in illusions, the sea delusion Douluo's innate domain was exceptionally formidable. This mist domain could excavate the most painful memories from the enemy's psyche and deliver a crushing blow, while the illusions within the domain could manifest as tangible realities, creating an entirely new world. Should one become lost or sustain irreparable injuries within this illusion, their demise would be inevitable in the real world. Upon activating his comprehension, the sea delusion Douluo relentlessly unleashed his eighth soul technique, the dance of 10,000 serpents. Countless purple illusory serpents erupted from his being, each laden with painful memories. Lunging toward Yanzu, the two control-type soul masters inflicted mental assaults on Yanzu, while another control-type soul master, the sea star Douluo, joined in, employing his soul technique to restrict Yanzu's movements. This marked the first moment Yanzu found any semblance of intrigue in a battle since his arrival in this world. The sea witch's haunting melody indeed unsettled him, primarily inducing a sensation of nausea. Conversely, the sea delusion Douluo's soul technique captivated him, as it managed to unearth memories from his previous life. This was not entirely surprising, for since his reincarnation, Yanzu had been oblivious to suffering. His existence filled solely with insatiable desires and exhilarating pleasures. As for the painful memories of his former life, they held little significance for him, as he had endured the most arduous moments alone, rendering those recollections trivial. What is this? As the sea delusion Douluo perceived the illusory serpents gnawing at Yanzu, he remained oblivious to the fact that he would be the sole individual capable of intuitively probing into Yanzu's secrets. He witnessed everything from Yanzu's past life, the astonishing scenes mesmerizing him, for he understood that it was another world. Who on earth are you? The sea delusion Douluo shouted incredulously at Yanzu. The other sea god offerings paid little heed to the sea delusion Douluo's bizarre behavior, as it was not unusual for a mental control-type soul master to exhibit such eccentricity during battle. As the three control-type soul masters completed their encirclement of Yanzu, the sea dragon Douluo and the sea horse Douluo simultaneously unleashed their attacking soul techniques. The last control-type soul master, the sea ghost Douluo, stood by, observing the battlefield while preparing his ninth soul technique, poised to deliver the final blow. Drink! Roared the sea dragon Douluo, charging at Yanzu with reckless abandon. Flanked by the sea horse Douluo in a pincer maneuver. Fifth soul technique, the roaring waves punch. The sea horse Douluo released his pressure to lock onto Yanzu, as his soul power coalesced in the air into a colossal fist, hurtling towards him. The sea dragon Douluo, opting for a physical confrontation, abandoned energy attacks to engage Yanzu with his formidable physique, his preferred method of assault. Meanwhile, in the air, the sea ghost Douluo's ninth soul technique, the abyssal star's descent, was fully prepared. He controlled a sphere of pure energy with both hands, waiting for the sea dragon Douluo's strike before claiming Yanzu's life. However, he remained unaware that the sea dragon Douluo would not return. A commendable display of courage, Yanzu remarked as he faced the rampaging sea dragon Douluo, then unleashed a powerful punch. Come on, the sea dragon Douluo bellowed, launching a fist to clash with Yanzu. Yanzu's entire soul power erupted, shattering the attack from the sea horse Douluo behind him. His fist collided with the sea dragon Douluo's, and everyone anticipated that this clash would yield a cataclysmic response. However, it did not. The sea dragon Douluo's grand strike was effortlessly pierced by Yanzu's seemingly unremarkable punch, resulting in a grotesque transformation of his muscular arm. It was broken, yet physical injury was preferable to the damage inflicted upon the sea spear Douluo's martial soul. Despite the agony, the sea dragon Douluo gritted his teeth and retaliated with another punch. But Yanzu countered, striking his other arm's joint. Now, both of the sea dragon Douluo's arms dangled helplessly at his sides, grotesquely deformed. Yanzu delivered a kick, sending the sea dragon Douluo crashing into a hillside behind him, where he lay unresponsive. This fellow has quite the resilience, Yanzu mused, having controlled his strength. Discontent with the rules of Sea God Island, and feeling as though his efforts had been in vain, Yanzu sought to provoke some reaction from the so-called sea god. However, he had no intention of taking anyone's life. There was no grudge, and if he were to kill any of them, it would undoubtedly invoke the wrath of Poseidon, which was not Yanzu's desire. The moment he laid eyes on Poseidon, he had already resolved to seduce this ancient virgin into his bed. He did not target anyone on Sea God Island. His provocations were merely demonstrations of defiance towards the sea god, akin to his actions in the City of Slaughter. He looked skyward, contemplating that if memory served him correctly, this being was notorious for intervening. Upon witnessing the sea dragon Douluo's defeat, the sea ghost Douluo immediately unleashed his ninth soul skill, Yinzu, unfazed, shot a heat ray to nullify the skill, and in a flash, appeared before the sea ghost Douluo. Startled, the latter was sent to join the sea dragon Douluo with a single punch. In an instant, 2 sea god attendants had fallen. A psychological impact far more terrifying than mere physical harm. "Withdraw," came Poseidon's voice, as the shimmering barrier enveloping the battlefield gradually dissipated. The source of the voice emanated from the sea, and Yinzu turned to see Poseidon hovering above the water, a considerable distance from Sea God Island, seemingly awaiting his approach. "You've been fortunate," Yinzu remarked to the remaining sea god attendants before soaring towards Poseidon, who also glided slowly further away, intentionally leading Yinzu away from Sea God Island. Eventually, they confronted each other above the vast, dark sea, where no footholds were visible. The ocean below churned ominously, resembling a bowl of gelatinous seaweed, threatening to engulf anyone who fell into its depths. "So, how do you wish to conclude this?" Yinzu inquired, observing Poseidon, who still radiated brilliance even in such a stifling environment. "As a sea god attendant, it is my duty to uphold the honor of the sea god and safeguard Sea God Island," Poseidon stated in a tone devoid of emotion, akin to a machine. "What a pity. I had hoped you possessed an intriguing soul," Yinzu remarked, astonished that one standing at such heights could lack independent judgment and thought. "Or perhaps you know the answer but choose to ignore it." Poseidon coldly replied, "The area of Sea God Island is limited, as is its capacity for inhabitants. Other islands must be developed." "Huh. Sea God Island can accommodate your opulent Sea God Palace, yet it cannot sustain a few believers? And you dare call it development?" Yinzu scoffed. "This is the law of nature," Poseidon declared. "Survival of the fittest is the same everywhere. Then what use is worshipping a sea god?" Yinzu retorted derisively. "A true deity should guide humanity towards a better path. The law of survival of the fittest is one for beasts, not for mankind. Let this meaningless dispute cease," Poseidon proclaimed, emanating a blue-golden radiance. Her martial soul, the sea god, loomed above the ocean, gazing down upon Yinzu. "In the name of the sea god, you shall be buried here." Yinzu opened his arms, even closing his eyes, and said, "Then let us give it a try. What, after all, is amiss?" Poseidon scrutinized the young man before him, pondering why he emanated a familiar aura. With an arrow knocked, it must be released. 8 black and 1 red soul rings encircled the sea god Douluo Poseidon, radiating a dazzling divine light. As his martial spirit seemingly merged with the very essence of his surroundings, Yinzu sensed the seriousness of Poseidon. She departed from Sea God Island not only to prevent its destruction but also to leverage the geographical advantage to enhance her own strength. Even against the likes of Qian Dalu, Poseidon would not necessarily exhibit such caution. The boundless power of the ocean surged into Poseidon's being, and the image of her martial soul, the sea god, became increasingly vivid. As the luminous trident mark on Poseidon's forehead flickered, she sprang into action. With a graceful lift of her hand, a colossal vortex formed beneath Yinzu's feet, swiftly rising from the sea and ensnaring her entirely within its grasp. The seawater at the vortex's center was as sharp as a meat grinder. Any ordinary soul master would have been torn to shreds by now. Following this, Poseidon elegantly turned her raised palm, pressing downwards as the vortex attempted to engulf Yinzu and entomb her within the depths of the ocean. Yinzu unleashed the soul power within him, transforming the swirling vortex into a cascade of shimmering water droplets that fell back into the sea. After absorbing countless soul rings from the formidable soul great white shark and the malevolent soul killer whale, Yinzu's reservoir of soul power rivaled that of Poseidon before him. Although he lacked flamboyant soul techniques, his sheer physical strength and potent soul power yielded impressive results through simple manifestation. Observing this, Poseidon clenched one hand, causing the myriad water droplets to freeze midair. With a flick of his fingers, they were suddenly propelled toward Yinzu like a torrential barrage. Feeling an itch, Yinzu could not resist scratching his skin. Witnessing his reaction, Poseidon furrowed her brow, intrigued by the resilience of this young man. How could he be so impervious? One must understand that any technique Poseidon employed could effortlessly shatter solid rock, yet this individual remained unscathed. It seemed that ordinary tactics would be futile against him. Taking a deep breath, Poseidon summoned 9 soul rings that rose and overlapped, radiating a brilliant blue-gold light. The emblem of her pointed trident also glowed, enveloping her entirely. She then formed a hand gesture, causing the surface of the sea beneath her to boil violently, summoning towering waves. The emergence of these waves obscured the already dim sky above Yinzu, amplifying the overwhelming presence of the colossal sea god martial soul. However, This spectacle was short-lived. The enormous waves began to compress, ultimately coalescing into a massive trident that hovered above Poseidon. Third technique of the sea god. Irretrievable. Poseidon's gaze sharpened as she pointed a finger at Yanzu, and the trident burst forth in a blinding flash, hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. Yanzu's gaze pierced through the trident, revealing the weariness in Poseidon's eyes behind it. The luster of her long hair appeared to dim significantly with the execution of this strike, indicating that this was indeed her most formidable attack. She intended to conclude her existence with this move. Thus, the battle reached its inevitable end. Yanzu advanced unwaveringly, charging directly towards the trident. His surging soul power shield was effortlessly shattered by the trident, overwhelming him with a single strike. Poseidon gazed at the explosive energy before her, acutely aware that it had indeed struck true. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the explosion. Yanzu had pierced through the trident's assault and stood before Poseidon. With his soul power shield destroyed, his garments lay in tatters, leaving him completely exposed before her. Poseidon was taken aback, her composure shattered. As she raised her hand to unleash her soul power, Yanzu seized her delicate wrist, drawing her into his embrace. Was this truly the end? Yanzu gazed at Poseidon in his arms, tenderly caressing her infant-like, exquisite visage. Never before had Poseidon experienced such treatment. Since passing her divine examination, she had been immersed in solitary cultivation within the sea goddess palace. Now, held tightly by the bear Yanzu, she was filled with both astonishment and embarrassment. In her flustered state, her soul ring flickered, and she transformed into a swirl of seawater. Yanzu felt an emptiness in his embrace, and Poseidon appeared in another location. What a convenient soul skill. However, today, she would not escape. After saying this, Yanzu pursued her relentlessly. As Poseidon retreated, she unleashed her soul skills to impede him. Yet deep down, she understood that even her most formidable sea god technique had failed to inflict any harm upon him, let alone her ordinary soul skills. Upon the vast ocean, she fled while he chased, her wings rendered useless. When Yanzu caught up to her once more and drew her into his arms, Poseidon suddenly recalled something. She remembered the source of the familiarity she sensed from him. Why did he evoke in her the essence of Tangchen? Yanzu noticed that Posey suddenly seemed lost in thought in his arms and paused momentarily, inquiring, "What is the matter? Have you given up so soon? What is your relationship with Tangchen?" Posey asked. In Posey's previous powerful strike, Yanzu's external belongings were utterly destroyed, including the golden Haotian hammer he had obtained from Tangchun. However, although the hammer had a metallic quality, it was actually a crystallization of soul power. Thus, when it was destroyed, it transformed into a warm current that flowed into Yanzu's body. The familiarity and fluttering sensation that Posey felt upon their first encounter stemmed from this golden Haotian hammer. There's no relationship, Yanzu replied indifferently, unaware of Posey's thoughts. More importantly, have you figured out how to conclude this? This question genuinely caught Posey off guard. Ever since she became the great offering of the sea god, she had never contemplated the possibility of defeat, especially not upon the vast ocean. What seemed impossible was now a stark reality. Faced with this unforeseen situation, Posey found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Closing her eyes, Posey declared, "It is my lack of skill that has brought shame upon the sea god. For today's events, only death can suffice." Observing Posey's resolute demeanor, Yanzu chuckled. "Oh, are you throwing in the towel? If you perish, what will become of Sea God Island?" Posey responded, "Today's defeat at your hands is solely my fault. I am unworthy of this esteemed position. With your strength, you naturally would not cling to the trivialities of Sea God Island." Yanzu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, there is little on this small island that captivates me, aside from you." With that, he seized the fleeting moment of Poseidon's repose and kissed him forcefully. Poseidon, taken aback by Yanzu's unexpected boldness, could hardly fathom that this individual displayed neither the grace nor the self-awareness befitting a formidable warrior. In this world, the so-called pinnacle of strength, once stripped of their soul techniques, reveals their true limitations. Yanzu embraced the fragrant form of Poseidon. The place she had chosen offered no foothold, yet it was free from any interruption. Why not stay here? A whimsical thought crossed Yanzu's mind. What is this? An empty tremor? With a soft sound, Yanzu and Poseidon parted their lips. Poseidon felt a slight shortage of oxygen, her mind blank with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She managed to free one hand to strike Yanzu, only to have him grasp it firmly. "As you have stated," Yanzu remarked, holding her cheeks. It is death alone that remains. The high priest of the sea is no more. You are no longer that divine figure, understand? Without granting Poseidon a moment for speech or contemplation, Yanzu kissed her once more. Amidst the darkness of the sky, with thunder and lightning roaring above the tumultuous sea, the two found themselves entwined. Poseidon's thoughts were in disarray, and all she could murmur was a single word. From this moment forth, do something for yourself as well. Forget about the sea god. Yanzu slipped his hand from Poseidon's shoulder, gradually peeling away her flowing gown. A thunderous roar echoed, heralding the arrival of torrential rain. While fierce winds swirled dark clouds, and the ocean seemed to rage in fury, amidst the swirling tempest, a vibrant red gown danced with the wind before finally settling upon the sea. Chapter 70, Poseidon, Part 2. Relax, a little discomfort is normal. As the storm raged, Yanzu and Poseidon resembled a pair lost to the world, indulging in their desires amidst the desolate expanse. Yanzu resembled a voracious hound, cradling the immaculate and untainted Poseidon as his quarry. The flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder served as divine admonitions, seemingly intent on rendering Yanzu impotent with fear. Yet, their terror only succeeded in intimidating the beleaguered Poseidon. Yanzu opened the door to a new world for Poseidon, guiding her hand in hand to embrace the joys of existence, time and again ascending to the clouds together. In turn, Poseidon unlocked new realms of knowledge for Yanzu, revealing that certain experiences need not be confined to a bed, but can be savored freely amidst the vastness of heaven and earth. In the dimly lit waters where day and night became indistinguishable, Poseidon transitioned from desperate resistance to an eventual, involuntary acquiescence, though the duration of this transformation remained unknown. Though it may be impolite, I find myself curious. How old are you? 100? 200? At this moment, Yanzu and Poseidon floated upon the sea, treating the ocean as an endless expanse of waterbed. Yanzu did not find this particularly comfortable, yet he could not simply abandon Poseidon. After all was said and done, Poseidon appeared to have lost something vital. Upon Yanzu relinquishing control, she plummeted gracefully into the sea, gazing skyward as her body floated on the surface. Surrendering to the currents, she might desire to end her own existence or voice any number of requests, Yanzu mused, yet her passive demeanor, indifferent to everything, filled him with concern. Poseidon disregarded him. Nothing mattered anymore. She longed only for a moment of peace to cool her body and spirit. After more than a century of simplicity, the pent-up emotions within her erupted, leading her to the brink of losing her sense of self amidst the surging joy. Who am I? What am I doing? In a daze, Poseidon began to question her identity, yet such philosophical inquiries rarely yield definitive answers. 115. She suddenly responded to Yanzu, the answer emerging from the pages of her memory as she pondered. Otherwise, she would have long since forgotten such trivialities, for they held little significance. Over 100 years of solitude, emptiness, and loneliness. Yanzu shook his head, kissing Poseidon's body, murmuring, "You have truly endured much." With a flicker of thought, Poseidon sought to gather a layer of seawater to envelop her form, attempting to condense her soul's power to temporarily shape a garment for modesty. With a soft gurgle, the water feebly coalesced around her, only to scatter with her weary sigh. Was that sensation real? Poseidon shuddered as the coldness of the sea enveloped her entirely. As Yanzu gradually claimed her, she felt something within her evaporate, piece by piece, until it vanished completely. Initially, she thought this to be a mere illusion born of disorientation, yet it now seemed otherwise. A century of cultivation lost in an instant. Had she been forsaken by the sea god? It appeared he had taken a portion of her power. Poseidon found this truth difficult to accept. Yanzu perceived the tumultuous heartbeat of Poseidon and noticed the trepidation flickering in her eyes. He initially believed that upon regaining her composure, she would seek vengeance against him. Nevertheless, he thought it best to let her be. Having relished in his own satisfaction, it was only fair that she too experience a release of her pent-up frustrations, lest she become a frenzied woman akin to Bibi Dong. She extended her hand, invoking the scepter belonging to the sea god's great offering, yet no response came forth. It dawned upon her that she had been forsaken, for she had failed and brought shame upon the deity of the sea. Perhaps it was her inability to maintain her true essence in that critical moment, yielding slightly to corporeal pleasure, that precipitated such a predicament. Regardless, one truth remained. Poseidon possessed nothing now. But she still retained her soul power and cultivation. She had merely lost a fragment of the strength bestowed upon her by the sea god. Yet, what significance did that hold? She found herself at a loss. for her years of seclusion within the sea goddess temple had rendered her existence incomplete. Yinzu observed Poseidon summon her martial spirit and soul rings. But the transformation was substantial. Primarily, her appearance had shifted. Her martial spirit was no longer the sea god, but rather a feminine visage. The configuration of her soul rings had also altered from the previous 8 black and 1 red to 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Upon witnessing this, Yinzu pondered to himself. Having observed the evolution of martial souls, he was now confronted with the rare sight of a martial soul's regression. Was this her original form? What implications did this hold? Poseidon rose, gazing into the vast expanse of the heavens and earth, before setting forth. Where are you headed? Yinzu called out to her, inquiring. Are you returning to your sea god's temple to continue your role as the high priestess? The high priestess of the sea god is deceased, Poseidon replied coolly. Subsequently, she ascended into the skies, her destination unknown, yet certainly not towards Sea God Island, for she was utterly unclad, save for her silvery hair cascading down her back. Her curvaceous form subtly revealed. Yinzu mused that she could not possibly present herself before the eyes of her subjects on Sea God Island in such a state. Yinzu did not allow her to escape his gaze, while simultaneously scanning the vast ocean in search of something elusive. Eventually, Poseidon came to a halt on a small island. With a single outstretched hand, she unleashed a surge of soul energy, creating a cavern, before stepping inside. What are you doing? Is this self-imposed exile? Yinzu inquired, observing Poseidon's actions. Poseidon remained silent, levitating in midair with her eyes closed in meditation, as she often did. Yet, she realized she could never return to that tranquil devotion. A sense of restlessness began to envelop her. Suddenly, a warm glow caught her attention, bathing her body in light. She opened her eyes to find Yinzu kindling a campfire. He was using his scorched palms to smooth out the red gown he had salvaged from the sea, the water evaporating with a sizzling sound. There was no alternative. Everything Yinzu carried had been utterly destroyed by Poseidon's powers. Otherwise, he might have offered her Ning Rongrong's garments. Who could fathom the effort he had expended to retrieve this gown from the depths? Nevertheless, it was indeed the attire of the sea goddess' esteemed devotee. The pomegranate-hued gown appeared to be a treasure, remarkably pristine even after being submerged in seawater and subjected to intense heat. Yinzu gazed upon Poseidon, the dimly lit cave casting flickering shadows upon her exquisite form, rendering her skin with a lustrous sheen, visibly smooth and radiant. Yinzu desired once more. The valiant warrior's short sword gleamed unabashedly, radiating a sense of bravado. Put it on, he urged. Yinzu discerned the melancholic demeanor of Posey at that moment, and thus extended the dress towards her. However, Posey remained unresponsive. Consequently, Yinzu set the garment aside and departed the cave, gazing up at the overcast sky. Yinzu pondered, what is this? Life on a deserted island with the goddess Posey? Yinzu broke a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with a single hand, effortlessly transforming it into a spear which he then hurled into the depths of the sea. Shortly thereafter, a plump fish surfaced, and Yinzu plucked 2 coconuts and tore off several broad leaves. He skillfully fashioned a small piece of wood into a knife to slice the fish into delicate fillets. Care for a bite? He inquired, glancing at Poseidon as she emerged from the cave. At that moment, she had donned her comfortable, dry long dress, her bare feet sinking into the soft sand, while her hair cascaded freely without the adornment of a crown. Poseidon gazed at Yinzu, who had invited her to partake in the meal, and let out a soft sigh. What kind of normal person would dine in the presence of a naked man? Especially one who had previously behaved so rudely? Yet, Poseidon was no ordinary being. Having lived for over a century, she had experienced much joy with Yinzu, and there was little left in this world that could astonish her. She settled on the beach, gracefully picking up a slice of fish and savoring it. Were there any passers-by, they would witness a scene on a dimly lit, storm-laden isle, a goddess clad in a flowing gown and a man whose physique resembled that of a mythological statue, quietly sharing a meal on the shore in perfect harmony. However, no one could see this, for they were situated in the treacherous waters surrounding the Isle of the Sea God, where perilous conditions and countless dangers thwarted human passage. Even those who had spent years battling the sea goddess curse could only gaze upon it from afar. Chapter 71. The Return. Have you lost something? After a hearty meal, Yinzu ventured to ask Poseidon, sensing a marked diminishment in her aura. She had indeed lost much, as she stared into the flickering campfire, remaining silent. But could she truly ascertain how much it affected her? What more do you desire? Poseidon queried Yinzu. Yinzu reached out to stir the ashes of the campfire and remarked, It is of little consequence. I have come to see God Island solely for the divine position. You are unworthy, Poseidon replied coolly. Your assertion holds no weight, Yinzu countered. Whether it be the sea god or the god of Azura, they have made similar choices. Perhaps the fault lies with me. I shall seek the answers. I am about to depart. Do you have any plans? I intend to remain here, Poseidon stated. Have you ever considered venturing into the outside world? Yinzu inquired. It seems you have not. Although you are no match for me. Should you wish to unleash your frustrations or seek revenge, now is your opportunity. Once I leave, you shall find no chance. Revenge, venting. Poseidon murmured as she contemplated these words. What could I possibly do? Kill you? If you believe you can, then by all means, try. Yinzu replied. I genuinely believe you should strive to live for yourself. I reiterate, I do not think that the sea god is worth your sacrifices. You have lost some of your power, have you not? Did he truly abandon you? The choice of offerings is determined by the sea god. It has always been thus. And there is little to lament, Poseidon responded. You are surprisingly accommodating. Yinzu shook his head. Fortunately, I am unlike the sea god. I shall continue my cultivation until I can vanquish you. Poseidon gazed intently at Yinzu. Very well, Yinzu clapped his hands. A life with a clear objective is commendable, indeed, and this ambition shall sustain you for eternity. Strive to be an indomitable young person. Poseidon disregarded Yinzu's jest. Walking to the cave entrance, she glanced back at him, seemingly wishing to imprint his visage in her memory before departing. Let her be. She may require time to rediscover herself, Yinzu mused, perceiving the former Poseidon as a mere product of the sea god's indoctrination. Yinzu did not pursue her. With Poseidon's prowess, there were few in this world who could contend with her, especially within the confines of Sea God Island. There was little to worry about. And it was indeed time for him to return, having been away for nearly 2 months. Yinzu found himself yearning for Yilingling and the others. However, before he could do that, he needed to make a brief visit to Seven Star Island. The tumultuous waves crashed against the cliff faces as Zijinju perched upon a protruding rock, gazing towards the direction of Sea God Island. She understood that he would likely never return, yet she continued to visit daily, not solely for him, but mainly because the winds here invigorated her spirit. Suddenly, she felt a powerful shove against her back, and she plummeted into the abyss. A rush of exhilaration surged within her. During her descent, she was caught by someone. Was it thrilling? Yinzu asked, holding Zijinju in his arms. Zijinju cradled his face with both hands, her expression one of disbelief. This cannot be. You are deceiving me, aren't you? You never entered Sea God Island. You merely wandered around outside. Nothing is impossible, Yinzu replied, embracing Zijinju as they sat on the beach. I did visit Sea God Island, but I did not acquire what I sought, so I returned. How can I trust your words? Zijinju's face was alight with joy as she wrapped her arms around Yinzu's neck. Regardless, you returned alive. Yinzu gazed at the radiant expression on Zijinju's face and chuckled. What is it? Have you discovered the joys of womanhood? So much so that you've been stifled during your absence? Enough of the idle chatter. Since you have returned, I intend to savor every moment with you. Noticing Yinzu completely unclothed, Zijinju swiftly pushed him to the ground. This is quite delightful, Yinzu mused, recognizing a certain affinity between them. Who would have imagined that the once sacred maiden of the spirit hall would transform into such an uninhibited and bold woman? If he were to bring Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to reside by the sea for a few years, would they too evolve in this manner? What is the matter? Is this unacceptable? After a considerable passage of time, Yinzu observed Zijinju trembling atop him and teased her. Zijinju playfully struck him, saying, Do as you wish. Yinzu rose and pressed the purple pearl beneath him, continuing the conversation as he inquired, So, what are your intentions? Do you wish to return to the mainland with me? Are you planning to leave? The fingers of the purple pearl sank deeply into the sand, her breaths coming in quick gasps. Of course, Yinzu replied. Is my presence not sufficient? The purple pearl placed her hands on Yinzu's back, her legs entwined around his waist. What are you thinking? It is certainly not enough. Yinzu chuckled. You don't harbor the delusion that I belong solely to you, do you? Upon hearing this, the purple pearl clung to Yinzu, biting him fiercely, yet remained silent. After the battle concluded, the two lay on the beach, counting the stars. I cannot leave this place, the purple pearl suddenly said. You are aware of my past. After the fleet's demise, I survived by mere luck. Even more fortunate was that none among these pirates are my match. I have contemplated returning to the mainland to report back to the Martial Soul Hall. But it proved futile. Is this what you refer to as the sea god's curse? Yinzu asked. The purple pearl sighed. I have made numerous attempts. And after enduring heavy losses, I came to realize that nothing is coincidental. An unseen hand manipulates my fate, confining me here. Whenever I attempt to escape, a maddened sea spirit beast inevitably appears. All of this is inconsequential, Yinzu stated. You need only tell me whether you wish to leave. With a single word from you, we can go wherever your heart desires. Have you truly been to Sea God Island? The purple pearl questioned. Still unable to fully believe it. Yinzu chuckled. My dear, if you do not trust me, then no words I utter will bear significance. Contemplating this, Zizhenju suddenly smiled bitterly. What will returning accomplish? The spirit hall cannot leave the position of the holy maiden vacant. In what capacity shall I return? Upon my return, I would merely report the situation and then accept their assignments, engaging in tasks that may not align with my inclinations. To be frank, having spent so many years on the seven-star island, I have grown accustomed to a more carefree existence. I fear I may never reclaim the sentiments of old. And there is no absolute necessity to return to the spirit hall. Yinzu replied, the world is vast. Ah, by the way, Qian Senji has been dead for quite some time. You might not be aware of this. Zizhenju responded indifferently. Well, death may be a relief. You see, had I not set sail, I would have long been his. Yet, I have forgotten what he looks like. So, shall we say that is settled? Come with me. Yinzu inquired. Zizhenju turned to him, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Accompanying me may lead to trouble. Are you certain? Then let us depart at once, Yinzu proclaimed, standing up. Why the haste? Zizhenju questioned. Yinzu inquired, are you bidding farewell to your subordinates? After a moment of silence, Zizhenju envisioned a scene of parting with them. Over the years, despite the tangible distance that had grown between them, she had indeed received considerable care from them. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a pang of emotion, her nose tinged with warmth. Ultimately, Zizhenju resolved to avoid such a sentimental scene. Her departure would only benefit them, sparing them from being perpetually trapped in the life she had chosen. Let us depart. She donned her attire and stood up, addressing Yinzu. You must take responsibility for me, you scoundrel. As you command, Yinzu replied with a smile, embracing Zizhenju as they soared towards the continent. It was only after Yinzu effortlessly dispatched the obstructive sea soul beasts that Zizhenju fully believed he had truly been to the Sea God Island. What is the matter with your eyes? It is innate. Upon their return to the continent, Zizhenju felt like a rustic villager stepping into the city, marveling at the wonders around her. How do you find it? Is it better to return? Yinzu observed Zizhenju reveling in the experience. What do you mean? Are you implying that I should reward you all tonight? Zizhenju teased. Shouldn't this be a customary affair? Yinzu chuckled. The two continued their leisurely exploration until Zizhenju was thoroughly satisfied, at which point Yinzu swiftly led her on another journey. Where are we headed? Zizhenju inquired, aware that with Yinzu's prowess, he must be a figure of considerable influence on the continent. To the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Chapter 72, The Return, Part 2. Wow, what a captivating scene to behold upon arrival. In the divine realm, the Azura god visited the domain of Poseidon, the sea god, who was engrossed in observing the affairs of the lower realm. Before Poseidon, a luminous screen displayed the grand priest Poseidon, being held in the embrace of a young boy. With Poseidon's legs entwined around the boy's waist, both suspended in midair amidst a tempest of wind and rain, indulging in reckless abandon. Poseidon's expression darkened, remaining silent, before he waved his hand, causing the screen to vanish. TSK. Why the rush to dim the lights? The Azura god seemed displeased with Poseidon's selfishness. Having been thoroughly entertained by the sight of the sea god's grand priest being overtaken by a mere youth. You seem quite relaxed, Poseidon remarked as he poured himself a glass of an unknown liquid, only to have the Azura god snatch it away from a distance, sniff it, and then return it to the table. Do not wear such a gloomy face. I did not come to witness your misfortune, although it is indeed quite amusing, the Azura god said with a broad smile. Likewise, Poseidon replied, pouring himself another glass and taking a few sips. Indeed, the Azura god continued. That young lad caused quite a stir at my place as well, but I am unbothered by it. Let us not dwell on sensitive matters. On a serious note, what are your thoughts on this young man? Poseidon remained silent. He is an anomaly, the Azura god stated, an unpredictable factor that may disrupt the established order. The order shall be preserved, and the anomaly shall be eradicated, Poseidon responded calmly, as if orchestrating a grand strategy. Well said. The Azura god chuckled inwardly, thinking, as expected of you, harboring a vengeful spirit. I knew your nature would not change. So what will you do? Poseidon fell silent once more. The Azura god found this trait tiresome. Some individuals seem to enjoy shrouding themselves in mystery through silence. I shall await your good news, the Azura god declared, finding the conversation rather dull, before returning to his own divine abode. Poseidon then began to devise his plan, first seeking to cultivate another grand priest, this time choosing not a woman. Next, he would meticulously scout for suitable candidates. I never expected you to indeed be from the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, Zi Zhanzhu remarked, linking arms with Yanzu. What do you mean by that? Yanzu asked. It means nothing, Zi Zhanzhu replied. I merely deduced your origins. You claimed not to be from the Martial Soul Hall. Thus the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School fell within the realm of my considerations. That is all. Yanzu let out a soft sound and said, I am going to see the sect leader. You should accompany me. By the way, you can call me AZ. Zizenzu shrugged and replied, all right. Yanzu nodded in agreement. The name Zizenzu resonates with a certain charm befitting a pirate, yet in the context of the mainland, it appears rather unsophisticated. The return of Yanzu has undoubtedly alleviated Ningfengxi's worries. He had been away for nearly 2 to 3 months, journeying to the distant shores of Sea God Island. How could he not be anxious? Yanzu introduced Zizhenju to Ningfengxi, deliberately omitting her past as a saint of the Spirit Hall, merely stating that they had met at sea. Ningfengxi, witnessing this, smiled helplessly. He was naturally pleased to see more talent join the sect, yet he pondered how Yanzu would navigate his relationship with Rong that would depend on his own abilities. How would the outcome unfold? Observing Yanzu's demeanor, Ningfengxi had an inkling but felt the need for confirmation. Bad luck, Yanzu sighed, shaking his head. There is no reason for it, right? Do not rush. There is ample time ahead, Ningfengxi reassured him. The world holds more than just these 2 divine realms. What I fear is that the issue may not lie with their choices, Yanzu remarked. What if the problem is with me? In Yanzu's view, with such formidable strength, he ought to attract the attention of a deity, especially since the gods in Douluo did not possess much prestige or depth. However, if he were deemed unworthy as their successor, that would be an entirely different matter. Any new insights? Ningfengxi inquired, noticing Yanzu's silence. None. I will first visit Xingluo to see Rong and the others, Yanzu replied. Speaking of Rong, Azu, Ningfengxi said earnestly, there are certain matters you must resolve on your own. If she were to cause a scene, do not say I did not offer my assistance. I would be unable to help. Thank you, my esteemed father, for the reminder. I shall exercise discretion. Yanzu responded before departing the Great Hall with Zi Zhanzhu. What did you just call him? Zi Zhanzhu asked, her expression one of astonishment. Did you not hear? Yanzu replied. But aren't you a battle soul master? By the way, I have yet to see your martial soul, Zi Zhanzhu remarked. Yanzu shook his head and said, I am not his biological son. Oh, an adopted son, is it? Zi Zhanzhu revealed a look of sudden understanding. Yanzu denied, saying, Wrong, I am the son-in-law. Zi Zhanzhu's footsteps suddenly halted, and she swiftly drew the curved dagger from her waist, positioning it against Yanzu's neck, demanding, What do you want? Yanzu turned around and exclaimed, Oh, how greedy you are, attempting to monopolize me. Zi Zhanzhu felt a tightening in her chest, momentarily at a loss for profanities to hurl at Yanzu. It seemed that after departing from the sea, her piratical tendencies had vanished along with her former self. Yanzu reached out and wrapped his arm around Zi Zhanzhu's waist, asking, Why do you look so distressed? Wasn't our time together joyful? This is an entirely different matter, Zi Zhanzhu replied with righteous indignation. How could you conceal the fact that you have a wife from me? There is no such thing, Yanzu retorted with equal fervor. How could I possibly have only one wife? You are being utterly fanciful. What did you say? Zi Zhanzhu's expression resembled one who had just tasted bitter melon. Yanzu counted on his fingers and said, Rong, the heir of our sect, is my betrothed. Naturally, she is still quite young, and such matters are best discussed in due time. According to the order of precedence, Ling is the eldest. But you may refer to her as sister since you are her senior and ought to take care of her. As for Poseidon, she is currently in a bit of a tiff with me, but I assure you, it will resolve itself in due course. The first 2, the purple pearls, merely rolled their eyes and moved on. However, upon hearing the third name, she could no longer contain herself and inquired, Poseidon? Are you referring to the same Poseidon that I have in mind? Yanzu chuckled. Are there truly 2 Poseidons in this world? If so, that would be delightful. The more such exquisite beings, the better. Suddenly, Zi Zhenju's beautiful visage contorted slightly as she affirmed, so, the Poseidon you speak of is indeed the legendary great deity of the sea? Yanzu nodded. Indeed, this journey to see God Island has not been entirely fruitless. What do you take us for? Zi Zhenju exclaimed in indignation, brandishing her blade and striking at Yanzu's neck with fervor. Yet, even as her extraordinary sword, capable of slicing through iron, struck, not a single hair on Yanzu's head was harmed. Yanzu took the treasured blade, deftly sliding his fingers along the edge, instantly smoothing the rolled tip. He returned the sword to Zi Zhenju, signaling her to proceed, while gently admonishing, if you have any grievances, express them now. You are the elder sister, do not bully Ling Ling and Rong Rong. Go to hell, Zi Zhenju exclaimed, striking the blade against Yanzu's face before storming off in a huff. Yanzu shrugged, allowing her to go her way. Glancing around, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing was deeply engrossed in her cultivation and thus abandoned the idea of disturbing her. He swiftly flew forward, lifting Zi Zhenju and soaring towards Xing Luo. What are you doing? Put me down. Zi Zhenju protested, struggling against his grip. What are you thinking? It would be terribly lonely without you on this journey. Yanzu replied, though in truth, reaching Xing Luo would not take much time at all. Who said I wanted to accompany you? Zi Zhenju retorted. Enough, Yanzu said, giving her a firm pat on the rear, the sudden sting prompting her to settle down a bit. I understand that our relationship, as swiftly as it began, could just as easily fade away. However, he continued as they flew, if you truly wish to leave, I will not hold you back. But I shall not forget the joyful moments we shared along the way. The first time on your bed, the second on the sandy beach, and the third in the sea. Zi Zhenju interjected suddenly, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Yanzu chuckled along, continuing, the fourth time. That is not the fourth time. Zizhen interrupted, we shared many moments before encountering the ship. There were also those at the inn along the western coastal shores. Yanzu replied. And on the benches of the bustling park. Yanzu remarked, by the way, do you still have that dress? No, it was left at the hotel. Replied Zi Zhenju. Hey, that was the first dress I ever bought for you. Yanzu expressed his dissatisfaction. Surely you don't truly believe that dress provides any real concealment? Zi Zhenju countered. Do you honestly think those passers-by are oblivious to what I'm doing perched on your lap? Not at all, Yanzu chuckled. Isn't it precisely for their benefit that we put on this display? Zi Zhenju let out a soft huff, choosing not to respond further. Thus, I believe I have discovered the secret to sustaining our relationship, Yanzu declared with confidence. Speak less, Zi Zhenju interjected, and act more. Yanzu abruptly halted his flight, cradling the exquisite purple pearls formed to face him. In order to maintain equilibrium, she encircled his neck with her arms, her legs entwined around his waist. Speaking of indulgence, Yanzu flicked his tongue and inquired, would you like to experience Yinjin? Chapter 73, The Return, Part 3. Yanzu and Zi Zhenju traveled intermittently until they finally reached the Star Luo Empire. Upon arriving at the inn within the city, they retrieved a letter left by Yi Lingling, which informed them that all was well and that she had already proceeded to the imperial capital of Star Luo. Thus, they continued their journey, exploring the wonders of Star Luo while making their way to rendezvous with the members of the royal battle. It seemed to Zi Zhenju that the order in Star Luo was not as strict as that of the Heaven Do Empire. Reflecting on their experiences, she remarked that aside from the hierarchy, there appeared to be little restraint in other aspects of this empire. It resembles a Darwinian state, Yanzu stated as he deftly picked up a sizable piece of steak with his chopsticks and tore into it. What do you mean by a Darwinian state? Zi Zhenju inquired, intrigued by the novel terms that occasionally sprang from Yanzu's lips. It refers to a government that does nothing but exploit its citizens for profit and enslave them, neglecting all other responsibilities, essentially promoting a hands-off approach to its people. Yanzu explained, reflecting his limited understanding. Like wild beasts, then? Zi Zhenju responded. Yanzu replied, indeed, much like a beast. Zi Zhenju chuckled, oh my. It seems you take great offense, don't you? Yanzu wiped his mouth and remarked, of course, I believe in the celestial beings. Upon hearing this, Zi Zhenju replied, I knew it. You cannot possibly be completely unrelated to the spirit hall. How many secrets are you still concealing from me? Concealing from you? Do I? Yanzu feigned innocence. If you don't inquire, how can it be considered concealment? Then what is your relationship with the spirit hall? Zi Zhenju pressed on. It's hard to say, Yanzu replied, but if I must, There may be 2 or 3 of your future sisters involved. Huh, you certainly have your ways, Zizhenju said, shaking her head. Throughout their journey, she had come to a realization. She no longer wished to expend energy quarreling with Yinzu over such matters. Life is fleeting, and one should embrace joy as it comes. It must be said that the prolonged existence as a pirate had indeed affected her significantly. There is one thing that has been on my mind, yet I noticed you have not reacted, so I refrained from mentioning it, Zizhenju stated. What is it? This time, it was Yinzu's turn to be curious. You see, Zizhenju pointed to a wall plastered with notices on the street, that bounty hanging there. Is it not related to you? It should be, Yinzu replied, maintaining his composure as he rinsed his mouth. That is a bounty issued by the Douluo royal family. You seem remarkably calm, Zizhenju remarked. What else would I do? Am I to don night attire and crawl through dog holes in broad daylight? Yinzu said nonchalantly. In truth, to preserve the pleasant mood of their journey. Yinzu had deliberately avoided drawing attention. I am merely curious about what you did to warrant such a high bounty, Zizhenju said. Our journey has been too tranquil. If all goes as expected, trouble should arrive soon, and I hope you can handle it. Hee, Yinzu chuckled, gazing at Zizhenju. If I cannot handle it and meet my demise here, what will you do? I shall graciously excuse myself. Zizhenju swiftly gestured to establish a boundary. Sigh, women. Yinzu shook his head and said, but if chaos does ensue, just take care of yourself. Do not concern yourself with me. Zizhenju laughed. I never intended to. After half a day, Zizhenju's words indeed came to fruition as some bounty hunters recognized Yinzu, lying in ambush to take his life. Unsurprisingly, Yinzu dispatched them effortlessly, skewering them with a large tree as if they were candied hawthorn. Witnessing the bloody scene before her, Zizhenju felt a chill, but more than that. She was filled with questions. These were all formidable opponents above the rank of sole emperor, yet it seemed you handled them with greater ease than slaughtering chickens. Strangely, I have yet to see you utilize your martial soul. Did you not experience my martial soul already? Yinzu grinned mischievously at Zizhenju. Zizhenju wore a peculiar smile and reached toward Yinzu's groin. No way. Is your martial soul this? Partially, Yinzu laughed. In truth, it encompasses my entire being. So, how about we indulge here? Zizhenju grimaced in disdain, pointing to the 6 or 7 individuals skewered like candied hawthorn. Absolutely not. Who would be in the mood for that in this situation? Upon arriving in the Douluo